Chapter 1, The End of the World is Coming, but I'm being asked to seduce the goddess? Roar! The rotting giant claws tore through the sky, and crimson blood rained down. The next second, a gigantic, blood-red maw blocked Suyu's vision and instantly swallowed him whole. Ah! Suyu suddenly jumped up from his seat. Holy crap, that scared me to death. It was just a dream, He had just breathed a sigh of relief when he immediately felt his head hit a huge object. He instinctively tried to look up, but her entire face was buried in it. Oh no! That giant creature still swallowed me whole. But why does it feel so soft? A delicate and refreshing fragrance wafted from the tip of my nose. This doesn't seem to be inside that monster's mouth? Suyu moved his Adam's apple, took a deep breath, and then tilted his head back. Finally, I saw the warm sunshine again, and a beautiful face as cold as ice. The girl in front of me is Ling Yixue, the campus belle of Haicheng University. At this moment, on those two towering mountains that almost blot out the sky, there was an extremely beautiful face, looking down at Suyu with a mixture of shame and anger. Her long, jet black hair cascaded down like a waterfall, making her already fair skin appear even more radiant, and the spot where she had just bumped into her created an astonishingly large curve. She had just been bending over, trying to wake Suyu, who had fallen asleep during self-study, but she didn't expect Suyu to suddenly spring up like a zombie. Then, Duong. They bumped right into each other. At this moment, Suyu felt extremely embarrassed looking at Ling Yixue's expression, which seemed to want to kill him with her eyes. No, you planted this landmine yourself, so don't blame me. I just had a nightmare. What did I do to deserve this? All the hundreds of boys in the lecture hall had their eyes focused on Suyu. His eyes were filled with intense jealousy. Hockey, you bastard. How dare they use this method to beat me to the punch? We are sworn enemies. Perhaps it was because the collision was too severe. At this moment, a rare blush appeared on Ling Yixue's perpetually icy and beautiful face. It spread from her neck all the way down to her milky white snowflakes. Shame, indignation, shock, anger. A mix of emotions overwhelmed her, and for a moment she forgot to react. Just then, a voice rang in Suyu's mind. A strong will to survive has been detected in the host. Activation conditions are met. Binding in progress. 10%. 50%. 100%. The civilization inheritance system is now officially activated. This system aims to perpetuate the flame of human civilization. In the face of impending doom, the host is urged to shoulder the great mission of continuing civilization. What is that? Suyu's brain went blank for a moment. Doomsday catastrophe? The spark of civilization? Could it be that nightmare was real? Before he could process the information, a semi-transparent virtual panel that only he could see appeared in front of him. The panel was facing Ling Yixue. High-value continuation targets detected. Name, Ling Yixue. Age, 20. Height, 172 centimeters. Dimensions, G. Appearance, 94. Gene, 96. Overall rating, SA Gem of Human Civilization. Current favorability rating, 10 dislike. Suyu's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Overall rating, S? A treasure-level matrix of human civilization? What the hell is this? You. Finally, Ling Yixue, who had been catching her breath, rang out in a voice filled with shame and indignation. She took a step back, creating distance between herself and Suyu. The blush on her pretty face had faded, replaced by a layer of frost. Sleeping in class, disrupting classroom discipline, openly arguing with the classroom supervisor. You, get out of here. It was during self-study time, and as the class supervisor, Ling Yixue naturally had the right to supervise everyone to study hard for the final exams. But unexpectedly, this Suyu not only slept, but also. And how dare they talk back to her like that? Okay, I'll be right there. Amidst the glares of all her classmates, Suyu rushed out of the classroom without hesitation. Then he rushed up to the rooftop in one breath. Call. Suyu leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, her heart still pounding. Everything that just happened was like a bizarre and fantastical dream. A terrifying apocalyptic scene, system notification sounds, Ling Yixue's control panel. What is all this? Could it be system? Suyu tentatively called out in his mind. Buzz. The next second, the virtual interface reappeared before his eyes. Directly above, there was a countdown timer formed from fresh blood, constantly jumping. Doomsday countdown, 64 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Seeing the countdown accurate to the second, Suyu's heart suddenly tightened. 65 days. Is it really going to be the end of the world? Was the dream I had real? His gaze continued downwards, landing on the introduction of the system's core functions in the center of the interface. The host needs to find an outstanding woman with an overall rating of S or higher, and, provided she is willing and their affection level reaches 80%, help her become a spirit and give birth to offspring containing superior genes. Mission reward: each successful continuation of the flame grants one chance to draw from the civilization prize pool. The prize pool contains everything needed for post-apocalyptic survival: cultivation techniques, technology, resources, weapons, everything you could want. New player benefits: a new player gift pack 1 has been sent to your system space. You can claim it at any time. Suyu's gaze became incredibly strange. This system. They actually want him to become Alexander Dumas? And the target is an S-level goddess like Ling Yixue. What a joke! Based on that 10 favorability rating just now, let alone getting her to do it willingly. It's already merciful that she didn't have someone drown her. This is so unreliable. Suyu gave a wry smile. Let's claim the newbie gift pack first and see what good stuff it has. He silently recited it in his heart. Ding! The newbie gift pack has been activated. Congratulations, host, you have obtained basic gene optimization. Ugh! Suyu couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. He felt as if all the bones in his body were crackling and popping, and every muscle and every cell was being thrown into a scalding furnace, undergoing a radical transformation. This feeling is both painful and comfortable, as if one's level of life is being forcibly elevated. A few seconds later, the heat slowly dissipated. Suyu suddenly opened his eyes, and he felt that the whole world had changed. His eyes, which were originally slightly nearsighted, now had a vision of more than 2.0, and he could see even the tiny cracks on the wall in the distance. My ears could hear the buzzing of mosquitoes and flies coming from downstairs. His body was filled with explosive power. He even had the illusion that he could punch through a wall. His body, which had been somewhat weak from staying up late, was now firm and well proportioned, exuding a strong sense of masculine power. What surprised him even more was a strange, expanding sensation emanated from there. Suyu subconsciously looked down. I gasped in shock. This is practically a second growth spurt. This newbie gift pack is just too thoughtful. Just as his mind was in turmoil, the system notification sounded again. Primary gene optimization complete. Congratulations, host, you have obtained T0 level gene evolution guiding fluid complete formula and production process. Chapter 2 T0 level gene evolution guiding fluid. The grand gift pack continues. Congratulations, host, you have obtained T0 level gene evolution guiding fluid complete formula and production process. T0 grade gene evolution guiding fluid can guide carbon-based organisms to break through their own genetic shackles, undergo targeted benign evolution, and significantly improve various physical qualities. Evaluation: the first step in human civilization's journey towards the stars. With a notification sound, a book that seemed to be made of light and shadow appeared in the system space. Suyu had a thought and opened the report. In extreme environments, in order to survive, human cells will activate a stress response evolutionary mode. Through specific medications, it is possible to actively stimulate the mitochondria within cells, causing them to generate bioenergy far exceeding that of ordinary cells. This energy can be used to enhance physical fitness, improve reaction speed, and even awaken special abilities. According to calculations, the human genome contains a vast amount of dormant information. Theoretically, the limits of human potential are comparable to those of gods. The report is incredibly profound, covering multiple fields such as genetics, cell biology, and bioenergetics. However, through systematic instruction, Suyu was able to understand every single word without any difficulty. The more he looked, the more horrified he became. This is completely beyond the scope of modern scientific understanding. If this report is true, it will spark a global revolution in life sciences. Just then, Suyu's phone vibrated. It was a news notification. World Meteorological Organization: rare high-frequency auroras have recently appeared in many parts of the world. The cause is still under investigation. A thought struck him, and he immediately unlocked his phone, opened the news, and began searching for events related to global anomalies. Strange aurora borealis, animal rage, novel flu. Speaking of which, some news like this has suddenly broken out recently, but the hype is quickly suppressed. As Suyu watched the events in the news, his back was quickly soaked with cold sweat. This is no coincidence. The end of the world is really coming. Moreover, judging from the way the trending topics are being suppressed, it's estimated that the government already knows some information about the apocalypse, and this is an attempt to stabilize public sentiment. After a moment's thought, he quickly came up with a solution. As a straight man, I struggle to even communicate with girls, yet I dream of winning over an S-class goddess in 2 months and making her willingly go to heaven with me? That's just wishful thinking. Which school beauty these days doesn't have a bunch of backup suitors and simps behind her? So, we must rely on the power of the state. Ahem, I don't understand what women are, but for the country to rise again in the apocalypse, we have an unshirkable duty. Having thought this through, Suyu no longer hesitated. I took out my phone, opened the document, and got to work. After initial genetic optimization, his brain resembled a computer. He had now completely mastered the formula and production process of T0 level gene evolution guiding fluid, which was originally extremely profound. He didn't send out the complete formula directly because it contained too many mutated materials. These mutated materials are now very rare, and even high-level officials may not be aware of them. If it gets published, it's one thing if it's sensational, but the other is if the paper is treated as a prank and thrown in the trash. Right now, the country's top biologists are probably already frantically researching mutated organisms. What I should be focusing on now is... After thinking for a while, Suyu quickly wrote a paper that was urgently needed by the higher-ups. A feasibility hypothesis on inducing extraordinary bioenergy production in mitochondria of carbon-based organisms. After doing all this, he found the email addresses of several of the top biological research institutes in China. He then forwarded the email to several leading figures in the field of biology. All done. Now it's up to them to see if they recognize its value. Suyu breathed a sigh of relief and put his phone back in his pocket. At the same time, inside a heavily guarded underground secret laboratory at the Supreme Academy of Sciences of the Dragon Kingdom, an elderly man with gray hair but a sprightly spirit, wearing reading glasses, is frowning as he looks at a biological slide under a microscope. His name is Chen Jinghua, and he is the founder of China's biological gene field. He is known as a peerless national hero. No, the way these mutated cells proliferate completely violates the known laws of cell division. What is their energy source? It's almost like they're creating energy out of thin air. Professor Chen Jinghua muttered to himself, his eyes filled with confusion. Starting a month ago, some previously unseen mutated creatures have been discovered around the world. They exhibited extremely strong aggression and evolutionary capabilities. The top leadership of the Dragon Kingdom keenly sensed something was amiss and immediately established a top-level secret project team. Chen Jinghua took charge of the research, focusing all efforts on studying these mutated organisms. However, after a month of research, progress was minimal. The genetic chains of these organisms seem to be bound by an unbreakable shackle, yet they can draw mysterious power from them, which is completely beyond the scope of current scientific understanding. An urgent sense of crisis loomed over all project team members like a dark cloud. Teacher, please take a break. You've been working for 48 hours straight. A young assistant, holding a cup of coffee, offered words of comfort with concern. No. Chen Jinghua took off his glasses and rubbed his aching temples. If this evolution continues, the end of the world may be just around the corner. I must figure it out as soon as possible so that the Dragon Kingdom will have more time to prepare. He also wanted to rest. But time waits for no one. Ding dong. Just then, his encrypted computer on the desk beeped with an email notification sound. Chen Jinghua glanced at it impatiently. As a leading figure in academia, he receives countless emails every day, 99% of which are worthless junk information. There were even some ignorant amateur scientists sending perpetual motion machine design drawings. A feasibility hypothesis on inducing extraordinary bioenergy production in mitochondria of carbon-based cells? Upon seeing this title, Chen Jinghua's first reaction was to scoff. Is this yet another ignorant pseudo-scientist trying to create a big news story? It's true that mitochondria are energy factories, but their energy conversion efficiency has an upper limit. This is an ironclad rule written in textbooks. And supernormal bioenergy? That's utterly delusional. He intended to simply drag the email into the trash. But mutation, energy. These words, which he had studied for so many days, inexplicably made him stop what he was doing. He's currently struggling to find an energy source for the mutated creatures, and this email. Humph, I'd like to see how you spout such nonsense. With a critical eye, Chen Jinghua opened the email. However, I only glanced at it. The disdain on his face froze instantly. A few minutes later, his breathing became rapid, and a sharp glint appeared in his cloudy eyes. This theoretical model. Through bioelectric stimulation, a controllable mutation in the ATP synthase of the inner mitochondrial membrane is induced, thereby breaking the entropy constraint of energy conversion? My God! This is impossible. Chen Jinghua suddenly stood up from his chair, bracing himself on the table with both hands, his face filled with disbelief. This theory is clearly so outrageous. But looking at those complete molecular formulas, years of intuition told him that these molecular formulas seem to be correct. That's right, how come I didn't think of that? Those mutated creatures obtained evolutionary energy through a similar method. The authors of this paper not only explained the phenomenon, but even presented a theory for actively controlling this evolutionary process. Hurry! Hurry! Chen Jinghua, acting as if possessed, roared at his assistant. Bring over that mutated gene sample from the ghost cat we extracted earlier. Prepare the centrifuge and high-frequency bioelectric stimulation device immediately. Conduct a simulation experiment based on this theoretical model. Quickly! Chapter 3, that guy below, Suyu, was actually picked up by a helicopter? The assistant was startled, having never seen such a highly respected teacher lose his composure, but still rushed to the sample preservation library immediately. Half an hour later. When the data from the experimental instruments is displayed, showing the energy activity of the sample cells, guided by theoretical models, when a certain critical value is truly broken and exponential growth begins. The entire laboratory was deathly silent. All the researchers stared at the screen as if they had seen a god, at the wildly soaring red curve. It's a success. It really worked. Chen Jinghua's body went limp, and he slumped into the chair, tears streaming down his face. He knew what this paper meant. It means that the Dragon Kingdom has its biggest trump card to confront the unknown future. It signifies that human civilization will usher in an unprecedented leap forward. The next second, Chen Jinghua suddenly stood up. He grabbed the red secure phone on the table and quickly dialed a number. Hello? Connect me to the highest command center, immediately. Right now. I'll activate the highest level of emergency, and I, Chen Jinghua, will guarantee it with my reputation and my life. I must find the author of this paper immediately, at all costs. 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Room 302, Building C, Men's Dormitory, Haicheng University. Brother Yu, you're finally back. How did it go? Did you get punished by the school beauty, Ling? Hee, but to be honest, what you did today was really awesome. Playing with face wash in front of the whole class, she's a role model for us all. As soon as Suyu opened the door, her roommate, Fatty Wang Defa, came up to her with a lewd and admiring look on his face. The other two roommates also looked at them with admiration. In the hormone-fueled dormitories of college, this kind of news spreads faster than light. At this moment, in their eyes, Suyu. He has already gone from being an ordinary passerby. He's been promoted to wolf slayer who dares to confront the goddess. Suyu twitched the corner of his mouth, too lazy to explain to them. He returned to his seat, outwardly calm, but inwardly calculating the time. The email was sent more than 3 hours ago. Logically, there should have been a reaction. Rumble. Suddenly, a huge roar came from outside the window, growing louder as it approached. The sound got louder and louder. It was as if the sky had been torn apart. Even the dormitory windows are buzzing. Holy crap! What was that sound? Fat Wang Defa was the first to rush to the balcony, and when he looked up, he was instantly dumbfounded. A helicopter? Several armed helicopters painted in military green were hovering above their dormitory building. The huge rotor blades whipped up a gale, causing the trees below to sway wildly and countless sheets and clothes to fly everywhere. Holy crap! What's going on? Are they filming a movie? Is that a Z-10 attack helicopter? No, it seems to be a more advanced model. What's it doing at our school? The entire dormitory building, and even the entire Haicheng University, instantly erupted in chaos. Countless students rushed out of their classrooms and dormitories, staring in horror at the steel behemoth in the sky, and took out their phones to take pictures. The next second, something even more shocking happened. More than a dozen fully armed soldiers with stern faces rappelled down from the helicopter. They acted swiftly, and upon landing, they immediately set up a long cordon around the dormitory building, isolating all the students who had come to watch the commotion. "Everyone, stay where you are. We are on urgent business." The cold and authoritative voice resounded throughout the entire campus through the loudspeaker. All the students were stunned. What kind of formation is this? Which earth-shattering big shot came to their school? Or is it that there are terrorists hiding in their dormitory building? Inside dormitory 302, Wang Defa and his two other roommates were terrified. They watched helplessly as those imposing soldiers sealed off the area below. Then a group of people rushed straight up to their floor. Thump! 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 Soon, a heavy, urgent knocking sounded on the door. The three roommates trembled with fright, looked at each other, and none of them dared to open the door. Only Suyu calmly stood up and walked towards the door. Then I opened the dormitory door. Standing outside the door was an elderly man dressed in a Zhongshan suit, with an extraordinary air about him. Behind him were several burly, crew-cut military police officers with sharp, eagle-like eyes. On his way here, Chen Jinghua had already seen the email sender's information in the encrypted documents sent from higher-ups. Suyu, male, 20 years old, a sophomore majoring in bioengineering at Haicheng University. When Chen Jinghua saw this information, even with his seasoned experience, he was deeply shocked and incredulous. Such a groundbreaking theory. It was actually created by a college student who was only 20 years old? At this moment, when he saw Suyu's slightly childish yet unusually calm face, the turmoil in his heart surged even more intensely. "Excuse me, are you young friend Suyu?" Chen Jinghua asked first. This scene made Wang Defa and the other two behind the door stare wide-eyed. Suyu, young friend? What the hell is going on? Why would they send fully armed special forces to seal off the building and send military helicopters over, just to find Suyu? And this elderly man, who looks like a super big shot, is being so polite to him? "I am." Suyu nodded calmly. "Did you write that paper, a feasibility hypothesis on inducing the production of extraordinary bioenergy in the mitochondria of carbon-based organisms?" Chen Jinghua asked for confirmation first, his eyes filled with a hint of doubt. "Yes, I wrote it." Suyu nodded calmly. Upon hearing this, Chen Jinghua nodded, suppressing his doubts for the moment, and then smiled. "All right, young friend, please come with me first. Don't worry, we won't hurt you. If you really wrote the paper, I believe you know why we're here." After saying that, Chen Jinghua stepped aside and made a pleased gesture, and the soldiers on both sides made way for him. "Yes, I know, I've been waiting for you." Suyu nodded calmly, and then walked out amidst the stunned gazes of her roommates. He was escorted down the stairs by an academician and several armed police officers. After passing through the blockade, amidst the utterly shocked gazes of everyone present, we boarded the armed helicopter. The propellers roared again, whipping up a raging storm. The helicopter slowly ascended and eventually disappeared into the horizon. The shock and commotion that followed at Haicheng University finally erupted uncontrollably. On the other side, girls' dormitory building. A princess-style bedroom filled with a sweet fragrance. Ling Yixue was sitting with several of her best friends and roommates. "I'm so angry. That Suyu is a shameless, despicable loser. How dare he treat me like that?" Ling Yixue blushed with anger as she recalled what happened in the classroom that afternoon, and bit her lip lightly. Shue, don't be angry. It's not worth getting angry over someone like that." "Humph, that Suyu, he should take a good look in the mirror and see what kind of person he is. How dare he desecrate our Shue? If you ask me, the student council should give him a school-wide reprimand." Several roommates chimed in with righteous indignation. Just then, a huge roar came from outside the window. "Ha! What's that sound?" A roommate named Li Sisi curiously walked to the window. The next second, she covered her mouth in shock. "Oh my god! Come and see! It's a helicopter! What a cool military helicopter!" "What?" Ling Yixue and several other girls quickly joined in. When they saw the armed helicopter circling above the boys' dormitory and the heavily armed soldiers below, they were all stunned. What happened? What's going on at the boys' dormitory?" They were speculating with suspicion. Suddenly, Li Cici's eyes widened, and she raised her trembling hand, pointing downwards. Look, you guys. That person being helped onto the plane by an old man, doesn't he look familiar? Following the direction she pointed, Ling Yishue's gaze also fell in that direction. She saw a tall figure being respectfully led onto the helicopter's gangway by a distinguished old man, protected by countless soldiers. The distance was too far to see their faces clearly. But that figure, that outfit. How can they look so alike? Suyu, the guy I kicked out of the classroom this afternoon? No, that can't be, right? Another girl rubbed her eyes and said uncertainly. How could Suyu, an ordinary student, possibly receive such treatment? Before he could finish speaking, the helicopter has taken off. Downstairs, a boy in Suyu's class was holding up his phone, frantically sending voice messages in the class group chat in a tone of utter disbelief. Holy crap, this is an amazing story. You'll never guess who was just picked up by a military helicopter. It's Suyu. The Suyu who was sleeping in class and openly talked back to the goddess Ling Yishue. Boom. Upon hearing this voice message, Ling Yishue and her roommates felt as if they had been struck by lightning. They stood blankly by the window, staring in the direction the helicopter had disappeared, their pretty faces filled with disbelief, shock, and bewilderment. Was it him? That man who talked back to Suyu? They actually were picked up by helicopter with such a grand display? What on earth is going on? Chapter 4 Mission Code, Passing on the Flame. Armed helicopters sped through the clouds, their enormous roar blocked out by soundproof glass. Suyu sat in his seat, looking down through the porthole at the mountains and cities rushing past below, but he had no leisure to appreciate the scenery whatsoever. The helicopter took nearly an hour to fly from Haicheng University to here. The destination was a mountain whose core had been hollowed out. Outside, it's a heavily guarded military base, disguised as an ordinary reservoir management area, while the real core lies hidden deep underground. Layer upon layer of massive alloy gates, an underground passage that stretches as far as the eye can see, and countless heavily armed soldiers standing on both sides of the passage. The level of security here is so high that even a fly couldn't get in. Finally, under Professor Chen Jinghua's guidance, Suyu was led into an oval-shaped conference room. The conference room was enormous, with a circular conference table in the center that could accommodate nearly 100 people. At this moment, more than a dozen figures were already seated at the head of the conference table. Some wore crisp military uniforms with general stars on their shoulders, others wore zhongshan suits, but their air of authority, accustomed to being in a high position, was even more intimidating. Anyone who goes out there is a truly important figure who can make the entire Dragon Kingdom tremble. When Suyu walked in, more than a dozen pairs of eyes immediately fell on him. Comrade Suyu, please have a seat. Sitting at the head of the table, an elderly man with a lean face and slightly graying temples pointed to the empty seat opposite him and said in a kind voice. Suyu did not stand on ceremony and sat down without hesitation. I presume Academician Chen Jinghui is already on his way here and has explained some of the situation to you. The old man spoke slowly, his eyes sharp. Now, we want to hear you tell us yourself about the origin of that paper. However, to everyone's surprise, Suyu shook his head. Before answering your questions, I would like to ask a question first. A hint of surprise flashed in the eyes of the elderly man at the head of the group. Sure, go ahead and ask. Is the end of the world really coming? The expressions on everyone's faces turned serious in that instant. After a long while, the elderly man at the head of the group slowly nodded. Yes. Although we are not yet clear about the specific timing and form, based on the various intelligence and analysis of unusual phenomena we have, a massive global catastrophe is approaching. This information is currently classified as top secret. The reason I'm telling you this is because your paper gave us hope of preserving a spark of hope for the Dragon Kingdom and for human civilization amidst the catastrophe. Although he had expected it, Suyu's heart still sank when the top leadership confirmed it in person. However, he quickly adjusted his mindset. I see. Suyu nodded. Now, you can answer my question. If I said I have a system and this paper was given to me by the system, would you believe me? These words were spoken. All the important figures, including the elderly man at the head, were stunned. They envisioned countless possibilities. For example, Suyu is a disciple of a reclusive genius. For example, Suyu accidentally obtained a technological relic from a prehistoric civilization. They were even prepared for the possibility that Suyu was a spy sent by hostile forces, and that this paper was part of a shocking conspiracy. But to their utter surprise, the other party gave such an absurd answer. System? Do you think this is a novel? Cough cough. A middle-aged man sitting next to me, who looked relatively younger and wore gold-rimmed glasses, couldn't help but cough twice. He picked up the tablet beside him, glanced at Suyu's information on it, and then looked at him with a strange expression, saying, Suyu, according to our data, you have a reading software called Tomato on your personal computer that you use very frequently. Have you been reading too many novels lately, and started bringing the stories into your real life? These words immediately lightened the serious atmosphere in the meeting room. Suyu's lips twitched as well. Good heavens! The data collected by the government is really comprehensive. They even know exactly which app he uses to read novels. Doesn't that mean his D drive, which contains over a dozen terabytes of study materials that embody the hard work of countless artists, has also been exposed? Replenish. Seeing the suspicious yet slightly condescending looks in everyone's eyes, Suyu shook his head, trying to appear calm. I know this is hard to believe. Suyu decided to stop explaining and change the subject. Therefore, I have brought even stronger evidence. What if I told you that I not only have the theory, but also a complete drug formula that allows ordinary people to safely embark on a genetic evolution journey through injection and significantly improve their physical fitness? What would you all think then? Before the words were even finished. What? Professor Chinjingwa was the first to lose his composure and jump up from his seat. In the conference room, the other white-haired academicians, who also came from the scientific research field, stared intently at Suyu, their eyes seeming as if they wanted to devour him alive. Safely embarking on a journey of genetic evolution? These 7 words mean something that scientists who have dedicated their lives to biological and genetic research understand better than anyone else. The elderly man at the head of the group also sharpened his gaze. Young comrade Suyu, is this really true? Of course, I can give you the formula now. Suyu pointed to an embedded information port on the table. Give me an encrypted terminal. Immediately, a staff member connected a military-grade laptop to the port and pushed it in front of Suyu. Suyu didn't shy away from the topic. In front of everyone, he quickly compiled all the information he had in his mind about the T0 level gene evolution guiding fluid, including its formula, production process, precautions, and clinical data into a single document. Then, click Upload. Moment. On the main screen directly in front of the conference room, an incredibly complex paper appeared. Dazzling molecular structural formulas, unheard of chemical reaction equations, material ratios precise to more than 10 decimal places. Hurry! Hurry, hurry, hurry. At Chinjingwa's command, he disregarded all etiquette and, along with several leading figures in the biological field, rushed madly to the main screen. Several gray heads were almost pressed against the screen. My God, the way these molecular chains are linked, it's ingenious. It's practically a work of art. Incredible. He actually solved the age-old problem of protein rejection by using the reverse pathway of the Kazman reaction. Look here. This catalyst. Tier 1 mutant beast crystal core powder? What is this? Mutant beasts, do they really have this kind of energy crystal? And this main ingredient? Deep-sea demon whale spinal fluid? Our deep-sea submersibles have never discovered this kind of creature in any sea area. The discussion, which began with shock, gradually turned into heated debate, and finally into deep confusion. A full half-hour passed. Chen Jingwo walked back to the conference table with a complicated expression. He looked at the elderly man at the head of the table, then at Suyu, and gave his conclusion in a hoarse voice. Reporting, sir. Theoretically speaking, the structure of this formula is perfect. It is logically consistent and even solves many of the current bottleneck problems in our field of genetic engineering. Its feasibility is extremely high. Upon hearing this, a glint of light flashed in the eyes of all the bigwigs present. However, Chen Jingwu changed the subject. But most of the core materials required in this formula, especially those marked with the mutation prefix, are materials that we have never heard of before, and can even be said to be materials that do not exist on the current Earth. Without materials, even the most perfect theory is just a castle in the air. These words immediately dashed the hopes that had just been ignited in the conference room. Everyone frowned. What's this? You have the recipe, but you can't find the materials to use? He. The elderly man at the head of the group suddenly laughed. He looked at Chen Jingwa and the others and said slowly, Academician Chen, you researchers may have fallen into a misconception. It is precisely because these materials are completely new to us that they prove that the system that Comrade Suyu mentioned is very likely to actually exist. Because only something beyond our comprehension could predict these materials that don't yet exist. A single word awakens one from a dream. Chen Jinghua and the others were shocked and suddenly realized what was going on. Yes. They have been trying to fit a product that is fundamentally detached from science into the framework of existing science. If the system is real, then what's so strange about it being able to produce materials for mutated beasts that haven't yet been born on Earth? Comrade Suyu. The elderly man at the head of the group suddenly stood up, his gaze fixed intently on Suyu. That system. Besides giving you all this advanced technology, what other functions does it have? Or rather, what does it require you to do? There is no such thing as a free lunch. Everyone here understands this principle. The system has given such an incredible gift, so it must also have its demands. And that's the real key. Upon hearing this, Suyu immediately explained all the core tasks of the civilization torch system in detail. The ultimate goal of the system is to perpetuate the flame of human civilization. It requires me to find outstanding women with an overall score of S or above, and on the premise that they are completely willing and have an 80% affinity for me, I must help them conceive and give birth to offspring with excellent genes. Every time I successfully continue the flame, I get a chance to draw a prize. The prize pool contains everything needed for survival in the apocalypse, various cultivation techniques, cutting-edge technology, survival supplies, futuristic weapons, everything you could want. Everyone present was stunned after hearing Suyu's words. S rank, goddess? Does the favorability rating need to reach 80? And have more children? This requires. That's way too easy. They thought it was some kind of impossible mission, something that could destroy the world or sacrifice countless lives. After all, the information obtained from the system could truly save humanity. Accordingly, the task will definitely be quite difficult. But now all that's needed is for Suyu to fall in love and have children? That makes things simple. China is a vast and resource-rich country with a population of 1.4 billion. What it has in abundance is beautiful women of all kinds. From the arts and sciences to sports and business, have the intelligence department immediately compile a detailed list. An 80% favorability rating? That's a bit challenging, but not insurmountable. Immediately establish a team of psychology experts, a relationship counselor team, and an image design and packaging team. They'll be on call 24/7, providing comprehensive technical support specifically for enhancing Comrade Suyu's personal charm. The old man immediately made the decision and began to lay out a detailed plan for the task. Within a few dozen seconds, a massive strategic plan took shape in his arrangement. Comrades. From this moment forward, Comrade Suyu's personal issues are no longer just his personal issues. This is the most important mission concerning the life and death of my dragon kingdom and the continuation of my civilization. I command. Effective immediately, a top-secret mission task force will be jointly established, led by all core departments including the Chinese Academy of Sciences, the Ministry of State Security, and the Ministry of Health and Welfare. We will spare no effort and utilize all resources to fully assist Comrade Suyu in completing the tasks assigned by the system. The goal is. The old man took a deep breath and uttered a slogan that left Suyu speechless. 3 days to seduce one, 5 days to get pregnant. We must stockpile enough system rewards for our dragon kingdom before the apocalypse arrives. This mission is codenamed Passing on the Flame. Suyu. No way, do you guys think I'm a stud pig? Chapter 5 Two Beautiful Female Consultants? Why let the good fortune go to outsiders? After the meeting, Suyu was taken to the medical center inside the mountain base for a comprehensive physical examination. Half an hour later, several renowned traditional Chinese medicine doctors were gathered around a newly released medical examination report, uttering murmurs of amazement. Incredible! His cellular activity is 3.7 times that of a normal adult male, his metabolic rate is comparable to that of a top athlete, yet his energy consumption is negligible. It's simply a biological miracle. Moreover, his testosterone levels are consistently at an extremely high peak. According to model calculations, his physical functions, stamina, and his overall sexual ability are all among the best in human men. Upon hearing this, Suyu said somewhat embarrassedly, "Actually, this is all due to system optimization." Yes, I can guess. No normal human being, not even a top athlete, could have such well-rounded physical abilities. Through the physical examination, they became even more convinced that Suyu truly possessed the system. Afterwards, Suyu boarded the armed helicopter again and returned to Haichang. The helicopter did not land on campus, but instead landed on a nearby temporarily cleared area. Suyu switched to an ordinary-looking black Hongqi sedan and quietly drove into Haicheng University. The car stopped in front of a two-story detached building. "Comrade Suyu, from today onwards, this will be your exclusive residence." A staff member opened the car door for him. "Your safety will be handled by the Wolfang Special Forces on the perimeter, while your daily life and core missions will be assisted by 2 support specialists." Suyu nodded and pushed open the door to enter the small building. In contrast to its unassuming exterior, the interior has clearly been renovated, featuring a minimalist yet luxurious design and a full range of smart home and high-tech equipment. 2 women were sitting on the sofa in the living room. Hearing the door open, they both stood up and looked over. One of them was about 27 or 28 years old, wearing a well-fitting office lady suit and gold-rimmed glasses, exuding an intellectual and capable air. The other one was younger, around 24 or 25 years old, wearing a red dress, with a graceful figure and charming temperament. "Comrade Suyu, hello." The sophisticated and mature woman walked over first, smiling and extending her hand as she introduced herself. "My name is Qin Maching, a PhD in psychology from Peking University. I will serve as your chief strategic analyst in the future, responsible for developing the framework for all your strategic plans." Her voice was clear and melodious, like a mountain stream, calming the mind. The alluring woman beside her winked playfully, her voice carrying a natural sweetness as she said, "My name is Lu Mei, a Level 1 behavioral psychology consultant specializing in micro-expression analysis and social dynamics. From now on, I will be your personal tactical advisor, responsible for helping you with all the on-the-spot performance aspects." Looking at the 2 stunning beauties in front of him, each with a completely different style, Suyu felt his brain's CPU was a bit overloaded. He asked, somewhat bewildered, "So? I'll be living with you guys from now on?" "That's right." Qin Maching adjusted her glasses. To ensure the timeliness of information transmission and the efficiency of strategy adjustments, close-range support is the most efficient method. She paused, then added, "Of course, we'll be staying on the 2nd floor, and your bedroom and private space will be on the 1st floor. We won't interfere too much with your private life." Lu Mei leaned closer with a smile, and a captivating fragrance wafted around Suyu's nose. She lowered her voice and added in an ambiguous tone, "However, if you encounter any personal problems during the mission, we would be happy to provide one-on-one life coaching." At this point, she winked mischievously, "By the way, don't use those study materials to preview your lessons anymore." The expert panel unanimously agreed that the performances in them are too exaggerated, the plots are unrealistic, very unscientific, and easily mislead newcomers. Well, Suyu was struck dumb, instantly petrified. Really? His art collection of over 10 terabytes has been publicly executed by these devils. There's even an expert panel evaluating it? Should I write another review? He wished he could disappear into a crack in the ground right then and there. "Alright," Suyu practically spat out the words, "then I'll have to trouble you from now on." Seeing Suyu's frustrated expression, Lu Mei burst out laughing, her body trembling and her breasts heaving. "Laugh, laugh, laugh your head off. I curse you to have your bra collapse." Suyu cursed inwardly. After a brief acquaintance, Qin Maching opened a touchscreen on the wall and brought up an encrypted database. Just then, Lu Mei nudged Suyu with her elbow and said slyly, "Hey, handsome Su, before we look at those candidates, why don't you use your system to verify us? After all, we are the elites selected from thousands. What if we meet the standards? Then it will be internally managed, keeping the benefits within the family, and saving you the trouble of going out and working hard." Upon hearing this, Qin Maching didn't speak, but she paused slightly as she adjusted her glasses, her gaze behind the lenses carrying a hint of barely perceptible curiosity and anticipation. As women at the top of the pyramid, they have absolute confidence in everything they do. Naturally, they also want to know what score they can get in the system evaluation system. This suggestion seems to make sense. Suyu touched his chin. With a thought, a virtual panel that only he could see appeared before his eyes. He first turned his gaze to Lu Mei beside him. High-value continuation targets detected. Name, Lu Mei. Age, 25. Height, 168 centimeters. 94E, 58, 92. Appearance, 95. Reproduction potential, 88 1 in 100. Overall rating, a plus excellent matrix for human civilization. Current favorability level, 50. He then turned his gaze to Qin Maching, who had a cool and aloof demeanor. High-value continuation targets detected. Name, Qin Maching. Age, 28. Height, 173 centimeters. 91D, 60, 95. Appearance rating, 97. Reproduction potential, 93. Overall rating, a plus excellent matrix for human civilization. Current favorability rating, 55. How about it? Seeing Suyu's strange expression, Lumei couldn't help but ask, her tone full of confidence. I'm sorry, both of you are top-notch women, but the system has rated your overall scores as A+, which is a little short of the S-level standard. A+? Lumei's smile froze slightly, and she puffed out her cheeks with a hint of resentment. Are you kidding me? What's wrong with me? Tell me clearly, is it my looks and figure that aren't up to par, or my inner charm that's lacking? Let your stupid system list out the points deducted. Forced into a corner by her, Suyu had no choice but to bite the bullet and say, well, her looks and figure are definitely top-notch. Then why is that? Lumei pressed, refusing to let it go. It's probably the reproductive potential category that's where the score is a little low. Chapter 6, The School Beauty's Conquest Plan. National Team 666. Reproductive potential? Lumei was stunned, then her eyebrows stood on end, and she laughed in anger. What the hell is this? Explain yourself. How am I not capable enough? Suyu coughed and said with a serious expression. The system says that although your bust measurement is perfect, your hip measurement is only 92 points, which is slightly lacking in the golden waist-to-hip ratio. The pelvic structure is not the most perfect reproductive form, which can slightly affect the smoothness of childbirth. The words had barely left his mouth. Lumei's charming and beautiful face instantly turned bright red. Her figure, which she was so proud of. This lousy system actually rated my buttocks as not big enough and my ability to have children as not strong enough? This is an absolute disgrace. Suyu. That's not what I said, blame the system if you want to blame someone. Suyu quickly moved a little further away. Alright, you two stop arguing and let's get down to business. Qin Maching, who was standing to the side, tapped the screen, and said, let's put the two of us aside for now. Suyu, take a look at these beauties. Which one do you think is good? You can choose one as your target. In the next instant, one stunningly beautiful face after another appeared on the screen like a waterfall. Each one of them is a goddess-level figure who has passed the initial screening by the intelligence department and whose various indicators are close to S-level. A stunningly beautiful actress, a brilliant female scientist, an Olympic champion who brought glory to the nation, a shrewd and powerful businesswoman. Suyu felt overwhelmed and dazzled, as if he were an emperor choosing his concubines. As his gaze moved, the system panel rapidly scanned through the avatars in his field of vision. Target, Zhang Manyu, Grade A unqualified. Target, Wang Zuxian, Grade A unqualified. Target, Lu Ruyan, A+ grade unqualified. Physical appearance is clearly not the only criterion, and may not even be the most important one. However, they were not completely wiped out. After reviewing nearly 100 candidates, a golden halo representing S rank finally lit up on the profile pictures of a handful of them. Soon, Suyu's gaze settled on the face he knew best. Ling Yixue, the campus belle of Haicheng University. Name, Ling Yixue. Overall rating, S. Looking at that stunningly beautiful face, as pure and aloof as snow. The scene from the classroom earlier that day kept flashing back into Suyu's mind. The moment I awoke from the nightmare, that astonishing softness that came rushing towards me. Unparalleled elasticity and texture. And the warmth that engulfed my entire face. Looking back now, Suyu actually feels a bit nostalgic. Yo! Just as Suyu was lost in thought, Lumei had already come closer. A pair of alluring eyes scanned the photos of him and Ling Yixue with great interest, a playful smile curving her lips. Look at our innocent young virgin, after browsing so many goddesses, in the end, the one he really longs for is still the white moonlight on campus. She leaned close to Suyu's ear, her breath sweet as orchids. What? Did that bump in class knock your soul out of your body? Suyu blushed and angrily retorted, you flat-chested girl, what do you know? You're asking for it. Ahem, quiet down. Actually, from a strategic perspective, Ling Yixue is indeed the most suitable first choice at present. Qin Maching coughed twice, stopping the two from fighting in time, and tapped the table. She pulled up Ling Yixue's file and calmly analyzed it. First, the target is the closest, both being at Haicheng University, which greatly facilitates creating opportunities for us to make contact. Secondly, although it's a negative impact, you've already left an extremely deep impression on the other party, which is much better than starting as an insignificant passerby. Third, she was the first S-level target marked by the system, and our intelligence department's investigation into her was the most comprehensive. Listening to Qin Maching's analysis, Suyu felt somewhat relieved. But I still felt a little unsure. But she must hate me now, her affection level is 10, this is way too difficult to win her over. He. Before she could finish speaking, Lu Mei sneered again and snorted. As expected of a naive girl, she doesn't understand women at all. Remember, in relationships between men and women, the most terrifying thing is never discussed, but indifference. If a woman has no impression of you, then you truly have no chance, because in her world you are just an insignificant speck of dust. But the situation is completely different now. Lu Mei stood up, placed her hands on the table, and leaned forward, her arrogance almost reaching Suyu's. The fact that she hates and despises you means that your shocking behavior today has left a deep mark on her heart, like a branding iron. Right now, every time she closes her eyes, all she can see is your hateful face. That's what you call a deep impression. Our mission is to transform this profound negative impression into curiosity, appreciation, and attraction through a series of meticulous plans and operations, until finally, people are completely captivated. Lu Mei's voice was so captivating that it made Suyu feel a little eager to try it out. Let's make this clear first, I'm not going to be a simp. Don't worry, you don't need to lick it. Lu Mei's lips curled into a confident smile. For an ice queen like Ling Yixue, who is cold on the outside but warm on the inside and extremely proud, the more you fawn over her, the more she will despise you. Our goal is to let her catch up on her own. Upon hearing this, Suyu became interested and asked, then what should we do? As far as I know, Ling Yixue has never pursued a man before. Upon hearing this, Qin Maching, the chief strategic analyst who had been silent all along, finally spoke up. She gently pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, and behind the lenses, her beautiful eyes gleamed with reason and planning. She walked to the giant touchscreen on the wall, tapped it lightly with her finger, and Ling Yixue's detailed information instantly filled the entire screen. Ling Yixue, 20 years old, top student in the Department of Bioengineering at Haicheng University, personality traits, high self-esteem, high intelligence, extremely competitive, admiration for the strong. Do you understand now? Qin Maching looked at Suyu and adjusted her glasses. The core of her personality is admiration for strength. She will only be interested in men who she truly approves of and who are stronger than her in every way. Therefore, our core tactic is mindset reshaping. Qin Maching wrote these 4 words on the screen. Specifically, it means taking a 2-pronged approach. First, you need to change the image of you as an incompetent loser in her mind. According to intelligence, Ling Yixue and her mentor are currently struggling with a paradoxical model of asymmetric protein folding, and the entire project has been stalled for nearly a month. This is our best breakthrough. Lu Mei added with a smile, so, the first step you need to take is to solve this problem that has been bothering them for a month in a public class, in front of Ling Yixue and that professor, with a nonchalant and dismissive attitude, as if solving an elementary school math problem. Suyu's eye twitched as he listened. This is way too difficult. I have no idea how to decipher that protein. Although his grades were not bad, this level of scientific research project was clearly far beyond his capabilities. You don't need to know how. Lu Mei interrupted him, winking mischievously, you only need to perform. Behind you stands the entire expert team of the Dragon Kingdom Academy of Sciences. Academician Chen Jinghua will personally oversee the process, explaining the perfect solution step to you word by word through a miniature earpiece. Qin Maching continued, the strategic objective of this step is to leverage the huge information gap and intellectual superiority to deliver her first profound cognitive shock. When she discovers that you, whom she considers mediocre, actually possess wisdom far exceeding her imagination and even surpassing that of her mentor, her dislike for you will instantly transform into intense shock and confusion, and she will try to actively understand you. I see. Suyu suddenly realized. National think tanks are still the most useful. If it were up to him, it would take him forever to get close to Ling Yixue. This is just the beginning. Qin Maching drew a second line on the screen. The second step is to change her perception and make her understand that you are not only smarter than her, but also stronger. Our investigation revealed that Ling Yixue has been harassed by a rich second-generation man named Zhao Tianyu. She despises him, but he keeps bothering her because of his family's power and influence. After completing the first step, we will immediately create a chance encounter. When Zhao Tianyu harasses Ling Yixue again and she gets into trouble, that's when you should make your appearance. But Lu Mei held up a finger and shook it, saying, "You can't be a hothead and rush in to solve problems with your fists. That's the lowest level of tactic. What you need to do is, in front of Ling Yixue, crush the Zhao Tianyu into dust in the most unassuming way. For example, a phone call or a text message can bring Zhao Tianyu's family to the brink of bankruptcy within minutes. Then, while he's begging for mercy on his knees, you don't need to give him a second glance, just walk past him nonchalantly. The strategic objective of this step is to give her a second cognitive shock. If the intellectual superiority only shocked her, then this mysterious background will maximize her curiosity. She will frantically speculate about your background, your identity, especially since you protected her, plus her tendency to admire the strong, hee. Once it gets to this point, she won't be far from being completely smitten. Next is the third step. Looking at the meticulously crafted and flawless flowchart on the screen, Suyu had only 2 words in his mind. Awesome. Is this the efficiency of the national team? Absolutely amazing. Chapter 7's tactics were too dirty. Everyone move aside, I'm about to show off. This is way too exaggerated. After hearing all the key points of the plan, Suyu couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. It's like making a movie. What if something goes wrong in any part of the process, or she doesn't follow the script we wrote? Wouldn't we lose everything? Films originate from life but transcend it. Lu Mei stretched lazily to the side, her alluring curves fully displayed. She added with a smile, "Now that you have an entire country behind you as the director, you have the ability to perfectly replicate the movie script in reality." Suyu's lips twitched upon hearing this. He now finally understands why some female players can manipulate men so easily. These tactics are so dirty. The next morning. Haicheng University, Teaching Building Number 1, Lecture Hall. The course being taught here is the most important professional course in the Department of Bioengineering, Advanced Gene Theory. The large classroom, which can hold 300 people, was packed, and everyone listened attentively. Especially Ling Yixue, who was sitting in the very center of the first row. Today, she wore an elegant white dress, her jet black hair cascading over her shoulders like a waterfall. Her cool and aloof demeanor, like a snow lotus untouched by dust, made her stand out from the crowd in the entire classroom. Her notebook was already densely filled with various formulas and key points. When Professor Zhang Jingji wrote the asymmetric protein folding model on the blackboard again, Ling Yixue's brows furrowed uncontrollably once more. The theoretical basis of the model is correct, and the derivation process is flawless, so why does the final conclusion contradict the experimental data? For the past month, she has been so engrossed in reading that she has lost her appetite and practically worn out all the relevant literature in the library. However, they still couldn't find the crux of the problem. This feeling made this proud and arrogant young woman feel powerless for the first time. Well. Professor Zhang Jingji looked at the model on the blackboard and couldn't help but sigh. This problem has been bothering us for a whole month. I know that many of you here, including Yixue, have put in a lot of effort after class to try to solve it, but with little success. He pushed up his reading glasses and scanned the entire room with an expectant look. Today, we will spend another half-class period having an open discussion about this model. Among 3 people walking together, there must be one who can teach me. Perhaps, among you, there is one student who can offer us a glimmer of inspiration from a perspective we have never considered before? The classroom was completely silent. Even top students like Ling Yixue were helpless, so how could ordinary students like them possibly have any ideas? Just then. Squeak! A figure strolled in slowly, following the tail end of Professor Zhang's sentence. The person who arrived was dressed in simple casual clothes, with a lazy look on their face, as if they weren't here to attend class, but rather to sleepwalk. Instantly, everyone's attention in the classroom was drawn to it. Ling Yixue, who was sitting in the first row, naturally heard the commotion behind her. When she subconsciously turned around and saw the face she loathed to the extreme, her beautiful eyes showed not only surprise but also a hint of coldness. Suyu? Wasn't he picked up by helicopter yesterday? Why are you in class again today? No matter who he is. They're all shameless, lewd scoundrels. Ling Yixue quickly turned her head back, as if looking at Suyu even once would be an insult to her. Professor Zhang Jingji on the podium was clearly somewhat displeased with this student who was late and swaggering around. He frowned, but didn't react immediately. He simply said, "Young man, please find a seat as soon as possible and don't disturb others." Oh. Suyu responded lazily, completely ignoring the surprised looks around him, and walked straight to a deserted corner in the last row, where he plopped down. Then, he just slumped onto the table, as if preparing to catch up on sleep. This scene left everyone dumbfounded. Mad. That's absolutely outrageous. Being late, sleeping in Professor Zhang's class, a renowned academic figure, it's like he doesn't respect anyone at all. Thinking back to the widely circulated image yesterday of Suyu being taken away by helicopter. Could it be that Suyu really has some special identity, which is why he dares to be so arrogant? Is he the son of a high-ranking official? Or a second-generation military officer? But regardless of their identities, they are all just speculating at this point. Soon, the class discussion resumed. Several top students who usually excelled academically were called upon by Professor Zhang to share their thoughts. Without exception, all their ideas were just going around in circles within the existing framework, and they were unable to get to the core of the problem. Finally, Professor Zhang turned his expectant gaze to his most outstanding student. Ishue, why don't you share your thoughts? Yes, teacher. Ling Ishue stood up and began to explain her point of view. Starting from the energy conservation law of the model, she cited numerous sources and proposed a bold hypothesis. Therefore, I believe that the reason why the model contradicts the experimental data is not because the theory itself is wrong, but because a quantum tunneling effect that we have not yet observed occurs during the protein folding process, leading to energy leakage. Her voice was clear, cool, and pleasant to listen to, and her thoughts were well organized and logically sound. After he finished speaking, the entire classroom erupted in heartfelt praise and applause. Even Professor Zhang Jingji nodded in approval. A truly brilliant hypothesis. Ishue, your ability to approach this from the perspective of quantum mechanics already surpasses 99% of the people present. But Professor Zhang then changed the subject, pointing to a key point on the blackboard. This hypothesis still cannot explain why this energy spillover only occurs in specific peptide chain structures. So, unfortunately, your hypothesis lacks some constraints. In one sentence, Ling Ishue's assumptions were once again exposed as false. A hint of undisguised disappointment flashed across her cool and pretty face as she silently sat down. Yes, constraints. This is the most crucial deadlock. Professor Zhang looked at the silent students inside. It seems that today will still be. Professor. Just when everyone thought that today's discussion would end inconclusively again. A lazy voice rang out from the back of the classroom. Instantly, more than 300 gazes turned in unison, following the source of the sound, and fell upon that forgotten corner. Is it Suyu? Everyone was stunned. Why would this academically challenged student raise his hand in such a high-stakes competition? Professor Zhang Jingji was also taken aback. He adjusted his glasses and said, "Young man, do you have a question?" "There's no problem. I just feel that you've wasted a whole month on such a simple question, which is really a bit inefficient." Boom! One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. The entire classroom erupted in chaos. Is Suyu really this arrogant today? How dare he say this problem is simple in front of Professor Zhang? And you say they're a bit inefficient? He was openly mocking the professor and all the top students present, including Ling Ishue. Is this guy insane? He probably got addicted to showing off after just one attempt. Does he know who he's talking to? The more ignorant they are, the more they dare to say things. Sigh, these spoiled brats. Ling Ishue snorted coldly, stood up abruptly, and said to Suyu. Suyu, stop fooling around here. This is a classroom, not a place for you to cause trouble. Apologize to Professor Zhang immediately. She didn't care what Suyu's identity was. This is a classroom, not a place for him to brag and show off. Chapter 8: The Birth of an Academic Prodigy. However, Suyu acted as if he hadn't heard her words, not even bothering to glance at her. His gaze remained calmly fixed on the professor on the podium. At this moment, Zhang Jingji's expression also showed some embarrassment. Zhang Jingji has been famous for decades and has taught countless students. He has never been publicly provoked by a student in such a contemptuous tone. He was already angry, but his good scholarly qualities allowed him to suppress it. He wanted to see what this arrogant brat could come up with. If I can't say it. Humph. Just wait for the official reprimand. Good. Zhang Jingji, furious, laughed and gestured for Suyu to proceed. Since this student thinks this problem is very simple, please come up to the stage and show us your solution. Well, okay. I'm just killing time anyway. Suyu casually twirled his pen a couple of times, yawned, and then lazily walked up to the podium. Shua shua shua. Soon, a series of elegant mathematical formulas appeared on the blackboard. He wrote extremely quickly, without any pauses or hesitation, as if these theories and formulas, which would have kept countless top scientists racking their brains, were something he could easily come up with. Based on the Planck-Lorentz transformation, a four-dimensional spatial coordinate system for superstring microparticles is constructed. By introducing the ZF set theory, an axiomatic definition is made for the non-Euclidean geometry within the peptide chain. The root of your error is not that the law of conservation of energy has been broken, but that you used the wrong frame of reference from the very beginning. Suyu's voice was completely calm. But it was like a series of thunderclaps, exploding in everyone's minds. Those present were all top students from the Department of Bioengineering. Although they couldn't fully keep up with Suyu's train of thought, they could understand the basic theoretical terms. Superstring theory? Non-Euclidean geometry? This is the most cutting-edge theory in physics and mathematics? He actually wanted to use these things to solve a biological problem? This is simply a fantasy. Nonsense. Utter nonsense. One top student couldn't help but raise his hand and say, how can a biological problem be explained using theories from physics and mathematics? These are completely unrelated fields. However, he had barely finished speaking. Professor Zhang Jingji, who had been silent by the podium, suddenly trembled as if he had realized something. Yes. So that's how it is. How come I didn't think of that? Frame of reference. We used the wrong frame of reference from the very beginning. Zhang Jingji picked up another red whiteboard marker and began to quickly perform calculations under Suyu's model. Ling Yixue, who was sitting in the first row, was completely stunned. He was the only person besides Professor Zhang who could barely keep up with Suyu's train of thought. She knew better than anyone that what Suyu was writing on the blackboard was very likely correct. That beautiful, aloof face was filled with disbelief and shock. He actually wants to use cosmic string theory to unify the protein folding patterns in the microscopic biological world? Is this something a mediocre student like him could even think of? No. Impossible. This must be a coincidence. He must have seen similar folktales somewhere and is just making things mysterious here. However, when she saw her mentor, like a primary school student, enthusiastically following Suyu's pen, making calculations and additions, Ling Yixue's mind went completely blank. She stared blankly at the figure standing in the center of the podium, holding a blackboard and pen, with an upright posture. Sunlight streamed through the window, bathing him in a golden halo that made him appear almost unreal. At this moment, Suyu in her eyes. The image of that shameless and lewd lower-class man that she remembered sleeping in class was now completely shattered. Is that really him? That man I despised so much. How could it possess such terrifying intelligence? The intense cognitive dissonance overwhelmed Ling Yixue, causing her to doubt her own judgment for the first time. On the podium, Suyu wrote the last character and casually tossed the whiteboard marker onto the podium. All done, that's it. After saying that, he yawned, turned around, put his hands in his pockets, and swayed towards the back door of the classroom. He didn't look at Ling Yixue even once from beginning to end. The feeling was as if she, the goddess of Haicheng University, was no different from a roadside stone in his eyes. On the podium, Professor Zhang Jingji's calculations were finally coming to an end. When he wrote down the final equation, which perfectly matched Suyu's conclusion, with trembling hands. Snap! The red whiteboard marker in his hand fell limply to the ground. It's connected, it actually connected. He stared intently at the smooth, self-contained chain of logic on the blackboard, his whole body trembling slightly with excitement. I see. We used the wrong frame of reference from the very beginning. The problem that had troubled him and his entire research group for more than a month was completely solved by an unknown student in just a few minutes. This is no longer the work of a genius. This is an academic prodigy. Excuse me, where is that classmate? Zhang Jingji suddenly came to his senses and turned around excitedly, but Suyu's figure had already disappeared through the doorway. The entire lecture hall was completely silent. Everyone was stunned, especially Ling Yixue. Who exactly is he? Ling Yixue muttered to herself in a daze. This scoundrel, whom I regarded yesterday as shameless, despicable, and ignorant. Today, however, he has transformed into an academic giant whom even Professor Zhang Jingji has to look up to. This extreme contrast made her feel like she was dreaming for a moment. Ishue, my classmate. Just then, Professor Zhang Jingji, who had come to his senses on the podium, looked at her anxiously. Quick, tell the teacher, what's that student's name? Which class is he in? Ling Yishue's delicate body trembled, jolting her awake from her daze. She opened her mouth, her voice somewhat dry, and said, His name is Su Yu, he's in class 2 of our bioengineering department. Su Yu? Professor Zhang Jingji muttered the name to himself several times, his brow furrowed. How come I have no recollection of him at all? How were his grades? Did he frequently publish papers in international journals? In his view, a student with such academic achievements could not possibly be an unknown person. However, Ling Yishue shook her head with difficulty. No. Professor, his grades are only slightly above average, and I've never heard of him publishing any papers. In the class, he's always been not very noticeable. As she spoke the last few words, Ling Yishue's cheeks flushed slightly. Unremarkable? Above average? Professor Zhang Jingji was stunned. But then it dawned on me. I see. I understand now. True geniuses would never stoop to proving themselves with worldly achievements and papers. It is our education system that almost buried such a rare gem. Professor Zhang looked at Ling Yishue and commanded. Yishue, your teacher is now entrusting you with an extremely important task. You must invite Su Yu to join our research group. Tell him that as long as he is willing to come, the position of deputy group leader is his. I can even give him the group leader position. I'll be his deputy. Boom! Professor Zhang's words dropped another bombshell in the already deathly silent classroom. Everyone stared at the figure that had disappeared through the doorway with the eyes of someone looking at a monster. To have the professor personally serve as his deputy? Is Su Yu going against the heavens? Upon hearing this task, Ling Yishue's expression became extremely troubled and complicated. Should she beg that subordinate who had just talked back to her yesterday? This is worse than killing her. However, looking into her mentor's expectant and unyielding eyes, she knew she had no choice at all. Yes, teacher, I understand. Ling Yishue bit her lower lip lightly and nodded with difficulty. Operations room. When Su Yu opened the door, Lu Mei was the first to jump up from her chair and give him a big bear hug. Nice. That was a fantastic performance. Su Yu, you're a born actor. Don't come at me like that, charging at me with the ball. Su Yu said, grinning. Qin Maching also stood up. Although she remained calm, her eyes were filled with undisguised admiration. A flawless performance. The timing, the rhythm, the character, every element was perfectly executed according to our plan. Especially that last move of yours, throwing down the pen and turning to leave, it was a stroke of genius. Cough cough. It's all right. Enveloped by Lu Mei's striking features, Su Yu blushed and quickly and discreetly broke free. To be honest, he was so nervous that his palms were sweating when he had to put on a show in front of hundreds of people. However, don't get too excited yet. Qin Maching's calm voice cooled down the too excited people. This is just the first step. Now Ling Yishue has a reason to get close to Su Yu, and the next arrangements are the most important. She pointed to Ling Yishue's real-time updates on the screen. Look, she has already left the classroom and did not go back to the dormitory, but went directly to the top floor of the library's archives. We investigated and found that her maternal grandfather is a retired high-ranking official in the Ministry of Education. Although he has retired, he can still use his connections to apply for the authority to unblock a student's file. Su Yu said, so she wants to check my file now? That's right. Qin Maching nodded. She's going to look up all the information about you, trying to verify whether everything that happened today is real or a hoax you staged. And we had already prepared a flawless file for her. Qin Maching's eyes gleamed with a confident light that suggested she was in control of everything. When all the information she finds points to you are a hidden genius in the school, her mind will be truly and completely overturned. Chapter 9 Lingde, the campus bell. It turns out the clown was actually me. What exactly is that document? Can I take a look at it first, so I'll have some background information when I'm putting on an act later? Su Yu rubbed his hands together and said to the intelligent and beautiful woman beside him. Yes, you see. As Qin Maching spoke, she made a few gestures on the virtual keyboard in front of her, and an encrypted file appeared simultaneously on the screen in front of Su Yu. Su Yu, male, 20 years old. Place of origin, Qingzhou City, Jiangnan Province. Ordinary working class family. At age 6, at the second primary school in Qingzhou City, she underwent a secret intelligence test as part of the Young Dragon Project of the Dragon Kingdom. The results showed an IQ of 195, the limit of the measurable range, and a logical thinking model assessment of EX level unaccessible. Level of classification, top secret, highest level. Procedure, to protect the healthy growth of the seed and prevent detection by foreign forces, their true file will be sealed at the highest level. Externally, it will be presented as an ordinary student file. They are instructed to maintain a low profile and not reveal their true abilities until adulthood. Additional file, at age 7, anonymously solved the preliminary proof of the Riemann hypothesis. At age 9, anonymously submitted a revolutionary paper on room temperature superconductivity to Nature, rejected by the editorial department for being too absurd. At age 12, under the pseudonym S, won the International Mathematical Olympiad with a perfect score. Suyu stared at this surreal, personal resume, his lips twitching uncontrollably. Goodness. This file directly portrays him as the ultimate humanoid weapon secretly cultivated by the Dragon Kingdom. I'm so awesome, how come I don't know it myself? What? I have a system. Oh, that's alright then. The access permission for this file is set to level A. Sheen Maching continued to explain. As an ordinary student, Ling Yixue could only find your unremarkable faked file at most. But a knowing smile played on her lips. Her maternal grandfather, as a retired high-ranking official in the Ministry of Education, could still use his connections to unlock the file of an A-level student. We want her to go through all sorts of trouble, to believe that she has uncovered the truth through her own efforts. Only then will she truly believe the information she obtains. Suyu was amazed by what he heard. This intricate scheme, with its interconnected steps, is so meticulously planned that it cuts right to the bone. Poor Ling, the campus belle, can only be ruthlessly toyed with. Just then, on the screen, Ling Yixue, who had been hesitating, finally made a decision. She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, turned around and walked out of the archives, took out her phone and dialed a number she hadn't contacted in a long time. Grandpa, it's me, Yixue. I have something I'd like to ask you for a favor. Seeing this, Lume chuckled softly, picked up her coffee, and took a leisurely sip. The fish has taken the bait. An hour later. Haicheng University, President's Office. Principal Wang, who was usually unfazed even by the collapse of Mount Tai, was now holding a receiver, sweating profusely, and bent over like a boiled shrimp. Yes. Mr. Chen, don't worry, I understand. I'll take care of it personally right away. After hanging up the phone, Principal Wang felt his back was soaked with cold sweat. The phone call he just received was from his former boss, Vice Minister Chen, who had retired from the Ministry of Education. The content of the phone call was to ask him to do his best to meet Ling Yixue's request to access a student's file. Ling Yixue is the granddaughter of this former leader. And that file is classified as Grade A. Class A encrypted file. What does that even mean? Even after serving as principal for so many years, the highest level of authority he held was only B level. What kind of student could have such a high level of academic record? However, since Elder Chen had spoken, he had nothing to say, since Elder Chen's authority was definitely higher than that of level A. Principal Wang dared not delay any longer. He picked up the internal phone on the table and said sternly, "Have Director Liu from the archives come to my office immediately. Right now." The library, top floor archives. After waiting for nearly half an hour, Ling Yixue finally saw Director Liu, panting heavily, come up carrying a black file box sealed with a combination lock. Ling classmate. Director Liu wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, with the principal's special approval, you may only view this file in this archive room by yourself. After reading, I will personally collect it and reseal it. Oh, okay, thank you, Director. Ling Yixue's voice trembled slightly, almost imperceptibly. Just to look at an ordinary student's file, even the head of the archives had to personally come out. This can only prove one thing. This file is highly classified. What kind of person is Suyu? The answer might be hidden in the file box right in front of you. After Director Liu left, she was left alone in the huge archives room. She looked at the heavy file box in her hand. What secrets are hidden here? With mixed feelings of curiosity, Ling Yixue unlocked the combination lock and opened the box. A manila document lay quietly inside. The two bright red characters on the cover immediately put her on alert. Top secret. She took a deep breath and turned to the first page of the file. Name, Suyu. Level of secrecy, top secret. Project code name, Young Dragon. Ling Yishue's gaze slowly moved downwards, following the lines of text. Her clear, cold phoenix eyes widened and widened during this process. IQ, 195? 7 years old, solved the Riemann hypothesis? A 9-year-old, a paper on room temperature superconductivity? At 12 years old, using the pseudonym S, he won the International Mathematical Olympiad Championship? Every word in the file made him feel that his worldview had been completely overturned. In her memory, that was a lazy, good-for-nothing student who slept in class. It turns out, it is something that is protected by state secrets. A peerless genius who made immortal contributions to the technological development of the Dragon Kingdom starting at the age of 7? And all his previous mediocre and lazy performance. All of this was just a disguise to hide their identities? This fact, like a merciless hammer, shattered all of Ling Yishue's pride. She always thought she was the pride of her peers. But she only discovered it today. It turns out that in the face of a true dragon, his so-called genius was nothing more than a firefly's light. How ridiculous. She felt a burning pain in her cheeks. Thinking back, I remember how I had once condescendingly berated him in front of everyone and kicked him out of the classroom. I remember calling him a scoundrel and a loser more than once. A wave of intense shame and utter disgrace washed over her, completely overwhelming her. It turns out, the clown was herself. She slowly closed the file, her delicate body leaning weakly against the cold file shelf. In my mind, the image of that man standing on the podium in class today, his back exuding confidence and dominance, kept flashing back uncontrollably. So, that was his true nature? A real Suyu that I've never known before. Chapter 10, It's My Turn to Perform. In the dormitory. Looking at Ling Yishue's distraught appearance on the surveillance footage, Lu Mei smiled and said, "Hee, it seems the plan is going well. If nothing unexpected happens, she will contact you soon." Seeing Ling Yishue's chest trembling with shock at his identity, Suyu grinned and nodded. With this combination of moves, who wouldn't be confused? Sure enough, Ling Yishue hesitated for a moment on the screen, then took out her phone and found Suyu on WeChat. Then, she gently bit her pink lips, made up her mind, and finally dialed the number. Buzz buzz. Suyu's phone vibrated. "They're here." Upon seeing this, Lu Mei's eyes lit up. She quickly inserted a miniature earpiece into Suyu's ear and hurriedly instructed him. "Remember your persona, be aloof, lazy, and arrogant. Treat her with indifference, making her feel that being able to talk to you is a tremendous honor for her." "Okay, got it." Suyu took a deep breath to calm her racing heart. "The moment to test your acting skills has arrived." Then I pressed the answer button. "Hello?" Suyu deliberately lowered his voice, with a hint of laziness and impatience as if he had just been woken up from a nap. There was a brief silence on the other end of the phone, as if someone was speechless at his nonchalant attitude. It took a full 3 seconds before Ling Yishue's voice rang out. "Excuse me, are you Suyu?" "Otherwise what?" Suyu casually retorted, "You called me, and you're asking who I am?" There was another suffocating silence on the other end of the phone. Ling Yishue had clearly never been treated so casually before, and for a moment she didn't know how to respond. "Suyu, I am Ling Yishue. I'm calling to apologize for what happened in class earlier." Her voice grew softer and softer, filled with deep remorse. "I misunderstood you, I'm so sorry." After saying these words, she felt as if all the strength had been drained from her body. "Oh, that matter. I've long forgotten. Some trivial matters don't need to be taken to heart." Hearing this, Ling Yishue finally felt a little relieved. Fortunately, it seems he didn't care. That makes sense. A genius like him, whose mind is filled with all sorts of world-class problems, probably wouldn't care about the trivialities of life. Ling Yishue breathed a sigh of relief and continued. "Regardless, it was my fault for being rude first. To express my apology, and also, there are some things I'd like to discuss with you. I wonder if you have time tonight? I'd like to invite you to a casual meal at the Left Bank Time Cafe outside the west gate of the school. Is that all right?" Now, Ling Yishue has subconsciously started to treat Suyu as an academic senior, and even uses respectful terms for him. After saying that, she held her breath and waited nervously for Suyu's reply. However, Suyu hesitated for a moment, then said lazily, "Tonight, okay. Okay, 6 o'clock sharp, at the place you mentioned. I have a meeting, I'll hang up now. Beep. After saying that, he hung up the phone decisively. Ling Yixue was left alone, holding her phone, standing there blankly. After a long while, she finally came to her senses. He actually agreed. It was 6 p.m. Inside the upscale left bank-time coffee shop outside the west gate of Haicheng University. The melodious sound of a piano flowed through the air. Ling Yixue glanced at the watch on her wrist. The hands had just pointed to 6 o'clock. Today, she specially changed into an elegant yet exquisite off-white dress, which added a touch of softness to her cool temperament, making her so beautiful that many male guests around her frequently turned their heads to look at her. But her inner world was far from as calm as it appeared. This was the first time in her life that she had taken the initiative to invite a boy out. Shue, what's wrong with you? You've been absent-minded since this afternoon. My roommate, Lin Weiwei, asked worriedly. To bolster her courage and avoid embarrassment, Ling Yixue invited her two best friends over as well. If you ask me, he should be the one to apologize. Why should my Shue have to ask him out? Exactly. Shue, isn't your grandfather from the Ministry of Education? Can't you check who this Suyu is? Another roommate, Zhang Qiqi, also curiously came over. Ling Yixue opened her mouth, but didn't know how to explain. She can't very well say that the underachiever in your eyes is actually the highest level secret genius in China, can she? Leaking disinformation carelessly will cause trouble for Grandpa. Nothing. She could only shake her head, pick up the lemonade in front of her, and take a sip. Just then, the coffee shop door was pushed open. A tall, slender figure walked in unhurriedly. It was Su Yu. He's here. Ling Yixue's heart skipped a beat uncontrollably, and even her breathing subconsciously slowed down. Sorry, there was a bit of traffic on the way. I'm not late, am I? Su Yu saw the three women sitting there and walked straight over. No, we arrived earlier. Ling Yixue quickly said. That's good. So, what did you want to see me about? Su Yu nodded and naturally sat down in the seat opposite her. He glanced casually at Lin Weiwei and Zhang Qiqi, without asking any further questions. His calm and composed demeanor left his two best friends, who had originally intended to interrogate him, momentarily speechless. Meanwhile, Lu Mei's voice came through Su Yu's miniature earpiece. Attention, the villain is about to appear. It's your turn to perform soon, get ready. Su Yu, I'd like to invite you over. Just as Ling Yixue hesitated and was about to speak, the coffee shop door was pushed open again. A group of 5 or 6 well-dressed young men and women, dressed head to toe in designer brands, walked in. A handsome young man with an arrogant look in his eyes was surrounded in the center. Upon seeing the young man, Lin Weiwei and Zhang Qiqi's expressions changed slightly. Damn it, what bad luck! How did I run into Zhao Tianyu, that leech? Zhang Qiqi cursed under her breath. Zhao Tianyu is a prominent figure at Haicheng University, serving as the vice president of the student union, and is a typical second-generation rich kid. He had been pursuing Ling Yixue relentlessly since his freshman year of college, and despite being rejected countless times, he never gave up. Hey! Isn't that our campus belle, Ling? What a coincidence! Zhao Tianyu obviously saw them too, and his eyes lit up. He immediately shook off the men and women around him and walked straight over. Upon seeing this, Ling Yixue's expression also turned sour. Zhao Tianyu, get out of here. Shue, why are you being so distant? There's a cocktail party at Tianyue Mansion tonight, all the scions of Haicheng's elite. I specially got you an invitation, so why don't you do me the honor and come along? Not interested. Ling Yixue coldly uttered 3 words, not even bothering to lift her head. No way. Zhao Tianyu persisted, many of Haicheng's social elites will be there, it'll be good for your future development. I said, I'm not interested. Ling Yixue's voice already carried a hint of impatience and coldness. Zhao Tianyu, please stop harassing me, or I will call security. You. After being rejected repeatedly, especially in front of his group of underlings, Zhao Tianyu finally lost his temper. When he saw that there was a strange man sitting opposite Ling Yixue, his face darkened even more. How could Ling Yixue fall for a man like this instead of choosing him? Seeing Su Yu's ordinary casual clothes that cost no more than 500 yuan, a disdainful sneer immediately appeared on his lips. Shue, when did your taste become so bad? This poor, shabby boy doesn't even deserve to sit at the same table with you. Chapter 11. I'm just an ordinary kid. Zhao Tianyu pointed at Su Yu and said arrogantly, "Kid, you have 3 seconds to get out of my sight. This isn't a seat for you." Upon hearing this, Ling Yixue frowned sharply, her pretty face turning frosty. However, Su Yu's expression remained completely unchanged. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, he simply picked up the latte the waiter had just brought him and took a small sip. That nonchalant, indifferent attitude instantly ignited Zhao Tianyu's anger. "Damn it! Are you deaf?" Zhao Tianyu roared and slammed his hand on the table. "Kid, I'm talking to you." At this moment, Su Yu finally put down his coffee cup, raised his eyelids, and casually glanced at Zhao Tianyu. "Your name is Zhao Tianyu? Is your father's name Zhao Debiao?" Zhao Tianyu was taken aback, then laughed arrogantly. "Oh ho, you've got some knowledge. Since you know who my dad is, why don't you hurry up and come over here, kowtow to me, and pour me a cup of tea?" Su Yu snorted but didn't say anything. He simply took out his phone, tapped a few times on the screen, and then put it back in his pocket. The entire process takes no more than 5 seconds. Zhao Tianyu was baffled. "What? You want to call in reinforcements? Fine, I'll wait right here today. I want to see who dares to mess with me in this little corner of Haicheng." Buzz buzz buzz. Before he could finish speaking, his phone in his pocket started vibrating frantically, like a death knell. The caller ID showed a name that sent chills down his spine. "Dad." Zhao Tianyu's expression changed, and he answered the phone with some impatience. On the other end of the phone, a deafening roar that could shatter his eardrums immediately came through. "Zhao Tianyu! You unfilial son! Do you want to die?" Zhao Tianyu was stunned on the spot. Dad? What's wrong with you? What did I do wrong? You little beast are going to kill me." Zhao Debiao's voice was filled with terror and trembling. "Are you at the Left Bangtime coffee shop in the west of the city right now? Did you offend a classmate surnamed Su?" Boom! Zhao Tianyu's mind went completely blank with a buzz. He subconsciously looked at Su Yu, who was leisurely holding a coffee cup, not far away, with a look of utter disbelief. "I don't care what you're doing right now. And don't ask me how I know. I'm giving you only 10 seconds. Immediately. Kneel down. Kowtow and apologize to that student Su. If you don't get Su's forgiveness, let me tell you, from today onwards, you are no longer my son, Zhao Debiao. I'll personally break your legs and throw you into the river to feed the fish." The phone call was abruptly ended. Zhao Tianyu held his phone. "I felt as if I had fallen into an ice cave, my whole body was ice cold." Although he was a playboy, he wasn't stupid. One phone call was enough to frighten his father, who could do whatever he wanted in Haicheng, into this state. The seemingly ordinary young man in front of me. The power behind it has completely exceeded his imagination. Thump! Amidst the horrified gazes of everyone in the entire coffee shop. Just a moment ago, Zhao Tianyu was arrogant and domineering, but his legs went weak. He actually knelt down directly in front of Su Yu. Su classmate. He trembled violently, his voice trembling with sobs, and frantically kowtowed to Su Yu. "I'm so sorry. I was blind to your greatness. I looked down on you. I deserve to die. I'm not human. Please, have mercy on me and let me go." This scene completely shattered the worldviews of everyone present. Especially Ling Yixue and her 2 best friends. They looked at him with the eyes of someone looking at a deity. Looking at that man who remained completely calm from beginning to end. Is this really Su Yu? Su Yu looked at Zhao Tianyu, who was kneeling on the ground with tears streaming down his face, but his eyes remained unmoved. He turned his gaze to the terrified coffee shop manager and said calmly, "Please ask them to leave. Put the bill on Dayu Real Estate's tab." Yes. The manager quickly called security guards, who removed Zhao Tianyu and his gang of cronies who were still kowtowing. The entire coffee shop instantly fell silent. All eyes, filled with awe and shock, were focused on Su Yu. Su Yu acted as if he had done something insignificant. He turned back and looked at Ling Yixue, who was completely petrified, and a smile appeared on his lips. "Okay, the flies are gone. Now tell me. You didn't ask me out just to apologize, did you?" Su Yu's voice was calm and casual, as if he had just casually swatted a mosquito. Ling Yixue's delicate body trembled slightly as she finally recovered from the extreme shock. Looking into Su Yu's deep, calm eyes, she felt a surge of emotions welling up inside her. She had also heard of Zhao Tianyu's father, Zhao Debiao, who was a prominent figure in Haicheng's real estate industry, with a net worth of billions and extensive influence in the city. Yet, that's exactly the kind of person he is. But after Su Yu's seemingly casual action, he was so frightened that he didn't hesitate to make his son kneel down and beg for forgiveness. What does this tell us? This shows that the power behind Su Yu is so immense that she cannot even imagine it, and cannot even see the top of it when she looks up. Project Dragon Seedling. So this is the power of the seeds secretly cultivated by the state? Ling Yixue opened her mouth, but hesitated to speak. She had prepared a set of words to invite him to join the research group, but now she couldn't bring herself to say them. In front of such a person, wouldn't it seem ridiculous and presumptuous to talk about a mere research group? Su classmate. Standing to the side, Zhang Qiqi mustered her courage and cautiously asked, her tone filled with curiosity and awe, who, exactly are you? Lin Weiwei nodded repeatedly, her big eyes sparkling. I don't have any special status, I'm just a kid from an ordinary family. Su Yu shrugged and said with utmost sincerity. Upon hearing this, Zhang Qiqi and Lin Weiwei's expressions froze instantly. An ordinary family? You're kidding me. A torrent of complaints surged through their minds simultaneously. How could a child from an ordinary family scare a big shot like Zhao Debiao so much that he wet himself with fear with just one phone call? Could a child from an ordinary family make a spoiled brat like Zhao Tianyu, who fears nothing, kneel down and kowtow in public? This Versailles literature is just too sophisticated. However, unlike her two best friends who strongly disbelieved her, Ling Yixue understood perfectly after hearing those words. Looking at Su Yu's calm face, she silently added a sentence in her heart. Yes, they are indeed an ordinary family. A prodigy secretly nurtured from childhood, classified as a top-secret national secret. They're just children of the nation, children from ordinary families. Chapter 12. You said you were going to invite me to a state banquet? Seeing that Su Yu didn't want to say more, and considering his usual low-key nature, the two best friends didn't press him for more information. But in their hearts, Su Yu's image has undergone a complete 180-degree transformation. At that moment, Lu Mei's instructions came through Su Yu's earpiece again. Keep pressuring Ling Yixue and maintain your positive image. Get her to reveal her true intentions, then proceed with the next step of the plan. Su Yu rolled his eyes speechlessly. This flat-chested woman really knew how to talk. As a veteran of the Tomato Club for many years, how could he not show off? Su Yu picked up his coffee again and took a sip. He didn't speak, but just looked at Ling Yixue with a playful gaze, waiting for her response. Ling Yixue's breathing gradually became rapid. She knew she had to speak up and reveal her purpose. She took a deep breath and finally mustered up her courage. Meeting Su Yu's gaze, he said sincerely. Su Yu, the reason we invited you here is not only to apologize for what happened before, but more importantly, to invite you to join our research group on the topic of asymmetric protein folding models. I know that with your knowledge, our group may be somewhat superficial. However, Professor Zhang very much hopes to receive your guidance, and I also hope to have the opportunity to learn from you. After saying this, she nervously clenched her hands on her knees, her palms already sweating. She has already lowered her stance to the lowest possible level. Su Yu listened, but his face did not show any interest. Instead, it was as if they had heard something insignificant. A research group? He put down his coffee cup and asked in a flat tone, what's the point of participating in something like playing house? These words struck Ling Yixue and her two best friends like a thunderbolt. Playing house. That was a key research project personally led by Professor Zhang Jingji, a leading figure in the field of gene technology in China. In Su Yu's words, it had actually become playing house? What arrogance! But they couldn't even muster the slightest thought of rebutting. Because they knew that Su Yu had the right to say that. Someone who can solve a problem that has been troubling the entire project team for a month in just a few minutes, it seems, not an exaggeration to say that this is child's play. Ling Yixue's pretty face turned pale and then red, her heart filled with a sense of defeat. Her academic abilities, which she was so proud of, were utterly worthless in Su Yu's eyes. But Su Yu looked at her and said slowly, I can agree to join the research group, as long as you come to dinner with me tonight. What? Ling Yixue raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief and surprise. Lin Weiwei and Zhang Qiqi, who were standing next to her, looked at each other in disbelief, wondering if they had misheard. What's going on? Su Yu actually invited me to dinner? And he even made it a condition for me to join the research group? Ling Yixue's heart was in complete turmoil. What exactly does he want to do? This stark contrast left her completely bewildered. Was he playing a trick on me? Or perhaps, he was referring to himself. A thought that made her heart race suddenly popped into her head uncontrollably, but she immediately suppressed it. Impossible. In his eyes, I should just be an ordinary student with a little bit of cleverness. How could a genius like him, whose mind is filled with nothing but the truth of the universe, possibly have any other thoughts about himself? Suyu seemed to have seen through her thoughts and calmly explained. Don't overthink it. I have a dinner party at the state banquet hall tonight. It's a rather special occasion, and I need to bring a female companion. I'm short on time today and don't have time to look for anyone else, so I thought I'd just invite you along. The state banquet hall? If what I said before was just a thunderclap. These 3 words were like detonating an atomic bomb, instantly blasting the 3 beauties' minds into a blank. They stared at Suyu in disbelief, feeling as if their breath had stopped. What kind of place is that? It is a venue used to receive foreign heads of state and top-level dignitaries. Ordinary people don't even have the right to get close to the restaurant, let alone go inside to eat. And Suyu actually said he was going there to attend a dinner party? Do I need a female companion? A storm was brewing in Lin Weiwei and Zhang Qiqi's hearts, with all sorts of thoughts surging within them. The state banquet hall? He's not bragging, is he? What kind of place is that? How could he just go there to eat? Is there a restaurant in Haichang with this name? Yes, it must be. He must have said it on purpose to scare us and get Xue to agree to him. But as soon as the thought arose, she rejected it herself. No. But it's true that Zhao Tianyu knelt down and begged for mercy just now. Would someone who can do those things need to lie to Xue like that? He wouldn't stoop to doing that. But what if what he said is true? Thinking of this, Zhang Qiqi gasped, feeling a chill run down her spine. My God, what exactly is his identity? Could it be a third-generation Red? What kind of extraordinary person has Xue encountered? Ling Yixue, standing to the side, was completely at a loss. State banquet hall. Her maternal grandfather was a truly high-ranking figure before he retired. However, even my maternal grandfather was only fortunate enough to be part of the accompanying staff at a few major state events where foreign guests were received, a mere handful of times. He regarded each one as the greatest honor of his life. As for herself, she didn't even have the right to step inside. She could only catch a glimpse of its solemn splendor in the news. But now, this place, which even her grandfather considered a source of pride, is described by Suyu as nothing more than a dinner party that requires a female companion? She took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in her heart. Although Ling Yixue was proud, she was not the kind of woman who coveted vanity. The reputation of the state banquet hall was indeed intimidating, but the thought of being brought in as a fake female companion and used as a pretty vase was something her deep-seated pride could not accept. She has her own academic pursuits and pride, and does not want to use this method to curry favor with any powerful or influential people. Just as she had gathered her thoughts and was about to politely decline, Suyu then casually added, of course, if you don't want to go, that's fine too. I was originally planning to meet some senior figures in the scientific community tonight, and bringing you along might inspire you academically. Since you're not interested, I'll find someone else. A senior figure in the scientific community? These words struck Ling Yixue like an electric current, instantly hitting the place she longed for most. To be able to meet someone of that caliber and receive a few words of guidance is an opportunity that many researchers dream of but never get. She understood that Suyu was giving her an opportunity that she could not and would not refuse under any circumstances. Finally, Ling Yixue's pretty face flushed slightly. She raised her head and met Suyu's ambiguous gaze, saying, "All right. I'll go with you." "Okay, then." Upon hearing this, Suyu nodded. He then stood up, checked the time, and said, "It's getting late, let's go now." Ah, okay. Ling Yixue's mind was still a mess. She subconsciously grabbed her small bag, gave her 2 best friends an apologetic and complicated look, and then strode off to catch up. Her silhouette even carried a hint of joy and anticipation that she herself was unaware of. Until the 2 figures completely disappeared through the doorway. Lin Weiwei and Zhang Qiqi, who were left behind, suddenly realized what had happened and looked at each other in bewilderment. Am I dreaming? Zhang Qiqi pinched her cheek hard. Xue just left with a man she'd only known for 2 days? And they went to the state banquet hall? More than that. Lin Weiwei looked on with a mixture of infatuation and envy, her hands supporting her chin, her eyes sparkling with countless little stars. Didn't you see Suyu just now? That calm and collected aura, as if he didn't care about anything in the world, was absolutely amazing. Isn't he just like a god-level male protagonist from a novel? Wah, I also want to be taken to a state banquet by such a big shot. Chapter 13. What is it like to have dinner with a group of academicians? Get in the car. Suyu led Ling Yixue to a black sedan that was already parked by the roadside. Ling Yixue looked up and realized it was a Hongqi L5. The car's lines are smooth and dignified, shimmering with a calm luster in the setting sun. The license plate made her pupils shrink slightly. It starts with AG6, followed by a string of special numbers she couldn't understand. As the granddaughter of a retired high-ranking official from the Ministry of Education, she was not interested in politics, but she was still influenced by it from a young age. Do you know what this level of license plate represents? This is beyond what the word powerful and wealthy can describe. A man dressed in a black suit, with a straight posture like a pine tree, quickly got out of the driver's seat and respectfully opened the back door for Suyu. Mr. Su. Suyu nodded and sat down naturally. Then he turned his head to look at Ling Yixue, who was still standing there in a daze, and raised an eyebrow. What? Aren't you coming up? Ah. Oh. Ling Yixue then seemed to wake from a dream, her pretty face flushed, and she awkwardly bent down and sat in the car. The car door was gently closed, completely shutting out the noise from the outside world. The interior space is surprisingly spacious, the leather seats are soft and comfortable, and a faint sandalwood scent permeates the air, bringing a sense of tranquility. The driver smoothly started the vehicle and merged into the traffic. Ling Yixue sat next to Suyu, her body tensing up unconsciously, and even her breathing slowed down considerably. She could clearly smell a refreshing, clean, and masculine scent emanating from the man beside her. This made her heart pound wildly. This was the first time in her life that she had been alone with a boy at such close range. The vehicle traveled through the streets of Haicheng, heading towards a heavily guarded area in the city center. Along the way, at several intersections, it seemed as if an invisible force had cleared the lanes for them in advance. This allowed the black Hongqi sedan to travel unimpeded. Ling Yixue was utterly shocked. She looked at the street scene rushing past the window, then secretly glanced at Suyu, who was resting with his eyes closed beside her. It felt as if the man was shrouded in a thick fog. Finally, the vehicle slowly drove into a solemn and majestic garden-style architectural complex. There are no skyscrapers here, only ancient and elegant pavilions, with flying eaves, brackets, carved beams, and painted rafters. Under the cover of night and illuminated by lights, it appears magnificent, like an ancient royal garden. 2 rows of heavily armed guards stood at the entrance, their eyes sharp as they scanned every vehicle that entered. Upon seeing the Hongqi L5 with the Beijing AG6 license plate, he immediately stood at attention and gave a standard military salute. Vehicles drove in without any obstruction. Finally, it stopped in front of a brightly lit, palatial building. The driver got out of the car again and respectfully opened the car door for the two of them. Mr. Su, Ms. Ling, please. Ling Yixue got out of the car, looked up at the magnificent building in front of her, and was completely stunned. Above the main gate hung a huge plaque with 3 large, gilded characters written on it in a vigorous and elegant style. The State Banquet Hall. This is actually a state banquet hall used to receive foreign heads of state and top-level dignitaries. What are you waiting for? Go inside. Suyu's voice snapped her out of her reverie. He had already stepped onto the stairs. Ling Yixue took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the turmoil in her heart, and hurriedly lifted her skirt to follow. Stepping into the state banquet hall, the interior was even more breathtaking. A huge crystal chandelier hangs from the dome, emitting a dazzling yet soft light. The floor was covered with a thick red carpet embroidered with auspicious cloud patterns, which made no sound when you stepped on it. The surrounding walls are adorned with priceless calligraphy and paintings by renowned artists, as well as massive murals showcasing the magnificent landscapes of the motherland. The entire hall can be described as magnificent and imposing, yet it also exudes a profound historical and cultural heritage, inspiring awe and reverence in all who behold it. One by one, waitresses dressed in custom-made cheongsams, with graceful figures and dignified demeanor, moved around the hall like butterflies flitting among flowers. Their faces all wore professional and impeccable smiles. However, when Suyu and Ling Yixue walked in, the lobby manager immediately rushed forward, bowed deeply to Suyu, and showed great respect. Mr. Su, Professor Chen and several academicians are already waiting for you in the welcoming spring hall, but Okay, lead the way, Suyu said calmly. Yes. The manager led the way, taking the two to a more elegant and refined side room. In the side hall, there was only a round table of moderate size. Several elderly men with gray hair were already seated around the table. When Ling Yixue saw one of the faces clearly, her heart almost jumped out of her throat. Academician Chen. Chen Jinghua? The founder of China's biological gene field, a peerless pillar of the nation. He was also the one who personally put Suyu on the helicopter. Previously, she had only seen this legendary figure in top academic journals and on the news. And at this moment, this national treasure-level scientist was sitting right in front of him. Apart from academician Chen Jinghua. Although she couldn't recall the names of the other elderly men, judging from their demeanor and bearing, they must be academic giants of the same caliber as academician Chen. When Suyu walked in, these top figures, whose influence could shake the entire Chinese technology industry, all stood up from their seats. Academician Chen Jinghua greeted him with a kind and respectful smile. Young friend Suyu, you finally arrived. We old folks have been waiting for you with bated breath. This scene completely shattered Ling Yixue's last shred of hope. She stood there, stunned, feeling as if she were in a dream. Several national treasure-level academicians stood up to greet him, eagerly awaiting his arrival. This Suyu. Does it really have that much power? Mr. Chen, seniors, you are too kind. Despite the enthusiasm of several national treasure-level scientists, Suyu maintained his calm and composed expression and smiled. He sat down calmly, then pointed to the empty seat next to him and said to Ling Yixue, who was still standing there in a daze, "Come and sit down." Ling Yixue's delicate body trembled again before she realized what was happening and quickly sat down next to Suyu somewhat awkwardly. She felt extremely uncomfortable, as if she were sitting on pins and needles. Which one of you here isn't an academic giant she needs to look up to? And now, she's actually able to dine at the same table with these people? This made her feel immense pressure. And who is this? Such a beautiful young lady, won't you introduce her to us old folks, young friend Su? Beside her, another academician looked Ling Yixue up and down and laughed, "Hee, the young lady is really pretty." Standing next to Suyu, they are a perfect match, a match made in heaven. Upon hearing this, Ling Yixue's mind went blank, and her pretty face flushed red from her cheeks to her ears. She's being mistaken for Suyu's girlfriend? Moreover, the person who said this was an academician. No, you've misunderstood. Ling Yixue was both embarrassed and anxious, and hurriedly waved her hands to explain, I am Ling Yixue, just Suyu's classmate. Hey, hello classmate. Another academician tried to smooth things over with a smile, but the smile in his eyes was impossible to hide. Please sit down, please sit down. There's no need to be so formal. This isn't an academic seminar, it's just a casual meal. You're a guest brought by our young friend Suyu, so you're our honored guest. Yes. Chen Jinghua chuckled and chimed in, seemingly not taking Ling Yixue's explanation to heart at all. We've known Suyu for so long, and this is the first time we've seen him bring a girl to a dinner party. Ling, you're the first one. This statement is quite profound. Ling Yixue's pretty face flushed red instantly, and a ripple of emotion stirred within her. I'm the first one? Why did he bring me here? Could it be? A thought that made her heart race uncontrollably popped into her head. She glanced furtively at Suyu beside her, only to find him watching her with great interest. When he looked at her like that, Ling Yixue's heart skipped a beat, and her cheeks became even hotter. She quickly averted her gaze and lowered her head, just like a startled rabbit. This guy, he did it on purpose. Chapter 14 on suppressing laughter. As an academician, of course, one is a professional. Just as Ling Yixue was feeling ashamed and indignant, Suyu finally spoke, breaking the somewhat ambiguous deadlock. Mr. Chen, please stop joking with the younger generation. This is my classmate's first time experiencing something like this. She's shy and timid. If you keep joking like this, she might not even dare to touch her chopsticks later. Upon hearing this, Chen Jinghua and the others, being shrewd individuals, immediately understood and laughed, ceasing to pursue the topic further. All right, it was us old folks who were being presumptuous. Chen Jinghua laughed and said, quickly, everyone pick up your chopsticks and try the Huayang cuisine here. It was specially prepared for your taste, young friend Suyu. Every dish on the table was exquisite in its selection of ingredients, preparation, and presentation. The dinner party began. Chen Jinghua and the others had obviously received instructions as well. They did not discuss any profound academic issues, but instead chatted about some interesting anecdotes in the industry and lighthearted topics, and the atmosphere gradually became harmonious. Ling Yixue gradually relaxed from her initial tension. She savored the food in small bites while listening intently to the conversation of these top figures, feeling that she had benefited greatly. Just then, a waiter came over with a bowl of soup, ready to serve Ling Yixue some soup. Perhaps because the ground was a little slippery, her hands suddenly trembled, the tray tilted, and the scalding soup bowl was about to fall onto Ling Yixue. Ah! Ling Yixue turned pale, not having time to react. But Su Yu, who was sitting next to her, moved instantly. His movements were as fast as lightning. Almost instantly, he reached out and pulled Ling Yixue into his arms, while his other hand precisely caught the tipped-over soup bowl and placed it steadily on the table. The whole process was so smooth and fast that it was almost impossible to see clearly. Only after the burning sensation of crisis subsided did Ling Yixue realize that she was pressed tightly against a broad and warm chest. She could clearly hear a strong, powerful heartbeat in her ear. A strong scent of male hormones instantly enveloped her. Ling Yixue felt as if all the blood in her body rushed to her cheeks, making her blush all the way down to her milky white neck. Are you all right? Su Yu's deep and magnetic voice rang out above her head. I'm fine. Ling Yixue's voice was barely audible. She quickly broke free from Su Yu's embrace, lowered her head, and dared not look into his eyes. My heart was pounding wildly, as if it were about to leap out of my chest. I'm so sorry. Mr. Su, Ms. Ling, I'm so sorry. The waiter who caused the trouble bowed repeatedly in apology. It's all right. You can go now, we don't need you here. Yes. The waiter felt as if he had been granted a pardon and quickly retreated. After a brief moment of astonishment, several senior academicians, including Chen Jinghua, all smiled knowingly. They also had miniature earphones in their ears, so they knew, of course, that it was all part of a pre-arranged script. They also have a few lines. This was all to bring Su Yu and Ling Yixue closer together. Chen Jinghua chuckled and said, "Young friend Su, I really didn't expect that. Your scientific mind is quick, and your reflexes are also so agile." After saying that, he turned his kind and concerned gaze to Ling Yixue, whose pretty face was flushed. Ling, were you scared? Oh dear, look, our young friend Su Yu knows how to care for people. He protected her so promptly. Another white-haired academician chimed in jokingly, yes, a hero rescuing a damsel in distress is a classic tale. The senior members of the group spoke one after another, their words all revolving around feeling sorry for someone and a hero saving a damsel in distress. Hearing this, Ling Yixue wished she could disappear into a crack in the ground right then and there. She secretly raised her eyes and looked at Su Yu beside her. He remained as calm and collected as ever, as if the person who had just embraced him wasn't him at all. But Ling Yixue's heart was in complete turmoil. The warmth of that embrace, the strong heartbeat, the sense of security it provided, these feelings were etched deeply into her mind like a brand. A change in the target Ling Yixue's favorability level has been detected. Current favorability rating, 60. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Su Yu was overjoyed. Indeed, no amount of words of preparation can compare to the effectiveness of physical contact in a sudden crisis. A woman's emotions are most easily stirred in moments of being protected. Fortunately, his physical abilities had been greatly enhanced by the system. His reaction speed and explosive power were comparable to those of a top-notch special agent. Otherwise, even if the situation was planned, an ordinary person would not have been able to react in time. Just as Ling Yixue was still immersed in the ambiguous and thrilling scene from earlier, her mind in turmoil. A middle-aged man who looked like the lobby manager walked over personally carrying an exquisite crystal tray. On the tray is a uniquely shaped drink. It was a heart-shaped glass filled with two distinct yet perfectly blended colors of juice, with two silver straws cleverly tied together on the rim. Mr. Su, Ms. Ling. With a smile on his face, the manager gently placed the drink between the two of them. This is a drink of unity specially prepared for you two in our state banquet hall. It is made from freshly squeezed rare and exotic fruits from the North and South Poles, symbolizing, though we are far apart, we are close at heart and of one mind. Please enjoy it. These words were perfectly worded, elegant and dignified, but the name Tongxinin, meaning drink of love, the ambiguous design, and the two straws tightly placed together all hinted that it was specially prepared for couples. Ling Yixue's pretty face flushed red again. She looked at Su Yu for help, hoping he would speak up to help her out of the predicament. Just then, Su Yu looked up and saw Ling Yixue's expression, as well as the shape of the drinks on the table, and frowned. He looked up at the smiling manager and said, "Hello, we're not a couple, this drink isn't appropriate, please take it away." Upon hearing this, Ling Yixue immediately felt relieved. He looked at Suyu, his eyes holding a somewhat enigmatic expression. Just a day ago, she still thought that what happened in class that day was all his doing. She thought this boy was no different from the other guys who pursued her every day, except that he was even more outrageous. But I never expected the other person to be such a gentleman. An indescribable warmth instantly surged into Ling Yixue's heart. A change in the target Ling Yixue's favorability level has been detected. Current favorability rating, 70. Seeing the favorability rating on the panel rise again, Suyu smiled inwardly. Sure enough, the gamble paid off. Yes, I'm very sorry, Mr. Su, it was my oversight. The manager quickly bowed and apologized, reaching out to take the unity drink away. Wait a minute. Just then, Ling Yixue spoke with some reluctance. Seeing everyone looking at her, she blushed and said in a slightly embarrassed voice, "No, we don't need to remove it. This is, after all, a token of the State Banquet Hall's goodwill, and it's obviously very valuable. Removing it like this would be too wasteful." After saying that, as if to prove that she really didn't mind, she took one of the straws and mustered up the courage to take a bite. His eyes lit up immediately, and he exclaimed sincerely, "It tastes very good. Suyu, you should try it too." Seeing her like this, a smile appeared in Suyu's eyes. Really? Then I'll try it. As he spoke, he naturally leaned down, brought his hand close to the heart-shaped glass, and took another silver straw into his mouth. The distance between the two was shortened to the extreme at this moment. Ling Yixue could even smell the refreshing and pleasant scent emanating from him, and could see the eyelashes beneath his eyes. Her heart started pounding uncontrollably, almost leaping out of her throat. This is the same drink, the same pair of straws. Although she had taken the initiative to invite him, when the scene actually happened, the strange feeling of intense shyness mixed with a hint of secret joy still made her pretty face so hot it could almost fry an egg. Suyu took a small bite, then looked up and met Ling Yixue's beautiful eyes, which were as startled and shy as a fawn's. A slight smile played on his lips, and his voice carried a hint of amusement. "Yes, it's really good, very sweet." Was he referring to juice, or something else? Ling Yixue dared not think too deeply, only feeling as if her heart had been gently scratched by a feather, both numb and itchy. Meanwhile, on the other side of the table, several senior academicians, including Chen Jinghua, had already witnessed this scene. Several highly respected figures, whose mere presence in their respective fields could shake the industry, were now all looking down, pretending to be intently studying the dishes before them. However, Academician Chen Jinghua's slightly trembling shoulders, Academician Li's desperate attempt to conceal his upturned lips by drinking tea, and Academician Zhang's fingers that were barely able to hold back all revealed the truth that they were trying their best to suppress their laughter. Ahem, this is a crucial task concerning the future of the nation. No matter how funny it is, they can't laugh. Chapter 15. So this is what it feels like to be moved. A change in the target Ling Yixue's favorability level has been detected. Current favorability rating, 75. The meal continued in this wonderful atmosphere. Soon, another exquisite dish, dragon and phoenix bringing auspiciousness, was served. When Suyu and Ling Yixue simultaneously reached out with their chopsticks to pick up the delicacy carved in the shape of a phoenix, their fingers accidentally touched in mid-air. Suyu's fingers were warm and dry, with a thin layer of calluses. The moment he touched her, it felt as if a faint electric current surged from Ling Yixue's fingertips and spread throughout her entire body. She withdrew her hand with lightning speed, her heart pounding wildly again. "You go first." Suyu acted as if nothing had happened, naturally withdrawing his hand and making a pleased gesture. The more open he was, the more it seemed that Ling Yixue had something to hide. She felt her cheeks burning hot and could only nod haphazardly, picking up the piece of food but unable to taste it. A change in the target Ling Yixue's favorability level has been detected. Current favorability rating, 80. After a series of ambiguous advances, Ling Yixue's pride in her calmness and rationality had been shattered. Suyu felt a surge of excitement upon seeing this. The favorability rating has already reached 80? And it's only been one day. When a country intervenes, the speed is noticeably different. Looking at Ling Yixue, whose cheeks were slightly flushed, Suyu sighed inwardly. At this pace, I estimate it will be finished tonight. Suyu couldn't help but lick her lips, suddenly feeling a little thirsty. Finally, the dinner party ended in a wonderful atmosphere. After bidding farewell to the elderly academicians whose eyes were filled with goodwill and blessings, Suyu led the somewhat absent-minded Ling Yixue out of the state banquet hall. The cool night breeze brushed against Ling Yixue's burning cheeks, clearing her chaotic thoughts slightly. Wait here for me," Suyu suddenly said, "I need to go to the restroom." "Oh, okay." Ling Yixue nodded obediently and stood still. Suyu turned and walked into an empty corridor in the state banquet hall. After confirming that no one was around, he connected to the rear operations room via a miniature earpiece. "Hey, our hero, how's it going? You've got the school beauty, Big G, completely smitten, haven't you?" Immediately, Lu Mei's charming voice, tinged with a hint of languor and teasing, came through the earphones. Suyu leaned against the wall, her voice low, and said, "I feel like it's about time too. The system's favorability rating is almost there. What's next? I can't just leave her here at her dorm building like this, can I? Suyu, your performance so far has been perfect. You handled every detail very well." Shin Maching's calm and professional voice rang in my ears. "Ling Yixue's trust and affection for you have now reached a critical point, and it's just a matter of the final push." "That's right." Lu Mei picked up the conversation, a mischievous smirk in her voice. "Next, I've arranged a big show for you. But, this time the actors are quite dedicated, they might really go all out." Suyu raised an eyebrow. "Crisis situation? Dangerous?" "Yes, we will release a low-level mutated creature that we have initially tamed and controlled on your way back." Shin Maching's voice still sounded calm, but the content sent a chill down one's spine. "The aggressiveness and strength of this mutated creature have been precisely calculated, and are within the range that your current physical abilities can handle. If you can successfully protect her and kill her, her feelings for you will instantly cross the threshold and she will be completely captivated. But if you fail, her claws don't discriminate, and you may actually get injured." Upon hearing this, Suyu's lips curled into a confident smile. "Injuried?" Since undergoing the system's initial genetic optimization, he felt his body was filled with explosive power. The feeling was like being reborn, a leap in one's very being. Although he hadn't had any real combat experience, he was absolutely confident that he could easily take on a UFC champion now. "Let's do it this way." Suyu's tone was resolute. "I still have a lot of confidence in myself. This level of danger is nothing to me." "Very good." Shin Maching seemed very satisfied with his answer. "You don't need to worry too much. To ensure your absolute safety, we have already arranged the Wolf-Fong Special Forces top snipers at several key high points along the planned route. They will keep a close eye on that mutated creature the entire time. If any unexpected changes occur, they will take it down in a fraction of a second. So, you can go ahead and do it." "Snipers?" Suyu chuckled. "Tell him to just make some tea and watch the show. They probably won't even have a chance to fire a shot." "Wow, that's so manly. I love your confident side." Lu Mei chuckled. "Go on, my great hero. I wish you a successful night, and that you win the heart of your beauty." Communication was cut off, and the corridor returned to silence. Suyu straightened his collar and walked towards the girl who was standing at the entrance of the state banquet hall. In the short few minutes that Suyu was gone, Ling Yixue's heart was filled with a tremendous tsunami. She stood alone under the grand entrance of the state banquet hall. The evening breeze gently caressed her long hair and skirt, bringing a touch of coolness, but it could not calm her burning and chaotic heart in the slightest. In her mind, it was like a fast-forwarded movie, constantly replaying everything that had happened that night. Every detail of the dinner party was like the finest carving knife, deeply imprinted in her memory. When Shen Jinghua and several other National Treasure-level academicians mistook her for his girlfriend, she felt a moment of shyness and panic, and a secret joy that she herself dared not admit. And then there's his gentlemanly demeanor and high emotional intelligence, displayed when he deftly and considerately extricated himself from the awkward situation amidst everyone's teasing. At that moment, she felt as if her heart was being gently held up by a warm, large hand. She always thought that she was a favored daughter of heaven with high standards. Her future partner, even if he was not a pillar of the nation like her father and grandfather, would definitely be an outstanding person who could achieve something in a certain field that she would admire. But only today did she realize how ridiculous and naive her so-called standards were in front of Suyu. He had completely exceeded the limits of her imagination. His wisdom, like a vast starry sea, dimmed the brilliance of her once proud academic achievements. His background, like a bottomless abyss, mysterious and magnificent, makes her so-called family background seem insignificant. His strength, his thoughtfulness, his domineering nature, his gentleness. All of this was like an invisible net, trapping her heart tightly, tightening its grip until she had nowhere to escape, and no longer wanted to escape. So this is what it feels like to be moved. Chapter 16, A Sure Thing. The school beauty is finally bought. Ling Yixue was lost in thought, unaware that Suyu had already walked up to her. What are you thinking about? You seem so engrossed. Suyu's voice rang in her ears, startling her from her chaotic thoughts. Ah! Ling Yixue seemed to wake from a dream, and her pretty face turned red when she saw Suyu standing close by. And nothing, I was just looking at the night view. Suyu looked at her shy and adorable appearance, a smile flashing in his eyes, but he didn't point it out. The night view is nice. He echoed her words and then started walking, saying, It's getting late, let's go, I'll take you back to school. Good. Ling Yixue responded softly, like a docile kitten, and followed him to his side. The two walked side by side on the quiet garden path, leaving the brightly lit banquet hall area and heading outside. The two got into the black Hongqi sedan again. On the way back, the atmosphere in the carriage was even more ambiguous and silent than on the way there. Ling Yixue tried to say something several times, but the words stuck in her throat. She found that she had completely lost the ability to speak in front of this man. The vehicle did not drive directly to the entrance of Haicheng University, but stopped on a tree-lined road some distance from the school. The car can't go any further, let's walk, Suyu said. Good. The two got out of the car and walked side by side on the quiet tree-lined path. Moonlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows. The surroundings were quiet and deserted, with only the sound of their footsteps and the occasional chirping of insects. Ling Yixue's heart jumped into her throat again. She could feel that Suyu was very close to her, so close that she could even smell his pleasant scent. She gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, her heart pounding, filled with anticipation and fear of what would happen next. However, at that moment, roar! A roar that didn't sound like a human suddenly rang out from the darkness not far ahead. Immediately afterwards, a strong smell of blood, accompanied by a nauseating stench of decay, assaulted my senses. Ling Yixue's expression changed, and she subconsciously stopped in her tracks, looking into the darkness with horror. Suddenly, a monster, completely black, hunched over, crawling on all fours, and moving as fast as a ghost, burst out of the woods. The monster still vaguely resembled a human, but its skin was completely rotten, revealing dark red muscle tissue underneath. Its eyes were two crimson lights, filled with bloodthirsty desires, and its claws, as sharp as razors, gleamed with a chilling light in the moonlight. What is this? Ling Yixue screamed. Don't move! This is a mutated creature. Suyu's expression changed, and he quickly grabbed her wrist and slowly backed away. Mutant organism? Although she had never seen it with her own eyes, she had seen similar descriptions in some censored news reports. She always thought it was just fabricated fake news. I can't believe it actually exists. Stand behind me and don't move. Suyu's cold and steady voice, like a stabilizing force, instantly resonated in her chaotic mind. She didn't even see Suyu's movements clearly, but felt a gentle yet irresistible force pull her along, and the next second, she was already standing behind Suyu. Suyu's tall and straight back, like a majestic mountain, completely separated her from that terrifying monster. Roar! The mutated creature clearly saw the two of them as prey. It roared and suddenly lunged at Suyu like a black cannonball. The sharp claws left several afterimages in the air, bringing with them gusts of evil wind. Ling Yixue's heart jumped into her throat. However, facing this deadly attack, Suyu's body tilted slightly to the side at an incredible angle, narrowly avoiding a fatal blow. At the same time, he swiftly reached out and grabbed the monster's outstretched arm. Sizzle! Although it avoided vital organs, the sharp claws still grazed his arm, drawing a string of blood beads. Suyu seemed oblivious to the pain, his eyes icy cold, as he suddenly tightened his grip on the monster's arm. Snap! A crisp sound of bones cracking rang out, particularly jarring in the quiet night. The monster's entire arm was twisted into a pretzel by him. The monster let out a shrill scream, and its other claw frantically clawed at Suyu's head. Suyu gave it no chance, delivering a powerful knee strike that slammed into the monster's chest. Bang! With a dull thud, the monster's chest visibly caved in, its body slammed heavily against a large tree, twitched twice, and then fell silent. The entire battle, from start to finish, lasted only a few seconds. Clean, crisp, and brimming with violent aesthetics. Ling Yixue only seemed to wake up from a nightmare when the monster was completely dead. She stared blankly at the man standing in the moonlight, his body stained with blood, and felt as if her heart had been struck by an unprecedented force. Shock, admiration, fascination, and intense heartache. A dramatic change in the target Ling Yishua's favorability level has been detected. Current affection level, 95. Completely devoted. Su Yu. Ling Yishua exclaimed in surprise and rushed forward without hesitation, her eyes filled with tears. You're injured. Your hand is bleeding. Su Yu looked down at the wound. Although it wasn't deep, it looked particularly gruesome against her fair skin. He casually flicked the blood off his hands and said in a relaxed tone, "It's nothing, just a scratch from a claw tip, a minor injury." This is considered a minor injury? Ling Yishua's tears finally burst forth. There's so much blood. No, the wound needs to be treated immediately, or it will get infected. She paced anxiously, her heart filled with even greater urgency as she looked at the desolate, tree-lined path. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she grabbed Su Yu's uninjured hand and said, "Let's go to the hotel. There's one nearby, let's go quickly. I'll bandage your hand." Ling Yishua blurted it out almost without thinking. After she finished speaking, she realized what she had said, and her pretty face instantly turned bright red. But at this moment, she no longer cared about being shy. Nothing is more important than the safety of the man in front of me. Looking at her anxious and tearful appearance, Su Yu knew that tonight was the night. Chapter 17. College life is great. Haicheng International Hotel. After receiving the room key, Ling Yishua did not hesitate at all and helped Su Yu rush into the elevator. The elevator doors closed. In the cramped space, only the sound of their breathing could be heard. The smell of blood on Su Yu and the delicate fragrance on Ling Yishua blended together to create a strange and ambiguous scent. Ling Yishua could feel that most of Su Yu's weight was pressing down on her. His warm breath sprayed against her ear, making her feel a tickling sensation and her heart beat faster and faster. Bite. The elevator has reached the floor. Ling Yishua found the room as quickly as possible, swiped the door open, and helped Su Yu onto the soft mattress. Sit down and don't move. I'll go buy a first aid kit. After settling Su Yu in, she turned to run outside. No need. Su Yu grabbed her wrist. His hands were large and strong, carrying a hint of heat. Let Ling Yishua's body. A slight tremor ran through me, as if I'd been electrocuted. There should be a first aid kit in the hotel room. Yes, yes, yes. Ling Yishua finally realized and hurriedly started searching the room. Soon, she found a white first aid kit in the drawer under the TV cabinet. She took the first aid kit, quickly returned to the bedside, and carefully sat down. I'll treat your wound. Under the light, the gruesome wound on Su Yu's arm looked even more shocking. Ling Yishua's eyes reddened again as she watched. She opened the first aid kit, took out cotton swabs and disinfectant alcohol, took a deep breath, and forced herself to calm down. She reached out her slightly trembling hand and gently lifted Su Yu's arm. This was the first time she had ever touched a man's body so closely. His arms were muscular and powerful, exuding explosive strength, and his skin still retained the warmth of the battle. Ling Yishua's cheeks were burning hot. She bit her lower lip, dipped a cotton swab in alcohol, and began to carefully clean the bloodstains around Su Yu's wound. When alcohol comes into contact with a wound, it causes a sharp, piercing pain. Su Yu's body tensed up suddenly, and a fine layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. But he gritted his teeth and didn't utter a single groan of pain. His tough guy appearance, enduring the pain, only made Ling Yishua feel even more sorry for him. It hurts a lot, doesn't it? She slowed her movements, her voice so gentle it could melt hearts. If it hurts, just cry out, it's okay. Su Yu shook his head, forcing a smile. It's okay, I can bear it. Seeing his forced composure, Ling Yishua's tears fell uncontrollably again. Crystalline tears fell onto Su Yu's arm, carrying a hint of burning heat. Su Yu's heart stirred, and he raised his other uninjured hand to gently wipe away the tears on her cheeks. His fingertips traced her delicate skin, sending a shiver down his spine. Ling Yishua's body suddenly stiffened. She raised her beautiful, tear-filled eyes and met Su Yu's deep, starry eyes. Their eyes met. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. She lowered her head, not daring to look him in the eye, and could only quicken her movements. Cleaning, disinfection, applying medicine, bandaging. She did every step with utmost seriousness and care, afraid of hurting him. Finally, the wound was bandaged with thick gauze. Ling Yishua breathed a long sigh of relief, but the tension in her heart did not ease at all. She frowned slightly as she looked at Suyu's shirt, which was stained with blood and monster brains. Your clothes are dirty. Wearing them like this will infect your wound. She said softly, You should go take a shower first. After saying that, she felt her cheeks burning. To let a man take a bath in front of you. That's too much. That's incredibly bold. Good. Suyu nodded and stood up. However, I have difficulty using one hand, so I might need your help. Ha? Ling Yishue's mind went blank. Help, please help me? What kind of help can I offer? Could it be? She dared not think any further. Her heart was pounding in her throat. Looking into Suyu's calm yet somewhat self-assured gaze, she bit her lower lip lightly, her mind in turmoil. Reason told her that she should refuse immediately and then escape the room. But emotionally, a complex mix of feelings, gratitude, heartache, guilt, and admiration made it impossible for her to say no. He was so badly injured trying to save me. It's only right to help him out, isn't it? And it was just helping him take off his clothes. It should be nothing. After a fierce internal struggle, Ling Yishue finally seemed to have made up her mind. She raised her head, her pretty face as red as a ripe apple, and replied in a voice barely audible. Good. A positive response was received. Suyu turned around, a triumphant smile playing on his lips. He went into the bathroom. Ling Yishue took a deep breath and followed her inside. The air was thick with moisture. Suyu turned around to face her. In such a confined space, the distance between the two people was brought to an extreme. Ling Yishue could even feel the other person's warm breath spraying on her face. She was so nervous that she didn't know where to put her hands. Help me take off my shirt. Ling Yishue stretched out her trembling hands and unbuttoned the first button of Suyu's shirt. Her fingertips inevitably touched the burning skin on his chest. Those strong pectoral muscles, those clearly defined abdominal muscles. Even through a thin layer of fabric, it gave her a strong visual and tactile impact. Her heart was pounding like a drum. 1, 2, 3. When the last piece was untied, the tattered shirt finally slipped off Suyu's body. A near-perfect male body was thus displayed before Ling Yishue without reservation. Broad shoulders, a strong chest, well-defined 8-pack abs, and V-lines. It is full of masculine and powerful beauty. Ling Yishue felt like she was suffocating after just one glance. She quickly looked away, her pretty face flushed crimson. Pants. Suyu's voice rang out again. Ah. Ling Yishue suddenly raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with panic. I said, my pants are dirty too. Suyu's gaze gradually became aggressive. Ling Yishue was already incoherent. However, Suyu did not wait for her to answer. He suddenly reached out his uninjured hand, grabbed her slender waist, and pulled her into his arms. Ah! Ling Yishue let out a startled cry, completely losing her balance and falling into a hot and firm embrace. What are you doing? She struggled, but her strength was as insignificant as a kitten's in front of Suyu. Suyu remained silent. He lowered his head and stared intently at her with his deep eyes that seemed to see through everything. Then, he slowly bent down. Ling Yishue's pupils suddenly dilated. She could clearly see that handsome face growing larger and larger in her field of vision. Final. Ugh. Ling Yishue's mind went completely blank for a moment. All her struggles and resistance crumbled at this moment. A domineering yet gentle aura instantly overwhelmed all her senses. She felt her body become limp and powerless. They could only let the other party have their way. Take whatever you ask for. Several days later. Ding! The system has detected that the host has successfully continued the flame of human civilization. Target, Ling Yishue. Overall rating, S. Favorability, 99. Task completion, perfect. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have gained one chance to draw from the civilization prize pool. Would you like to draw now? The next morning, as the first rays of sunlight shone into the room through the gap in the curtains, Suyu slowly opened her eyes. Hearing the system notification in his mind, a satisfied smile appeared on his face. College life is so great. First S-rank goddess, successfully conquered. Chapter 18. Who exactly is the scoundrel? Do you need me to help you recall? Suchin turned his head slightly and found a stunningly beautiful sleeping face right in front of him. Ling Yixue was sleeping soundly, her long eyelashes like two small brushes casting faint shadows under her eyelids. Without the coldness and aloofness of the daytime, in her sleep she was like a cat that had let down all its guard, with even a hint of satisfaction on her lips. A strand of jet black hair playfully clung to her fair, jade-like cheek. Suyu reached out and gently tucked a strand of hair behind her ear with her fingertips. The touch from my fingertips is warm and delicate. It resembles the finest mutton fat jade. Seemingly startled by his movement, Ling Yixue's eyelashes trembled, she let out a soft moan, and slowly opened her eyes. There was still a hint of confusion in his newly awakened eyes. She stared at the unfamiliar ceiling, stunned for a full 3 seconds. Then, memories flooded back like a tide. Last night's madness, shyness, and indulgence. Scene after scene rolled through my mind. Whoosh! Her stunningly beautiful face instantly flushed red from her neck to her milky white skin. Ah! She let out a faint gasp, then abruptly pulled up the blanket, covering herself completely like a startled ostrich. So cute! Suyu looked at the little hill that was constantly wriggling in the blanket, and could no longer suppress the smile on his lips. What? Now you're shy? Upon hearing this, Ling Yixue, who was under the covers, stiffened and began to write even more violently. She felt ashamed to face anyone. Suyu bird. Suyu chuckled lightly, not bothering to expose her. He lifted the other corner of the blanket, stood up shirtless, and walked towards the bathroom. The sound of rushing water filled the air. Ling Yixue, who was still under the covers, cautiously peeked out her head. Blushing, she secretly glanced in the direction of the bathroom. A tall and well-defined figure was reflected in the frosted glass door. Broad shoulders and a narrow waist exude a sense of power. Her heart skipped a beat again, much to her dismay. Last night, it was this body that gave her an experience she had never had before. She shook her head vigorously, trying to shake off those embarrassing images from her mind. But the more this happens, the clearer the images become. She buried her face in the soft pillow and let out a sob of shame and indignation. I'm so ashamed, I really am too ashamed to face anyone. Ling Yixue. You've only known this man for 1 day, and look what you've done. A dozen minutes later. Suyu came out wearing a bath towel. Water droplets still clung to his bronze skin, his 8-pack abs were clearly defined, and his V-line was submerged under the bath towel, sparking the imagination. He looked at the girl who was still lying on the bed pretending to be dead. Walk over there. He gently slapped her pert buttocks. Get up, the sun's already high in the sky. Ah! Ling Yixue sprang up as if she had been electrocuted. He instinctively covered his back with both hands. Her pretty face flushed red, and she glared at him with a mixture of shame and anger. You scoundrel! That one glance. But it also gave them a perfect view of Suyu's almost perfect male model physique. Her eyes immediately became evasive, and she dared not look again. Suyu, however, did not care at all. He bent down, supporting himself with his arms on either side of her body. He confined her between himself and the bed. He lowered his head, his nose almost touching hers. Me, a hooligan? He looked into her beautiful, evasive eyes, his voice low and tinged with amusement. Who was it that held me so tightly last night and wouldn't let go? I didn't. Ling Yixue stubbornly insisted, but her bright red ears had already betrayed her. Oh? Suyu dragged out the last syllable. Do you need me to help you remember? As he spoke, he slowly pressed down. Ugh, no. Ling Yixue's resistance. It appeared so pale and powerless. After a morning of playful frolicking, Ling Yixue finally collapsed weakly onto the bed. Her pretty face flushed crimson, and her beautiful eyes shimmered with moisture. She no longer possessed any of the aloofness of an ice queen. Suyu got up, satisfied. I ordered room service from the hotel. Not long after, a hearty breakfast was then brought in. Ling Yixue had already changed into the clean bathrobe provided by the hotel. Her long, wet hair draped over her shoulders added a touch of languid charm. She sat somewhat awkwardly at the dining table. He sipped his porridge slowly, not daring to lift his head. Suyu found it amusing to look at her like this. After the iceberg melts, it turns out to be such a shy and lovely sight. Does your injury still hurt? Ling Yixue looked at the newly bandaged gauze on Suyu's arm, her beautiful eyes filled with heartache. He wouldn't have been injured last night if he hadn't been protecting himself. It hasn't hurt for a long time. Suyu stretched his arms and said nonchalantly. It's just a minor injury, it'll be fine in a couple of days. His body has undergone genetic optimization, giving him a recovery ability far exceeding that of ordinary people. That gruesome wound is actually almost healed now. But Ling Yixue didn't know that. She just felt that this man always liked to shoulder everything himself. Then, what exactly is that monster? This is what she cares about most. The terrifying scene last night. Even now, thinking back on it still gives her lingering fear. Upon hearing this, Suyu put down his chopsticks. His expression also became serious. He knew he had to give her a reasonable explanation, one that would reassure her without revealing core secrets. That thing is a target we've been tracking. Suyu's voice was calm and solemn. You can think of it as the product of a failed illegal experiment in some underground laboratory. It escaped and is extremely aggressive and dangerous. He cannot reveal any information related to the apocalypse yet, to avoid causing unnecessary panic and spread. Ling Yixue was indeed stunned by this statement. Illegal human experimentation? This kind of plot that only appears in movies actually happened in real life? Then, who are you? Suyu looked at her, his gaze deep, and said, I belong to a special classified unit that is specifically responsible for handling these kinds of unconventional events. What happened last night was an unexpected encounter. These words perfectly matched Ling Yixue's perception of him as a prodigy of the Young Dragon Project. It instantly conjured up in her mind grand scenes of state-secret agents hunting down terrorist experimental subjects. So, besides doing scientific research, he also has to carry out such dangerous missions? In an instant, her feelings of heartache, admiration, and love for Suyu deepened even further. You're injured, won't you be punished when you go back? She asked worriedly. Fine. Suyu reached out and ruffled her hair, smiling. This minor injury has given me a chance to be a hero and save the damsel in distress, and I've managed to completely win you over, you silly girl. I've hit the jackpot. Hate. Ling Yixue blushed at his words and playfully slapped his hand away. But inside, I felt as sweet as if I had eaten honey. Chapter 19 Civilized Lottery. Heavenly Punishment Orbital Electromagnetic Cannon. After finishing breakfast, Suyu stood up. I have to go back. I encountered a mutated creature last night, and I must go back immediately to report the situation. He put on his clothes as he spoke. Upon hearing this, a deep sense of reluctance flashed in Ling Yixue's eyes. She stood up as well and gently hugged Suyu's waist from behind. I pressed my cheek against his broad back. Then, will you come looking for me again? Her voice carried a hint of unease and anticipation. She was afraid that this man would disappear from her world like a gust of wind. Suyu turned around, embraced her, and kissed her smooth forehead. Fool, what are you saying? You're mine now, who else would I turn to if not you? Once I'm done with this busy period, I'll take you to meet my colleagues. He paused, then added. However, my job is very special, and my residence is under military-style management. So, I can't take you back for the time being. You stay at school and wait for my call, okay? This reason is perfectly reasonable. Ling Yixue nodded vigorously, stood on tiptoe, and gave him a nudge. Okay, I'll wait for you. But you must not get hurt again. I promise. Suyu smiled and gently pinched her pert nose. Then, he called over the black Hongqi sedan and first took Ling Yixue back to the girls' dormitory building. Watching her turn back every 3 steps, reluctantly walking into the dormitory building, Suyu's smile slowly faded. Go back to my dorm. Yes, Mr. Su. When Suyu pushed open the door of the detached house, Shin Maching and Lu Mei were sitting on the sofa in the living room, with infrared surveillance footage of last night's battle playing on the screen in front of them. Hey, our great hero has returned in triumph? Lu Mei was the first to stand up, her alluring eyes scanning Suyu up and down, a playful smile playing on her lips. TSK, the battle was perfect, but the price for this hero saving the damsel in distress was a bit too high. Her gaze fell on the gauze on Suyu's arm, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. It's just a minor injury, nothing serious. Suyu walked straight to the sofa, sat down, and poured herself a glass of water. I've managed to stabilize things with Ling Yixue. I've temporarily covered it up with the excuse of her being an illegal experimental subject. Yes, this is currently the best solution. Shin Maching adjusted her glasses and said approvingly. Before the full truth about the apocalypse is revealed, we must control who knows about it. Is she emotionally stable right now? Very stable. Suyu took a sip of water. Now, in front of me, you're as obedient as a kitten. TCH, men. Lume pouted and gave him a charmingly disdainful look. All right, let's get down to business. Suyu put down his water glass and continued, my strategy mission is complete. The system rated it perfect and awarded me a chance to draw from the civilization prize pool. The words had barely left his mouth. Shin Maching and Lume both paused slightly in their breathing. They exchanged a glance, and both saw a hint of seriousness in each other's eyes. This is the real highlight. Then what are we waiting for? Lume's eyes were already filled with excitement. Hurry! Draw it now. Suyu nodded. He closed his eyes and his mind sank into the system space. A giant roulette wheel, brimming with a futuristic feel, slowly emerged. System, begin the lottery. Buzz. The enormous roulette wheel instantly began to spin at high speed. The pointer hopped rapidly across countless squares. Finally, with a crisp click sound, it came to a steady stop on a grid in the G technology area that was gleaming with dazzling gold light. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have won a legendary gold reward. Reward, Type 1 Heavenly Punishment Railgun System Complete Design Drawings and Manufacturing Process. Type 1 Heavenly Punishment Railgun System, utilizing an electromagnetic rail, it can accelerate special alloy projectiles to Mach 20 times the speed of sound, accurately striking any target globally. Assessment, a Damocles sword hanging over civilization, a surface-level strategic deterrent weapon. A massive flood of information rushed into Suyu's mind. When he opened his eyes again, his gaze still held the lingering shock. So, what did you get? Lume couldn't help but urge him on. Suyu took a deep breath and slowly uttered a few words. Orbital electromagnetic railgun. What? Lume was taken aback for a moment. But Shin Maching, standing beside her, suddenly narrowed her beautiful eyes, hidden behind her glasses. Is it the kind I imagined? Her voice trembled slightly. Stronger than you think. Suyu looked at her and said, word by word. A projectile with a muzzle velocity of Mach 20, global coverage without blind spots, and a surface-level strategic deterrent. Boom! Shin Maching's mind went blank with a buzz. She stood there, stunned, her body trembling slightly with extreme excitement. Quickly! Report this immediately! She snapped out of her daze and immediately rushed toward the encrypted communication device by the wall. The communication was quickly established. When she reported the news in a trembling voice, there was a long, dead silence on the other end of the phone. Immediately, a roar, suppressed with extreme excitement and even somewhat distorted, came from the receiver. What did you say? Half an hour later. The Dragon Kingdom's highest command headquarters, inside a huge oval conference room. All the high-ranking officials, who had long held high positions and were already skilled at remaining calm even in the face of a collapsing mountain, held their breath and stared intently at the main screen. There, a top-secret document titled Type 1 Heavenly Punishment Orbital Electromagnetic Gun System, which had just been uploaded, was slowly loading. When the dazzlingly complex 3D structure diagram and the massive amount of data cascading down like a waterfall are finally presented on the screen, the entire conference room fell into an excited silence. Those present were the most brilliant minds in the Dragon Kingdom. But at this moment, looking at the terrifying technology on the screen that was at least 100 years ahead of the current era, their brains were somewhat overloaded. This is Li Shenbong, an academician with white hair and hailed as the pillar of stability in the physics community, was the first to lose his composure and jump up from his seat. He rushed to the screen, taking 3 steps at a time, and braced himself on the table to examine the complex and confusing data. Quickly zoom in on the structural diagram of the pulse energy storage array. Yes, right there. My God, this theoretical model of quantum magnetic confinement is too perfect. It actually solved the problem of energy dissipation in superconducting materials under strong current. This is the ultimate problem that has plagued our entire industry for 30 years. And the alloy formula for this projectile? Neutron star core dense state material? Are you kidding me? This substance, which only exists in astrophysical conjectures, actually has a complete synthesis formula and process. If this is true, my country's materials science will be a century ahead of the rest of the world. Look here. This targeting algorithm. It actually introduces spatial curvature as a correction parameter. This has already touched upon the military applications of general relativity. At first, it was just a quiet gasp of amazement. Gradually, it turned into a heated, even somewhat fanatical, debate. In the end, all the arguments turned into a deep, soul-stirring awe and shock. Although none of the distinguished guests here are scientists. But from the incoherent and almost out-of-control words of these national treasure-level academicians, they had already understood one thing. This document is genuine. This thing called divine punishment is a miracle that is enough to change the world order and allow the Dragon Kingdom to rise to the top of the world in one step. Chapter 20 Solar Storm. A new target. An hour later. Those elderly academicians, who practically lived on the screen, were forcibly invited back to the conference table by the guards. Academician Li Zhenbong, who was at the head of the group, had a flushed face and was trembling slightly with excitement. He looked at the gaunt old man sitting at the head of the table and reported in a hoarse voice. Reporting, sir. Based on our expert team's preliminary assessment, the authenticity of this technology is as high as 99.99%. Its theoretical framework and technical details far exceeded our expectations. As long as we can manufacture those incredible new materials according to the blueprints, then within 6 months, our Dragon Kingdom will be able to possess its own heavenly punishment. 6 months. Upon hearing this time, a collective gasp of excitement erupted in the conference room. A burning light shone in the eyes of all the bigwigs. In just 6 months, a nation's destiny became invincible. Value. It was totally worth it. However, just as everyone was immersed in this great joy, the old man sitting at the head of the table slowly shook his head. Instead of joy, his expression was one of unprecedented solemnity. 6 months? We can't wait that long. The room fell silent instantly upon hearing this. The old man nodded to his secretary beside him. The secretary immediately distributed a red document marked top secret to everyone present. This is an emergency report that the National Astronomical Observatories just submitted 3 hours ago. The bigwigs opened the documents one after another, and when they saw the contents, the joy on their faces instantly froze. The report was very simple. Through joint observations by the world's top radio telescope arrays, a supergiant sunspot group, never before observed by humankind, has been discovered forming on the surface of the Sun. Its activity level is increasing exponentially. Based on the most pessimistic model, 2 months later, it will unleash a solar storm powerful enough to affect Earth's atmosphere. 2 months. Academician Li Zhenbong muttered to himself absent-mindedly, and the report in his hand slipped limply to the ground. The meeting room was deathly silent. Everyone felt a chill run from the soles of their feet straight to the top of their heads. Just moments before, they were ecstatic about obtaining a god-level weapon. The next moment, they were told that 2 months from now might be the beginning of the end of the world. This feeling of plummeting from heaven to hell left even these seasoned business leaders feeling somewhat helpless. Now, do you still think we have 6 months? The elderly man at the head of the group slowly stood up, his gaze sharp as lightning, sweeping over everyone present. Comrades, we have no way out. His voice, like a resounding bell, boomed in everyone's ears, waking them from shock and fear. Yes. The end of the world is coming, but we have been given a sword that can cut through the end of the world. This is a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. In everyone's eyes, the flame of hope was rekindled. The old man looked at everyone's reactions and nodded in satisfaction. He then slammed his hand on the table and gave the final order. Pass on my orders. Starting immediately, we will launch the nation's highest-level strategic project, codenamed Sword Forging. At all costs and with all available resources, even if it means emptying the national treasury, we must create heavenly punishment for me within 2 months. He held up 2 fingers, his tone resolute. Yes. This time, the response was thunderous and overwhelming, echoing throughout the conference room. The sword forging plan was secretly launched at the highest levels of the Dragon Kingdom with overwhelming force. After uploading all the technical data, Suyu returned to his private little house. Suyu, we don't have much time left. Sheen Maching had just received a phone call, and her expression turned very serious. According to the latest intelligence, an unprecedented solar storm is expected to arrive on Earth in 2 months. This could very well be the beginning of the apocalypse. 2 months. Suyu's gaze also turned serious. Indeed, the system said the timeframe would be around 2 months. Therefore, we must start the second mission as soon as possible. Suyu nodded, looked at his good brother who had been spitting out white foam yesterday, and thought to himself, I'm sorry to have wronged you. But saving Longxia is our inescapable duty. Please bring up the information on all the S-level candidates so I can take a look. Good. Xin Maching nodded and handed over the tablet in her hand. On the screen appeared more than a dozen stunningly beautiful women, along with their information. Suyu's gaze swept across the area quickly. But he frowned slightly. Are there anyone more mature? Having tasted Ling Yishua's naivety, Suyu now wants a change of pace. Oh? Lu Mei, who was standing to the side, immediately became interested upon hearing this. She leaned closer, looking at Suyu with seductive eyes, and teased him. Our little virgin, is he already thinking of challenging a mature woman? Suyu glanced at her and said indifferently. I just think that different types of women have more genetic diversity, which is more conducive to the continuation of civilization. TCH, an excuse. Lu Mei curled her lip. Xin Maching ignored their bickering. She quickly tapped her fingers on the screen a few times, filtering out candidates who met Suyu's requirements. Soon, a photo appeared in the center of the screen. The woman in the photo is about 30 years old. She was wearing a well-tailored black business suit and sat in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window. She has a cold demeanor and a powerful aura, like an ice queen walking among mortals. High-value continuation targets detected. Name, Bai Qingyan. Age, 30. Height, 175 centimeters. 96F, 60, 98. Appearance, 98. Gene, 99 1 in 10,000. Overall rating, S+, a gem of human civilization. Current favorability level, 0 ignore. S+ level? Upon seeing this overall score, Suyu's pupils couldn't help but shrink slightly. Bai Qingyan. Xin Maching began to introduce her information. Founder and CEO of Tianhai Genesis Biotechnology Group. She graduated with 2 doctorates at the age of 20, returned to China to start her own business at the age of 22, and built a business empire worth trillions in 8 years. She was named one of the world's most powerful women by Time magazine. Personality tags: absolutely rational, extremely controlling, extremely self-centered, missing men. After hearing this impressive resume, Suyu couldn't help but gasp. She's practically an ice queen walking among mortals. Missing men? Suyu noticed the last label. Yes. Xin Maching explained, she has extremely severe childhood trauma, coupled with the betrayal she experienced in the early stages of her business, which has made her extremely distrustful and disgusted with all men. In the business world, her nickname is the Man Repellent. Suyu frowned after hearing this. This strategy is incredibly difficult. As for Ling Yishue, you can crush her with your talent and strength. But for a woman like Bai Qingyan, who is already at the top of the pyramid, ordinary methods simply won't work. This is practically an impenetrable fortress. Interesting. Suyu's lips curled into a challenging smile. She's the one. The more difficult a woman is to conquer, the greater the sense of accomplishment afterward, isn't it? After determining the next goal. The atmosphere in the operations room immediately became tense and efficient. Xin Maching projected all of Bai Qingyan's information onto the giant screen on the wall. From her life story, business empire, and network of relationships. They knew every detail about her interests, habits, and even her daily schedule. The power of the national intelligence machine was on full display at this moment. To win over Bai Qingyan, we must change our tactics. Xin Maching adjusted her glasses and calmly analyzed the situation. Ling Yishue's core is admiration for strength, so we can use a strategy of downward attack to completely crush her pride through her knowledge and background, making her feel admiration. But this approach is completely ineffective against Bai Qingyan. She is the very embodiment of strength. She has no shortage of wealth, power, or wisdom. Any man who deliberately displays these things in front of her will only be seen as a peacock showing off, and will only attract her contempt and disgust. Lu Mei, unusually, also abandoned her seductive demeanor and added with a serious expression. That's right. And she has a severe case of androphobia. We can't take the initiative. Any approach with an obvious purpose will trigger her defense mechanism and she'll blacklist us. Then what should we do? Suyu asked. We can't just sit here and wait for her to come to us, can we? Of course not. A knowing smile appeared on Xin Maching's lips. Even the strongest fortress has its weaknesses. Bai Qingyan's weakness is the Genesis group, to which she has devoted all her efforts. She tapped the screen and pulled up an encrypted business intelligence document. According to our intelligence, the Genesis group is currently conducting a secret biogenetic project codenamed Prometheus. The core of the project is to research a gene therapy agent that can significantly delay or even reverse cellular aging. This project is personally led by Bai Qingyan, who regards it as the group's core strategy for the next 10 years. She has invested nearly 100 billion yuan and countless researchers. But Qin Maching changed the subject. The project is currently facing a major bottleneck. They encountered an insurmountable technical obstacle in the stable activation of telomerase. The entire project has been stalled for nearly half a year, burning through massive amounts of money every day. Su Yu understood instantly. You want me to contribute my technology as equity? No. Qin Maching shook her head. That would be too deliberate and would just raise her suspicions. What we need to do is create a situation where she'll be begging you to cooperate. Lu Mei added with a smile. So, here's our plan. The first step is to intercept them. We will use national power to register all the core patents for the reversing cell aging technology faster than the Genesis group. Furthermore, we will establish a new shell company and inject all these patents into it. The second step is to create momentum. We will use some unofficial channels to inadvertently leak the news that this new company has breakthrough technology, ensuring that this news reaches Bai Qingyan's ears. When she discovers that the core technology of the project she has poured countless efforts into has been beaten to the punch by an unknown small company, what do you think she will do, given her personality? Su Yu's eyes lit up. She will definitely do everything in her power to find out the details of this company and take the initiative to go to them to seek cooperation, or even acquisition. That's right. Qin Maching snapped her fingers. And the sole shareholder and technology holder of that shell company is you. At that time, the initiative will be completely in our hands. She thought she was coming to acquire us, but in reality, she walked step by step into the hunting ground we had set for her. In this process, you don't need to show any interest in her or her wealth. You just need to play the role of a pure, aloof genius with an extreme pursuit of technology. You need to make her feel that what you value is only the platform that her company has that allows you to realize your technological ideals. When she discovers that you are the only man in the world who is not moved by her beauty, wealth, and power, but only cares about scientific research itself, then her frozen heart may have a crack. After hearing the entire plan, Su Yu had only 2 words left in his mind. Awesome. This is no longer a strategy plan. This is simply an art of business warfare and psychological warfare. Poor Bai Qingyan has no idea that she has been completely outmaneuvered by a group of female swindlers standing at the national level. Good. A fierce fighting spirit ignited in Su Yu's eyes. Let's do it this way. I'd like to see how many rounds this Ice Queen can last against me. Chapter 21. Didn't you just deliver yourself to my door? Driven by the national will, the gears of the sword forging plan began to turn slowly but surely with tremendous force. In the bustling metropolis of Haichang, a rare period of tranquility unfolded in a high-end apartment. The morning sunlight streamed through the huge floor-to-ceiling windows into the open kitchen. Ling Yixue was wearing a white shirt by Su Yu. The oversized shirt hem barely covered her pert buttocks. 2 long, slender, snow-white legs were exposed to the air without any cover. On her fair cheeks, with a delicate blush like that of someone who has just received the first rain, she looked radiant. She busied herself somewhat awkwardly in front of the stove, preparing breakfast for Su Yu. The once aloof and ethereal beauty of the school is now happily cooking and cleaning for a man. Watch out, it's going to burn. Su Yu walked up from behind. He naturally wrapped his arms around her slender waist. His chin rested on her fragrant shoulder. Looking at the slightly burnt fried egg in the pan, he gave a mischievous smile and reminded him. Ah! Ling Yixue exclaimed in surprise and hurriedly went to turn off the stove. Being held so intimately by him. Feeling the warmth from his chest and his breath on my ear. 2 blushes instantly rose to her pretty face. My body also felt a little weak. It's all your fault. Humph. She complained softly, but there was no blame in her tone. Instead, it was full of sweet coquettishness. Su Yu chuckled, took the spatula from her hand, and quickly prepared the breakfast. The two sat at the table, enjoying the slightly burnt, heart-warming breakfast in a cozy and tranquil atmosphere. Looking at the man across from her who was eating with great relish, Ling Yixue felt an unprecedented sense of satisfaction and security. although he told her that his job was dangerous. But as long as I can stay by this man's side. Even if there are raging storms outside, her heart is always filled with sunshine and gentle breezes. After breakfast, Ling Yixue took the initiative to clear the dishes, like a docile little wife. Suyu felt a warmth in his heart as he watched her busy figure, but he still had to say goodbye. I have to go, I still have some work to do. Ling Yixue paused slightly, turned around, and a clear reluctance was revealed in her cold phoenix eyes. She walked up to Suyu, stood on tiptoe, straightened his collar, and said softly, "Be careful." Suyu smiled and nodded, then turned and left the apartment. Downstairs, the unassuming black Hongqi sedan had been waiting for quite some time. The vehicle smoothly drove away from the city and eventually returned to the two-story building located in a quiet corner of the campus. Pushing open the door, Qin Maching was sitting in front of the virtual screen in the living room, processing massive amounts of data. She merely nodded slightly to Suyu before immersing herself back in her intense work. Suyu didn't disturb her and went straight into the villa's underground training room. This place has been transformed into a top-notch private gym, fully equipped with all kinds of equipment. He took off his shirt, revealing his well-defined and explosive muscles. He didn't touch those cold instruments. Instead, he stood in the center of the room, closed his eyes, and quietly felt the surging power within his body. After initial genetic optimization, his physical abilities have reached the limits of human capabilities. But this power is like a lurking beast, he needs time to fully control it. Call. He suddenly opened his eyes and threw a punch. The fist didn't hit anything, but it still created a sharp tearing sound in the air. Immediately afterwards, his figure disappeared from the spot. The next second, they appeared at the other end of the training room. They moved swiftly and agilely, as fast as a ghost. Strength, speed, reaction time. Each of these is far beyond the scope of ordinary people. Tisk, he's really becoming more and more like a monster. Unbeknownst to anyone, Lu Mei was leaning against the door of the training room, wearing a tight-fitting yoga outfit that perfectly accentuated her incredibly alluring curves. She stared at the blurry afterimage in the arena, her alluring eyes gleaming with an unusual light. Suyu stopped what he was doing, not a single drop of sweat on his forehead. He glanced at Lu Mei and said casually, "Want to give it a try?" "Okay." Lu Mei swayed her serpentine waist as she slowly walked in, a provocative smile playing on her lips. "I've been wanting to see just how powerful our great hero really is. But it's a deal, if you hurt my sister, you'll have to take responsibility." Before he could finish speaking, her figure darted out like a cheetah, a fierce whip kick, accompanied by the sound of wind breaking, swept toward Suyu's neck. As a top specialist selected from among the best, Lu Mei was naturally no ordinary person. She had undergone the most rigorous special agent training, and her fighting skills were enough to easily take down 7 or 8 strong men. This kick was fast, ruthless, and delivered from a tricky angle. However, faced with this sudden attack, Suyu didn't even lift his eyelids. He simply raised his left hand casually. Smack! A soft sound. Lu Mei's whip-like leg, powerful enough to break a steel pipe, was caught in his hand with ease. It remained completely still. Lu Mei's pupils suddenly contracted. She tried to pull her leg back, but found that her ankle was as if it were being held firmly in an iron clamp, and she couldn't move it at all. The next second, Suyu's wrist twitched slightly. A clever trick came. Lu Mei instantly lost her balance, cried out in alarm, and fell to the ground. The expected pain did not come. She fell into a broad and firm embrace. Suyu had somehow appeared beneath her, one arm firmly supporting her slender waist. His other hand inadvertently pressed down on her pert and full buttocks. Their eyes met. Lu Mei could clearly see the playful smile in Suyu's eyes. Her usually confident and charming face suddenly turned red. "Have you gotten enough of a good deal?" Lu Mei was both ashamed and annoyed. She struggled to stand up from Suyu's arms and straightened her somewhat disheveled yoga clothes. "You delivered yourself to my door." Suyu shrugged, looking completely innocent. Snort! Lu Mei gave him a charmingly disdainful look, but dared not make a move again. This man's strength has completely exceeded her expectations. That's no longer a matter of skill, it's an absolute crushing defeat in terms of power and speed. Okay, stop fooling around. Qin Maching's voice came from the doorway. She was still wearing that smart office suit, holding a tablet computer in her hand, with a serious expression. The plan against Bai Qingyan can begin. As soon as serious matters were mentioned, Lu Mei and Suyu immediately put away their playful thoughts. The three returned to the living room. The giant touchscreen on the wall lit up, displaying countless complex data streams and codes. Let's begin. Suyu's eyes were calm and firm as he spoke. Good. Qin Maching nodded and put on the miniature earphones. Calling the ghost team, this is Prophet. Data for the first layer of the target firewall has been sent. I need results within 30 seconds. Receive. A process sound came through the headphones. On the screen, lines of code began to refresh rapidly at a speed that was difficult for the naked eye to perceive. Genesis Group boasts a world-class cybersecurity team. However, in the face of a national-level cyber warfare force, it is still as ineffective as a mere formality. Less than 20 seconds. Drop. With a soft click, a green access granted message appeared on the screen. Breakthrough at the first level. The second floor, the third floor. Qin Maching calmly issued a series of commands, her 10 fingers dancing across the virtual keyboard so fast that only a blur remained. Although Lu Mei and Suyu couldn't understand the complex code, they could feel the tense yet efficient atmosphere in the air. The database for Project Prometheus has been found. Chapter 22: The Iceberg Female CEO Gets Hijacked. A glint of shrewdness flashed in Qin Maching's eyes as she continued to give instructions. Ghost, don't alert anyone. I just need you to find their latest experimental data and theoretical model on telomerase activation technology. Make a copy, then erase all traces. Clear. A few more minutes passed. A large encrypted file was sent to us. Qin Maching quickly opened it, and a massive amount of data and complex molecular model diagrams filled the entire screen. She browsed through it at an astonishing speed, her brain like a supercomputer, rapidly analyzing and processing the information. Really? A few minutes later, she stopped, a knowing smile playing on her lips. Their research direction was wrong from the very beginning. No wonder it has stagnated. She looked at Suyu. Now, it's your turn. Suyu nodded. He closed his eyes and mentally compared the technological bottlenecks of the Genesis Group with the correct technologies in the system's database. Then, he verbatim recited the complete technical theory of controllable and stable activation of telomerase, a theory that would drive the modern biological community crazy. Qin Maching quickly took notes, organizing them into impeccable patent application documents. Patent documents number 1 to number 36 have been generated. She raised her head and gave the final instruction. The Ministry of Justice's Guardian team immediately submit patent applications simultaneously in 132 countries worldwide. I need to see confirmation letters for all successful patent registrations within 3 hours. Information Department, Wallfacer, team, immediately establish an offshore shell company called Spark Biotechnology and inject all patents into it. Legal representative and sole shareholder, Suyu. Hide all IP traces, and set the source of funds to an untraceable hybrid digital currency. Action. With her command, an invisible net has been quietly unfurled. It enveloped the icy beauty who was completely unaware of this. Top floor of the Genesis Group headquarters building, Tianhai City. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows offer a panoramic view of the city's prosperity. The office is decorated in a minimalist black, white, and gray color scheme, with no superfluous decorations. It is cold, simple, and efficient. Just like its owner. Bai Qingyan sat upright behind a huge desk, wearing a pure black high-end custom-made suit. The well-tailored fabric tightly hugged her breathtakingly curvaceous figure, and her full breasts stretched the fabric into a dangerous arc. Below her is a slender waist that could be encircled by a single hand, outlining a perfect waist-to-hip ratio and showcasing the ultimate charm of a mature woman. Her jet black hair was meticulously coiled at the back of her head with a simple yet expensive jade hairpin, revealing her smooth forehead and a long, elegant neck as graceful as a swan. Her skin was as white as jade, and against the backdrop of her pure black suit, it looked even more radiant, as if it were glowing. She was like a perfect ice sculpture, beautiful, yet full of a sense of distance. Knock knock. There was a knock on the office door. Enter. Her voice was so cold and emotionless. A short-haired woman with a capable demeanor, dressed in a white lab coat, walked in. Her name is Lin Shui. She is the chief scientist of the Prometheus project and Bai Qingyan's most trusted right-hand woman. Mr. Bai. Lin Shui's expression was rather unpleasant. The 1024th telomerase activation simulation experiment has just failed again. Bai Qingyan flipped through the documents without pausing for a moment. She didn't even look up, but simply asked, why? It's the same old problem. Lin Shui's tone was filled with frustration. We cannot activate telomerase while simultaneously inhibiting its erosive effect on normal cell DNA chains. The higher the activation intensity, the faster the cells become cancerous. This is a problem we cannot solve. The air in the office seemed to have dropped a few degrees. After a long while, Bai Qingyan slowly put down the documents in her hand. She raised her head, her phoenix eyes, calm and still, looking at her capable assistant. I'll give you another 10 billion in budget, and you have 3 months. Her voice remained calm, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. If the result is still the same after 3 months, you know the consequences. Lin Shui's body trembled slightly. She knew this was President Bai's final ultimatum. If it fails again, the Prometheus project will be suspended indefinitely, and the entire research team, including herself, will be dismissed. Yes, Mr. Bai, I. She was about to make a solemn pledge. Bai Qingyan's personal assistant rushed in, her face showing barely concealed panic. Mr. Bai, something has happened. Bai Qingyan frowned slightly. Her assistant, known for her calm and composed demeanor, was personally trained by her. For her to lose her composure like this, the matter must be of great importance. Explain. Mr. Bai, look at this. The assistant handed a tablet computer to Bai Qingyan. On the screen is the announcement page of the International Patent Office's official website. The very top line, written in bold red font, reads: Congratulations to Xinhua Biotechnology Company, Limited on the successful registration yesterday of a complete set of core technology patents related to controllable and stable activation of telomerase and its derivative applications. The emergence of this technology will be a landmark breakthrough in the field of human life sciences. Lin Shui glanced at it once, and her mind went blank. No. Impossible. She screamed, this is absolutely impossible. We've been researching this technology for 3 years without any progress. How could a company we've never even heard of beat us to it? Xinhua Biotechnology? A flicker of emotion finally crossed Bai Qingyan's eyes. Her finger slid lightly across the screen, opening the company's information. Xinhua Biotech, registered in the Cayman Islands, established 24 hours ago, main business, research and development of biotechnology. The information is ridiculously simple. To anyone else, this looks like a shell company temporarily registered to avoid taxes. But this very company has produced a groundbreaking technology that is enough to revolutionize the entire biotechnology industry, a technology that the Genesis Group has been unable to achieve even after spending hundreds of billions of dollars. There's a strong sense of eeriness behind this. Mr. Bai, could this be fake? Is someone deliberately hyping up this concept? The assistant asked cautiously. No. Bai Qingyan slowly shook her head. Her gaze fell upon the theoretical outlines of the most basic patents that had already been published. Although it's just the tip of the iceberg, with her professional eye, she can see it at a glance. This is not fake. In other words, the other party has truly mastered this technology. Chapter 23 Bai Qingyan, who is Su Yu? I want to see him. The atmosphere in the office was extremely oppressive. Lin Shui and her assistant didn't dare to even breathe loudly. They could all sense that an invisible storm was quietly gathering around President Bai. However, to their surprise, Bai Qingyan did not get angry. She simply leaned back quietly in her chair, her long, slender, snow-white fingers gently tapping the table. This is no coincidence. After a long silence, she slowly spoke. From the patent registration time to the direction of the technology, every step the other party took seemed to be anticipated, precisely hitting our throat. Lin Shui trembled upon hearing this. Then, what should we do now? Should we use business tactics to suppress them? Suppression? A cold smile curved Bai Qingyan's lips. How can you suppress a shell company that doesn't even have a physical address? The fact that they dared to do this shows that they don't care about these things at all. She stood up, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and looked down at the business empire she had built with her own hands. Interesting. Her voice betrayed no emotion. It's been a long time since anyone has dared to challenge me in this way. I want to see who this rat hiding behind Spark Biotechnology really is. She turned around, a dangerous glint in her eyes. Notify the intelligence department that within 20 minutes, I need all the information about this company and its sole patent holder, Su Yu. Remember, it's all of them. The intelligence department of the Genesis Group is Bai Qingyan's trump card, built at great expense. Its efficiency is comparable to that of small and medium-sized intelligence agencies in some countries. However, this time, they encountered an unprecedented obstacle. 20 minutes later. The head of the intelligence department, a sharp-looking man codenamed Black Hawk, stood sweating profusely in front of Bai Qingyan's desk. "President Bai, we did our best." His voice was filled with frustration. "That company, Spark Biotechnology, is like a real ghost. Its registration information, financial transactions, online traces, everything points to countless black holes that we cannot break through. Our top hackers even had 3 servers burned down by the other side while trying to trace their IP addresses." Bai Qingyan's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. "What about that person named Suyu? He can't be a ghost too, can he?" "That's the strangest part." Black Hawk respectfully presented a document. Suyu, male, 20 years old, is a sophomore majoring in bioengineering at Haicheng University. His parents are ordinary wage earners, his resume is clean, and there is nothing special about him. We investigated all his bank accounts, social networks, and interpersonal relationships. He is just an ordinary college student. Ordinary? Bai Qingyan picked up the document and looked at Suyu's slightly languid ID photo. A cold glint flashed in her phoenix eyes. How can an ordinary college student produce biotechnology that is at least 10 years ahead of the world? Could an ordinary college student really cause the Genesis elite hacker team to suffer a crushing defeat? This ordinary file is itself the most extraordinary thing. Mr. Bai, could this file be a forgery? Black Hawk wondered. It's not a forgery. Bai Qingyan shook her head, her voice resolute. This file is real. It's just a reel that someone wants us to see. I see. Black Hawk instantly understood. The other party's background is extremely powerful enough to easily erase all traces of a person's existence and recreate a flawless identity for him. Bai Qingyan didn't speak, but just quietly looked at Suyu's photo. For the first time, a genuine curiosity stirred within her usually calm and unmoving heart. "Suyu, who exactly are you? What do the people behind you want from me?" Just as Bai Qingyan was making various guesses about Suyu's identity, Qin Watching's second step in her plan has already been quietly launched. An in-depth analysis article, anonymously published by an insider, quietly appeared at several of the world's top biotechnology industry forums. The article's title is highly provocative. "The End of the Genesis Empire Myth? The flame is about to burn, and the key to reversing aging has fallen into the hands of a mysterious man." The article provides a detailed analysis of the disruptive significance of the patents registered by Xinhua Biotechnology, and inadvertently reveals that Genesis Group's Prometheus project stalled precisely because it could not overcome these technological barriers. One stone stirs up 1,000 waves. This article was like a bombshell, instantly detonating throughout the entire industry. Genesis Group's stock price plummeted by nearly 5% in just 1 hour. The market value has evaporated by tens of billions. In Bai Qingyan's office, the atmosphere was incredibly oppressive. All the core executives stood silently, not daring to utter a sound. They looked at the woman sitting behind her desk, her face ashen, and were filled with awe and fear. Bai Qingyan ignored the panicked executives. She simply looked quietly at the article and at her company's stock price chart, which was consistently down. For a long time, she slowly raised her head, her gaze sweeping over everyone present. "What's the panic? The sky hasn't fallen yet." She stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, where her powerful aura as a business queen once again enveloped the entire office. A drop in stock prices is a normal reaction to market panic. The more this happens, the more calm we need to be. Her voice regained its usual composure and confidence, instantly stabilizing the morale of the troops. "Hold a press conference immediately and declare that this is just malicious slander and commercial hype from competitors. The Ministry of Justice should immediately file a lawsuit against the media outlet that published this article. Technology Department, continue your research and do not be affected in any way. Public Relations Department, contact all media outlets we work with to minimize the impact on public opinion." She issued a series of instructions in an orderly manner. She instantly took control of the chaotic situation. "Yes, Mr. Bai." The executives, feeling as if they had been granted a pardon, immediately turned around and began to carry out the orders. Soon, she was the only one left in the office. She looked out the window, a complex light flashing in her cold phoenix eyes. She knew that those were just temporary solutions. The ones that can truly solve the problem The core technology was only in the hands of that man named Suyu. She picked up the personal phone on the table and dialed her assistant's number. "Help me contact someone." Her voice was calm and undisturbed. "Suyu of Xinhua Biotechnology. Tell him I want to see him." Chapter 24. It's the kind of thing I like to conquer. Tell him I want to see him. He decides the time and place. After hanging up the phone, Bai Qingyan looked at Suyu's ordinary face on the tablet. "I'd like to see. What exactly are you trying to achieve by setting up this whole scheme?" In an elegantly decorated tea room, Suyu was clumsily fiddling with the tea set in front of him. Qin Maching and Lu Mei sat opposite him, their expressions different. "How about it? How's my air of a reclusive sage?" Suyu pushed a cup of tea, the color of which resembled Chinese medicine, in front of Lu Mei and said smugly. Lu Mei glanced at it disdainfully and curled her lip. "I can't tell if you're a master or not. All I can tell is that if you go and sell fake medicine, you'll definitely starve to death." Ding dong. Qin Maching's phone beeped with a notification sound. She glanced at it, and the corners of her mouth turned up slightly. The fish has taken the bait. She turned her phone screen towards Suyu. The above is an email with extremely official and polite wording. From Genesis Group CEO Office. The message was simple. "Hello, Ms. Bai Qingyan, our president, hopes to have a friendly meeting with Mr. Suyu to discuss technical fields of mutual interest." Oh, she's quite composed. Lu Mei leaned over for a look. "I thought she would just come storming in. She's not the kind of person who can't keep her composure." Qin Maching analyzed, "This email is less of an invitation and more of a test. She's testing our attitude and confidence." "Then how do we get back?" Suyu asked. "I won't reply." A glint of wisdom shone in Qin Maching's eyes. "Leave her out for a day. Make her wait?" Suyu was somewhat surprised. "That's right." Qin Maching nodded. "She is now the player, used to being in control. Our first step is to break her rhythm and turn her from a player into a piece. A true genius who has mastered disruptive technology will not bother with, these business formalities. The more arrogant, rude, and unapproachable you are, the more you fit her persona." Suyu understood instantly. Wow, that's impressive. He had to admire him. Those who play tactics are all dirty-minded. On the other side, Genesis Group headquarters. A whole day has passed. Bai Qingyan's email inbox remained empty. The phone calls she sent were always unanswered. The man named Suyu seemed to have vanished into thin air, offering no response to her invitation. The assistant stood to the side, not daring to breathe. Having served by President Bai's side for so many years, she had never seen anyone dare to disregard his presence like this. Bai Qingyan's face remained expressionless. But the freezing atmosphere in the office suggested that this business queen's mood was not as calm as it appeared. Until evening. A short email finally arrived, albeit belatedly. Sender, Suyu. The content consists of only one sentence. Tomorrow afternoon at 3 p.m., Jingxin Tea House, XX Road, Haichang, private room number 1. Latecomers will not be accommodated. There was no title or signature. Even a single punctuation mark exudes an arrogant air that keeps people at arm's length. The assistant watched in trepidation. This Suyu is way too arrogant. However, after seeing the email, a knowing glint flashed in Bai Qingyan's phoenix eyes. Notify the security department to retrieve all surveillance footage within a 1-kilometer radius of Jingxin Tea House and investigate all suspicious individuals. Also, have Black Hawk take some men to the tea house in advance to make arrangements. I don't want any unexpected incidents to happen during the meeting. Yes, Mr. Bai. The assistant accepted the order and left. Bai Qingyan looked at the email, a playful smile curving her lips. Just as I expected. Aloof, arrogant, and disdainful of everyone, a typical personality of a technical genius. Suyu, the more you act like this, the more it proves that the technology you possess is genuine. And I'm becoming more and more interested in you as a person. The next day, at 2:50 p.m. Outside the tranquil tea house. A dozen or so seemingly ordinary black sedans were parked discreetly at various key intersections. Inside the tea house, all the guests who appear to be drinking tea are actually top security personnel from the Genesis Group, led by Black Hawk. The entire tea house has been transformed into an impregnable fortress. It was exactly 3 p.m. A black Maybach pulled up right on time in front of the tea house. Bai Qingyan stepped out of the car, surrounded by a group of bodyguards in black. Today she changed out of her cold suit and into an elegant white long dress, with a black trench coat draped over her shoulders. She has lost some of the sharpness of a businesswoman, but gained more of the intellect and elegance of a mature woman. But that powerful aura that kept strangers at bay remained undiminished. She entered the tea house and headed straight for the top-tier private room. Black Hawk opened the door for her. Inside the private room, a young man dressed in simple casual clothes was sitting by the window with his back to her, making tea by himself. He seemed completely unaware of her arrival. She waved her hand, signaling Black Hawk and the others to wait outside the door. Then, she went inside alone. She walked to the other side of the tea table, sat down, and didn't say anything. Suyu still didn't turn around, as if she were invisible. An eerie silence fell over the private room. The only sounds were the gurgling of boiling spring water and the occasional whistling of the wind outside the window. This is a silent battle. It's a contest of presence and a test of patience. Bai Qingyan has been navigating the business world for many years and has long since developed the ability to remain calm even when faced with a collapsing mountain. But today, she discovered that her usually proud composure was starting to falter for the first time in front of this excessively young man. Finally, after Suyu had brewed the third cup of tea, he slowly turned around, raised his eyelids, and looked directly at this business empress who ruled $1 trillion empire for the first time. Hiss! What a stunning mature woman! Suyu's expression remained unchanged, but his heart skipped a beat the moment he saw Bai Qingyan. It must be said that for such top-tier beauties, the real person is far more impactful than the images and the materials. Suyu's gaze slid across her flawless, jade-like face without making a sound. Then, following her elegant, swan-like neck, it slowly moved downwards. The pure black suit, worn by her, did not conceal her devilish figure. Instead, it accentuated her breathtaking curves in an ascetic manner. The curve of her chest, her slender waist. Every single detail seems to be God's most outstanding work. Yes, that's the kind of people he likes to conquer. This woman is like a snow-capped mountain peak waiting to be conquered, so you can't wait to see what she'll look like after she's melted away. Chapter 25: What to do when you encounter a woman with a strong desire for control? Inside the private room, the water had already boiled. Suyu lifted the purple clay teapot, her wrist steady, and poured a stream of boiling water into the gaiwan. The tea leaves tumbled and unfurled in the water, and the rising steam carried a delicate fragrance. He did everything slowly and deliberately, as if his world consisted only of the tea set in front of him. Bai Qingyan just sat there quietly, watching him. 5 minutes had passed since she entered the private room. This man was like an artist immersed in his own world. And she, the business empress who runs $1 trillion empire, became an insignificant decoration in his background. Bai Qingyan couldn't remember the last time she had felt so completely ignored. This intrigued her and, for the first time, gently plucked the string in her heart called controlling everything. Finally, Suyu poured out the water used to rinse the tea, refilled the cup with water, and then pushed the first cup of amber-colored tea in front of Bai Qingyan. "You're using the wrong perfume," he spoke. But what he said was something Bai Qingyan had never expected. Bai Qingyan's phoenix eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. The fragrance she's wearing today is a very niche French perfume called Winter Water. The base notes are iris and honey, cool yet with a touch of warmth, perfectly complementing her aloof and distant temperament. Oh? She remained calm, picked up her teacup, and said, "I'd like to hear more." Suyu's voice was calm, and even as she continued, "The top notes of your perfume, citrus, and the middle notes of clove are too sharp and interfere with the richness of the tea scent. Someone like you should use purer woody notes, such as agarwood or cedar." Bai Qingyan paused slightly in the hand holding the teacup. This man. Is he teaching me how to do things? Is he using this method to assert his dominance in the talks? Interesting. Mr. Su seems to be quite knowledgeable about perfumes. She brought the teacup to her lips and took a small sip. The tea is top-grade Jin Mei, with a mellow and sweet taste that lingers on the lips and teeth. It's not really research. Suyu withdrew his gaze and continued to focus on the tea set in his hands. I just feel it's a pity that such a good pot of tea was wasted. The implication is that her presence has spoiled this fine tea. Arrogant. Even though Bai Qingyan had long since mastered the skill of not showing her emotions, she couldn't help but feel a surge of anger at this moment. She put down her teacup and decided to stop beating around the bush with him. "Mr. Su, let's not beat around the bush. Her voice regained the cold and sharp quality it had during business negotiations. Your Spark Biotechnology has registered the technology that we, Genesis, need most. Name your price, the technology patents, or the entire company, I want them all. However, Suyu acted as if he hadn't heard her. He simply poured himself another cup of tea. Then, he looked up. Looking at Bai Qingyan, he suddenly asked a completely unrelated question. Do you believe in fate? Bai Qingyan was stunned. She had imagined countless ways to start negotiations, but this was the only one she hadn't considered. This man's thinking is completely unconventional. I don't believe it. She answered coldly. I only believe in myself. I think you should see a psychologist. Suyu said calmly, your desire for control has reached a pathological level. From the moment you walked into this tea house, your men cleared out all the parking spaces on the surrounding 3 blocks and brought in at least 20 bodyguards disguised as guests. Your seat is in the safest blind spot in the entire private room, making it convenient for your sniper to provide fire support at any time. With each word he spoke, Bai Qingyan's pupils contracted slightly. These are all her top-tier security measures. How did this man know? You even added something to my tea. Suyu picked up the teacup in front of him and gently sniffed it. 0.01 milligrams of colorless and odorless nano-tracking agent enters the bloodstream through the digestive tract and can continuously lock my location for 3 months. A very clever tactic. Pity. He looked at Bai Qingyan, whose face had turned completely cold, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. You've got one thing wrong. You think this is your home turf, but in fact, from the moment you decided to come see me, you have already become my prey. Before he could finish speaking, he drank the tea in his cup in one gulp. You. Seeing Suyu drink the spiked tea in one gulp, even Bai Qingyan showed disbelief and shock on her face for the first time. Has he gone mad? He knew perfectly well that there was a tracking agent in the tea, so why did he still drink it? Surprised? Suyu put down his teacup and looked at her flustered appearance, his smile widening. I just want you to understand a principle. He leaned forward slightly, and a powerful sense of oppression instantly enveloped the entire private room. In front of me, all those tricks you're so proud of are just child's play. What you call a tight net is, in my opinion, full of loopholes. And you. His gaze met Bai Qingyan's cold phoenix eyes as he spoke, word by word. Too weak. Boom. These 3 words were like an invisible hammer, shattering all of Bai Qingyan's pride. Weak? Bai Qingyan founded Genesis at the age of 22 and built a $1 trillion empire in 8 years. In the global business world, she is synonymous with power. No one has ever dared to call her weak to her face. A surge of intense humiliation and anger rose from the depths of her heart, instantly shattering all her composure. But she was, after all, Bai Qingyan. Just a second before she lost control of her emotions, she forcibly suppressed her anger. She took a deep breath, and the breathtaking curve of her chest rose and fell with it. When she looked up again, the shock and anger in her eyes had disappeared. Instead, there was only coldness. Mr. Su, you have indeed surprised me. Since you're so confident, let's be frank and speak frankly. I'm definitely going to take your skills. State your conditions, any conditions are acceptable. I am all ears. She wanted to see what this man was after, having gone to such lengths to set up this scheme. As long as he still has ulterior motives, he must have weaknesses. My conditions? Suyu leaned back in his chair, his posture languid, as if he were talking about a trivial matter. It's very simple. I have no interest in money. I just want you to be mine. The air inside the private room seemed to freeze instantly. Bai Qingyan suspected there was something wrong with her ears. To make myself his person? What does this mean? Wait, you mean you're pursuing me? Chapter 26 I'm not trying to pursue you, I'm trying to conquer you. Wait, you mean you're pursuing me? When Bai Qingyan said those words, it felt utterly absurd. Why does this guy on the other side always play by his own rules? Is this the first time he's seen me? To think you'd confess your feelings in such a foolish way. No. At this moment, Suyu calmly shook his head and corrected him. Pursuit is an act that occurs between equals. And I am here to conquer you. You. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingyan's chest heaved rapidly, clearly indicating that she had choked quite badly. At the same time, she was completely enraged. No one has ever dared to speak to her like that before. She suddenly stood up from her seat, and a powerful yet icy aura, befitting a business tycoon, erupted from her. Su, you. Her voice was like ice that had stood for millennia. I don't care who's behind you, or what your motives are. Stop with your self-righteous tricks. You think you can make me give in so easily with your pathetic little tricks? Little brother, you're dreaming. Despite her anger, Suyu's face remained calm and composed. Finished, he asked casually, lifting his eyelids. Now that you've finished speaking, it's my turn. He gently placed the teacup on the table, making a soft tap sound. Bai Qingyan, female, 30 years old. Born in the slums of Tianhai City. Her father, Bai Jianjun, was a gambler and alcoholic. When you were 8 years old, he sold your mother to a gang because he owed a huge gambling debt and then ran away. Your mother could not bear the humiliation and committed suicide by jumping off a building. You were sent to an orphanage, and at 16, you were admitted to MIT with the highest score in the province. Suyu's voice wasn't loud, but it was like a devil's whisper, tearing open the scars that Bai Qingyan had buried deep in her memory and had long since scabbed over. Bai Qingyan's body began to tremble uncontrollably. Her cold, pretty face gradually lost all color. These things. It was her biggest secret in life, and also her biggest weakness. No one but herself could possibly know. How did he know? Do you think that just because you've climbed to where you are today, you can forget about the past? Suyu stood up and walked step by step toward Bai Qingyan, who was already swaying precariously. No, you can't forget. You hate men because you hate your father. You think all men in the world are like him, dirty, incompetent, and cowardly. You work like crazy, make money like crazy, and pursue power like crazy, just to cover up your inner inferiority and fear. You are afraid. You are afraid that you will become like your mother, powerless to resist and at the mercy of others. So, you used coldness and strength to forge an indestructible armor for yourself. But you can't fool me. So you walked up to her and stopped. Because your eyes betrayed you. Deep down, you actually yearn more than anyone else for a real man to appear, to shatter your armor, to conquer you, and to let you take off all your pretenses and be a carefree little woman. And I. A domineering yet confident smile curled at the corners of his mouth. It's the person you've been waiting for. After saying that, he withdrew his hand and didn't even look at her again. He walked straight past her, pushed open the door, and left the private room. Bai Qingyan was left alone, standing there dejectedly, her body ice cold as if she had fallen into an ice cave. It was a long time after Suyu left that Bai Qingyan slowly came back to her senses. She slumped weakly into the chair, feeling as if all the strength had been drained from her body. Every word that man said was like a merciless carving knife, relentlessly peeling away the strong shell she had maintained for over 20 years, revealing the most vulnerable and unbearable part of herself. Fear, humiliation, anger, and perhaps a touch of shame. A torrent of emotions raged wildly within her. Who is he? Who exactly is he? Why does he know everything about himself? Why didn't his domineering and arrogant words disgust her? Instead, it stirred a flutter in her heart that she herself dared not admit to. Mr. Bai. Black Hawk pushed open the door and entered. He was startled when he saw Bai Qingyan's distraught appearance. Are you all right? Bai Qingyan did not answer him, but simply raised her head, her icy phoenix eyes turning cold again. Have the test results come back for the tea he drank? They're out. Black Hawk quickly replied, according to our tracking signals, after leaving the tea house, he went straight back to Haicheng University. Moreover, the nano-tracking agent in his body expired 10 minutes ago. It's broken? A hint of surprise flashed in Bai Qingyan's eyes. Yes, the staff said the tracking agent may have been broken down by his body, but that speculation doesn't make sense scientifically, so it can only have been covered up in some way. Bai Qingyan fell silent. One mystery after another, like a fog, completely shrouded the man. President Bai. Black Hawk hesitated for a moment before asking, this Suyu is too strange. Should we continue to contact him? Should we use some unconventional methods? He made a throat-slitting gesture. No need. Bai Qingyan slowly shook her head. A hint of amusement appeared on that stunningly beautiful, icy face. Heh, the game has only just begun. He thought he understood me, but he was wrong. He tore open my wounds, but in doing so, he also exposed his own purpose. You want to conquer me? Very well. A cold smile curved her lips. Then let me see what kind of skills you, this arrogant man, really have. She had a gut feeling. Suyu's appearance was by no means accidental. There must be an even bigger secret hidden behind him. On the other side, Suyu returned to his private little house. Clap, clap, clap. Lume clapped her hands as she watched the video playback transmitted from the miniature camera inside the tea house in the command center. Pretty. She looked at Suyu, her alluring eyes sparkling with desire. Domineering, affectionate, and a little bit perverted. That final, soul-searching argument was textbook-level PUA. I almost fell in love with you after listening to it. Suyu rolled her eyes at her, annoyed, and looked at Qin Maching, who was analyzing data. So? Did she take the bait? They've taken the bait. Qin Maching adjusted her glasses, and behind the lenses, her beautiful eyes gleamed with rationality and scheming. According to our psychological model analysis, after this conversation, Bai Qingyan's feelings toward you have changed from initial indifference and vigilance to an extremely complex mix of anger, humiliation, fear, and intense curiosity. Although the favorability rating is still almost zero, the drastic fluctuations in her emotions precisely indicate that her mind is in turmoil. Suyu nodded. So what's the next step? Of course, we should press our advantage. A knowing smile played on Qin Maching's lips as she brought up a page on her tablet and turned it toward Suyu. 3 days later, there will be a very high-profile private charity auction in Tianhai City. According to our intelligence, Bai Qingyan will be present in person. Her target is the final item of this auction, a sample of an Antarctic meteorite carrying special alien archaea. This is crucial to her Prometheus project, and she is determined to get it. Upon hearing this, Suyu immediately became interested. Oh? You mean, we're going to intercept them? No, that's too low-level a tactic to steal it. Qin Maching shook her head. What we need to do is give her a favor that she can neither refuse nor easily repay. She looked at Suyu and continued. At that time, we will secretly instigate Bai Qingyan's nemesis, the president of Odin Biotechnology Company, to bid maliciously against her, raising the price of that meteorite to an astronomical price that will be difficult for her to bear. And you have to crush that meteorite in front of everyone. Then, give it to her as a trivial gift. After hearing the whole plan, Lume couldn't help but click her tongue twice. TSK, first they trampled on someone's pride with ruthless methods, and then they used money to do a huge favor. They used both force and persuasion. Will that misogynist fall for it? This is called psychological game. Qin Maching calmly corrected, even if she doesn't fall for it, her subconscious will make her feel good about Suyu, which will be more beneficial to our next plan. Okay, let's do it that way. Chapter 27, a gift worth 2 billion, I'll smash you to death. 3 days later. Afternoon, Haicheng University, Library. Sunlight streamed through the huge glass windows, casting warm and tranquil dappled patterns on the natural wood bookshelves and chairs. In the quietest corner on the 3rd floor of the library, by the window, sat a young couple whose looks were absolutely divine from any angle. It was Suyu and Ling Yixue. Since they started dating, this place has become their regular dating spot. The students around were already used to this scene, but their occasional glances were still filled with undisguised envy and jealousy. The once aloof school beauty who kept all boys at arm's length is now sitting quietly beside Suyu like a docile house cat. Instead of looking at her own book, she focused on helping Suyu organize his somewhat messy class notes. She also prepared an exquisite fruit platter, and every now and then she would fork up a piece of cut apple and feed it to Suyu's mouth like feeding a small animal. Suyu, on the other hand, took it all for granted, enjoying the thoughtful service from his academic genius girlfriend, flipping through his book while eating the apple. His lazy and carefree demeanor made the surrounding male animals grit their teeth in envy. Did this guy save the galaxy in his past life? Sigh, a beautiful flower has been stuck in, never mind, I dare not say it, I'm afraid I'll get beaten up. Who do you think Suyu is? How could he make Ling, the school beauty, so devoted to him? The whispers had no effect on the two people who were engrossed in their own world. Suyu felt a surge of emotion as he listened to the warm breath and the sweet fragrance of snow lotus emanating from his ear. He turned his head and his gaze fell on her delicate, flawless face, which was so close to his. Before Ling Yixue could finish speaking, she felt her lips being sealed by something warm. Her beautiful eyes widened instantly, and she instinctively wanted to push him away, but she was afraid that making too big a movement would attract the attention of those around her. This is a library. That bastard. He's got some nerve. Suyu looked at her, her face flushed red with embarrassment and anxiety, and his smile deepened. Ling Yixue's delicate body had already gone limp on one side. In shame and anger, she stretched her foot out from under the table and stomped hard on Suyu. Suyu hissed, but laughed even more heartily. For the past 3 days, Suyu attended classes with Ling Yixue during the day, and in the evenings, Suyu would give the school beauty a good lesson. Both of them thoroughly enjoyed the honeymoon-like feeling. In this warm yet ambiguous atmosphere, Suyu's phone vibrated in his pocket. The smile on his face faded slightly. Without making a sound, he took out his phone and unlocked the screen. It was an encrypted message sent by Qin Maching. "Is it work-related?" Ling Yixue asked. Honey, I might have something to do tonight. I'll come to your place later." Ling Yixue blushed and punched her boyfriend in the chest with her fist. "Ugh. I think you're just too happy to accept it. Suyu. Let's go, baby. Mua." Evening. In Tianhai City, a high-profile private charity auction was held in a top-tier clubhouse in the city center. Those who received invitations to this auction were all true top celebrities in Tianhai City, and even the entire Jiangnan province. Bai Qingyan was naturally among them. She came here today for only one purpose. That is to photograph a sample of a meteorite that came from outer space and fell deep into the Antarctic ice sheet. According to scientific testing, this meteorite is covered with an archaea that can survive in extreme low temperatures and high radiation environments. For Genesis Group, which is researching genes and life sciences, this meteorite has unparalleled research value. Bai Qingyan sat upright in the center of the first row. Her expression remained as cold as ever, and she ignored the business tycoons around her who tried to strike up a conversation. Next up is our grand finale auction item for tonight. A meteorite sample from Antarctica, carrying the secrets of extraterrestrial life. Starting bid, 100 million. As the auctioneer's enthusiastic voice rang out, a jet-black meteorite, protected by a bulletproof glass case and emitting a faint glow, was slowly pushed onto the display stand. A gasp and a buzz of discussion erupted from the audience. A glint of determination flashed in Bai Qingyan's cold phoenix eyes. 150 million. 200 million. 230 million. Bidding was in full swing, and prices soared. But Bai Qingyan didn't raise her paddle. She was waiting for all the small fry to leave before making the final decision. Finally, when the price was raised to 500 million, the noise from the audience gradually subsided. Just as Bai Qingyan was about to raise her paddle to end the auction, a slightly sarcastic voice rang out from the VIP seats on the other side. "Heh, is a broken rock worth fighting over for so long? 600 million. Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw an arrogant-looking man also raising his number. It's Lei Qianjue from Odin Creatures. Hiss, what's he doing here? Everyone knows he and the White Queen are mortal enemies. This is going to be interesting." Bai Qingyan's gaze instantly turned cold. Lei Qianjue is the president of Odin Biotechnology Group and also her biggest competitor in the business world. His appearance here is clearly aimed at me. 700 million. Bai Qingyan slowly raised the number plate in her hand, her voice devoid of any emotion. Mr. Bai is still as wealthy and powerful as ever. Lei Qianjue let out a strange laugh and followed without hesitation. Today, through inside information, he learned that Bai Qingyan wanted something at this auction. It is said to be of great help to Genesis Corporation's research. How could he possibly give something like that to Bai Qingyan so easily? After all, those two companies are the biggest competitors in this industry in China. 800 million. 1 billion. Bai Qingyan didn't even lift her eyelids before offering an even higher price. 1.2 billion. A hint of madness flashed in Lei Qianjue's eyes. His purpose in coming here today is to make Bai Qingyan bleed profusely at all costs. Even if he takes the photos himself and then breaks the contract, losing hundreds of millions of yuan in deposit, he would still think it's worth it as long as he can disgust Bai Qingyan. The entire audience erupted in uproar. Everyone could see that this was no longer a simple auction. It's a naked battle of capital between two business giants. The price, as the two expressionless men held up their signs, skyrocketed to an unbelievable height. 15 billion. When Lei Qianjue raised his paddle again and shouted out this astronomical price, Bai Qingyan's brows finally furrowed almost imperceptibly. This price far exceeds the scientific research value of the meteorite itself. If we continue down this path, even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory, which will definitely affect the company's cash flow in the near future. But if we don't follow, those present were all prominent figures in Jiangnan province. She said that if she were here today, she would be overshadowed by Lei Qianjue in front of everyone. Then tomorrow, Genesis Group's stock price may plummet. Meanwhile, the other party's stock price may rise accordingly. She was caught in a dilemma. Lei Qianjue looked at her hesitant expression and a smug grin spread across his face. The auctioneer sensed the tension. He wiped the sweat from his brow and began the countdown. 1.5 billion at once. Mr. Bai, are you still going to participate? 1.5 billion twice. All eyes were on Bai Qingyan. She gripped the number plate tightly in her hand, her knuckles turning white from the force. Just as she was about to throw caution to the wind and raise her sign again, a voice, tinged with languor and seemingly indifferent, unexpectedly rang out from a deserted corner at the very back of the hall. 2 billion. Whoosh! The entire venue fell into a deathly silence. Everyone looked back as if they had seen a ghost, turning to look at the corner where the sound had come from. Who is it? In such a battle of titans, who would dare to so boldly interfere? And they immediately raised the price by 500 million right off the bat? In a dimly lit corner, a young man dressed in casual clothes was lazily holding up a number plate. His face even carried a hint of sleepiness, as if he had just woken up, which seemed out of place in the magnificent surroundings. When Bai Qingyan saw that face clearly, her cold phoenix eyes suddenly widened, and her pupils trembled violently. Su Yu? What is he doing here? On the other side. When Lei Qianjue saw Su Yu, he was first stunned, then flew into a rage. Where did this brat come from, daring to cause trouble here? He was preparing to raise the price further. Sitting beside him, a beautiful woman with an intellectual air, Qin Maching in disguise wearing gold-rimmed glasses, gently tugged at his sleeve. He shook his head almost imperceptibly at him. Although Lei Qianjue was puzzled, before setting off, the mysterious middleman had repeatedly instructed him to follow the lady's arrangements. He could only suppress his anger, glare fiercely at Su Yu, and reluctantly put down the number plate. 2 billion once. 2 billion twice. Is there a higher price? The auctioneer was so excited that his voice cracked. 2 billion 3 times. Bang! The auction gavel slammed down. Make a deal. Congratulations to this gentleman on successfully acquiring this treasure. Amidst the stunned gazes of the entire audience, Su Yu yawned, slowly stood up, walked straight through the crowd, and stood in front of Bai Qingyan, who was still standing there in a daze. Then, under everyone's gaze, he placed the number plate, representing a value of 2 billion, on Bai Qingyan's table. I've already paid, it's yours. Chapter 28. The entire audience was shocked. Could Boss Bai be being kept by a sugar daddy? After saying that, Su Yu didn't look at Bai Qingyan again, put his hands in his pockets, and turned to leave. Carefree and indifferent. It was as if it wasn't 2 billion, but just a piece of waste paper that was casually tossed away. But the moment he turned around, the entire venue erupted into chaos. Everyone's jaws nearly dropped to the floor. A barrage of gazes, like searchlights, swept back and forth between the departing figure and Bai Qingyan, who stood frozen in place. I didn't see wrong, did I? 2 billion, just given away like that? Who is that kid? What is his relationship with the White Queen? I've never heard of such a person by the White Queen's side. Could it be a kept man? Are you crazy? What gigolo could come up with 2 billion? I think it's more like he's keeping the White Queen as his mistress. 2 billion. Not $20. Even the oil princes of the Middle East wouldn't play like this. Who exactly is this person? I've never seen anyone like him in Tianhai City before. Could he be a top young master from Beijing? What exactly is his relationship with the White Queen? Lovers? No, everyone knows the White Queen despises men to the extreme. How could she possibly have a lover? Could it be a suitor? But what kind of godlike pursuit method is this? Directly throwing a gift worth 2 billion in his face? That's too extravagant. Discussions and speculations surged forth like a tide. Bai Qingyan's knuckles turned white from clenching her fists. She gently bit her lower lip, letting those overwhelming gazes engulf her. She cannot have an attack. She knew that everything that happened tonight would become the headline news in the entire Jiangnan province business community tomorrow. Any slight fluctuation in her emotions at this moment could affect Genesis Group's stock price tomorrow. She slowly stood up, straightened her trench coat expressionlessly, and put the number plate into her handbag. Then, amidst countless shocked, awe-inspiring, and envious gazes, he calmly turned and left. On the other side, Lei Qianjue's face was so gloomy it was almost dripping with water. He grabbed Qin Maching's arm beside him, lowered his voice, and roared. "Who the hell are you? Why are you setting me up? Who exactly is that kid? Not only did you make me the laughingstock of the whole place, but you also helped that bitch Bai Qingyan get the meteorite." Despite his almost murderous gaze, Qin Maching's face remained completely expressionless. "Mr. Lei, please calm down. On the 23rd of last month, a sum of 13 million euros was transferred from your secret Swiss bank account, which ends in 7749, to an untraceable offshore trust fund in Panama. This money is the third sum of money you obtained by falsely reporting the overseas R&D costs of Odin Bio. Am I right?" "You!" Lei Qianjue's roar was instantly stuck in his throat. His hand, which had been gripping Qin Maching's arm, suddenly released as if he had been electrocuted. This matter. Apart from him and that Swiss bank account manager, there could never be a third person in the world who knew. How did she know? Who exactly is she? You. Lei Qianjue's voice became somewhat hoarse with fear, and he couldn't utter a complete sentence for a long time. "Don't worry, Mr. Lei." Qin Maching seemed oblivious to his dejected appearance. She raised her wrist, glanced at her watch, and said, "It's 9:45 p.m. now. Your personal cell phone will ring in 10 seconds. The person who called should be Deputy Director Wang of the Beijing Municipal Commission for Discipline Inspection. He will invite you to Beijing for tea early tomorrow morning to discuss the issue of overseas fund supervision for Odin Bio." Qin Maching's voice, like a countdown to death, echoed second by second in the silent corridor. 5. 4. Lei Qianjue's forehead was covered with large beads of cold sweat, and he felt as if his heart was about to jump out of his chest. 3. 2. 1. Ring. The piercing ringtone of the cell phone, like a death knell, rang wildly in his pocket. Lei Qianjue trembled all over, as if all his strength had been drained away. He shakily took out his phone. On the screen was a phone call from the Commerce Commission's Discipline Inspection Commission. Boundless fear instantly overwhelmed him completely. At that moment, he finally understood. The woman in front of me is not a middleman at all. She, and the mysterious young man behind her, represent a heaven-reaching power that he doesn't even have the right to look up to. In their presence, he sought his proud net worth of billions and his so-called status as a business tycoon. They're all just ants that can be crushed at any moment. Now, you have two choices. Qin Maching looked at his near-collapsed state, her voice still icy. First, answer this call and go to Beijing tomorrow to explain all your problems. You will spend the rest of your life in prison. Second. She paused, a hint of disdain flashing in her eyes. Hang up the phone, forget everything that happened tonight, forget that man exists. Then, shut your mouth. Roll. Thump. Lei Qianjue's knees buckled, and he could no longer support his body weight, collapsing to the ground. His phone slipped from his hand and fell to the ground. He scrambled over, grabbed the phone, and with all his might pressed the red hang-up button. I'll leave right away. Please don't be angry." Then, he dared not look at Qin Maching again and scrambled and crawled into the passage, fleeing in a disheveled state. Qin Maching watched his hasty retreating figure, her eyes showing no emotion whatsoever. She straightened her sleeves, which he had crumpled, as if she were merely brushing off a tiny speck of dust. Then, he got up and walked into the shadows of the passageway. The clubhouse's underground parking lot. Bai Qingyan dismissed all bodyguards and assistants. Alone, he quickly walked to the ordinary taxi that Suyu was riding in and opened the door. "What exactly do you mean?" She got into the car, her cold phoenix eyes fixed on Suyu. The anger that had been suppressed all night finally erupted. "Do you think you can manipulate me and make me grateful to you by using this kind of charity trick? Suyu, let me tell you, Bai Qingyan, don't fall for that." Suyu was resting with his eyes closed when she was yelled at, and he lazily opened them. He looked at her furious expression, but remained indifferent. "Oh. You're done?" Bai Qingyan's chest heaved violently with anger at his nonchalant attitude. She took a black card from her Hermes bag and threw it at Suyu. "I can't come up with 2 billion right now. There's 500 million in this card, and I'll transfer the rest to you in installments. I, Bai Qingyan, don't owe anyone any favors." This is her pride, and also her bottom line. She would never allow herself to be in a weak position of being gifted by a man in any way. Suyu didn't even glance at the card, and simply said, Whatever. Whether you pay it back or not is your business. Whether I give it or not is my business. He paused, a mischievous smile playing on his lips, and said, If you feel uncomfortable, or if you think this thing is too hot to handle, after you get off the bus, just find a trash can and throw it away. Driver, start driving. After saying that, he closed his eyes again, as if saying another word would be a waste of time. Bang. The assistant closed the car door from the outside, and Bai Qingyan didn't even know how she got out of the car. The taxi slowly started moving and merged into the traffic. The night breeze was cool, ruffling Bai Qingyan's hair and bringing a sense of calm to her cheeks, which were flushed with anger. She stood at the entrance of a luxurious club, surrounded by celebrities and luxury cars coming and going. But at this moment, all that remained in her world was the taillights of that taxi driving further and further away, and the thin license plate in her hand. 2 billion. In her eyes, it was a huge sum of money that required the entire group's cash flow to mobilize. But in his eyes, it was just a piece of waste paper that could be thrown into the trash can at will. Humiliation, anger, frustration. These emotions surged like molten lava, violently crashing within her. However, an incredibly complex emotion, even one that felt unfamiliar to her, stubbornly arose. She recalled the predicament she faced at the auction when Lei Qianjue had cornered her. She knew that without Su Yu's appearance, whether she agrees or not, Bai Qingyan and Genesis Group will become a laughingstock in the business world tomorrow. Is he helping me? The moment the thought crossed her mind, she instinctively rejected it. No, that man was domineering. He was just showing off his power in a way she couldn't understand, and incidentally, humiliating himself. But there are many ways to humiliate someone. He could easily photograph the meteorite and use it as leverage to negotiate for greater benefits. This is how businessmen should operate. But he didn't. He simply crushed her business rival in front of everyone, resolved her predicament, and then gave himself this gift worth 2 billion. In the past 30 years, no man has ever done this for her. The men she met either coveted her beauty, desired her wealth, or feared her power. Every gift they sent had a price tag precisely attached, each concealing a bargaining chip. Only him. From beginning to end, he never even glanced at all that she was so proud of. He always used the most domineering method to shatter her pride. Yet, when she needed him most, he shielded her from the most vicious enemy. He used the most hurtful words, yet did the gentlest thing. This unprecedented sense of contradiction, like an invisible net, firmly ensnared her heart. She looked down at the license plate in her hand, which represented 2 billion. Su Yu. She murmured the name softly. For the first time, a hint of confusion and trembling appeared in those cold phoenix eyes that even she herself hadn't noticed. Inside the train carriage, Su Yu's consciousness was immersed in the system panel. Below Bai Qingyan's profile picture, the number representing her favorability rating had subtly changed from initially showing no reaction to current favorability level, 40. Hee, my favorability rating has indeed increased. A triumphant smile curled at the corners of Su Yu's lips. I knew this icy, mature woman actually longed for someone to love her deep down. At that moment, Lu Mei's languid and charming laughter came through the miniature earpiece in his ear. Kid, don't forget that I wrote this script for you. How about it, isn't I amazing? You'd better repay me properly when you get back. This devil is all talk and no action. I really want to repay you, but you don't want to. Su Yu muttered a curse to himself. But he readily admitted, you're right, you deserve the most credit this time. If it weren't for the support of the country and the advice of your top-notch think tank, I probably wouldn't even have the qualifications to get close to a goddess like Bai Qingyan, let alone try to win her over. Good to know. Lu Mei said arrogantly. I know. Su Yu also realized that Bai Qingyan was not born hating men. Childhood trauma and past experiences have made her like a hedgehog, distrusting any man's advances and viewing all kindness as calculated schemes. Trying to win her over with normal courtship methods is nothing short of wishful thinking. Bai Qingyan, oh Bai Qingyan. Su Yu chuckled to himself. I really want to see the moment you open everything up to me. Just how wonderful is it? Chapter 29. What little yayet? It's clearly a big yayet. Night had fallen. When Su Yu returned to Ling Yishue's upscale apartment, he was greeted by a room full of warm lights and a beautiful figure that was already waiting at the door. Honey. You're back. Ling Yishue was only wearing a silk slip dress. Her jet black hair was wet and draped over her fragrant shoulders, clearly from a recent bath. A hint of anticipation appeared on her small face, and the next second, a soft and sweet body flew into his arms like a swallow returning to its nest. "I thought you weren't coming back tonight." Her voice was muffled, with a hint of grievance. Suyu chuckled, picked her up by the waist, and carried her to the large bed in the bedroom. "Fool, how could I forget what I promised you?" One day later. The next morning, Suyu was awakened by the aroma of food. He opened his eyes and found that the beauty beside him was no longer there. The air was filled with the aroma of fried eggs and milk. He got up and walked out of the bedroom, and saw Ling Yixue wearing a pink apron, busy in the kitchen. Awake? Ling Yixue carried 2 breakfasts out of the kitchen. Her pretty face still had a charming blush from last night's caresses. "Go wash up quickly, then come and eat." In less than a week, Ling Yixue's tone became as natural as that of a newlywed wife. Looking at her like this, Suyu felt extremely satisfied. The once aloof and unattainable school beauty is now his stay-at-home wife. This scene was enough to make all the boys in the school pound their chests in envy. Unfortunately, they can't see it. After breakfast, the two snuggled together on the sofa watching TV, just like any ordinary couple. Ling Yixue's delicate head rested affectionately on Suyu's lap, while she held the remote control and aimlessly changed channels. Suddenly, a financial news article caught her attention. Last night, at the Starlight charity auction held in our city, a meteorite sample from Antarctica was auctioned off for a record-breaking 2 billion yuan by a mysterious tycoon, setting a new global record for the highest price ever paid for an artwork at auction this year. The television screen showed CCTV footage of the auction. However, when the camera panned across the figure sitting in the corner, the image was covered with a thick layer of mosaic. Wow, 2 billion, to buy a rock? Ling Yixue couldn't help but click her tongue in amazement. Is this how rich people play nowadays? She turned her head, tilted her little face up, and asked Suyu curiously, "Who do you think this mysterious tycoon is?" "It's too exaggerated." Suyu was enjoying his girlfriend's lap pillow service when he heard this, and he didn't even lift his eyelids. Who else could it be? His tone carried a hint of lazy disdain. They're either spendthrift sons who own a mine or nouveau riche with money to burn. Giggle. Ling Yixue was amused by his sour grapes attitude. She stretched out her slender fingers and gently stroked Suyu's nose. I know, our little Yeye is the best, she wouldn't stoop to comparing herself to those ordinary people." Suyu found it amusing. This silly girl, if she knew that the so-called nouveau riche was the man right now resting his head on her lap, I wonder what her expression would be. However, this feeling isn't so bad. What do you mean by small Yeye? It's big Yeye or thick Yeye. You're so naughty. Another day has passed. Then, after saying goodbye to the reluctant Ling Yixue, Suyu returned to the 2-story building of his dormitory. "How are the preparations for the next mission going?" Suyu asked Qin Maching. "Everything is ready, just waiting for you." Qin Maching pointed to a complex web of relationships on the main screen. According to the latest information from the intelligence department, Bai Qingyan's father, Bai Jianjun, is actually not dead. After he fled 20 years ago, he underwent plastic surgery and changed his name. He has been hiding in a chaotic small town on the border of a neighboring country, making a living as a henchman for an underground casino. A photo of a middle-aged man popped up on the screen. The man in the photo has cloudy eyes, a fleshy face, and an expression of sleazy dejection. It's hard to imagine that this man is the father of that icy, aloof businesswoman. Our people have inadvertently revealed Bai Qingyan's current identity and assets to the casino he works at. A slight smile curved the corners of Lu Mei's mouth. Now, this mad dog, which has been starving for 20 years, should have smelled the blood. Suyu nodded. Given his personality, what would he do? He will definitely come back. A glint of insight into human nature shone in Qin Maching's eyes. A gambler like him, rotten to the core, upon learning that he has a daughter who is richer than a country, his only thought is to come back and bleed her dry. He will use the most despicable and shameless means he can think of to force Bai to submit easily. Lu Mei stood up, stretched, and her alluring curves unfolded, exuding a dangerous charm. And when that time comes, it will be your turn to step in and rescue a woman whose heart is frozen from the cruelty of the past. What could be more captivating than that? She looked at Suyu, her eyes filled with seductive allure. You're so mean. Suyu chuckled and continued, but I like it. Beside her, Qin Maching adjusted her glasses and said, Indeed, what we are doing is a bit inhumane, but for the sake of the country, we have no choice but to sacrifice Bai Qingyan. Yes, in this disaster, we can only sacrifice the small for the big. As long as the purpose is good, there is nothing that cannot be done. Beside her, Lume also sighed, but her gaze quickly returned to Suyu. Be prepared, be ready to deploy at any time depending on the situation. Well then, let's wait. Miss Lume, would you like to practice with me some more? Hee, okay. As they spoke, the man and woman walked toward the gym downstairs. 2 days later. Genesis Group, President's Office. After finishing the last document, Bai Qingyan rubbed her slightly sore temples. She's been feeling very confused these past few days. The man's image and his words lingered in her mind like a curse. Especially that scene at the auction. A gift worth 2 billion. They gave it away as soon as they said they would. This seemingly insane act completely disrupted all her understanding of men that she had built up over the past 2 decades. What exactly does he want to do? Is it really just for the simple purpose of conquering me? Thinking about this, she felt her cheeks getting hot. Pooh. A brat who hasn't even grown his first hair yet, and he wants to ride on me? Dream on. Just as she was feeling troubled, the personal cell phone on the table suddenly rang. It was an unfamiliar, encrypted number from overseas. She frowned slightly and pressed the answer button. Hello. A series of static noises came from the other end of the phone. Immediately, a deep, gruff voice rang out. Is this Yen Yen? I'm Bai Jianjun. My good daughter, I've finally found you. Boom. Bai Qingyan's mind went blank with a buzz. That sound. This title. It was the man she had long thought was dead in some dirty corner. That demon who ruined her childhood, her family, and her mother. He's still alive? A chill instantly shot from the soles of her feet straight to her brain. Her hand holding the phone began to tremble uncontrollably. You're talking nonsense. Bai Jianjun is dead. Who are you? Heh. What? You can't even recognize your father's voice anymore? The voice on the other end of the phone had a nauseatingly crude tone. My dear daughter, your father is not dead, he has just gone abroad. Dad saw you on TV. You're amazing. You've become a big boss. Dad is so proud of you. Shut up. Bai Qingyan interrupted him sharply. I don't have a father. My father died 20 years ago. Oh dear, why do you say that? Bai Jianjun's voice still carried that scoundrel-like tone. Blood is thicker than water, you know. I know you still blame me. But your father had his reasons back then. I'm telling you, Bai Jianjun. Bai Qingyan's voice was so cold it seemed to freeze the air. I don't care where you are now, or how you found me. Disappear from my world immediately. Otherwise, I'll make you wish you were dead. Oh, still has such a temper. Bai Jianjun let out a strange laugh, finally tearing off his disguise. Bai Qingyan, I'm not calling you to catch up. Prepare 1 billion yuan for me. Transfer it to the account I specify. From now on, I promise I will never appear in front of you again. 1 billion? Bai Qingyan laughed in anger. You're dreaming. So there's no room for negotiation? Bai Jianjun's voice instantly turned sinister. Bai Qingyan, I advise you to think this through. Although I'm not doing so well right now, I'm still a worthless person and I'm capable of anything. If you don't give me money, I'll expose all the messes you made as a child to the media. Let the whole world see just how filthy your background really is, the seemingly glamorous business tycoon. You. Bai Qingyan's body trembled violently. This is her biggest weakness. She may not care about money, but she cannot care about her reputation and the reputation of Genesis Group. So, have you thought it through? I'm only giving you 3 days. If I don't see the money in 3 days, you can expect to be on the front page. After saying that, Bai Jianjun hung up the phone triumphantly. In the office, Bai Qingyan slumped weakly into the chair, feeling as if all the strength had been drained from her body. Her usually cold and pretty face was now completely drained of color, deathly pale. That demon. He's back. She returned carrying her deepest fears and her most unbearable past. Chapter 30 Bai Qingyan's Crisis. You all must die. The next 2 days, Bai Qingyan was plunged into unprecedented anxiety and struggle. She felt that sense of loss of control she had experienced in her childhood once again. She tried to use all her resources to trace the origin of that number. But the result only made her more desperate. The number went through dozens of transfers and encryptions, and its final source pointed to a lawless place with no signal coverage. It was like punching cotton, leaving her powerless. Bai Qingyan considered calling the police directly. But reason told her she couldn't do that. Once the police are notified, the matter will be recorded, and given by Jianjun's shameless nature, he will definitely make a big fuss about it. Even if he is eventually brought to justice, Bai Qingyan's background will inevitably become a well-known scandal. Genesis Group's stock price will plummet as a result. Her business empire, built up over decades, may collapse as a result. This is something she absolutely cannot accept. Pay me? 1 billion is a huge sum for her, but it's not something she can't afford. However, she knew very well. Gamblers like Bai Jianjun have a bottomless pit of greed. He was given 1 billion today, and tomorrow he'll ask for 10 billion. This is an abyss that can never be satisfied. What to do? What should we do? For 2 days, Bai Qingyan was restless and unable to eat or sleep. She locked herself in her office, refusing to see anyone or handle any work. For the first time, she realized how utterly powerless she was in the face of such a scoundrel's threat from her own family. The third day arrived quickly. This was the deadline given by Bai Jianjun. Bai Qingyan stared at her phone all day, restless and uneasy. At the same time, there was a faint thought in her mind that she herself was unwilling to admit. She is waiting for someone else. Su Yu. If it were him, would he have a solution? The moment the thought arose, she forcibly extinguished it. No. No. She couldn't ask any man for help, especially him. She couldn't let him see her so vulnerable, so wretched. However, just as she was struggling with this internal conflict, my phone rang. It's another encrypted number. She took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. Well, my good daughter, is the money ready? I'm not going to give you any money, so forget about it. Bai Qingyan's voice was cold and resolute. Oh? So you're going to refuse a polite offer and then suffer the consequences? Bai Jianjun sneered. Fine, then you can wait to be utterly disgraced. Bai Jianjun, before you expose those things, I'll make you disappear from this world first. Bai Qingyan's voice was filled with murderous intent. Ha 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 ha. Bai Jianjun burst into wild laughter, as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world. Kill me? Bai Qingyan, can you bring yourself to do it? Do you have the guts? Don't think you can be more ruthless than me just because you're my son. To tell you the truth, I know exactly where you are and what you're doing right now. Do you believe that I can make you or someone close to you lose an arm or a leg with just one word? Bai Qingyan's heart sank suddenly. He was spying on me? I'm giving you one last chance. West of the city, abandoned warehouse A of the 3rd steel plant. I came alone. Take the key for transferring funds, do not call the police, and do not bring anyone with you. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that your personal assistant won't see the sun tomorrow. You. Bai Qingyan's pupils suddenly contracted. He even knew the whereabouts of his own assistant perfectly. Good. She squeezed out a single word through gritted teeth. Wait for me. I'll come. Hang up the phone. Bai Qingyan's face was ashen. She knew it was a trap, but she had to go. She couldn't let innocent people be implicated because of her. Bai Qingyan grabbed her coat and strode out of the office. The night was as dark as ink. A red Ferrari sped along the highway leading to the west of the city. Bai Qingyan gripped the steering wheel tightly, her palms already soaked with cold sweat. Her stunningly beautiful face was now completely devoid of color. The abandoned 3rd steel plant is a no-man's land in Tianhai City, the darkest corner of the city. She knew that her journey was fraught with peril. But this was the consequence she was born with, and she had no choice. Soon, a cluster of buildings, like steel monsters, crouching in the darkness, came into her view. She parked the car outside, took a deep breath, and got out. A stench, a mixture of rust and rotting garbage, hit me. She endured her discomfort and followed Bai Jianjun's instructions, heading towards warehouse A at the deepest part. All around, there was a deathly silence. Only the clatter of her high heels on the gravel echoed in the empty factory area, sounding particularly jarring. Finally, she arrived at the door of warehouse A. She took a deep breath, pushed open the door, and went inside. The warehouse was pitch black, with only a few pale rays of moonlight shining down from the broken roof. Bai Jianjun, Come out here. I'm coming. Smack. The blinding lights suddenly came on. Bai Qingyan subconsciously covered her eyes with her hand. When she opened her eyes again, she saw the scene before her. In the very center of the warehouse, Bai Jianjun was sitting on a dilapidated chair, with a dozen burly men with ferocious faces, each wielding a steel pipe and machete, standing behind him. And at his feet, a familiar figure was found bound hand and foot and thrown on the ground, with a rag stuffed in his mouth. It was her personal assistant, Xiaoya. Mr. Bai, MMM. Upon seeing Bai Qingyan, Xiaoya struggled violently, her eyes filled with terror and despair. Bai Jianjun. You beast. Let her go. Let her go? Bai Jianjun stood up and walked step by step toward Bai Qingyan. As he walked, he looked his daughter, who had already undergone a complete transformation, up and down with a greedy and morbid gaze. TSK, she's such a good daughter. She's so beautiful, with such a great figure, even prettier than your deadbeat mother. You're asking for it. Bai Qingyan's graceful body trembled slightly with extreme anger. Don't get excited. Bai Jianjun walked up to her, stretched out his dirty hand, and tried to touch her face. Smack! Bai Qingyan slapped him across the face without hesitation. The crisp sound of a slap echoed through the warehouse. Bai Jianjun's smile froze instantly. The group of burly men behind him instantly surrounded him, eyeing him menacingly. You shameless bitch! How dare you hit me? Bai Jianjun covered his burning face and roared with a ferocious expression. Do you still think you're that high and mighty, queen? Here, you're nothing but a dog. He suddenly waved his hand. Grab her. Two burly men immediately rushed up and grabbed Bai Qingyan's arms, one on each side. Bai Qingyan struggled violently, but her strength was nothing compared to that of the two strong, adult men. Where's the key? Give it to me. Bai Jianjun snatched her handbag and pulled out something that looked like a USB drive. He plugged it into his laptop, and soon a transfer interface popped up. Password. I won't tell you. Bai Qingyan said coldly. Not going to talk? Bai Jianjun grinned maliciously and snatched a steel pipe from a burly man next to him. He walked up to Xiaoya, who was tied up, and stepped on her back. I'll ask you one more time, the password. He raised the steel pipe and, without hesitation, smashed it down hard on Xiaoya's leg. Ah! A piercing scream escaped from Xiaoya's mouth. Stop! Bai Qingyan's eyes were bloodshot. Password. Bai Jianjun's eyes were filled with madness. Bai Qingyan looked at Xiaoya writhing in pain on the ground, and at Bai Jianjun's face, which was twisted with madness. All her strength and defenses crumbled completely at that moment. I said. Let her go. The password is XXXXX. She recited a string of numbers. Bai Jianjun worked quickly on the computer. Soon, the notification sound for a successful transfer rang out. Ha 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 ha. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. He stared at the astronomical numbers on the computer screen and burst into maniacal laughter. A billion. A billion is in hand. After laughing enough, Bai Jianjun walked up to Bai Qingyan and used a steel pipe to lift her chin. My dear daughter, do you hate me now? Do you feel like a piece of trash? Bai Qingyan didn't speak, but stared at him intently with eyes filled with endless hatred. Don't look at me like that. Bai Jianjun's smile grew even more smug. You should thank me. It was me who made you see the truth of this world. What kind of queen or business empire is she? They're all worthless in the face of absolute violence. He leaned close to her ear and whispered in a voice only the two of them could hear. Just like your mother. No matter how noble or chaste you are, once you're on a ship, aren't you still at the mercy of others? You deserve to die. You deserve to die 1,000 deaths. Wha? Bai Qingyan trembled violently. Devil? Bai Jianjun straightened up and looked down at her. That's right, I am the devil. And you are the daughter of the devil. He took a step back and waved to the group of burly men behind him. Brothers, this woman is yours for the taking. Play however you want. Just don't kill them. In an instant, a greedy and lewd light flashed in the eyes of those burly men. With greedy and lustful expressions, they approached Bai Qingyan, whose face had turned ashen and who was completely in despair. It's over. Everything is over. Bai Qingyan slowly closed her eyes. 2 lines of clear tears silently slid down her beautiful face. However, at that moment, boom! A deafening explosion suddenly came from outside the warehouse. The heavy iron gate collapsed with a crash. Who the hell? Bai Jianjun was about to hurl a curse, but the sinister smile froze on his face the next moment. A tall, upright figure walked in from the swirling dust, against the moonlight. Su Yu's face was expressionless, but his eyes were colder than the Siberian cold front. The group of burly men behind him also stopped in their tracks, looking at the uninvited guest with surprise and uncertainty. He glanced at the scene inside the warehouse. His gaze fell upon the two burly men who were grabbing Bai Qingyan's arms, and the way they were pulling down their pants. A surge of overwhelming killing intent. It erupted with a deafening roar. Let her go. Who the hell are you? How dare you meddle in my business? A burly man who was closest to him reacted, raised his machete, and swung it down at Su Yu's head. The next second. Snap. A crisp sound of bone cracking rang out. The burly man's body flew backward at an odd angle, crashing heavily into the wall and instantly falling silent. No one saw how Su Yu moved. The entire warehouse fell into a deathly silence in an instant. Everyone stared at the young man as if they had seen a ghost. I'll say it again. Su Yu's voice was devoid of any emotion. Let her go. The two burly men who had grabbed Bai Qingyan trembled with fear and instinctively let go. Bai Qingyan's body slumped down, but she immediately fell into a warm and solid embrace. Su Yu moved almost instantly and caught her delicate body. He took off his coat and gently draped it over her fragrant shoulders. Then, he looked up. The killing intent in those icy eyes could no longer be suppressed. You will all die today. Chapter 31 Bai Qingyan's past, I am her man. Bai Qingyan was held protectively in Su Yu's arms. The coat, still warm from the man's body, isolated her from this filthy world and shielded her from most of the cold. She looked up and could only see Su Yu's broad and solid back. This silhouette was like an insurmountable chasm, blocking her from the abyss. How could he? Her large breasts heaved with rapid breathing. Bai Qingyan stared at the figure in disbelief as she walked toward the group of scumbags who had just tried to force themselves on her. You'll die. She called out to Su Yu in a trembling voice. Su Yu turned her head and smiled, revealing her teeth. Don't worry, they'll be the ones who die. Damn it. Let's all go. Cripple this arrogant brat. Bai Jianjun finally snapped out of his shock and roared at those around him with a fierce but weak expression. His roar jolted the group of desperados awake from their terror. After exchanging a glance, they were also roused to a frenzy, brandishing their steel pipes and machetes, and rushed towards Su Yu from all directions. In their view, no matter how fast or strong the other party is, he is still just one person. Two fists can't beat four hands. As soon as they swarm in, a flurry of blows ensues. Even if he were a god, he would still be chopped into mincemeat. However, faced with the siege, Su Yu didn't even flinch. The next moment, he moved. In Bai Qingyan's vision, Su Yu's body seemed to transform into a blurry afterimage, moving through the flashing blades with an elegant yet deadly posture. Wow, so fast. Is this even human? Each flash was accompanied by a cracking sound of bones breaking and a scream that abruptly stopped. That's a speed that humans can't achieve. Just as a burly man raised his steel pipe halfway into the air, his wrist was crushed by an irresistible force. Immediately afterwards, a hand struck his chest, and he was struck as if by lightning. His chest caved in, and he flew backward, knocking over two of his companions along the way. Another burly man's machete, accompanied by a sharp whistling sound, slashed towards the back of Su Yu's neck. But it was caught by a hand that appeared out of nowhere, casually pinched between two fingers. Click! The steel-forged machete was snapped in two by those two fingers. Before the burly man could even feel fear, an iron fist loomed infinitely large in his eyes. Bang! With a dull thud, his head shattered like a smashed watermelon, splattering red and white everywhere. This is not a battle. This was a one-sided massacre. Su Yu was like an elegant Grim Reaper from hell. Every move he made was precise and deadly. He made no unnecessary movements, nor did he show any pity. All that exists is the purest aesthetics of violence. Bai Qingyan stared blankly at all of this. Her hardened and cold heart was shattered at this moment by the shock before her eyes. For the first time in her life, a man came to her aid when she needed him most and protected her. An indescribable feeling arose involuntarily from Bai Qingyan's heart. Less than 30 seconds. Silence returned to the warehouse. Apart from Suyu, Bai Qingyan, and Bai Jianjun, who was lying on the ground terrified and had already wet himself, there were no other people present. There was no one left standing. The stench of blood in the air was so strong it was almost suffocating. Suyu was completely unstained by blood, and his handsome face remained calm and composed. It was as if he had just casually swatted a few flies. Seeing this, Bai Qingyan felt a sense of relief for some reason. I'm actually worried about him. Immediately afterwards, Suyu walked step by step toward Bai Jianjun. You stay away. Bai Jianjun moved his body backward in fear his crotch was already wet and yellow. I was so scared that I peed my pants. Who are you? You can't kill me. Murder is illegal. Suyu walked up to him, looking down at him with nothing but indifference in her eyes. Law? He chuckled softly, but the sound of his laughter was more terrifying to Bai Jianjun than the howl of a demon. Here, I am the law. He raised his foot and stepped on Bai Jianjun's right knee. Ah! A piercing, inhuman scream echoed throughout the warehouse. Bai Jianjun's right leg was bent outward at an odd angle, the stark white bone fragments piercing through his trousers and flesh, exposed to the air. Suyu did not stop. He then lifted his foot and stepped on the other leg. Snap! 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 He crushed the joints of his limbs inch by inch. Bai Jianjun lay sprawled on the ground like a lump of mud, convulsing in pain. They didn't even have the strength to scream. Suyu, however, still did not let him go. He squatted down, grabbed Bai Jianjun's hair, and brought his tear-streaked face up to his own. I won't let you die so easily. His voice was like a cold wind from the deepest hell. I will send you to a place where your daily work will be to dig rocks for 15 hours a day in a dark mine. What you eat will be stale food that even pigs and dogs wouldn't touch. What you drink will be sewage mixed with mud and sand. Your only value is to use this rotten flesh of yours to pay off the debts you owe. Until you die. After saying that, he let go of the mud and let it fall back to the ground. Then, he turned and walked toward Bai Qingyan, who was already stunned and speechless with fright. Bai Qingyan looked at the man walking towards her. A trace of lingering murderous intent remained on that incomparably handsome face, yet his steps toward her were unusually steady. Like a demon who descended solely for her. Bai Qingyan watched the man walk step by step through the mess and bloodstains on the ground towards her. At this moment, the hard shell she had built with coldness and rationality over the past 30 years was completely melted away. At the moment when she was most desperate, most helpless, and about to fall into the abyss, he tore through the darkness and brought her a sense of security. In her most humiliating and unbearable moment, it was this man who completely severed the shackles that had bound her for her entire life. For over 20 years, she had hated Bai Jianjun, and every moment she wanted to tear this scumbag to pieces. But she couldn't do it. But Suyu did everything for her that she wanted to do but dared not do. Those crisp sounds of bones cracking, those shrill screams, were nothing short of the most beautiful celestial music in the world to her. Wah! When Suyu walked up to her, Bai Qingyan could no longer hold back. She covered her face, her shoulders heaving violently, and tears that she had suppressed for so long finally burst forth. A dramatic change in Bai Qingyan's favorability level has been detected. Current favorability rating, 85. A system notification sounded in Suyu's mind. But looking at the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him, who had shed all pretense and was crying like a helpless child, he felt nothing but pity. Who needs your help? Bai Qingyan raised her beautiful face, which was streaked with tears, and glared at him with tears welling up in her eyes. Her voice was thick with nasal tone and sobs, but her mouth still had that proud and defiant look. I don't need your interference. Looking at her hypocritical expression and then at the glaring 85 on the panel, Suyu couldn't help but smile gently. He didn't say anything, but simply stepped forward, opened his arms, and pulled the still stubborn, slender woman into a tight embrace. Ugh! Bai Qingyan's body froze instantly. She instinctively tried to struggle, but when she smelled that reassuring masculine scent at the tip of her nose, all her strength seemed to be drained away. She could only bury her face in his strong chest, letting her tears soak his clothes, and burst into tears. Suyu gently stroked her long hair and whispered comfortingly in her ear, "It's all right, it's all over now. From now on, no one will be able to bully you anymore." These words were like a warm current, instantly touching the softest spot in Bai Qingyan's heart. She cried for a long time before she gradually stopped. Then she suddenly lifted her head from his arms, her face filled with panic and anxiety. You killed so many people, run away. She pushed hard against Suyu's chest, crying and shouting, Go. Leave here, go abroad. Never, never come back. In her view, Suyu committed this heinous crime because of her. She couldn't bear to watch the only man who had ever captured her heart go to jail for her sake. Walk? Suyu chuckled as he looked at her anxious expression and reached out to gently stroke her pert nose. Fool, what will you do if I leave? He raised his hand and spoke calmly into a barely perceptible communicator on his collar. That's it. Come in and clean this place up. The words had barely left his mouth. Outside the warehouse, a series of synchronized footsteps could be heard. A dozen or so agents, dressed in black combat uniforms and wearing tactical masks, exuding an aura of steely resolve, swarmed in like ghosts. They showed no surprise at the devastation inside the warehouse, but instead gave Suyu a uniform military salute. Mr. Su. Then, they began to treat the corpses and bloodstains at the scene with extremely professional methods. Even the smell of blood in the air was sprayed with a special chemical agent to quickly dissipate it. Bai Qingyan stared blankly at all of this, completely speechless. Who are these people? Why were they so respectful to Suyu? How many secrets is this man still hiding? Who is he really? Just as she was feeling agitated and lost in thought, Suyu whispered in her ear, This place isn't clean. I'll take you somewhere else. His voice was deep and magnetic, yet carried an undeniable air of authority. Before Bai Qingyan could react, Suyu put one arm under her soft knees and wrapped the other around her slender waist, easily lifting her up in his arms. Ah! Bai Qingyan let out a gasp. She felt her body lift into the air instantly, and instinctively reached out her arms to wrap around Suyu's neck. This sudden intimate contact made her heart, which had just calmed down, start pounding wildly again. Holding Bai Qingyan in his arms, Suyu truly felt how breathtaking this S+ level goddess's body was. The stunning F-cup curves clung tightly to his firm chest, and below his slender waist, which could be grasped in one hand, were full and perky curves. Even through the thin fabric, Suyu could feel the elasticity. Her body was light yet curvaceous, every inch of it seemingly God's most perfect masterpiece, exuding a captivating fragrance unique to mature women. Bai Qingyan's pretty face flushed bright red in an instant. She could clearly feel the explosive force coming from the man's arm, and the steady, powerful heartbeat in his chest. This unprecedented sense of security made her, an empress accustomed to being in control, feel for the first time a desire to depend on and succumb to it. Suyu carried her, his eyes fixed straight ahead as he walked past the bowing agents and out of the warehouse. Outside, a black Hongqi L5 had been waiting for a long time, and an agent respectfully opened the back door for him. Suyu carefully placed the beauty in his arms into the spacious back seat, and then sat down himself. The car doors closed, completely isolating the outside world from the bloodshed and darkness. The interior of the car was quiet and luxurious, yet the atmosphere was extremely ambiguous. Bai Qingyan curled up in the corner of the seat, her heart pounding. She could feel the strong hormonal aura emanating from the man beside her, which made her mouth dry and she dared not look at him. Her mind was a complete mess. This man first challenged her authority with the most arrogant attitude, then came to her rescue in the most domineering way, and finally saved her from hell with the most bloody violence. He was like a fog, completely unfathomable to her, yet she couldn't help but want to explore him. The vehicle traveled smoothly through the night, not heading towards the bustling city center, but instead towards the dilapidated old town. As the surrounding scenery became more and more familiar, Bai Qingyan's heart tightened more and more. She recognized the road. Where are you taking me? Bai Qingyan asked, her voice trembling slightly. Suyu did not answer, but simply reached out and gently grasped her cold, soft hand. You'll find out soon enough. Finally, the vehicle stopped in front of a dilapidated two-story building. Dawn Orphanage. The 5 faded, mottled characters, like a needle, pierced Bai Qingyan's eyes. This is the place. The place that took her in for 8 years after her mother died and after she was abandoned by that devil. This place is filled with her most painful, most insecure, and most unbearable memories. She swore that she would never set foot here again in her life. Why did you bring me here? Come on, come and take a look. The courtyard was very quiet. Several very young children were playing on the slide in the yard, their laughter ringing out like silver bells. Upon seeing strangers enter, they all stopped what they were doing out of curiosity and looked at them with clear, innocent eyes. An elderly woman with gray hair and a kind face came out of the house upon hearing the sound. When she saw Bai Qingyan, she was first stunned, and then her cloudy eyes instantly filled with unbelievable surprise and excitement. Is Is it speaking lightly? My child, you finally come back. Dean Wang opened his arms and staggered towards Bai Qingyan. Looking at the familiar yet much older figure before her, Bai Qingyan felt a lump in her throat and her eyes instantly welled up with tears. Mother Wang. She could no longer control her emotions and threw herself into that warm embrace. Like a child who has been lost for many years, finally finding home, he burst into tears. Suyu stood quietly to the side, not disturbing them. He knew that Bai Qingyan needed such an outlet. He cried out all the grievances, pain, and loneliness that had been building up in his heart for over 20 years. I cried for a very long time. Dean Wang gently patted her back, helped her up from his arms, and wiped away the tears on her face. It's good that you're back, it's good that you're back. Her eyes were filled with love and heartache. You must have suffered a lot out there, right? Bai Qingyan shook her head, sobbing uncontrollably. Dean Wang sighed and turned his gaze to the man who had remained silent all along. Who is this? He is me. Bai Qingyan was speechless for a moment, unsure how to introduce herself. Friend? Benefactor? Or something else? I am her man. Suyu stepped forward and naturally pulled Bai Qingyan into his arms. He gave Dean Wang a gentle smile. Dean Wang, hello. Dean Wang was taken aback for a moment, then a relieved smile appeared on his face. Okay. She looked at Suyu, then at the girl in her arms whose face was slightly flushed. We said lightly that we have finally found someone we can rely on. Chapter 32. Once tonight is over, my flag will be planted on the iceberg. Dean Wang invited the two into his office. The office was very simple, with a peeling desk and a few old bookshelves filled with documents. But it was cleaned very well, and there was a reassuring smell in the air. Dean Wang poured tea for the two of them, and then carefully took down a slightly yellowed wooden box from the top shelf of the bookcase. She placed the box in front of Bai Qingyan. Child, I have kept this for you for 22 years. It was left by your mother. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingyan's body trembled violently. She looked at the familiar wooden box, and her breathing became rapid. She recognized the box. It was my mother's most cherished jewelry box. Inside were the few cheap ornaments that my mother owned and that were also the only ones she owned. She said, when you grow up, when you find someone you can entrust your life to, then I will give this to you. As Dean Wang spoke, tears welled up in his aged eyes. Now, I think it's time. Thank you, Dean. Bai Qingyan stretched out her trembling hand and slowly opened the wooden box that had been sealed for 22 years. Inside the box was a neatly folded, yellowed letter. And a black and white family photo. In the photo, a young mother is holding a little girl with pigtails, smiling gently and happily. Bai Qingyan picked up the letter and slowly unfolded it. Familiar, elegant handwriting came into view. My dearest daughter, Qingyan. By the time you read this letter, your mother will likely no longer be in this world. Please forgive your mother's weakness and selfishness. Your mother truly cannot hold on any longer. Mom knows you must hate that man. Mom hates him too. But my child, Mom doesn't want you to live in hatred. Because hatred will devour all your happiness and make your life as bleak as Mom's. My child, I beg you, forget him. Not for his sake, but for your own. My biggest regret in this life is not being able to give you a complete family, not being able to see you grow up, not being able to see you wear a beautiful wedding dress, and finding a man who truly loves you, cherishes you, and can protect you. Promise me you won't be as foolish or as strong-willed as me in the future. Girls can be vulnerable, and they can be protected. If one day you meet a man like that, one who sees through all your strength, embraces all your vulnerability, and allows you to feel safe and secure being a little girl in his presence. My child, please, you absolutely must hold on to him. Because that was the greatest happiness my mother could never attain in her entire life. You will always love you, Mom. The letter was very short. Yet every word was written with tears of blood. Bai Qingyan looked at the dried tear stains on the letter. Suddenly, I could no longer control my emotions. 22 years of suppressed grievances, all the pain, all the loneliness, all the pretense. At that moment, the dam burst open with a deafening roar. Mother! I'm sorry. I miss you so much. The strong armor that had sustained her for 22 years shattered into dust, bit by bit, under her mother's gentle admonitions that transcended time and space. The next second, she suddenly threw herself into Suyu's arms, wrapping her arms tightly around his waist as if she had grasped the last straw. She buried her face in his firm chest and burst into tears. Wa'ata. Why? Why did you leave me all alone? I'm so tired. I'm so tired. She cried like a lost child, releasing all the loneliness of the past 30 years through her tears. Suyu's heart was also pierced with pain. He held the trembling body in his arms tightly, stroking her hair and comforting her. It's okay. Cry out all your grievances. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear. From today onwards, you are no longer alone. I will stay by your side from now on. The crying in her arms gradually turned into soft sobs. Bai Qingyan raised her beautiful face, streaked with tears, and stared blankly at him with her red and swollen phoenix eyes. Why? Why are you so good to me? Suyu hesitated for a moment, then said gently. Of course it's because I love you. Anyway, he couldn't say it was for the mission. Of course, it wasn't just for the sake of the mission, ahem. And at this moment, Suyu could clearly see that the ice in those once cold but beautiful eyes was rapidly melting away. Ding! Detected a dramatic change in the target by Qingyan's favorability. Current affection level, 95. Completely devoted. Holy crap, it jumped straight to 95? Does this kind of woman suddenly become so aroused once she breaks down? Hearing the system notification in his mind, Suyu felt a surge of conquest. The summit of this snow-capped mountain, which no one has been able to set foot on for 30 years, the frozen throne that has deterred countless men, has finally been adorned with the flag that belongs solely to Suyu. No, it might be too early to talk about that now. But after tonight, it will all be a reality. Dean Wang looked at the scene before him and a smile of satisfaction appeared on his face. She quietly left the office, leaving the young couple alone. In the office, only the two figures embracing each other and the gentle moonlight streaming in from the window remained. Bai Qingyan's emotions gradually calmed down, but her body was still trembling slightly from lingering fear and excitement. Everything that happened tonight had a huge impact on her. Does this place still bring back bad memories for you? Suyu whispered in her ear, want to come to my place tonight? Upon hearing this, Bai Qingyan's delicate body trembled violently, and her pretty face, which had just recovered from its tears, flushed bright red. Go to his house? The implications of this invitation are self-evident. If it had been a day earlier, no, even just a few hours earlier, if a man had dared to say such things to her, she would have slapped him across the face without hesitation. But now, she finds herself unable to even conceive of refusing. Her heart, her body, everything about her, seemed to be screaming, yearning to be close to the man before her. She longed to draw more warmth and security from him. She buried her face even deeper and softly murmured in a voice barely audible. This was the first time in 30 years that she had shown such shyness and submissiveness in front of a man. Suyu smiled. Good. Suyu took Bai Qingyan away from the orphanage and got into the Hongqi L5 that had been waiting for a long time. Instead of returning to Suyu's two-story building near Haicheng University, the vehicle, guided remotely by Qin Moqing, headed towards a top-tier Riverview apartment in the city center with the highest security level. This is one of several safe houses that the state specially prepared for Suyu as part of the Passing on the Torch program. It has an independent security system and information shielding function, and is extremely private. It is a place specifically used to complete missions. Chapter 33, The Ice and Snow Melt, and the Snow Lotus Blooms. Inside the carriage, the atmosphere was ambiguous yet quiet. Bai Qingyan kept her head down, not daring to look Suyu in the eye. Her hands were clenched together nervously, and her heart was pounding like a deer's. Meanwhile, Lu Mei's charming voice, tinged with a hint of languor and teasing, came through Suyu's miniature earphone. TSK, not bad, yeah. I really underestimated you. I thought it would take at least 10 days to half a month to win over a heartless empress like Bai Qingyan, but I didn't expect you to completely conquer her in just one night. Shut up, you flat-chested girl, don't waste my time with the goddess. Suyu replied irritably in his mind and immediately cut off the communication. His entire focus was now on the woman beside him, whose figure was absolutely stunning. No one can disturb his wonderful time. Sensing that Bai Qingyan seemed somewhat nervous and uneasy, Suyu reached out and gently enveloped her cool, soft hand in his palm. Bai Qingyan's body trembled slightly, but she did not break free. The warmth from Suyu's palm was like a gentle current, dispelling the last trace of fear in her heart. The vehicle was parked in the apartment's underground garage. Suyu took her hand and led her into the private elevator, which took them directly to the duplex apartment on the top floor. The apartment is decorated in a minimalist modern style, with black, white and gray as the main colors, understated yet luxurious. Outside the huge floor-to-ceiling windows is the most dazzling night view of Tianhai City. You have been living here all this time? Bai Qingyan looked at the unfamiliar surroundings and asked curiously. It's kind of like a temporary place for me. Suyu explained vaguely, my job is rather special, and I need to change my residence frequently. This explanation was reasonable, and Bai Qingyan didn't think much of it. Her mind was filled with thoughts of what might happen next, and her heart was practically leaping out of her throat. Suyu noticed her unease and took a bottle of warm milk from the refrigerator and handed it to her. Have something to drink first, to calm your nerves. He didn't rush things, but instead sat with her on the sofa in the living room, chatting casually. She talked about the fun things that happened to her when she was a child in an orphanage, and the hardships she faced while studying in the United States. Bai Qingyan was surprised to find that she was willing to tell him these past events, which she had never told anyone before, without reservation. In front of this man, she seemed to be able to easily let down all her defenses and pretenses. As night deepened, the atmosphere became increasingly ambiguous without anyone noticing. When Bai Qingyan recounted how she had stayed up for 3 days and 3 nights straight in order to get a scholarship, eventually collapsing in the library, a hint of heartache flashed in Suyu's eyes. He reached out and gently pulled her into his arms. Sister Yan, I won't let you work so hard anymore. Bai Qingyan did not resist, but obediently leaned against the chest of the boy who was more than 10 years younger than her, listening to his strong and powerful heartbeat. At that moment, she felt as if she owned the whole world. Suyu lowered his head, looking at the beautiful face of the woman in his arms, which was slightly flushed with emotion, and at his reflection in her phoenix eyes, which were as bright as obsidian. He bent down. Soon. Like a patient hunter, Suyu began to guide her, exploring one mysterious territory after another that no one had ever set foot in before. Bai Qingyan went from being nervous, shy, and clumsy at the beginning, to being confused and depressed, and finally to blooming completely. The snow-capped mountain, frozen for 30 years, finally welcomed the hottest lava of its life tonight. The shackles that had bound her for 30 years were completely broken at this moment. She was no longer the aloof business tycoon, but simply a little woman in her lover's arms, freely expressing all her passion and desire. That night. As the icebergs melt, the snow lotus blooms. At the same time, the Dragon Kingdom's highest command headquarters remained brightly lit. The elderly man at the head of the group and several key executives were listening to real-time reports from various parties via encrypted lines. On the huge screen, progress bars for the 2 projects were displayed. Project Sword Forging Celestial Punishment Orbital Electromagnetic Cannon Key Material Development Progress, 37%. Patching Up the Sky Project T0 Gene Evolution Guiding Fluid Preclinical Trial Progress, 62%. Reporting to the commander, we have made a breakthrough in the preliminary synthesis of dense materials for the core of neutron stars. With the complete process guidance provided by Comrade Suyu, Academician Li Zhenbong's team has bypassed all technical barriers and expects to produce the first batch of compliant samples within 20 days. In addition, there is also good news from Academician Shen Jinghua's side. After the first batch of volunteers were injected with a pseudo T0 gene evolution guide fluid synthesized from simplified materials, their physical fitness improved by an average of 50%, and no adverse reactions were observed. Academician Shen is confident that the first phase of the National Evolution Plan will be completed before the end of the world. A murmur of barely suppressed excitement filled the conference room. Every piece of news was like a shot in the arm, giving these hard-working leaders a glimmer of hope. Just then, Xin Moqing's voice came from the video. Reporting to the leaders, I have another update on the Passing on the Torch program. Just 5 minutes ago, we confirmed that Comrade Suyu has successfully completed the mission to capture the second S+ level target, Bai Qingyan. The moment these words were spoken, the entire conference room fell silent. All the bigwigs looked at each other, their faces showing a mixture of shock and admiration. It's only been a few days? The business tycoon who struck fear into the hearts of the entire Jiangnan province business community was taken down just like that? Cough cough. The elderly man at the head of the group coughed twice, breaking the silence. He glanced at Suyu's file on the screen, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lean face. Great. Okay. He said good twice, his tone full of approval. This Suyu is truly a prodigy of our Dragon Kingdom. Not only does he possess extraordinary talent, but his abilities in this area are also truly outstanding. Pass on my order. Instruct the logistics support team of Project Torch to immediately deliver the highest level nutritional supplements and supplies to Comrade Suyu's residence. We must ensure that our hero has sufficient physical strength and energy to complete the subsequent tasks. Yes. The next morning. As the first rays of sunlight streamed into the room, Suyu slowly opened her eyes. He turned his head slightly and saw a stunningly beautiful sleeping face right in front of him. Bai Qingyan was sleeping soundly, her usual cold and aloof aura gone. In her sleep, her brows were relaxed, and there was even a satisfied smile on her lips, like a child who had received a beloved toy. Her jet black hair cascaded down the snow-white pillow like a waterfall, making her jade-like face even more stunningly beautiful. Looking at her now that she had let down all her guard, Suyu felt a sense of satisfaction from his conquest. He reached out and gently traced his fingertips across her smooth cheek. Seemingly startled by his movement, Bai Qingyan's long eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her captivating phoenix eyes. Their eyes met. Last night's wild and beautiful memories flooded my mind like a tide. Whoosh! Even Bai Qingyan's beautiful face flushed instantly, like the most delicate rose. She instinctively pulled up the blanket and covered herself up, leaving only a pair of shy and flustered eyes peeking at Suyu. Woke up? Suyu chuckled and leaned closer with a mischievous grin. Chapter 34. This bastard seems insatiable. A magnetic voice, carrying a hint of morning languor, rang in her ears, causing Bai Qingyan's heart to skip a beat. Hate. She tried to shrink herself deeper, but unexpectedly, she was suddenly grabbed and her annoying breasts were firmly stuck, making it impossible for her to move. You despicable little scoundrel. Humph. Memories of last night flooded her mind like a burst dam. She, Bai Qingyan, is a ruthless and decisive empress in the business world, striking fear into the hearts of countless men. To her surprise, to show a side of herself that she never imagined she would do in front of a boy who was almost 10 years younger than her. She even remembered that in the final moments, she had voluntarily clung to it like an octopus. She cried and begged not to stop. I'm so embarrassed. Who exactly is the scoundrel? Let me think about what happened last night. You're not allowed to think about it. Bai Qingyan hid under the covers and stammered. Suyu looked at her shy appearance, which was a stark contrast to her usual aloof and queen-like aura. A surge of affection welled up in his heart. He leaned down and said softly, "What's there to be shy about? You weren't like this last night. You still dare to talk back." Bai Qingyan was both embarrassed and annoyed, and gently punched his firm chest with her pink fist. The force was less like a beating and more like a playful act. When did she, Bai Qingyan, ever act so girlishly towards a man? Even she herself found it unbelievable. But in front of this man, all her pride and pretense seemed to become less important. Suyu laughed and grabbed her mischievous hand. He pulled her into his arms and gently stroked her cheek with the stubble on his chin. Ugh, stop it, it's so itchy. Bai Qingyan felt weak all over from his touch. She twisted and turned, trying to dodge, but those iron-like arms gripped her even tighter. Are you still going to cause trouble? Suyu asked with a mischievous grin. No. I won't dare to do it again. Bai Qingyan immediately begged for mercy. Her voice had taken on a hint of coquettishness that she herself was unaware of. Looking at the beauty in his arms, so ready to be taken, Suyu felt an unprecedented sense of conquest. This iceberg, which has stood for 30 years, has deterred countless men from even approaching it. The taste after it melts and blooms is simply irresistible. Compared to Ling Yishue's experience, it was a completely different kind of enjoyment. Are you hungry? I'll make breakfast. Suyu asked softly. Bai Qingyan nodded obediently, snuggling against him like a lazy Persian cat. However, just as Suyu was about to get up, but she subconsciously tightened her arms around his waist, refusing to let go. What's wrong? Could you stay with me a little longer? She raised her shimmering phoenix eyes, her gaze filled with dependence and reluctance. Suyu's heart stirred. He then realized that Bai Qingyan, this mature and stunningly beautiful CEO, was actually more clingy than he had imagined. The feeling was like that of a traveler who had been walking in darkness for years, who, after suddenly seeing the light, never wanted to let go. Good. He smiled and lay back down, holding her tightly in his arms. I'm not going anywhere today, I'll just stay with you. Real? A look of surprise instantly lit up Bai Qingyan's eyes. Of course it's true. Suyu gently stroked her pert nose. But, you have to feed me first. Huh? Breakfast hasn't been made yet. Before Bai Qingyan could finish speaking, she saw the aggressive glint in the man's eyes. She instantly understood the meaning of feeding. Ugh, no. It's not even fully light yet. However, her resistance seemed so pale and powerless. It was quickly submerged in a new wave of turbulent waves. After some playful banter, when the clock struck 10, the two of them finally got dressed, exhausted. Bai Qingyan felt as if her body had fallen apart. My legs trembled with every step I took. She glared at the still energetic man, who seemed to have endless energy, with a mixture of shame and anger, and cursed him as a beast in her heart. Are young people really that physically strong? I was clearly the one who was passive. I'd been here more than 10 times already, how come I'm still so energetic? Suyu walked into the kitchen with a satisfied expression. In no time at all, a sumptuous brunch was prepared. Actually, it was brought out from a hidden door in the kitchen. At the dining table, the stunning female CEO ate her food in small, awkward bites, not daring to even lift her head. She found that she completely lost her usual calm and composure in front of this man. At this moment, Suyu looked at Bai Qingyan and suddenly asked, "What are your plans regarding your father? I can entrust him to you." Bai Qingyan was stunned for a moment. Her eyes dimmed, and she said softly, "Yes, leave it to me. I will use the group's resources to send him to where he belongs." She didn't want Suyu to take any more risks for her sake. Suyu laughed. "Honey, have you forgotten what I told you? From now on, your business is my business." Upon hearing this, Bai Qingyan blushed. "Ugh. Who's your wife?" "I'm 32 this year, how old are you?" "That's my wife too." Suyu proudly puffed out his chest. Seeing this, Bai Qingyan chuckled, "Your family won't object to you marrying me?" "Don't worry, I absolutely won't object," Suyu said confidently. Upon hearing this, Bai Qingyan seemed to realize something and asked with some confusion, "Suyu, what exactly do you do for a living? Why are there so many special agents helping you?" This was her biggest question. From the very beginning, Suyu's identity was like a fog, completely shrouded in mystery for her. Hey. Suyu chuckled mischievously, leaned close to her ear, and whispered, "It's a state secret, so I can't reveal too much. All you need to know is that your man, me, is no ordinary college student. I've checked your file." Bai Qingyan rolled her eyes at him, then retorted defiantly, "You're just an ordinary student with mediocre grades." "Oh?" Suyu raised an eyebrow, his smile widening. "That only means that what you found is exactly what I wanted you to find. As for whether I'm an ordinary college student..." He paused deliberately, his eyes scanning Bai Qingyan's curvaceous figure from head to toe. "Didn't you verify it yourself last night?" "You..." Bai Qingyan's pretty face flushed bright red in an instant, like a fiery sunset. That bastard. He can't stop being vulgar in every 3 sentences. But it is undeniable. His university life was indeed very good. Bah! Bai Qingyan. What are you thinking? Chapter 35 Reward Draw, the Human Emperor's World-Suppressing Ceremony. In Dragon Xia, everyone should be like a dragon. Bai Qingyan shook her head vigorously, trying to shake off those embarrassing images from her mind. But she couldn't help asking with concern, "You killed so many people before, are you really not going to get into trouble?" "Don't worry, wife. The people I killed were all people who deserved to die. In this world, there is some garbage that the law can't control, but someone has to clean it up." He gently patted her head and said softly, "Just focus on your own business and leave the rest to me, my wife." Seeing Su Chen's confident and domineering demeanor, Bai Qingyan's heart fluttered once again. A man like that, if you were to entrust your life to, wouldn't be entirely unacceptable. This thought grew wildly in Bai Qingyan's mind like weeds, startling her awake from her chaotic thoughts. She's 32 years old, how could she act like a young girl in love, thinking about entrusting her life to someone overnight? That's so irrational. No, I need to think about it some more. Oh, right, the company has an emergency board meeting this morning, I need to hurry up and prepare. So rushed? You haven't even finished breakfast yet. No, it's too late. After saying that, Bai Qingyan quickly put on her clothes, then bid farewell to Suyu and left in a hurry. Anyway, I already succeeded last night, and I've taken care of the important business. A satisfied smile curved Suyu's lips. With a thought, the familiar system panel appeared before his eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained 1 chance to draw from the Civilization prize pool. Seeing the system notification, Suyu was in a great mood. This was the most important thing. It's time to go back to the dorm and report the results to those two women. He picked up his coat, humming a little tune, and left the apartment. Ocean University, private dormitory. When Suyu opened the door, Lume and Qin Maching were sitting in the living room. Upon seeing Suyu enter, Lume immediately jumped up from the sofa, her alluring eyes scanning him up and down, a playful smile playing on her lips. "Oh, you're riding high on your success. How was it? Did you satisfy the Ice Queen last night?" Suyu rolled her eyes at her, annoyed. "Did you install a surveillance camera on me?" "TCH, Lume curled her lip, do I need to pretend on you? Qingqing and I watched a full-length blockbuster movie all night yesterday." Suyu was speechless. Damn it, I never thought I'd become study material one day. However, when he thought about his superior physique and ferocious abilities after genetic optimization, he felt it was nothing. "It's just watching, watch if you want. Anyway, the man doesn't lose out. It also gives me a good opportunity to promote myself. Okay, stop fooling around." Qin Maching, who was standing to the side, stood up, a slight smile playing on her lips. "Let's get down to business. The mission is complete, and you should have gotten the new lottery chance, right?" When serious matters were mentioned, Lume immediately dropped her flirtatious demeanor, her eyes filled with anticipation. Suyu nodded. "Okay, I got it. I'll draw it now." Without further hesitation, he closed his eyes and immersed his mind in the system space. The giant roulette wheel, brimming with a futuristic feel, slowly reappeared. "System, initiate the lottery." Buzz. The enormous roulette wheel instantly began to spin at high speed. The pointer rapidly jumped between several areas, including technology, resources, cultivation techniques, and special. Qin Maching and Lume held their breath, their eyes fixed on Suyu, their hearts filled with tension and anticipation. Every lottery draw could determine the future of the Dragon Kingdom, and even all of humanity. Finally, with a crisp click, the roulette wheel slowly came to a stop. The pointer came to a steady stop on a grid that was unlike anything seen before, shimmering with iridescent light. Technique. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have won a 7-colored mythical level reward. Reward, the Emperor's Ceremony for Suppressing the World Volume 1, The Awakening of Spirits. The Human Emperor's World-Suppressing Scripture, a supreme scripture originating from the ancient human emperor, it guides humanity to unlock the boundless treasures hidden deep within their genes. Upon mastery, it grants the ability to traverse the universe and subdue galaxies with a single punch. Evaluation, the foundation of human civilization's rise, the only hope against apocalyptic catastrophe. Awakening chapter, everyone can cultivate, drawing in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to temper the physical body and awaken spiritual intelligence. Those with exceptional talent can awaken their genetic lock, gaining extraordinary abilities such as control over elements, mental power, and physical enhancement. Boom! A torrent of information, larger and more profound than ever before, instantly flooded into Suyu's mind. It was not just words and pictures, but more like a Taoan principle that transcended language and dimensions, directly imprinted on the depths of his soul. When he opened his eyes again, it seemed as if countless stars were flowing in his eyes. In that instant, his entire demeanor underwent an indescribable transformation. If Suyu in the past was like a sharp sword hidden in its sheath, now, he is more like a deep starry sky that encompasses everything. "So, what did you get?" Seeing this strange change in him, Lume and Qin Maching couldn't help but urge him on. Suyu took a deep breath and slowly uttered a few words. "A really awesome cultivation technique." "What? A cultivation technique?" Qin Maching and Lume's breaths caught in their throats. Could it be one of those cultivation techniques that often appear in fantasy novels? But in this technology-driven world, how could such power exist? They exchanged a glance, and both saw utter shock in each other's eyes. Looking at their expressions, Suyu slowly recounted the brief introduction to the book in his mind called The Human Emperor's World-Suppressing Classic. This method is called the Human Emperor's World-Suppressing Scripture, which originated from the ancient human emperor. It is the supreme method that guides our human race to unlock the endless treasures deep within our genes. So far, I've only drawn the first volume, titled The Awakening Chapter. Its core lies in drawing an invisible energy from heaven and earth into the body, which is called spiritual energy. When spiritual energy enters the body, it can temper the physical body, cleanse the meridians, awaken spiritual intelligence, and transform a person. Those with exceptional talent can even break the shackles of their genes and awaken all sorts of incredible, extraordinary abilities, such as controlling water, fire, thunder, and lightning, materializing mental energy, and strengthening their physical body to the point of indestructibility. Hearing Suyu's explanation, Lu Mei and Qin Maching became increasingly dumbfounded. Spiritual energy, genetic lock, extraordinary abilities. Qin Maching muttered to herself, her brain working like a high-speed computer, frantically analyzing these unbelievable concepts. As a top-tier psychology PhD and strategic analyst, she immediately recognized the terrifying potential behind this technique, potentially enough to alter the course of human civilization. This is cultivation of immortality? A fiery light also shone in Lu Mei's beautiful eyes. She grabbed Suyu's arm and asked excitedly, "Little Yaya, tell your sister, can we practice too?" "Of course you can practice." Suyu nodded. The wonder of the awakening chapter lies in the fact that everyone can cultivate it, with no barriers whatsoever. If one day the entire nation cultivates it, then truly everyone in my dragon kingdom will be like a dragon. Chapter 36. Sister, you've taken a bath and are waiting for your guidance. In my dragon kingdom, everyone should be like a dragon. Upon hearing Suyu's words, the expressions on Lu Mei and Qin Maching's pretty faces became quite interesting. Cultivation, spiritual energy, extraordinary abilities. These concepts, which only exist in fantastical novels, are actually going to become reality. Suyu Gigi. Lu Mei was the first to recover from the extreme shock. She rushed forward and grabbed Suyu's arm tightly with both hands. Is what you're saying true? We can really cultivate? We can really fly through the air and control lightning, just like in the novels? As a top agent who has undergone the most rigorous training, she knows better than anyone what this extraordinary power means. That would be a complete leap in the level of life. Of course it's true. Suyu looked at her, who seemed to want to devour him alive, and nodded with amusement. However, flying and escaping are later stages. The awakening chapter is just the foundation. At most, it will boost your physical abilities and awaken some basic superpowers. That's enough. Lu Mei blushed with excitement, and the breathtaking curves of her chest rose and fell with her movements. Quickly show me the technique. I can't wait to become an extraordinary female warrior. Well. Suyu drawled out the last syllable, feigning mystery. This human emperor's codex is quite special. It is not just a collection of words, but more like a transmission of Tao. Reading the words directly is useless, it must be taught by word of mouth and example. Teaching by example? Lu Mei paused for a moment, then licked her red lips and whispered in Suyu's ear in a suggestive tone. Well. I'm all clean now, waiting for your guidance, okay? Suyu was immediately exasperated and pushed away the octopus-like demon who had been clinging to him. What are you thinking? I'm talking about serious teaching by example. Suyu said with the air of a virtuous gentleman. Cough cough, I'm really feeling a bit weak this morning. Otherwise, we must thoroughly subdue this demon. I must verbally explain the mental techniques and use my qi to guide the energy circulation within your bodies to help you complete the first qi induction. Once you succeed, you will be able to cultivate on your own. So that's how it is. Lu Mei pouted in disappointment. Meanwhile, Qin Maching, who was standing to the side, finally recovered from the huge shock of information. Her eyes flashed with thought, and a barrage of questions came out like a machine gun. Suyu, does this cultivation technique have any requirements regarding the cultivator's aptitude? What is the success rate of cultivation? Is there a risk of qi deviation? Does it conflict with the T0 gene evolution guiding fluid? As expected of Sister Qing, she asked all the key questions. Suyu nodded approvingly and answered each question one by one. The Spirit Awakening chapter has no aptitude requirements. In theory, anyone can practice it, and the success rate is 100%. As for the risks, as long as you follow the mental techniques, there will be no danger. However, whether you can awaken supernatural powers depends on your individual talent. It and the gene evolution fluid not only do not conflict, but can complement each other. The gene evolution fluid forcibly raises the upper limit of physical fitness, while the human emperor's world-suppressing scripture develops the body's potential. The combination of the two will only have an effect greater than the sum of its parts. Upon hearing this answer, Qin Maching's breathing instantly became rapid. Her usually calm mind was now in turmoil. She knew better than anyone what this cultivation technique meant for the Dragon Kingdom, which was about to face its doomsday catastrophe. I must report this news to the highest command immediately. Qin Moqing's voice trembled slightly as she rushed to the encrypted communication device by the wall and activated the highest-level red dedicated line. Calling command, this is Qin Moqing, requesting connection to the commander's hotline. I have an S-level urgent intelligence report, repeat, S-level. Meanwhile, in the secret meeting room of the Dragon Kingdom's highest command, the atmosphere was heavy. The elderly man at the head of the group, along with several heads of core departments, was listening to progress reports on the two major projects, sword forging and mending the sky. Suddenly, a piercing alarm sounded, and a red indicator light, signifying the highest level of emergency communication, began flashing in the center of the conference table. Reporting to the leader, this is the dedicated line for the Passing on the Torch project. It's said to have S-level information to report, the secretary immediately reported. The old man's eyes narrowed, and he said in a deep voice, "Bring him in." The next second, Qin Moqing's calm yet barely concealed excited face appeared in the holographic projection. Reporting to the commanders. Just now, Comrade Suyu completed the mission to capture the second target and has earned a third chance to win the civilization lottery. A suppressed burst of excitement rang out in the conference room, but everyone held their breath, because they knew that Qin Moqing's urgent report was not about this. Sure enough, Qin Moqing took a deep breath and dropped a bombshell that overturned everyone's understanding. This time, the reward is a cultivation technique called the Human Emperor's World-Suppressing Scripture. What? Cultivating, immortal cultivation techniques? The entire conference room fell into a deathly silence. All the seasoned veterans stood frozen in place, as if struck by lightning. Say it again? The elderly man at the head of the group was the first to come to his senses, but his voice trembled with disbelief. Qin Moqing calmed herself down and recounted everything Suyu had just said, including his ideas about spiritual energy, supernatural powers, and everyone becoming like a dragon. After hearing the report, the meeting room erupted in chaos. This is impossible. Cultivation? Spiritual energy? This is completely beyond the realm of science. An official in charge of the technology sector exclaimed in disbelief. Academician Chen, Academician Li, what do you think? The old man immediately turned his gaze to the two national treasure-level scientists sitting next to him. Academician Chen Jinghua, his hair now gray, adjusted his reading glasses, his face filled with shock and confusion. Sir, from a biological point of view, this completely overturns our entire understanding of life sciences. Although the concept of gene lock has been speculated on in the theoretical community, drawing spiritual energy from heaven and earth into the body, it's practically a myth. Another leading figure in the field of physics, Academician Li Zhenbon, shook his head repeatedly. Absorbing energy out of thin air? That violates the law of conservation of mass energy. If this were true, we would probably have to tear down and rebuild our existing edifice of physics. The speeches by these two titans quickly cooled the initial enthusiasm that had just ignited in the conference room. Yes, that's unbelievable. Although the heavenly punishment electromagnetic cannon and gene evolution fluid previously provided by the system can be considered cutting-edge technology, at least, they are still within the framework that science can understand and explain. But this cultivation method has completely risen to the realm of metaphysics. Chapter 37 Confidence? Absolutely. Awakening an S-rank divine ability. Seeing the doubt and solemnity on everyone's faces, the elderly man at the head of the group also fell into deep thought. He trusted Suyu, and even more so the mysterious system, but this matter was indeed far too challenging to the limits of human cognition. Just then, Suyu, who had been listening in through the dedicated line, suddenly spoke up. My lords, I know this is hard to believe. His voice came through the projection, clear and confident. Talk is cheap, and theory is just theory. Give me a day, and I can personally practice and master this technique, so that you can all witness it with your own eyes. Upon hearing this, everyone's attention once again focused on the projection. Comrade Suyu, are you confident? The old man asked in a deep voice. 10%. Suyu's answer was firm and decisive. Good. An unprecedented glint flashed in the old man's eyes. He slammed his hand on the table and said, Then we'll wait. The entire Dragon Kingdom is waiting. Comrade Suyu, we look forward to you bringing us surprises once again, and bringing a brand new future to the Dragon Kingdom. Yes, I will try my best. Communication was cut off. Qin Moqing and Lu Mei looked at Suyu, their beautiful eyes filled with tension and anticipation. There's no time to lose, so start cultivating right away. Lu Mei and I will protect you outside and prevent anyone from disturbing you. Sheen Moching made a decisive decision. Suyu nodded, turned around and walked into the quiet room that had been prepared especially for him. He sat cross-legged on the cushion in the center of the room and slowly closed his eyes. When his mind was completely calmed down. In his mind, the profound and incomparably mysterious mental cultivation method of the human emperor's world-suppressing scripture, Spirit Awakening chapter flowed through his mind like water. Heaven and earth have spirits, all things have orifices, and the human body also has a divine treasure. As the mental cultivation technique was activated, Suyu's senses began to enter an unprecedented and wondrous state. He could almost see countless colorful specks of light floating in the air, like mischievous sprites, omnipresent. Is this spiritual energy? Following the instructions, he emptied his mind and imagined his body as a vessel yearning for sweet rain. The next second, those floating spiritual energy points in the air seemed to be drawn by some invisible force, and began to rush into his body from every pore of his body. Hiss. A cool and refreshing feeling instantly spread throughout my body. Suyu felt as if every cell in his body was cheering with joy. The spiritual energy, like the gentlest stream, flowed slowly through his meridians, cleansing every impurity from his body. He could clearly see his already incredibly strong bones, muscles, and internal organs, which had undergone basic genetic optimization. Nourished by this spiritual energy, it is undergoing another transformation at a speed visible to the naked eye. Time slips away unnoticed. When the sky outside the window changes from dusk to night, the spiritual energy within Suyu's body has transformed from a trickle into a mighty river. He felt as if an invisible vortex was forming in his dantian, frantically swallowing the spiritual energy from the outside world, compressing and purifying it into the purest energy. Now. Suyu suddenly opened his eyes, a glint of light flashing in them. He opened his mouth and spat out into the air in front of him. Puff! A white arrow of energy, compressed from a high concentration of spiritual energy, shot out from his mouth like a bolt of lightning. This white streak, as thick as an arm, moved with lightning speed, slamming into the wall made of special alloy in front of it with a sharp whooshing sound. Thump! A deep, resounding thud, like the beating of a drum. That alloy wall, strong enough to withstand armor-piercing bullets, was actually blasted into a dent the size of a bowl by this white streak. Holy crap! Seeing this, even Suyu himself couldn't help but swear. This power is fucking outrageous. If that hit a person, wouldn't it just go right through them? Just then, the system notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Detection indicates the host has successfully completed Qi induction and officially entered the path of cultivation. Congratulations, host! You have awakened an S-rank divine ability psychic power. Divine Abilities Classification Explanation. The divine abilities awakened in the human emperor's world-suppressing scripture are classified into 6 levels F, D, C, B, A, and S based on their rarity and growth potential, from lowest to highest. Level F represents the most common basic abilities, such as supervision and superhearing. Level S represents top-tier divine abilities, 1 in 10,000, possessing limitless growth potential, such as spatial abilities, mental abilities, and telekinesis. Psychic power? That should be a combination of mental and telekinetic abilities. Thinking of this, Suyu had an idea and focused his attention on a water glass on the table next to him. The next second, the water glass floated up from the table and steadily flew to his front. Holy crap! It really works! A look of wild joy erupted in Suyu's eyes. This is practically a standard ability for novel protagonists. With another thought, he controlled the water glass to perform various difficult tumbling and spinning movements in the air, as if it were his own arm and fingers, with unparalleled agility. He even felt that he could crush the glass into powder with his mind at any time if he wanted to. Knock knock knock. Just as he was having a great time, Sheen Moching and Lu Mei knocked urgently on the door. Suyu! What happened inside? What was that loud noise just now? Suyu then realized that the commotion just now seemed to have been a bit too loud. With a thought, the water glass that had been floating in the air silently fell back to its original position. Then he went over and opened the door. It's nothing, I just didn't control my strength well while cultivating. He shrugged and said with an innocent look on his face. Sheen Moching and Lu Mei walked in suspiciously. When they saw the shocking dent in the wall, their beautiful eyes widened instantly. You did this? Lu Mei pointed at the dent, her voice trembling. Suyu nodded. The two women were completely speechless. They stared blankly at the dent, then looked at Suyu, who seemed completely unfazed, and felt their worldview being drastically redefined once again. Is this what you call not controlling your strength? If this were controlled properly, wouldn't we have to demolish this building? Is this the power of cultivating immortality? Half an hour later. The Dragon Kingdom's Supreme Command, secret meeting room. When Suyu's figure appeared in the holographic projection, all the big shots held their breath. Comrade Suyu, how is it? My lords, I have successfully completed my mission. Suyu looked at the pairs of expectant and nervous eyes on the other side of the screen and smiled slightly. I have mastered the cultivation technique. Chapter 38, The Chief Instructor of Special Forces. How to win over the S-rank goddess of soldiers. Inside the conference room, pairs of eyes representing the highest power and wisdom of the Dragon Kingdom were all fixed on Suyu's figure in the holographic projection, waiting for his next move. The elderly man at the head of the group slightly swallowed, suppressing his excitement and nervousness, and said in a deep voice. Comrade Suyu, please begin your presentation. Good. Suyu responded. He didn't waste any words, but simply turned his gaze to a bronze cauldron used for decoration in the corner of the quiet room. The tripod was more than half a person's height, standing on 3 legs, solid and heavy, weighing at least 300 or 400 pounds. It took 2 staff members a lot of effort to move it in. Amidst everyone's puzzled gazes, Suyu slowly raised his right hand. The next second. Buzz. An invisible, imperceptible fluctuation suddenly spread out from Suyu as the center. Crunch, crunch. The heavy bronze cauldron trembled violently, as if an invisible hand was forcibly pulling it up from the ground. Rise. Suyu uttered a single word, his eyes suddenly narrowing. Boom. In the sudden, narrowed eyes of all the bigwigs in the conference room, the bronze cauldron weighing 300 or 400 pounds actually defied the law of universal gravitation and floated up from the ground. Oh my god. Physics giant academician Li Zhenban was the first to lose his composure and jump up from his seat. He gripped his reading glasses tightly, his cloudy eyes wide open like copper bells, his lips trembling, unable to utter a single complete sentence. This, anti-gravity? No. It's telekinesis. Academician Chen Jinghua was also shocked, his face turning red. Pointing at the bronze cauldron floating in the air, he exclaimed with extreme excitement, is this the power of cultivating immortality? Can humans really control objects with their minds? Quiet. The elderly man at the head of the group slammed his hand on the table, forcefully quelling the commotion in the meeting room that was on the verge of spiraling out of control. But his slightly trembling shoulders and tightly clenched fists betrayed his equally unsettled state of mind. His gaze, sharp as a hawk's, was fixed on Suyu in the projection, and he asked in a deep voice, Comrade Suyu, is this the supernatural power you spoke of? Yes, sir. Suyu's voice came through calmly and clearly. I named this ability psychic power. With a thought, the suspended bronze cauldron, like a tamed pet, obediently hovered slowly around him, sometimes rising and sometimes falling, incredibly agile. According to the system's rating, mental power is a top-tier S-rank supernatural ability, which is extremely rare. However, the mystery of the awakening chapter lies in the fact that anyone who successfully draws chi into their body has a certain chance of awakening their own supernatural power. Although most people may only awaken basic abilities at the D or C level, such as supervision, enhanced strength, etc., little by little, they will accumulate into a great achievement. If all of my million-strong army in the Dragon Kingdom were to become extraordinary beings, what would we have to fear from the apocalyptic catastrophe? What is there to fear from apocalyptic catastrophe? These words, like a thunderclap from the heavens, exploded in the minds of all the bigwigs in the conference room. Everyone's breathing became heavy in that instant. Before their eyes, it seemed as if they could already see a magnificent and turbulent painting. Millions of soldiers from the Dragon Kingdom possess extraordinary abilities, capable of soaring through the heavens and diving into the earth, overturning rivers and seas. What is there to fear from a mere apocalyptic natural disaster? Okay. The elderly man at the head of the group stood up, his face no longer able to maintain the dignity and composure befitting a superior, replaced by unprecedented ecstasy and excitement. Comrade Suyu. You have once again made an unparalleled contribution to our Dragon Kingdom and to our Chinese civilization. He took a deep breath and stared intently at Suyu. Then please send over the complete cultivation method and mental cultivation technique immediately. We need to immediately organize the nation's top experts to. Sir, I'm afraid that won't work. Suyu shook his head, interrupting the old man. Ha? The old man was taken aback. Suyu explained, the way the human emperor's world-suppressing scripture is passed down is extremely special. It is not simply text, but more like a mark of the Tao. Directly looking at the text will not allow you to understand its true meaning, and you may even go astray due to misunderstanding. That I must personally act as the preacher, using my own energy as a catalyst to guide the first batch of cultivators to complete the initial energy induction. Once they have successfully entered the path, they can cultivate on their own and, like me, guide even more people. Upon hearing Suyu's explanation, the bigwigs in the conference room exchanged glances. Although somewhat surprised, they quickly accepted the explanation. After all, even things like cultivating immortality have emerged, so it seems reasonable for the inheritance method to be a little special. I see. The old man pondered for a moment, a resolute glint in his eyes. In that case, let's change our plans. He looked at Suyu, his voice becoming extremely solemn. Comrade Suyu, on behalf of the Supreme Command of the Dragon Kingdom, I hereby formally appoint you as the Chief Instructor of the Dragon Soul Special Operations Brigade. You are hereby awarded the rank of General. I hope that you can personally train the first, superhuman force for my Dragon Kingdom. Are you willing? General? The head instructor? Upon hearing these two titles, even Suyu's heart skipped a beat. He's only 20 years old. The feeling of ascending to heaven in one step is so exciting. That's no problem for me, but I also have the mission of winning over the goddess. Although Suyu really wanted to agree immediately, he couldn't delay his main mission. After all, only the content of the awakening chapter has been extracted so far. Only by conquering more goddesses can he possibly unlock the subsequent cultivation techniques. At this moment, Shin Moching, who had been standing next to Suyu, suddenly spoke up. Reporting to the commander, and also Comrade Suyu, I recall that in the top-secret files of Dragon Soul, there seems to be a top-tier female warrior with a rating of S. As she spoke, she made a few gestures on the virtual keyboard in front of her, and an encrypted file was simultaneously transmitted to the holographic projection in the command center. That was the file of a woman with a striking and heroic appearance. In the photo, she has neat short white hair, but her face is incredibly heroic. Her eyes, however, are like those of an eagle on a snow-capped mountain peak, sharp, cold, and full of wildness. She wasn't wearing a military uniform, but rather a black, tight-fitting combat suit that perfectly accentuated her explosive yet curvaceous figure. She was as elegant as a female leopard lurking in the darkness, ready to devour her prey at any moment. So you also saw the woman's profile file. Name, Shaoqin, code name, Qi Lian. Age, 24. Height, 178 centimeters. Dimensions, D. Genetic rating, 98-1 in 10,000. Overall combat strength assessment, S King of Soldiers. System overall rating, S A Gem of Human Civilization. Chapter 39 is finished. I almost exposed myself in front of my wife. Lu Mei, you little vixen. At this moment, a high-ranking military officer in the command post, who held the rank of general, said, "Oh, it's Qi Lian, that girl." That's right, she is indeed the most outstanding blade in our Dragon Soul, and even the entire army in the last 10 years, and a true military beauty. It's just that her personality might be a little difficult to get close to. The old man nodded, then looked at Suyu with a somewhat amused expression. Comrade Suyu, we will also add Shaoqin to the special training camp, so the two tasks will not conflict. What's your opinion? Suyu looked at the dashing and handsome soldier king on the screen, and then at the S-level rating given by the system. He was overjoyed. That would be wonderful. Spread the martial arts techniques, train the army, and incidentally, win over an S-rank goddess. Killing 3 birds with 1 stone. Reporting to the commander, I have no further objections now. The nation's mission is my mission. Suyu's face wore a solemn expression that said, "It is my duty to serve the country." Ha ha ha, great. The old man laughed heartily, then it settled. We'll immediately set about selecting the most elite soldiers from all the special forces units across the army to form the first Spirit Awakening Special Training Camp. We'll send a private plane to pick you up first thing tomorrow morning. Chief Instructor Su, please be prepared. Yes. Communication was cut off. Call. Suyu let out a long sigh of relief. Just then, a captivating fragrance wafted from behind, and a soft, fiery body, like a beautiful snake, clung to his back. Chief Instructor Su. Lu Mei's voice, tinged with a hint of languor and charm, whispered sweetly in his ear. Look, it's getting late. Could you give us two sisters a private lesson tonight and teach us that magical cultivation technique by word and deed? Suyu felt the thrilling push from behind and the seductive, alluring music in his ears. He immediately shuddered and thought to himself that he was in trouble. No. I was completely drained by Qingyan this morning, and I haven't recovered my energy yet. If I get entangled with Lume, who's just as troublesome, tomorrow I'll probably have to report to the military region in a wheelchair. Cough cough. Suyu coughed twice and righteously broke free from Lume's arms. Stop fooling around, I have things to do today. I need to prepare to go to the army tomorrow. Lume curled her lips and gave him a charmingly disdainful look. I think you're willing but unable, aren't you? Were you drained dry by that guy surnamed by last night? Suyu's face immediately turned red. That vixen, she really knows how to bring up the most sensitive topics. He quickly changed the subject. Besides, I have to go keep Ishue company tonight. I haven't seen her for almost 2 days, and if I don't show up soon, she'll give herself away. Hearing this reason, Lume reluctantly let her go. Okay, you're lucky. She extended her slender finger and gently tapped Suyu's chest, her eyes filled with seductive allure as she said. But don't worry, I'll be signing up for the training camp too. Then you'll have to give me some extra help, okay? Definitely, definitely. Suyu nodded repeatedly. Then it's settled, Lume said, a sly smile curving her lips. In exchange, when you're trying to win over that female leopard named Xiaoqin, I can also help you out. That's a deal. After getting rid of Lume, Suyu finally had a moment to take out his other phone. As soon as I turned on the phone, a barrage of missed calls and WeChat message notifications came flooding in. Milk White Snow Girl, honey, where are you? Honey, why aren't you replying to my messages? Honey, is something wrong? Reply to me as soon as you see this. Suyu. If you don't reply to me, I'm going to never talk to you again. Wa'ada. Looking at the dozen or so missed calls and the long string of messages filled with worry and grievance, Suyu's heart tightened. Oh no. So focused on winning over by Qingyan and cultivating his techniques, he almost forgot about Ling Ishue. He immediately called back, but no one answered after it rang for a long time. Suyu didn't dare to delay any longer, grabbed his coat and rushed towards the girls' dormitory building. His current status is no longer that of an ordinary student, so the dormitory supervisor naturally didn't dare to stop him. He arrived at Ling Ishue's dormitory without any obstacles and knocked on the door. The person who opened the door was Ling Ishue's roommate, Lin Weiwei. Upon seeing Suyu outside the door, she was first taken aback, then revealed an expression that said, "You scumbag, how dare you come here?" Humph, so you finally decided to come. Shue was almost frantic with worry, thinking something had happened to you. Suyu walked in with an apologetic look, only to see Ling Ishue sitting at her desk with her back to the door, her shoulders trembling as she secretly wiped away tears. Seeing this, the other two roommates wisely made an excuse and slipped out, thoughtfully closing the door behind them. Only the two of them remained in the dormitory. Shue. Suyu stepped forward, wanting to hug her from behind. Don't touch me. Ling Ishue, however, stood up abruptly like a startled rabbit and dodged his embrace. She turned around, her clear, cold phoenix eyes red and swollen from crying, glaring at him angrily, then turned her head away with an arrogant look that said, "I don't want to talk to you." Okay, I was wrong, honey. Suyu quickly stepped forward and coaxed him gently. I took on a very urgent task these past 2 days and had to hand over my phone. I really didn't mean to ignore you. Ling Ishue still didn't look at him, only letting out a soft snort from her nose. Then, as if in a fit of pique, she turned and walked out of the dormitory. Seeing this, Suyu could only smile wryly and chase after them. The two walked one after the other along the campus path. Ling Ishue deliberately walked very fast, while Suyu followed at a leisurely pace. Ling Ishue finally stopped walking on a secluded, dark path without streetlights. She turned around abruptly, her bloodshot eyes fixed on Suyu. Where did you go last night? Why haven't you answered my calls all day? Tell me. Do you have another woman on the side? Her voice was filled with deep grievance and a hint of barely perceptible fear. How is that possible? Suyu quickly raised his hand and swore, I really have been on a secret mission these past 2 days. See, I came to find you as soon as I finished. Ling Ishue looked at him suspiciously, then her pert nose twitched slightly, like a puppy, and she sniffed Suyu gently. Suyu felt a sudden surge of tension. Sure enough, Ling Yishua's expression changed drastically the next second. Wrong. Why do you smell like another woman's perfume? Su Yu's heart skipped a beat. Oh no, it's all that Vix and Lu Mei's fault. Why do you wear such strong perfume for no reason? And why do you keep rubbing it on yourself? Seeing that Ling Yishua's eyes were about to redden again, Su Yu's mind raced. In a moment of inspiration, he pulled her into his arms and said in a tone that was both aggrieved and doting. My silly wife, that's the perfume I wore today to apologize to you. Ha? Ling Yishue was stunned. I thought girls all like fragrant things, right? So I wanted to spray some perfume to make you happy. But it seems like I've made things worse. Su Yu wore an innocent expression that said, I'm straight, I don't understand. Although this explanation is full of flaws, it has a strange persuasive power for a girl who is deeply in love and whose IQ is infinitely close to zero. Looking at Su Yu's clumsy, ingratiating, and somewhat aggrieved appearance, Ling Yishua's anger subsided considerably. She leaned in and sniffed again, then snorted, Fine, I'll believe you for now. In truth, Ling Yishue didn't believe Su Yu had any reason to seek out other women. After all, she was so beautiful and outstanding that the boys in school who wanted to pursue her couldn't even get a chance. What reason would Su Yu have to go find another woman so quickly? You're definitely overthinking it. Humph, you stupid straight man, you don't even know how to use perfume. Ling Yishue stretched out her jade-like finger and tapped Su Yu's forehead, scolding him, This perfume is for women, the scent is too strong, it's not suitable for you at all. Upon hearing this, Su Yu was immediately embarrassed and could only go along with her words, Oh, I see. Then I'll give you this perfume next time. Upon hearing this, Ling Yishue felt as sweet as if she had eaten honey. The last trace of doubt in her heart vanished. She stopped talking and simply rested her head on Su Yu's chest, like a kitten yearning for its master's scent, constantly sniffing him. You smell so good. Her voice carried a hint of languid murmur. It smells better than any perfume. Su Yu's heart was aroused by her. Looking down at the beautiful face in his arms, which could be both happy and angry, he couldn't help but lean down. Under the moonlight, two figures embraced tightly. One day later. The next morning, while the campus was still shrouded in a tranquil morning mist, a loud roar shattered the peace. A jet-black armed helicopter hovered steadily in the open space in front of the boys' dormitory building. The enormous rotors whipped up a fierce wind, causing the surrounding trees to sway wildly. Oh my god! Another helicopter! Is this another trip to pick up Su Yu? Chapter 40 Did you think I wouldn't be able to tell just because you're wrapped in cloth? In the dormitory. Ling Yishue opened her eyes groggily, disturbed by the noise outside, and saw Su Yu's magnified handsome face right in front of her. The scoundrel was patiently rubbing his newly grown, green stubble on his chin against her cheek, like a large feline cuddling. Ugh! Stop fooling around. Ling Yishue let out a lazy nasal sound. She tried to push him away, but she couldn't muster any strength at all. Last night's frenzy had almost completely drained her energy. Looking at her sleepy, charming appearance, which was completely different from the aloof and arrogant ice queen she was usually, so you felt a surge of affection for her. Awake? Lazy cat. It's all your fault. Ling Yishue's cheeks flushed red instantly. She pulled up the silk quilt, covering half of her face, leaving only her large, watery phoenix eyes peeking out as she glared at him shyly. Why blame your husband? Su Yu grinned mischievously, one arm braced against her side, while the other hand wandered in unsuspectingly along the edge. It grasped that breathtaking softness with perfect accuracy. Ah! Ling Yishue's body trembled slightly. She felt that her body had been completely branded by this man, and she became very sensitive to any touch from him. She tried to struggle, but her strength was no match for Su Yu's, like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. In the end, all that could be turned into a helpless groan. Let that wicked hand roam freely. Honey, is the helicopter outside here to pick you up? Yes, I have an urgent mission today. Then why aren't you? Hurry up and get dressed. Sigh, you're right. Okay then, I won't tease you anymore, or I really won't be able to get up today. After some playful banter. Looking at the other person's panting appearance, Su Yu could only reluctantly stop. Then I quickly got dressed. Honey, wait for me to come back. Okay. Go ahead, be careful. Ling Yishue nodded vigorously, gazing sweetly at Su Yu's retreating figure until he disappeared through the doorway. Her heart was filled with pride and reluctance. My man is a peerless hero. The helicopter sped through the clouds, its destination a secret military base located in the northwestern inland of China, a base that could not be found on any map. This is the headquarters of the Dragon Soul, the most mysterious and elite special forces unit in the Dragon Kingdom. As the helicopter slowly landed on a huge underground helipad, Suyu was greeted by a middle-aged general with 2 gold stars on his shoulders and a face as resolute as iron. "Hello, Chief Instructor Su." The general gave a standard military salute to Suyu, who was only 20 years old, his eyes filled with respect and curiosity. "I am Li Jun, the brigade commander of Dragon Soul. By order of the Supreme Command, the first batch of trainees of the Spirit Awakening training camp have all assembled and are ready to begin special training at any time." "Commander Li, you're too kind." Suyu returned the greeting. Following Li Jun, they passed through layers of heavily guarded alloy gates and arrived at the core training ground of the base. The training ground is enormous, large enough to accommodate thousands of people. At this moment, in the very center of the field, 100 soldiers dressed in black combat uniforms, their postures as straight as pine trees, had formed a neat square formation. Each of them exuded a fierce and murderous aura, like a drawn blade. Those gazes, sharp as hawks, filled with scrutiny and suspicion, all fell upon Suyu as he walked in. These individuals are elite soldiers selected from among the top special forces units across the entire military, 1 in 10,000. Each and every one of them is the elite of the elite. They received top-secret orders to participate in a special training program that would determine the future of the nation. They had expected to be greeted by a highly respected old general or a decorated war hero. But to their utter surprise, the person who walked in was a young man who looked even younger than them, with a lazy look on his face as if he hadn't woken up yet. He wasn't even wearing a military uniform. "But I heard his military rank is a general? What's going on here? Does China even have such a young general? What the hell? They made some greenhorn our head instructor? Judging from his fair and delicate skin, he's probably some rich young master who was sent in to gain experience, right? General. What a joke." A murmur of discussion arose within the group. They are elite soldiers. They are the nation's sharpest weapon. They only believe in strength. A 20-year-old general? This is absolutely ridiculous. Standing at the very front of the line was a burly man, as imposing as an iron tower, with bulging muscles, codenamed Mount Tai, who made no attempt to hide the contempt in his eyes. He glanced at a beautiful figure standing to the side, who had also joined the training camp, and asked in a low voice. "Fox, you have connections, do you know who this kid is?" The one he called Fox was Lu Mei. Today, she also changed into a black, tight-fitting combat suit, which made her already incredibly hot figure even more breathtaking. She crossed her arms over her chest, and the proud curve of her arms made many of the less composed soldiers around her secretly swallow. Upon hearing Taishan's question, Lu Mei's lips curled into a playful smile. "Anyway, my advice to you is to keep your little schemes to yourself." She glanced at Suyu not far away, her voice carrying a hint of inexplicable amusement. "This young man is not someone you can afford to mess with. TCH, just a pretty boy, what's so great about him?" Taishan curled his lip in disdain. Lu Mei didn't argue with him anymore, but instead turned her gaze to a woman standing at the other end of the line, exuding an aura that kept strangers at bay. How infuriating. Why is Xiaoqin an S rank while I, a beauty of this world, am only an A+? A tiny flicker of jealousy crossed Lu Mei's mind. "Humph, so what if it's a little bigger there? Did you think I wouldn't be able to tell just because you wrapped it in cloth?" Just then, Brigade Commander Li Jian stepped onto the reviewing stand and introduced the troops in a booming voice. "Attention! Silence! Standing before you is General Suyu, the chief instructor of the Spirit Awakening Special Training Camp, personally appointed by the Supreme Command. From today onwards, he will be your highest ranking officer. His orders are the highest command. Do you all understand?" There was a moment of silence in the line. "Report. I don't understand." Then, a loud voice suddenly rang out. In the group, a man with a muscular build and an arrogant look in his eyes suddenly stepped forward. "I, Mad Dragon, refuse to accept this." He stared intently at Suyu on the stage and said loudly, "We are soldiers, and we only believe in strength. You want to be our instructors? Fine. Let us see if you're really qualified." "That's right. I disagree. Let's see what you're capable of." Chapter 41, Soldier Flower? That's quite a unique flavor, isn't it? Qianlong's words instantly ignited the pride in the hearts of all the elite soldiers. Provocative gazes shot towards Suyu like sharp swords. Brigade Commander Li Zhan's face immediately darkened, and he was about to lash out. Suyu raised her hand to stop him. He slowly walked down from the stage, his face still bearing that lazy and nonchalant expression. His gaze didn't even look at the mad dragon. Instead, it slowly swept across the dragon, as if searching for something. It eventually landed in a corner. There stood a stunningly beautiful woman who, even among a group of elite soldiers, would still stand out from the crowd. Her short, silver-white hair made her strikingly handsome face appear even more cold and beautiful. Her features are as if sculpted by the most skilled sculptor, every single detail exuding a powerful and wild beauty. Her figure even made Suyu secretly admire her. Her model-like height of 1.78 meters makes her stand out even among men. A black, tight-fitting combat suit, like a second skin, tightly wrapped her explosively powerful body. That wasn't the dead muscle built up in the gym, but a cheetah-like physique with smooth lines and a wild beauty, honed through countless hours of training. Her flat stomach had no excess fat, and the tight tactical vest outlined an amazing waist-to-hip ratio. The pert curves stretched out behind her, creating a line that could drive any man crazy. What's most captivating is the fullness of her breasts, which even the vest can't completely contain. Beneath the tough fabric, it presents a powerful, rounded, and upright form, with each breath carrying a breathtaking undulation, as if it could break free of its restraints at any moment. Moving the gaze downwards, those incredibly long legs encased in tactical trousers are a perfect blend of power and sexiness. The muscles are firm and long, exuding an explosive sense of power, leaving no doubt that they could easily snap a grown man's neck, yet their astonishing length and straight lines also give them a deadly allure. The whole person is like a meticulously crafted human weapon, every inch of their body born for battle, yet because of their extreme proportions and lines, they exude a sexy charm that makes men's primal instincts tremble. Wild, sexy, dangerous. As expected of an S-class beauty, a female soldier, she has a unique charm. At this moment, seemingly noticing Suyu's undisguised gaze, Xiao Qin's brows furrowed almost imperceptibly. A hint of disgust flashed in those cold eyes. It seems he's just another spoiled brat who only knows how to think with his lower body. Hey! What are you looking at? When Quanglong saw that Suyu was ignoring him and instead brazenly staring at their goddess, he was furious. Kid, if you've got the guts, fight me. If you win, we'll all acknowledge you as our head instructor. If you lose, tuck your tail between your legs and go back to your mother's arms to nurse. Well. Suyu finally withdrew his gaze, looked at the raging dragon, and sighed helplessly. What a hassle. Since you're so eager to be tortured, then I'll grant your wish. He casually beckoned to the mad dragon with his finger. Come on, don't waste time. You're asking for it. Seeing Suyu's utterly contemptuous attitude, Quanglong's anger was completely ignited. He roared and suddenly exerted force with his feet. He pounced on Suyu fiercely, like a tiger unleashed from its cage. It's a tiger descending the mountain. This kid's dead meat. Mad Dragon's punch could kill a bull. The surrounding elite soldiers gasped in surprise. Lu Mei's lips curled into a smile of anticipation, as if she were watching a good show. This mad dragon is going to be in big trouble. Faced with a punch powerful enough to shatter stone, Suyu's face still held that lazy expression. He didn't even bother to dodge. Just as the mad dragon's fist was about to smash into his face, he finally moved. His movements appeared slow, even somewhat casual. He simply raised his right hand. He tapped the palm of the mad dragon with his index finger. Bang! A soft sound, completely out of character for its violent intensity. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. The fist of the mad dragon, powerful enough to kill a bull, stopped right in front of Suyu, unable to advance even an inch further. And what blocked it was merely a single finger. How is this possible? The dragon's eyes were wide open, like copper bells. He felt as if his fist had struck an unshakable mountain. The seemingly effortless yet vast power emanating from the other's fingertips made his entire body tremble. That's it? Suyu shook his head, and the index finger that was pointing at his fist slightly bent. Then, with a gentle flick. Thump! An indescribable, terrifying power erupted instantly. Boom! Quanglong screamed as if he had been hit head-on by a speeding train, and was sent flying backward. It flew more than 10 meters before crashing heavily to the ground, twitching twice before losing consciousness. The entire training ground fell into a deathly silence. All the elite soldiers, including Taishan and Xiao Qin, stood frozen in place as if they had been struck by a spell. Their eyes were wide open, their mouths were agape, and their faces looked as if they had seen a ghost. One finger? With just one finger, he killed the mad dragon, known for its strength, instantly? Is this some kind of fantasy movie? This is completely beyond their understanding of the limits of human strength. Is this really a power that humans can possess? Is there anyone else who disagrees? Feel free to offer your opinions. Suyu withdrew his finger, dusted off his hands, and casually glanced across the room. That lazy look, in the eyes of all the elite soldiers, was more terrifying than the most ferocious prehistoric beast. For the first time, a ripple appeared in Xiao Qin's icy eyes. She stared at Suyu, surprised that she had misjudged the situation. This man seems to have never carried out any missions or undergone any training. But how could someone possess such strength? To be able to take down a mad dragon with a single finger, even an Olympic weightlifting champion couldn't do that, right? How did he do that? That power is like that of a monster. Could it be some kind of cyborg? This is also what all elite soldiers are thinking. Regardless of their thoughts, they remained completely silent at this moment, no longer daring to express their dissatisfaction. Very good. Seeing the ghost-like expressions on the faces of these elite soldiers, Suyu nodded. Once the goal of establishing authority has been achieved, that's enough. After all, they are a group of elite soldiers, so it's normal for them to be a little arrogant. I know you must be very curious about who I am and why I have such power. He paused, a mysterious smile curving his lips. Now, I'll show you something even more fun. After speaking, he turned his gaze to the side of the training ground, to a Type 92 infantry fighting vehicle weighing 10 tons, which was used for obstacle training. Then he raised his right hand. Buzz! An invisible wave spread out. Crunch, crunch. That war beast, forged from steel, began to tremble violently. The 4 enormous tires slowly lifted off the ground. Under the gaze of 100 pairs of eyes that seemed to bulge out of their sockets, that 10-ton infantry fighting vehicle defied all the laws of physics and floated into the air. Seeing this scene, all the elite soldiers' brains completely crashed. Chapter 42. You tell me, what else is this but emotionally suggestive clothing? If Suyu's flicking of the mad dragon away with a single finger just shocked them. The scene before them had shattered their worldview, built up over the past 20 years, leaving not a trace. A 10-ton truck is floating in the air? Is this magic, or a miracle? Suyu held on for about 10 seconds before putting the heavy truck down, feeling a bit of a headache. It seems that this is probably the limit of my mental power. However, as he continues to cultivate the spirit awakening technique, his mental power will further increase. Alright, you've all seen it. From today onward, you will learn how to acquire this power. What? Can we also obtain this power? All the elite soldiers were invigorated. Of course, it may be different from what I showed, but the common point is that they are all extraordinary powers. I call it cultivating immortality. My purpose in coming here is to train you into the first superhuman force in my Dragon Kingdom. Extraordinary? Cultivating immortality? In an instant, everyone's breathing became extremely rapid. So this was the real reason the country summoned them here. It turns out that there really are powers in this world that transcend ordinary people. They are elite soldiers, warriors who stand at the pinnacle of humanity. The desire for power was ingrained in their very being. They once thought they had reached the limits of human potential. But today I realized that I was just a frog in a well. Overturn a tank with a thought, flick a soldier king away with a finger. This is true power, and this is the ultimate goal they should pursue. Looking at the faces below the stage, flushed red with excitement and fervor, Suyu nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Commander Li, distribute the training manual. Yes. Li Zhan responded with a similarly shocked expression. He had already heard about Suyu's situation from his superiors, so he wasn't too surprised. But when he saw the heavy truck actually lift off the ground, he was still deeply shocked. After all, the feeling of hearing about something and witnessing it firsthand are quite different. So he immediately instructed his staff to distribute 100 pre-printed and bound copies of the Human Emperor's Code of World Suppression, the Enlightenment chapter. The elite soldiers were overjoyed and quickly took the seemingly ordinary booklet. Is this the secret manual for cultivating immortality? They eagerly opened it to take a look. But immediately, many people frowned. The contents are quite obscure and difficult to understand. Not only is it written in ancient Chinese, but it also contains things like human meridians, spiritual energy sensing, and the circulation of qi. It's enough to make anyone's head spin. I know you don't understand it now. The transmission method of this exercise is quite special. It requires the beginner to use their own qi as a guide to help the newcomer complete the first qi guiding into the body. So now I need to choose someone as a role model. The words had barely left his mouth. Whoosh! 100 pairs of eager eyes focused on Suyu. The first one. Whoever is the first to receive personal instruction from the head instructor will gain the upper hand and become the first among them to step into the extraordinary realm. Me. Head instructor, choose me. Taishan couldn't help but raise his large, fan-like hand high, like a primary school student. Chief instructor, I'm tough and resilient, perfect for being a test subject. Get lost. Chief instructor, choose me. I'm quick to learn. Pick me. I'm handsome. What good is being handsome? The situation briefly spiraled out of control. Suyu raised his hand to suppress the commotion. His gaze swept across the crowd, finally landing on the female soldier who had remained silent throughout, but whose eyes were also filled with longing. You. He stretched out his finger and pointed it at Xiao Qin. Red Serpent, step forward. These words caused an uproar in the audience. All the elite soldiers wore expressions of envy and jealousy. As expected, the head instructor still chose Xiao Qin first. But some of the elite soldiers were not convinced. Why her? Just because she's pretty? That's not fair. Although many of the elite soldiers were virile young men, they all had some feelings for Xiao Qin. But when faced with such an opportunity, no one wants to give it up. Immediately, many people secretly resented their mothers for not giving them two big breasts. Xiao Qin was also taken aback when she heard the order. So you actually chose him directly? Although she also longed for this opportunity, she was not the most outstanding among all the elite soldiers. But a soldier's duty is to obey his superior's orders, so she stepped forward without the slightest hesitation. Yes. She stepped out of the group and went down to the stage. Looking at the stunningly beautiful female soldier standing ramrod straight in front of him, Suyu nodded and said to the others, "Everyone else, disperse. Familiarize yourselves with the techniques within 1 hour. No noise is allowed." After Suyu finished speaking, he took Xiao Qin and turned to walk into a quiet room that had been prepared for him. Bang! The door was closed. It also shielded us from the 99 resentful gazes outside. Wasn't it supposed to be a demonstration? Why did you bring people inside? Familiar with the techniques? You can't even understand them, what's there to be familiar with? I think the head instructor just likes that woman, Xi Lian. Shoo! You don't want to live anymore? Be careful, the head instructor will make things difficult for you. Yes, we just need to wait patiently, it will definitely be our turn eventually. The elite soldier was immediately filled with lingering fear. The consequences of Qianlong's attack were still fresh in his mind. Seeing this, Lu Mei, who was standing to the side, felt a pang of jealousy, even though she knew that Suyu had his own mission. Humph, you stinky Suyu, you wicked Suyu. You promised to give me special lessons, but the first one you chose was that female leopard for dual cultivation. Quiet room. The atmosphere was somewhat awkward. Xiao Qin stood straight in the center of the room, her muscles tense, like a javelin ready to be drawn at any moment, full of vigilance. Suyu looked at her like this and shook his head with amusement. Relax, I won't eat you. He pointed to the cushion in the center of the room. Can you sit in the lotus position? Xiao Qin nodded as instructed, then sat down cross-legged. Instructor, what do you need me to do? You don't need to do anything. Suyu walked behind her and sat down cross-legged. Close your eyes, empty your mind, and feel what I am about to convey to you. After saying that, he stretched out his hands and placed them on Xiao Qin's combat uniform. However, Suyu quickly removed his hand again and said behind Xiao Qin, "Your combat uniform is no good, it's too thick and will hinder the flow of qi. Then I'll be needed." Xiao Qin was about to say that she could take off her outer combat uniform. Don't worry, luckily I was prepared, just put on that one. Suyu pointed to a set of clothes hanging on the clothes rack next to her. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qin looked in the direction he was pointing, and the expression on her pretty face instantly froze. What is that? Hanging on the hanger was a sheer black slip dress, made of the finest silk. Beneath the too thin straps was a deep V-neck and lace trim. The hem was extremely short. Beside it lay a pair of black stockings with lace trim. This is called a guiding garment? This is clearly clothing designed to appeal to emotions and interests. Chapter 43, Awakening of Divine Power. Golden Monarch's Heaven Burning Flame. Chief Instructor, this is. Even Xiao Qin's voice at this moment carried a hint of embarrassment and disbelief. Ahem, Comrade Qi Lian, please don't misunderstand. This is a Qi guiding suit made of special materials. Suyu, without batting an eye, fabricated a story. Its fibrous structure can minimize the loss of spiritual energy during the transmission process, ensuring that you can perfectly draw energy into your body. This is for your own good. Xiao Qin's chest heaved slightly with shame and indignation, her sharp eyes fixed on Suyu, as if trying to find a flaw in his serious face. That bastard. He definitely did it on purpose. Even if it's a Qi guiding garment, it could be made like regular clothes, so why does it need lace trim? Reason and shame made her want to immediately refuse this absurd order, but the soldier's duty obedience that had been ingrained in her bones for more than 20 years prevented her from saying no. Moreover, deep down, her desire for that extraordinary power was so intense. Hurry up, time is precious. Suyu urged him on, then considerately turned away. Don't worry, I'm a gentleman, I won't peek. I'll give you 3 minutes. Xiao Qin bit her lower lip tightly, her mind in turmoil. Ultimately, the desire for power triumphed over shame. She took a deep breath, as if she had made up her mind, and walked quickly to the clothes rack. With his back to Suyu, he began to unbutton his combat uniform. The rustling sounds echoed in the quiet room, sounding exceptionally clear and also exceptionally ambiguous. Although Suyu had his back to her, he could still see some blurry images on the alloy wall out of the corner of his eye. With his visual acuity exceeding 2.0, the images appeared quite clear. The combat uniform was removed, revealing a black sports vest and tight shorts underneath, perfectly outlining her figure. No wonder the size there is different from what the system shows. It turns out it was wrapped in cloth. We can't let her do that again, it will affect her development. After having children, the quality of the breast milk produced will be of paramount importance. Suyu pondered silently in his heart. If Xiao Qin knew that Suyu was already thinking about names for their child, she might explode. I saw her awkwardly put on that sheer, gossamer thin slip dress. I put it on. I'm all better now. Xiao Qin's voice, trembling slightly, finally rang out. Okay, I'm turning around now. Suyu slowly turned around. When he saw the scene before him, even with his composure, he couldn't help but catch his breath. The Xiao Qin before my eyes was completely different from the valiant female soldier I had just seen. The black silk slip dress clung tightly to her graceful curves. Beneath the deep V-neck, her full breasts, previously completely restrained by the tactical vest, now seemed ready to burst forth. Below her flat stomach, the hem of her skirt barely covered her most intimate area. Two straight, long, and powerfully slender legs were encased in black stockings. Because of shyness, two charming blushes appeared on her handsome and spirited face. Her usually sharp, piercing phoenix eyes now held a hint of evasion and panic, and she dared not meet Suyu's gaze. This is no longer a snow leopard, it's clearly a tempting little wildcat. Cough cough. Suyu forcibly suppressed the ripples in his heart, coughed twice, and restored the dignity of the head instructor. Alright, sit cross-legged now, I'll guide you. Xiao Qin sat down as instructed, crossing her legs. Her extremely short skirt immediately rode up, revealing more of her figure. She quickly reached out to pull it down, but Suyu stopped her. Don't move, keep this posture, it's good for the circulation of qi. Xiao Qin had no choice but to give up, letting that area appear and disappear intermittently. Without blushing or skipping a beat, Suyu walked behind her and sat down cross-legged as well. Next, close your eyes, empty your mind, and do not resist whatever happens. As Suyu began to guide the flow of qi, a strange feeling she had never experienced before instantly spread from her back to her limbs and bones. Concentrate. Suyu's deep voice rang in her ears like a thunderclap, startling her from her chaotic thoughts. She quickly composed herself and forced herself to calm down. The next second, a gentle yet vast energy, like a warm stream, slowly flowed into Suyu's body from her palm. Hold fast to the primordial energy, focus your mind on the dantian, and let it circulate with my qi. Suyu's voice carried a certain magic, guiding the pure spiritual energy to flow slowly within her body. Wherever it passed, it brought warmth. She could feel her body undergoing a complete transformation. Suyu, too, was immersed in another wonderful feeling. It feels amazing. Time slips away unnoticed. Several hours passed quickly. As Suyu guided the spiritual energy to complete the final cycle, he gave a low shout. Now! Draw qi into your body. Xiao Qin's body trembled violently, and an invisible vortex of energy suddenly formed in her dantian. The spiritual energy from the outside world surged wildly into her body. At the same time, a scorching aura suddenly erupted from her center. She suddenly opened her eyes, and a cluster of crimson gold flames ignited in her sharp phoenix eyes. It's a success. Suyu slowly withdrew his hand, looked at the woman in front of him, and a smile appeared on his lips. Ding! Congratulations, host, for helping someone draw in qi and awakening an A-level divine ability Golden Monarch Burning Heaven Flame. Xiao Qin looked down at her fair palms, and with a thought, a cluster of crimson gold flames spontaneously ignited in her palms, illuminating the entire quiet room in a fiery red glow. The flame was extremely hot, and the surrounding air distorted slightly, but her palms did not feel any burning sensation. Instead, they felt warm, as if the flame was an integral part of her body. Is this extraordinary power? After some guidance, Suyu was also somewhat tired, and his face was a few shades paler than before. Alright, your supernatural power has awakened, a level, Golden Monarch Burning Heaven Flame, not bad. Level A? Xiao Qin raised her head, her beautiful eyes, burning with flames, filled with shock. Suyu nodded and explained, your flame is not an ordinary flame. It should be considered a more powerful strange flame, otherwise it wouldn't have reached rank A. Ordinary flames are crimson, but your flame has a golden hue, which means that its core temperature and destructive power far exceed its peers. Listening to Suyu's explanation, and seeing his slightly tired appearance, Xiao Qin felt a complex mix of emotions welling up inside her. She initially thought that the man made her change into these clothes because he had some filthy thoughts about her and wanted to take advantage of her under the guise of passing on his skills. But in the past few hours, apart from the initial necessary physical contact, he maintained absolute focus and did not make the slightest inappropriate move. What he transmitted from his palm was pure and vast energy, without a trace of distraction. He was truly helping me without reservation. And yet I still made such assumptions about him. A warm current of apology and gratitude instantly surged into Xiao Qin's heart. She looked at Suyu's handsome face, which was slightly pale from overexertion, and her gaze softened unconsciously. Ding! Detected a change in the target Xiao Qin's favorability. Current favorability level, 40. Chapter 44 The Enchanting Mist. Time for some special tutoring for your older sister. Ding! Detected a change in the target Xiao Qin's favorability. Current favorability level, 40. Hearing the crisp system notification, Suyu felt incredibly relieved. Hard work pays off, or rather, hard work pays off those who are cunning. Although the methods were a bit underhanded, the effect was immediate. The favorability rating has jumped to 40, which is a fairly safe area where the relationship can be further developed. He looked at the stunning female soldier king in front of him, who had just awakened her extraordinary power and was immersed in shock and wonder, even temporarily forgetting her revealing attire, and a smile appeared on his lips. How are you feeling? Are you getting used to this power? This is unbelievable. Xiao Qin opened her palm, and the cluster of crimson gold flames hovered quietly an inch above her palm, leaping nimbly like a living sprite. She could clearly feel a strange, blood-related connection between herself and this cluster of flames. Is this supernatural power? As a warrior, she craved power more than anyone else. At this moment, she held a godlike power that was enough to overturn all her past understanding. That's right, this is your divine power, Golden Monarch Burning Heaven Flame. However, you have just awakened and are still unfamiliar with its control. Next, you need to calm down and follow the mental techniques of the Awakening chapter to guide the spiritual energy in your body to circulate 36 times, completely stabilizing your current realm and familiarizing yourself with this new power. Yes, Chief Instructor. Xiao Qin immediately responded, then closed her beautiful eyes and continued to cultivate according to the trajectory she had just guided the circulation of qi. Suyu let out a long sigh of relief and opened the door to the quiet room. Outside the door, 99 pairs of eyes, filled with resentment, jealousy, envy, and longing, all turned to look at them. Next, Lu Mei, come in. Suyu's voice rang out on the training ground. Yes, Chief Instructor. A voice, so alluring it could melt a man's bones, rang out. With her swaying, snake-like waist, Lume walked into the quiet room amidst the envious and jealous gazes of the group of elite soldiers. With a bang, the door slammed shut again. Suddenly, a cacophony of howls and screams erupted on the training field. Holy crap, another beauty? I think the head instructor said it was for training, but his motives are probably not pure, right? I'm afraid they're practicing dual cultivation inside. Sigh, let's just wait and see, it'll be our turn eventually. Quiet room. As soon as Lume entered, she immediately dropped her charming demeanor. She first glanced at Xiaoqin, who was sitting cross-legged, wearing the Qi guiding suit and surrounded by a faint crimson gold aura, and a hint of amusement flashed in her eyes. Xi Lian and she had been in the same training camp, but this was the first time she had ever seen her dressed like this. Seriously, even more flamboyant than me. She then walked up to Suyu, lowered her voice, and gave him a flirtatious, disdainful look. That's great. How's the progress going? Not bad, the favorability rating is 40. Suyu replied in a low voice, a hint of smugness on his face. How about it? My plan was pretty good, wasn't it? That's good, but this is just the beginning. A sly smile curved Lume's lips. Ahem, keep your voice down, she's still here. Suyu quickly made a shushing gesture, afraid that Xiaoqin, who was meditating over there, would hear him. TCH, coward. Lume pursed her lips, then rubbed her hands together expectantly. Alright, enough talk, hurry up and awaken my supernatural power too. No problem. Suyu nodded, then pointed to another clothes rack next to him. Look, your guide suit is over there, change into it first. Lume looked in the direction he was pointing, and the expression on her pretty face immediately froze. On the clothes rack hung another guide uniform that was even more outrageous. If Xiaoqin's dress was as sexy as a dark rose, then this one is as alluring as a pure lily. A pure white lace camisole, a silk skirt as thin as a cicada's wing, an extremely short hem, and a pair of matching white over-the-knee stockings. Suyu. Lume's alluring eyes flashed with fire. Are you kidding me? I'm not your target, so why should I wear this? Shoo. Suyu quickly made a shushing gesture again and said seriously, think about it, if Xiaoqin finishes her training and sees that you are wearing combat uniform while she is wearing this, what will she think? She will definitely think that I am deliberately targeting her and taking advantage of her. Then my goodwill will drop back in an instant and all my previous efforts will have been for nothing? This. Lume was stunned by his twisted logic. It seems to make some sense. Furthermore, we are currently carrying out the highest level passing on the torch plan. Any details that could affect the progress of the mission must be eliminated. Comrade Lume, please consider the overall situation. Suyu's tone instantly became extremely solemn. Lume's lips twitched. Goodness, they've even brought up national righteousness. What else could she say? Humph. You win. Lume glared at him resentfully, but in the end, she reluctantly picked up the white guide uniform and walked behind the screen. Suyu listened to the rustling sounds coming from behind the screen and the occasional glimpse of snow-white skin that peeked out from behind it, and chuckled to himself. You little punk, you're still too green to mess with me. Soon, Lume emerged from behind the screen. Her figure was already more voluptuous and curvaceous than Xiaoqin's, and wearing this dress that accentuated her curves brought out her mature and alluring charm to the fullest. Have you seen enough? Lume said irritably, her pretty face flushed with two alluring blushes. Ahem, that's about enough. Have a seat. Suyu forcibly withdrew his gaze and began a new round of teachings. With the experience from the first time, the guidance process went much smoother this time. When Suyu's palms touched Lume's smooth, silky back, the enchantress's body visibly trembled, and she let out a faint moan. Concentrate! Suyu shouted in a low voice. I know, why are you being so mean? Lume pouted, looking aggrieved. Guided by Suyu's pure spiritual energy, Lume quickly entered the state of concentration. As a top-notch psychology expert and special agent, her mental strength far surpasses that of ordinary people, and she is exceptionally sensitive to spiritual energy. Just 2 hours later, she successfully condensed a vortex of energy within her body, completing the process of drawing energy into her body. Buzz! A strange pink mist suddenly spread out from her, enveloping the entire quiet room in an unusual atmosphere. Ding! Congratulations, host, for helping someone draw in Qi an awakening AB+ level divine ability enchanting mist. Lume slowly opened her eyes, and those already alluring eyes now seemed to have an additional vortex that could make people fall into their trap. She looked at Suyu, a captivating smile curving her lips. Her voice, slightly parted, carried a natural allure. Suyu, Gigi. Suyu felt a buzzing in his head, his mind went blank, and it seemed as if countless willow-browed figures were flirting with him. His mind was instantly filled with all sorts of thoughts, and he almost turned into a wolf and pounced on them on the spot. Wake up! Suyu bit his tongue hard, and the intense pain instantly brought him back to his senses. A layer of cold sweat had already seeped out of his forehead. What incredible supernatural power! It can actually directly affect a person's mind. If this were used on the battlefield, the enemy would probably surrender before even firing a shot. Chapter 45. To take something, you must first give something. Giggle. Seeing Suyu's disheveled appearance, Lume laughed triumphantly, her body trembling with joy. How about it? Isn't my supernatural power amazing? He's impressive, but he's a bit unserious. Suyu said with lingering fear. Your supernatural ability is B-level, called Enchanting Mist. It should be an enchanting ability that affects the mind. Yes, I feel the same way. Lume curiously experienced the supernatural power she had just awakened. Alright, you should continue cultivating and stabilize your realm. You'll need to help me pass on my skills to others later, and I can't manage it all by myself. Okay, I got it. The next 3 days. With the help of Lume, who had also become a beginner teaching assistant, he guided the remaining 98 elite soldiers in batches. Strange phenomena suddenly appeared on the entire training ground, with rays of various colors shooting into the sky. 3 days later, when the last elite soldier successfully guided his chi into his body, all the students in the first phase of the Spirit Awakening training camp had stepped into the world of cultivation. The result was exactly as Suyu had predicted. Among the 100 elite soldiers, most of them awakened basic supernatural abilities at the C or D level, such as enhanced strength, increased speed, supervision, wound healing, and so on. There are more than a dozen exceptionally talented individuals who have awakened B-level supernatural abilities. For example, Mount Tai's B-level divine power, immovable king body, once activated, turns his skin into a rock-like grayish-brown, greatly increasing his defense, making him practically a human tank. As for A-level supernatural abilities, Xiao Qin is still the only one among them. In the past few days, Suyu has also tried to find opportunities to have more contact with Xiao Qin, hoping to strike while the iron is hot and further increase her favorability. To his surprise, this stunning female soldier king seemed to have learned from other soldier kings that the so-called Qi guiding suit was nothing but a fabrication. From then on, her attitude towards Suyu returned to its initial indifference. Although there was no direct confrontation, the deliberate distance and aloofness left Suyu at a loss for what to do. When he went to check on her training progress, she replied with the most standard military posture, "Everything is normal, thank you for your concern, Chief Instructor," refusing to say a single word more. He wanted to chat with her, but she used the excuse that she needed to consolidate her spiritual realm and immediately closed her eyes to enter a meditative state. Suyu checked the system panel and found that her favorability rating was still steadily at 40. Although it hasn't decreased, there's no room for it to increase either. This was the first time he felt that things were somewhat tricky. This woman has a very strong sense of self-respect. Although her little trick made her grateful to her, it also crossed her bottom line, making her feel like she had been played. It seems that ordinary methods will hardly be able to move her anymore. Left with no other option, Suyu had to turn to the national team again. After listening to Suyu's report, Qin Maching simply pushed up her glasses calmly. As expected. Her voice came through the encrypted communication, continuing, "A woman like Xiao Qin values sincerity and respect most. Your cleverness, while initially effective, also sowed the seeds of future problems. Now that the foundation of trust has been shaken, you must prove it with actions if you want to repair it." So what you mean is, if you want to take something, you must first give something. She is wary of you now, so let us do the opposite and give her an opportunity to fight alongside you. It is on the battlefield where life and death are at stake that people are most likely to build unbreakable bonds. She paused, then continued. Just now, the Sky Eye system detected an extremely active high-energy reaction on the edge of the Yunfeng Mountains, 300 kilometers away from Tianhai City. According to preliminary assessment, its danger level is at least level 2. The Supreme Command has decided to make this mission the first practical assessment for the Spirit Awakening training camp. The Yunfeng Mountains are less than 50 kilometers away from Linjiang City, a satellite city of Tianhai City. If it gets out of control, the consequences will be unimaginable. Suyu immediately understood Qin Maching's intention. So, this mission is an opportunity for us to improve our relationship? That's right. In this mission, we'll create an unexpected opportunity for you. An opportunity for you to legitimately demonstrate your strength, reliability, and care for her. I understand. A smile appeared on Suyu's lips. The national team is still the most reliable. This opportunity to openly and legitimately take advantage, no, to deepen feelings, was practically tailor-made for him. One day later. A temporary military base on the outskirts of the Yunfeng Mountains. The sky was overcast, and the humid air was filled with the earthy smell of vegetation. The distant mountains, like silent giants, lay dormant in the gray mist. Four figures quickly stepped off a Orca medium-sized armed transport plane that had just landed. It was Suyu and the three assessment team members he personally selected: Xiaoqin, Lu Mei, and Tai Shan. An A-level offensive fighter, AB plus level mental controller, AB level heavy tank, plus Suyu, an unfathomable S-level psychic power master. Reporting, Chief Instructor. The advanced reconnaissance team has sent back the latest intelligence. A base officer who had been waiting there immediately stepped forward, saluted, and reported, his face showing a hint of solemnity. The target nest is located deep in the one-line sky canyon, 30 kilometers ahead. Based on the footage taken by the drone and the feedback from the life detector, the target has been confirmed as a previously unseen underground burrowing mutant creature, which we have temporarily named the corrosive earth dragon. The officer handed over a reinforced tactical tablet, which was playing a chilling video. The footage, taken by a high-altitude drone, shows a dense primeval forest where the ground suddenly and without warning collapsed, forming a huge crater with a diameter of over 20 meters. Immediately afterwards, a ferocious-looking beast, as big as a heavy truck, suddenly poked its front half out of the pit. Its shape resembles a combination of a centipede and an earthworm magnified countless times, its entire body covered with a thick, dark brown carapace, from which a dark green, viscous liquid flows. Its head has no eyes, only a terrifying mouth that opens in layers like a chrysanthemum, with densely packed, sharp teeth like those of a meat grinder along its edges. According to the scout's report, the corrosive earth dragon not only possesses amazing burrowing ability and a tough carapace for defense, but most troublesomely, it seems to be able to spew a venom with strong acid corrosive and nerve-paralyzing effects from its mouthparts, and it can sense ground movement through high-frequency vibrations, making it difficult for conventional thermal weapons and vibration detection equipment to pinpoint its exact location. The scene shifts, and the corrosive earth dragon suddenly opens its terrifying mouth. A fan-shaped jet of dark green liquid shot out, instantly corroding all the trees and rocks within 100 meters in front of it into a pool of foul-smelling mud-emitting black smoke. Upon seeing this, Tai Shan couldn't help but gasp. Even with his current level of the immovable king body, he would probably be melted into dust on the spot. This thing is far more terrifying than the intelligence reports described. Chapter 46: Battle against the corrosive earth dragon. Mental blade. With a sweep of your waist, watch me charm you to death. Chief Instructor, this thing, it's a bit beyond our capabilities, isn't it? Tai Shan looked at Suyu and clicked his tongue. This is no longer a simple assessment, it's a life or death battle where you could lose your life at any moment. It's all right, proceed according to the original plan. Suyu's face remained completely calm, as if he were at ease. His mental power, as an S-level talent, is more powerful than imagined. Moreover, the country has already urgently produced a set of compatible weapons for him in the past few days. It's somewhat similar to the Sky Shuttle from a novel I read before. However, there's no need for him to say it too soon, since he still needs to show off to gain favor later. He turned his gaze to Xiaoqin beside him. Shi Lian, for this operation, you will be the leader of the assault team, responsible for the frontal assault. Your Golden Monarch Burning Heaven Flame is effective against these dark and damp creatures. Fox, you're in charge of flanking support and mental interference. Use your enchanting mist to affect its perception at crucial moments. Tai Shan, you take the lead, draw fire, and protect the back row. I'll be in charge of keeping you in check. Xiaoqin frowned slightly upon hearing this. Is he holding the fort again? What's the meaning? Is he planning to just watch from the sidelines and leave the most dangerous tasks to his teammates? A cold snort flashed through her mind, but she still replied, yes. Military orders are absolute, and she would not question her superior's decisions on the battlefield. Set off. With Suyu's command, the four-person team quickly disappeared into the vast primeval forest. The jungles of Yunfeng Mountain are humid and sultry. Towering ancient trees block out the sun, filtering the sunlight through layers of leaves, leaving only dappled light and shadow falling on the thick layer of humus. The air was filled with the smells of decaying plants and the remnants of unknown wild beasts. The four men formed a standard diamond tactical formation and moved quickly and silently through the jungle. Mount Tai was at the forefront. He activated the initial state of immovable king body, his skin taking on a light rocky hue. Every step he took was extremely steady, like a moving city wall, clearing the way for his teammates behind him. Lu Mei and Xiao Qin stood on either side, one holding a tactical dagger and the other with faint crimson gold flames swirling around her hands, like two elegant yet deadly female leopards, vigilantly scanning the slightest movement around them. Suyu followed at the back at a leisurely pace, his demeanor as relaxed as if he were not on a mission in a dangerous jungle, but taking a stroll in his own backyard. Through the wide-angle view of the tactical goggles, Xiao Qin took in Suyu's lazy appearance, which deepened her dissatisfaction. Is this guy really fearless, or does he simply not take this mission seriously at all? Just then, Taishan, who was walking at the front, suddenly stopped and made a stop-moving forward gesture. What's wrong? Suyu's voice came. There's an emergency ahead. Taishan's voice was somewhat solemn. The ground is shaking slightly, and, can you smell it? That smell. Only after his reminder did everyone notice that the stench of decay in the air was becoming increasingly intense. It's the venom that corrodes earthworms. Xiao Qin's eyes instantly sharpened. It's nearby. The words had barely left his mouth. Boom! The ground not far in front of them suddenly collapsed violently without warning. A corrosive earth dragon, even larger than those described in the data, roared as it burst forth from the ground. The terrifying, chrysanthemum-like mouth suddenly opened, and a torrent of dark green venom, like a high-pressure water gun, sprayed towards Mount Tai's head and face. Careful! Mount Tai! Lu Mei and Xiao Qin exclaimed in surprise at the same time. Taishan reacted extremely quickly. At this critical moment, he roared and crossed his arms in front of him to protect himself, pushing the immovable king body to its limit. His skin instantly turned a deep, rocky color, with a faint yellowish-brown halo appearing on it. Sizzle! The highly corrosive venom was sprayed all over his body, making a teeth-grinding corrosive sound and emitting plumes of black smoke. The ground at the foot of Mount Tai was instantly eroded, creating a large pit. But he actually withstood this fatal blow. However, patches of corrosion and mottled marks appeared on its petrified skin, making it look somewhat disheveled. Damn it! That beast, his saliva stinks. Taishan spat and cursed in a muffled voice. Red serpent, fox, attack from both sides, strike its mouthparts and the gaps in its shell. Upon receiving the order, Xiao Qin and Lu Mei moved instantly. Xiao Qin shot forward at high speed from the left flank like an arrow released from a bow. Her hands blazed with raging crimson gold flames, leaving two dazzling trails in the air. Burning heaven fiery feathers. With a sharp cry, she pushed her hands forward, and dozens of fiery feathers formed from the Golden Lord's burning heaven flame rained down, accurately striking the corrosive earth dragon's terrifying, ever-opening mandibles. Puff puff puff. The fiery feather instantly disappeared into the earth dragon's mouth, and the extremely yang and powerful fire energy caused great damage to this dark underground creature. Roar! The corrosive earth dragon let out a painful roar, its massive body twisting wildly, smashing the surrounding trees to pieces. Now! Lu Mei's figure appeared like a ghost on the right side of the earth dragon. Her eyes shimmered with a strange pink light. Enchanting mist. An invisible, faintly fragrant pink mist silently enveloped the head of the corrosive earth dragon. The earth dragon, which was in a frenzy, suddenly stopped moving, and its 8 scarlet compound eyes showed a moment of confusion. Here you go. Mount Tai, overturn it. All right. Upon receiving the order, Taishan roared excitedly and strode forward with heavy steps, like a heavy tank charging at full speed, slamming into the side armor of the corrosive earth dragon. Boom! A dull, loud bang. The corrosive earth dragon's massive body was actually knocked to its side by his force, revealing the relatively soft white area on its abdomen. Pretty. This team of extraordinary individuals demonstrated a certain level of teamwork and combat effectiveness in their first joint operation. However, at that very moment, something unexpected happened. The corrosive earth dragon, which was lying on its side, suddenly had a huge gash split open in its abdomen. Immediately afterwards, dozens of smaller, but equally ferocious and terrifying small corrosive earth dragons surged out of the mother's belly like a tide. Oh no! It's its cub. This beast is actually playing dead to lay eggs. Lu Mei's expression changed. Although these small earth dragons were not large in size, there were far too many of them, and they were extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, they surrounded the 4 of them. Even more terrifying, the mother creature that had been feigning death suddenly rolled over, and dark green venom began to condense again in its enormous mouth. Taishan, return to defend. Protect the fox. Red Serpent, wipe out these small fry. Upon hearing this, Xiaoqin did not hesitate at all and turned around to face the swarming small earth dragons. Her hands were like two burning suns, and she pushed the Golden Lord's burning heaven flame to its limit, transforming it into long whips of fire that ravaged the beast horde. Each lash could burn 3 or 4 small earthworms to charcoal. But these cubs were fearless and charged forward one after another, managing to hold Xiaoqin firmly in place for a time. Meanwhile, the mother beast's attack has already begun. This time, instead of spitting venom, it suddenly sank its massive body downwards. Boom! The ground began to shake violently, and huge cracks, like a spider web, spread wildly outwards from its center. Oh no! It's going to burrow underground. Scatter! Suyu's expression changed, and he loudly reminded him. However, it was too late. The ground beneath Xiaoqin's feet suddenly collapsed. Ah! She cried out in alarm, instantly losing her balance and plummeting into the bottomless crevice. Xi Lian! Xin Qin! Taishan and Lume exclaimed in alarm at the same time, wanting to rush forward to help, but they were tightly entangled by the frenzied small earth dragons around them and could not break free at all. Xiaoqin's figure was about to be swallowed by the darkness. Just then, a figure moved with the speed of a black lightning bolt, arriving before the enemy. Suyu moved the instant the ground collapsed. He used the ground that was about to collapse to gain leverage, and his body, as light as a feather, leaped into the air and grabbed Xiaoqin's slender waist. Hold me! Suyu let out a low shout, suddenly exerted force on the arm of the beauty in his arms, and at the same time pressed his other hand hard against the rock wall of the crack. Buzz! A powerful burst of mental energy erupted. Chapter 47 is over. It feels like I've stirred up a hornet's nest. But I have the sky-piercing shuttle. Suddenly, their descent came to an abrupt halt. Then, using the force of his telekinesis, Suyu, holding Xiaoqin, climbed rapidly upwards along the vertical rock face, just like a martial arts master in a movie. Xiaoqin was held tightly in a broad and firm embrace, her nose filled with a masculine scent that made her blush and her heart race. She could clearly feel the strength coming from the man's arm and the steady, powerful heartbeat in his chest. She subconsciously looked up and met Suyu's deep eyes. At that moment, her heart began to pound uncontrollably. Boom! Just as the two escaped the rift, the enormous corrosive earth dragon mother beast burst forth from the ground once more, opening its blood-red maw and lunging fiercely at the two in mid-air. Court death! A chilling killing intent flashed in Suyu's eyes. He held Xiaoqin in his arms, and with an incredible twist in mid-air, he narrowly avoided the earth dragon's bite. At the same time, he pointed his free right hand into a sword shape and slashed it through the air at the earth dragon's huge head. Mind Blade! An invisible crescent-shaped blade, compressed from high-density mental energy, instantly took shape and, with a shrill sound that tore through the air, slammed into the carapace of the corrosive earth dragon. Clang! A deafening sound, like metal clashing. On the corrosive earth dragon's indestructible carapace, a huge, deep wound that revealed the bone was actually slashed open. Dark green blood gushed out like a fountain. Roar! The earth dragon let out an extremely shrill scream, its massive body crashing heavily to the ground and rolling wildly. Suyu carried Xiaoqin and landed lightly on the canopy of a large tree. He looked down at the stunningly beautiful face in his arms, which seemed somewhat stunned by the shock, and a gentle smile curved his lips. Were you scared? I. Xiaoqin opened her mouth, but found that her throat was dry and she couldn't say a word. What she just witnessed had a tremendous impact on her. The man, holding himself, moved as if walking on flat ground on the vertical rock wall, dodging the monster's bites in mid-air, and finally, with just a slash in the air, he severely injured the terrifying beast that even Mount Ai's full-force ramming could not break through. At that moment, her initial dissatisfaction with Suyu vanished instantly. Ding! Detected a change in the target Xiaoqin's favorability. Current favorability rating, 75. Hearing the system notification in his mind, Suyu was overjoyed. It really worked. However, his joy was short-lived. Another mutation occurred. Buzz buzz buzz. The entire Earth suddenly began to shake violently at a frequency far exceeding that before. In the distance, even the mountain peaks are beginning to show signs of landslides. Suyu, look down below. Lume's terrified voice came from the communication channel. Suyu and Xiaoqin both looked down at the same time. Centered on the severely injured corrosive earth dragon, the ground within a radius of several kilometers began to collapse rapidly like quicksand. One huge crater after another kept appearing. Then, 1 head, 2 heads, 10 heads, 100 heads. Hundreds and thousands of corrosive earth dragons of various sizes emerged from the pits like a demonic army pouring out of hell. At the very center of all the earth dragons, the king of earth dragons, 10 times larger than the previous mother beast, over 100 meters long, with even ferocious bone spurs growing on its carapace, slowly emerged from the ground. Seeing this scene, everyone's face turned deathly pale. This is hardly the nest of any mutated creatures. This is clearly an army of monsters from underground. How can there be so many? These guys have developed a certain level of intelligence and have been evading our detection. Their target, it seems, is Linjiang City, a city with millions of inhabitants, located 50 kilometers away. It's over. Taishan looked at the overwhelming army of monsters, his throat incredibly dry. We seem to have stirred up a hornet's nest. Xiaoqin's pretty face also lost all color. Looking at the terrifying Earth Dragon King and feeling its suffocatingly powerful pressure, she realized for the first time how insignificant she was. Su Yu. Lu Mei's voice came through the communication channel. I have reported the situation here to the command center. This scale of beast tide has exceeded our ability to cope. Qin Maching said that headquarters has already observed the situation here and ordered us to retreat immediately. Support troops are urgently assembling, but it will take at least 15 minutes for them to arrive. Retreat? Upon hearing this word, a glimmer of hope surged in Xiaoqin and Taishan's hearts, but it was quickly replaced by a deeper despair. Look at these endless monsters from all directions. They have completely blocked the canyon. How can we escape? Even if it could fly, it would probably be swallowed whole by that Earth Dragon King. However, at that moment, Suyu spoke up. We cannot retreat. He carried Xiaoqin down from the treetop to the ground, placing her steadily on a relatively intact rock. If we retreat now, within 10 minutes, this beast tide will surge out of the canyon and sweep through Linjiang City, 50 kilometers away. There are millions of civilians there. Where will they go? One sentence silenced Xiaoqin, Lu Mei, and Taishan. Yes, they are soldiers, the shield of the Dragon Kingdom. If the shield is withdrawn, what will happen to the people behind it? Xiaoqin raised her head and stared blankly at Suyu's profile. Under the moonlight, his face, which always carried a hint of laziness and cynicism, was now filled with solemnity and a sense of responsibility. At that moment, she suddenly felt that all of this man's previous frivolous behavior was just a disguise he didn't want to show to others. Now, when a real crisis strikes, he shows what a man, a commander, a hero should truly be like. But, if we don't retreat, a few more people will just die. Taishan said in a deep, muffled voice, his tone filled with resentment and helplessness. Who said that? Suyu slowly turned around to face the monster army that was closing in on them like a black tide. A slight smile curved the corners of his mouth. I can kill them all by myself. Before he could finish speaking, he reached out and gestured towards the air. Buzz. With a soft hum, a strange spindle-shaped object, about 1 meter long, sharp at both ends, and engraved with mysterious runes, made entirely of an unknown silver metal, rapidly descended from the sky. It was the top experts from the National Academy of Sciences who, based on some scattered weapon refining methods in the human emperor's world-suppressing scripture provided by Suyu, combined with the most advanced materials science and aerodynamics in modern times, tailored a unique telekinetic weapon for him. Escape Tizat. What is that? Taishan's eyes widened. Lu Mei and Xiaoqin's beautiful eyes were also filled with surprise and uncertainty. Suyu didn't explain, but instead turned his gaze to the monstrous torrent that was already close at hand, his eyes suddenly turning cold. Escape Tiansuo, disintegrate. With a low shout, the silver shuttle-shaped object floating in his palm suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. Click. 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 Amidst a series of precise mechanical disassembly sounds, the outer shell of the sky shuttle peeled away layer by layer, revealing a core composed of thousands upon thousands of thin, incredibly sharp hexagonal blades. The next second, as if given life, these blades transformed into a silver torrent that shot into the sky. Go! Suyu pointed his fingers like a sword and swung them forward sharply. Buzz buzz buzz. The silver torrent composed of tens of thousands of blades instantly transformed into a metal storm that swept across the heavens and the earth, carrying a terrifying howl that tore everything apart, and surged toward the endless army of corrosive earth dragons. That was a scene beyond description. It was a long, surging silver river made of death and steel. Wherever the long river flows, time seems to slow down. Xiaoqin could clearly see that the fearless corrosive earth dragon cubs, the moment they came into contact with that silver storm, had their hard shells cut, decomposed, and torn apart as if they were made of paper. Pieces of dark green flesh were instantly shredded into countless flying fragments. Hiss 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 hiss. The metal storm swept through the monster army with overwhelming force, carving a death tunnel 100 meters wide. Dozens or even hundreds of corrosive earth dragons were completely wiped out in just a few breaths. This is no longer a battle. This is a dimensional reduction attack. It is the slaughter of mortals by the gods. Xiaoqin stared blankly at the man who was suspended in mid-air, his clothes fluttering, controlling the death storm with one hand. I felt my heart being struck hard by a complex emotion. So, this is his true strength? I can't believe I used to doubt him and be dissatisfied with him. A strong sense of guilt and admiration began to grow in Xiaoqin's heart. Ding! Detected a dramatic change in the target Xiaoqin's favorability. Current affection level, 80. Deeply in love. Chapter 48. Holy crap, does the country really have a secret superhuman army? The apocalypse is real. At the same time, on a high mountain 100 kilometers away from the Yunfeng Mountains, several young people dressed in ghillie suits are operating a professional-grade aerial drone to capture the magnificent scenery of the mountains. They are members of an outdoor adventure live streaming team in Tianhai City called Peak Outdoors, which is quite well known in the industry. Brother Foam, the weather is bad today, the fog is too thick, the photos don't turn out very well. A young man operating the drone, wearing headphones and watching the monitor, couldn't help but complain. The scene was hazy and gray, with distant mountains appearing and disappearing indistinctly, lacking visual impact. Wait a little longer, it will be fine once this fog dissipates. The team leader, known as Brother Foam, is a dark-skinned, muscular man who holds binoculars with a furrowed brow. This time, they had taken on a promotional video project for the Linjiang City Tourism Bureau, with a considerable budget, and he didn't want to mess it up. Before he could finish speaking, his expression suddenly changed, and he felt a clear tremor beneath his feet. Did you feel the ground shaking? It looks like an earthquake? Another team member who was organizing equipment steadied himself, a look of surprise and uncertainty on his face. How could there be an earthquake in this godforsaken place? No. That's not right. Xiao Wang stared at the images transmitted back by the drone, his voice trembling as he said, Brother Foam, look. Something's happened over there in the canyon. Li Feng in a way immediately came over. When they saw what was happening on the monitor, all the color drained from their faces instantly. Under the high-definition lens of their drone, in the distant canyon, the earth looked like a torn canvas, and a huge sinkhole appeared out of nowhere. Immediately afterwards, terrifying monsters, like a black tide, surged out of the ground in countless numbers. That hideous form exudes a palpable sense of despair and fear, even through the screen. Holy crap! What the hell is that? Away stammered, his legs already trembling. It's a monster. A monster from a movie. It seems the recent rumors about mutated creatures are true. Xiao Wang exclaimed, both shocked and excited. Shut the fuck up. As expected of the team leader, Li Feng, though his heart was also filled with turbulent emotions, reacted immediately, his eyes flashing with a light that was a mixture of fear and extreme excitement. Xiao Wang. Stabilize the drone. Zoom in. Keep your eyes glued to those monsters. Brother Foam, this is too dangerous. What if we get discovered? Found my ass. We're so far away. Li Feng slapped Xiao Wang on the back of the head and roared, do you know what this fucking means? This is a world-changing news story. If we can get first-hand footage of this, we won't just be some damn adventure news anchors, we'll be witnesses to history. Startled by Li Feng's shout, Xiao Wang also became more determined. He gritted his teeth, gripped the control stick tightly with both hands, and pushed the drone's camera to its limit. Under the high-definition camera, the scenery inside the canyon becomes increasingly clear. They saw the four tiny figures, and they saw the terrifying Earth Dragon King, whose body was over 100 meters long. Oh my god, there are still people there. They're all dead. Ah Wei exclaimed in shock. However, the next second, a scene that they would never forget, one that would overturn their materialistic worldview of more than 20 years, unfolded. Among the four, a young man dressed in casual clothes slowly rose into the air. In his palm, a silver shuttle-shaped object appeared out of thin air, then disintegrated, turning into a metal storm that swept across the sky. Buzz. The drone's highly sensitive microphone clearly transmitted back the terrifying buzzing sound that tore through the air. The three members of the live streaming team stood frozen in place, as if they had been struck by a spell. Their eyes were wide open, their mouths were agape, and their faces looked as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. What did they see? A human being can actually fly? And he can even control thousands of flying blades with his bare hands? The Silver Storm, like a divine punishment, swept through the monster army with overwhelming force, carving out trenches of death. Dozens of monsters were instantly shredded into a cloud of blood mist in that silver light. Is this a god, a deity? Xiao Wang's hands began to tremble uncontrollably, and he could barely hold onto the joystick. No, it's Superman. Our country has Superman. A Wei shouted incoherently. Li Feng's breathing became extremely rapid. He gripped the frame of the monitor tightly. He knew that he had made the right bet. Just then, a deafening roar resounded again in the sky. Brother Foam, look at the sky, it looks like a military support helicopter is coming. Foam picked up the binoculars, and when he saw the models of the helicopters, he was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. As a military enthusiast, he knew that these helicopters were models belonging to the country's most secret special forces for internal use only. There were over 100 of them. Like a dark cloud, it pressed down towards the Yunfeng Mountains, blotting out the sky and the sun. Quick! Quick! Use the drone to follow. Zoom in. This is absolutely earth-shattering news. Foam was so excited that his voice cracked. The operator quickly maneuvered the drone to catch up as fast as possible. When the drone's camera pierces through the clouds, transmitting the scene inside the canyon back to their monitoring screens in real time, the entire live streaming team was once again stunned. Hundreds of armed helicopters arrived over the canyon, their doors opened, and figures descended from the sky like dumplings being dropped into a pot. They jumped directly from a height of hundreds of meters without using any ropes. Just before they landed, their bodies suddenly burst forth with multicolored light. Some people were engulfed in flames and crashed into the monster horde like meteorites. Some people were surrounded by lightning, transforming into a streak of lightning that wreaked havoc among the beasts. There was also a burly man whose body swelled to more than 3 meters tall after landing, transforming into a rock giant who smashed a corrosive earth dragon into a pulp with a single punch. This is completely beyond their comprehension. Is this a movie shoot? One of the team members stammered. Fuck your movie. Do you even see special effects? Fong slapped him on the back of the head and yelled breathlessly, quick! Live stream. Switch the signal to the live stream. Quick! Brother Fong, if this gets broadcast, our account might be taken down. Ah Wei said, trembling, this is clearly a top-level national military secret. If you broadcast it live without permission, you'll be invited in for tea. You motherfucker. Quick play. Fong grabbed control of the console and personally switched the signal to the peak outdoor livestream, saying, with such a big commotion this time, and being so close to the city, we're definitely not the only ones who saw it. There's no crime in numbers. If we start broadcasting late, the viewership will be snatched up by others. Yes, I never thought of that. Brother Fong is brilliant. Upon hearing this, the others quickly sprang into action as well. And hurry up and change the live stream title. Change it to Doomsday Arrives. Dragon Summer's divine soldiers descend to battle the underground demon army. Chapter 49 ignites the internet. That mysterious and extraordinary man cultivating immortality. In the G-Peak Outdoor live stream room, there were originally only a few hundred viewers who were watching the replay of the mountaineering video in a haphazard way. Suddenly, the live stream went black, then switched to a shaky aerial view filled with noise and wind. What the heck? What's the streamer doing? Is the signal down? What is this scene? Was there an earthquake? It's making me dizzy. Immediately afterwards, the sensational headline appeared in large print at the top of the screen. The apocalypse has arrived. Divine soldiers from China descend to battle the subterranean demon army. Has the streamer gone mad? Is this clickbait headline just desperate for clicks? Doomsday? And divine weapons? Why don't you just say Ultraman vs. Godzilla? This is hilarious. Let's see what kind of trouble they're up to. The few comments in the livestream created a relaxed and joyful atmosphere for watching the show. After all, a headline like this, which is clearly a gimmick, can't possibly be true. However, when the drone's camera stabilized and zoomed in on the depths of the canyon, the entire livestream fell into an eerie silence that lasted for half a minute. Immediately, the barrage of comments exploded like a nuclear bomb. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! What is that? Am I seeing things? Those are monsters? Monsters everywhere! Is this special effects? It looks so realistic. This isn't special effects. This absolutely isn't special effects. I studied special effects design. Look at the ground collapsing and the flying debris. No special effects can achieve this level of realism. My God, is this real? Is the world really going to end? I was just saying that lately there's been so much talk about the end of the world, and a lot of news just disappeared instantly. Quickly call someone to come and see, or you won't be able to see it again. As netizens flocked to other live streams to attract viewers, the number of viewers in the live stream began to surge at an unbelievable speed. 1,000, 10,000, 100,000, 500,000. The newly arrived viewers were taken aback by the screen filled with holy crap and apocalyptic comments. What's going on? I came from my friend's live stream next door. What movie trailer is the streamer showing? Is this clickbait? The end of the world? I think it's Godzilla vs. Kong. No, look closely, the picture quality, the details. If this were a movie, wouldn't the budget be $1 billion? Hey bro, don't be silly, didn't you see the news? Linjiang City has already sounded the highest alert. It's for real. Really? I'm in Tianhai, not far from Linjiang. What should I do now? Pack my things and run away? I think it's better to go for a run. Yeah, I think so too. Look, there seem to be 4 people not far from those monsters. They're probably about to die. Alas, a moment of silence. However, at that moment, the live stream suddenly took an unexpected turn. Among the 4 tiny figures, the young man at the back slowly rose into the air. Flying? Am I seeing things? Wire work. It must be wire work. I knew it was for a movie. Can your movie shooting location make the earth crack? Can your wire work be flawless? Look closely. Before the comments section could even reach a conclusion, something even more mind-numbing happened. The man hovering in the air simply raised his hand casually. The next second, an extremely dazzling silver light burst forth from his palm, then transformed into a surging river of metal, accompanied by a piercing buzzing sound that tore at the eardrums, and plunged into the boundless wave of monsters. Buzz! It was a storm, a death storm made up of thousands upon thousands of rapidly spinning silver blades. In the live broadcast room, hundreds of millions of viewers saw scenes they could never have imagined in their lives through the high-definition lens of the drone. Wherever that silver storm passed, those ferocious and terrifying corrosive earth dragons with hard shells were like tomatoes thrown into a giant industrial crusher. They didn't even have time to scream before they were instantly cut, decomposed, and shredded into flying bits of flesh and blood. The live stream chat, which had been flooded with panic and debate, fell silent for 10 seconds. It was as if everyone's thoughts had been completely formatted by that silver miracle at that moment. 10 seconds later, an explosive barrage of comments, 10 times more intense than before, completely flooded the entire screen. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. What is that? Is it a flying sword? Is it the myriad swords returned to one technique? Mom asked me why I was kneeling to watch the live stream. Mom! Come see the amazing people. Special effects? Someone actually called it special effects? Give me special effects of this caliber. I'll eat this screen right now. This isn't Superman, this is a sword immortal. A true sword immortal has descended to Earth. So cool. So cool. I was just worried that humanity was doomed, but now all I want to say is, you insects, you're surrounded by our divine brother. Does the older brother need a companion? The kind who can do laundry, cook, and warm the bed. Please give me their contact information. The panic vanished. In its place came extreme awe and fervent worship. The number of viewers in the live stream surged again at this moment, breaking through 3 million and still growing at an alarming rate. And just then, a deafening roar suddenly rang out in the sky above the live broadcast room. The drone's view shifted, and hundreds of armed helicopters appeared on the screen. Immediately afterwards, armed soldiers descended from the sky, their bodies engulfed in flames and crackling with lightning, transforming into rock giants. The battle against the monster army has begun. A miracle. This is absolutely a miracle. This isn't the end of the world, it's a myth coming to pass? Our country actually has superpowered individuals. I know, it's the Dragon Group. It's definitely the Dragon Group. Get lost, you Chunibu upstairs. These must be the nation's super soldiers. Look at their tactical gear. So cool. These are true guardians. Wa'ata. I was wrong, I'll never idolize Marvel or DC again. Our guardian angel is the best. Who was that burly man who turned to stone? He's incredible. One punch and he's dead. That girl who set the fire was so cool. I love her. The atmosphere in the livestream quickly shifted from initial panic to extreme awe and fervent worship. Countless gifts and tips flooded the screen like a torrential downpour, and the server even nearly crashed due to traffic overload. The little-known live streaming room Peak Outdoor became the center of a storm in the entire Chinese internet in just a few minutes. Weibo, Douyin, Zhihu, Tiba, all social media platforms were completely ignited by this video. Hashtag giant monster appears in Linjiang City. Hashtag Chinese divine soldiers descend from the sky. Hashtag witness the cultivation of immortality by all. One by one, the terms surged to the top of the trending searches with unstoppable momentum, followed by one after another deep red-hot word. Chapter 50. What? My husband is actually a powerful cultivator? Countless netizens flooded the discussion forum, expressing their opinions. Keyboard Warrior 007, is this fake? It's obviously a movie advertisement. Viral marketing these days is getting more and more shameless. There's only one truth. Replying to the comment above, your movie promotion could warrant an emergency notice from CCTV News? Go check out a news app yourself, doesn't it hurt your face? Military enthusiast, I guarantee it with my 20 years of experience as a military enthusiast. Those helicopters are definitely not special effects. The design of that Orca transport aircraft takes into account both aerodynamics and anti-radar coating. It is absolutely a hidden ace unit of the nation. Cultivating immortality is the right path. What elite troops? What do you mortals know? Didn't you see that young man hovering in the sky? He's not wearing a military uniform at all. And he's controlling a flying sword. This is clearly a cultivator. A legendary sword immortal. Our dragon kingdom has been the land of the divine since ancient times. What's so strange about having immortals? A resident of Linjiang City, please stop arguing. I'm in Linjiang City. There are sirens blaring everywhere. Our neighborhood has already started an emergency evacuation. This is for real. Those monsters are only tens of kilometers away from us. Please stop debating whether it's true or not. Hurry up and think of something. This live broadcast, which is worthy of being recorded in history, tore away the disguise of a peaceful world with unprecedented impact. It presented a magnificent yet perilous new era to hundreds of millions of people. Genesis Group Headquarters, President's Office. Bai Qingyan paced back and forth in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, feeling agitated. It's been several days, and she still can't get in touch with Suyu. His phone is switched off, he doesn't reply to messages, it's like he's vanished into thin air. This feeling drove her absolutely crazy. She was used to being in control of everything, but that man was like a gust of wind, completely out of her reach. She even used the group's intelligence department to investigate, but all they found was his last known location, a mysterious building near Haicheng University. After that, he disappeared without a trace. Could it be that something happened to him? The moment the thought crossed her mind, her heart clenched, and an unprecedented sense of panic gripped her. She dared not think any further. Knock, knock, knock. Just as she was in a state of panic, the office door was suddenly kicked open, and Director Zhang from the Public Relations Department rushed in, his face filled with shock. President Bai. Something terrible has happened. Something catastrophic has occurred. Bai Qingyan frowned, and an icy aura belonging to a business tycoon instantly emanated from her. What's the panic? Is the sky falling down? The sky is really going to collapse. The director, with trembling hands, handed over a tablet computer, saying, You must watch this livestream. Bai Qingyan took the tablet with suspicion. On the screen, a video with shaky visuals but extremely high clarity is playing. When she saw the contents of the video, her usually calm phoenix eyes suddenly narrowed to pinpoints. Monsters that blot out the sky, battlefields that destroy the world, and warriors who are like gods, possessing all sorts of incredible abilities. This is the latest Hollywood movie trailer? She asked instinctively, but her voice already carried a slight, almost imperceptible tremor. No. No, Mr. Bai. Director Zhang was on the verge of tears. This is a live stream. It's gone viral across the internet. Look, this is real-time street view surveillance footage from Linjiang City. It's completely chaotic over there. Our stock price plummeted to its daily limit within a minute. Bai Qingyan's heart sank suddenly. She stared intently at the live stream, forcing herself to calm down. Her gaze swept over the extraordinary warriors who were fighting the monsters, and finally settled on the very center of the battlefield. That figure, suspended in mid-air, controlling the silver storm that filled the sky, like a god. The distance was too far to see their faces clearly. But that figure, that posture, that aura of looking down on the world and regarding all things as straw dogs. How familiar it is. Zoom in, zoom in. Use our satellites to lock onto that person's face. Quickly. Yes. Director Zhang immediately issued instructions via internal channels. Soon, thanks to Genesis Group's proprietary ultra-high magnification zoom and AI image restoration, an incredibly clear close-up of a face appeared on the office's main screen. When Bai Qingyan saw that face clearly, her body swayed violently, and she felt as if the whole world was spinning. She took a helpless step back and slumped onto the leather sofa behind her. Her usually cold and beautiful face was filled with indescribable shock and bewilderment. It was him. It really was him. Su Yu. That man who was sometimes domineering, sometimes lazy, and sometimes like a little rascal in front of her. The man who descended like a god when she was at her most desperate and saved her from hell. It turns out, the terrifying strength he displayed that night in the abandoned factory wasn't all there was to him. So this is his true strength. Conquer me? The man's domineering words from that night echoed uncontrollably in Bai Qingyan's mind. She suddenly found it somewhat ridiculous. I was actually struggling with this before, hesitating, and even thinking about using business tactics to test him and control him. Would a man with power comparable to that of a god care about his laughable wealth and power? The conquest he spoke of was not the kind of conquest in the conventional sense that he understood. What he wants to conquer is this entire world. As for herself, she was nothing more than a snow lotus that he casually plucked during his conquest of heaven and earth, a snow lotus that he considered noble. Mr. Bai. Mr. Bai? Seeing his boss's distraught appearance, Director Zhang cautiously called out twice. Bai Qingyan slowly came back to her senses. All the confusion and shock had faded from her beautiful eyes, replaced by an expression of determination and resolve. Notify all departments. Genesis Group, effective immediately, enters the highest level of wartime status. We will spare no effort and utilize all our resources and channels to fully cooperate with all national actions. She stood up, walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window, and looked out at the city where unrest had begun to break out. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with an unprecedented brilliance. Also, find a way to connect me to a dedicated line to the high-level officials within the Dragon Kingdom. Tell them that I, Bai Qingyan, and the entire Genesis Group, are willing to give everything for that man for Su Yu. Haicheng University, Girls' Dormitory. It's the end of the world. Everyone, look at your phones. Oh my god. Is this real? So many monsters. How terrifying. In Ling Yishua's dormitory, Lin Weiwei and Zheng Qiqi were holding their phones, letting out terrified screams. You too, don't overreact. These things online are all fabricated and are scams. Ling Yishue was sitting at her desk, flipping through a book somewhat absent-mindedly. Su Yu hadn't contacted her for several days, which made her feel empty and a little aggrieved. Where has that scoundrel gone on his secret mission this time? He didn't even tell me. It's not fabricated. Shue, look! CCTV News even interrupted its broadcast. They told us not to panic, to stay indoors, and to wait for further instructions from the government. Lin Weiwei was about to cry. What? Chapter 51 Ling Yishue's worries. It's time to publicly announce the nationwide cultivation plan. Ling Yishue was startled and quickly picked up her phone as well. Sure enough, the apps of major official media outlets all pushed out the same urgent notification. On social media, the video, which was posted by Peak Outdoor and other streamers from Linhai City, has gone viral. She clicked on the video. When the terrifying battlefield, like a scroll depicting hell, appeared before her eyes, her beautiful, aloof face instantly turned deathly pale. How could this happen? Shue, look! Our country's soldiers are amazing. They can fly. They can also set fires and generate electricity. Just like Superman. Zhang Qiqi pointed at the Dragon Soul Special Forces members fighting monsters on the screen. Although her eyes were filled with fear, they were also filled with awe and admiration. Ling Yixue saw it too. As she looked at the warriors who seemed to have descended from the heavens, the panic in her heart subsided somewhat. It turns out that our country has such a powerful protective force hidden away. Her eyes searched quickly across the video, and a thought that even she found absurd surged into her mind. Wasn't Su Yu on a special mission? Could he also? Just then, the drone's camera captured a panoramic view of the battlefield. Then, it slowly zoomed in, finally settling on the figure who controlled the silver storm that filled the sky, hovering in mid-air like a god. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. The phone in Ling Yixue's hand fell to the ground with a thud. She stared blankly at the screen, at that face that was so familiar, and felt as if her breath had stopped. Although the image was blurry, her intuition was right. It's him. It's my husband. Su Yu. So this is the kind of secret mission he was talking about? So, his casually mentioned handling extraordinary events was actually a battle against this world-destroying monster? The top-secret file of the Young Dragon Project that she had seen before echoed in her mind. She always thought he was just a genius with exceptional intelligence, protected by state secrets. But only today did she realize how terribly wrong she had been. That file, where is the truth? That was clearly just the most insignificant part of his enormous, unimaginable true identity. He is not only a genius, he is also a hero. They are heroes who protect this country and hundreds of millions of people. Snow. Lin Weiwei and Zhang Qiqi also recognized Su Yu. They stammered as they pointed at the screen, then looked at Ling Yixue, who was already dumbfounded, too shocked to say a word. The man who openly defied Shue. That man who was all lovey-dovey with Shue at the library just a few days ago. He's actually the protagonist of this war between gods and demons? At that moment, an indescribable sense of pride and honor filled Ling Yixue's heart. But what followed was an even stronger sense of worry and heartache. Such a dangerous battlefield. Will he get hurt? Is he in danger? There was nothing she could do but watch helplessly as the man on the screen faced the overwhelming torrent of monsters alone. Ling Yixue suddenly stood up from her seat and, ignoring her roommate's attempts to stop her, rushed out of the dormitory like a madwoman. She's going to find him. She wanted to go to his side. Even if it's just to catch a glimpse of him from afar. The Dragon Kingdom's Supreme Command, in a secret meeting room. A middle-aged official in charge of public opinion monitoring, wearing thick glasses, reported sweating profusely, "Sir, the Internet Monitoring Department has done its best. But there are too many witnesses and too many video sources this time, we simply can't delete them all. For every one deleted, 10 new ones immediately appear, and many forces have already intervened and are fanning the flames. Public opinion is completely out of control." The elderly man at the head of the group stared at the holographic projection of the videos that were spreading wildly online and the ever-increasing panic index, remaining silent for a long time. After a long while, he slowly stood up, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. It's better to guide than to block. Since we can't hide it anymore, we might as well stop hiding it. These words shocked everyone present. Sir, please reconsider. A general immediately stood up and said urgently, once the truth is revealed, it will inevitably cause widespread panic throughout the country. Social order will be. Panic, the old man interrupted him, his gaze piercing. Aren't our people panicking right now? He pointed to the barrage of comments and messages on the screen, which were filled with apocalyptic pronouncements. The unknown is the most terrifying. Rather than letting them lose their composure amidst endless speculation and fear, and be incited by those with ulterior motives, it is better for us to personally deliver the truth and hope into their hands. Hope? Everyone was stunned for a moment. Then, they thought of that earth-shattering battle, of those extraordinary warriors who descended like gods, and of that young man who, like a god, single-handedly slaughtered thousands of soldiers. Are we about to announce a nationwide cultivation plan? Pass on my orders. Notify the national television station and all official media platforms that I will be giving an emergency televised address to the nation in 1 hour. He took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with determination. It's time to let our people know the truth. It's time to launch that plan that will change the fate of our nation. Just then, a secretary quickly walked to the old man's side and whispered, "Sir, Vice Minister Chen just called and said, it's about his granddaughter." The old man raised an eyebrow. "Chen Jingzhou? Didn't that old fellow retire a long time ago? Why would he use a private line for family matters?" He said that his granddaughter was Comrade Suyu's girlfriend. "Oh, it's Ling Yixue, right? Just leave it to Qin Maching to handle." "Yes." Downstairs in the girls' dormitory at Haichang University, Ling Yixue paced anxiously in place like a statue waiting for her husband, refreshing her phone again and again, hoping to see any latest news about the front lines. Suddenly, an unfamiliar encrypted number called. She hesitated for a moment, but still pressed the answer button. "Hello, is this Ms. Ling Yixue?" A clear, pleasant female voice came from the other end of the phone. "I am, and you are?" "My name is Qin Maching. I am calling you on behalf of the Supreme Command." "The Supreme Command?" Ling Yixue's heart skipped a beat, and she tightened her grip on her phone. "Miss Ling, please don't be nervous." Qin Maching's voice remained calm, carrying a reassuring quality. "We know that you have seen the footage of Comrade Suyu fighting on the front lines via video. I can assure you on behalf of the country that Comrade Suyu is currently very safe." "Really?" Ling Yixue's voice was filled with surprise and disbelief. "Absolutely true." Qin Maching's tone was extremely certain. "What's shown in the video is less than 1/10 of his full potential. Moreover, we have a top-notch team providing him with comprehensive support. His safety is the country's highest priority, so please rest assured." Hearing these words, Ling Yixue's anxiety finally subsided considerably. Then why doesn't he answer my calls?" Her voice still carried a hint of grievance. "Because he is currently in the most crucial battle and cannot afford to be distracted." Qin Maching patiently explained, "Miss Ling, I understand how you feel. But you must also understand what a great and important thing your lover is doing. He is using his shoulders to hold up the sky for hundreds of millions of compatriots on this land behind us." "I know. So what you should do now is not to worry about him, nor to impulsively try to go to him. Instead, you should trust him." Qin Maching's voice became serious. "Trust in his strength, trust in his choices. Take good care of yourself back home, so he has no worries. That's the greatest support and love you can give him. Do you understand?" These words struck Ling Yixue like a thunderbolt. "Yes. What good will my crying and wailing do, besides distracting him and causing him trouble? He is a hero who stands tall and upright, so I should be a safe haven for him, not a burden that drags him down." I understand." Ling Yixue took a deep breath, wiped away the tears from the corners of her eyes, and her voice became firm again. "Thank you. Please tell him that I will wait for him at school. And please tell him to be careful." "Okay, I will definitely pass it on." Qin Maching smiled and said, "Also, Miss Ling, please turn on the TV. In an hour, you will see a whole new world." Chapter 52, My Plan for In-Depth Communication with the Female Soldier King. I'm so selfless. At this moment, on the battlefield of Yunfeng Mountain Range. Roar! The Earth Dragon King, whose size exceeded 100 meters, finally let out a deafening roar after witnessing Suyu's slaughter of his own offspring. It abandoned its cannon fodder cubs, and with a sudden jolt of its massive body, the entire canyon walls began to tremble violently. Countless tons of boulders mixed with soil crashed into the still raging silver storm like a landslide and a tsunami. Boom! In an instant, the earth shook and dust rose, as if the entire canyon was about to collapse completely. "Instructor!" Seeing this, Taishan quickly stood in front of Suyu, using his supernatural powers to block the flying rocks. Xiaoqin, on the other side of the ravine, controlled her Golden Monarch Burning Heaven Flame to form a fire barrier, struggling to withstand the impact from the other side. Her gaze, however, never left the man suspended in mid-air. Despite the devastating scene, Suyu remained completely calm. A trivial skill. He snorted coldly, and with a thought, the silver storm that had been temporarily suppressed by the rocks suddenly changed direction and regrouped faster than lightning. Sky Shuttle, second form. The Diamond of Gods and Demons. Buzz. Tens of thousands of incredibly sharp blades, under Suyu's powerful mental control, instantly combined to form a massive, rapidly rotating silver drill bit, 50 meters long. Die. Suyu pointed his fingers like a sword, aiming them at the Earth Dragon King, who was preparing to burrow into the ground again to unleash a second wave of attacks. Call out. The giant silver drill, transformed into a streak of light piercing through the heavens and earth, ignored all the falling rocks and slammed into the head of the Earth Dragon King at a terrifying speed that surpassed the sound barrier. The Earth Dragon King seemed to sense the deadly threat as well. It roared madly and gathered all the hardest bone spurs on its head in an attempt to withstand the fatal blow. However, in the face of the Sky Shuttle, its armor, which was strong enough to withstand missile bombardment, was as fragile as tofu. Put! The giant silver drill bit drilled into the head of the Earth Dragon King without any hindrance and came out from its tail. All the movements of the Earth Dragon King froze in mid-air. Its 8 scarlet compound eyes instantly lost all their luster. The next second. Bang! Its massive body crashed heavily to the ground, kicking up clouds of dust. One-hit kill. The Dragon Soul Special Forces members who had just jumped off the helicopter and were ready to make their move were all stunned and stood frozen in place, staring dumbfounded at the huge corpse that had collapsed like a hill. This is the end? A soldier king who had just conjured a lightning spear stammered as he asked. The head instructor is awesome. Someone was the first to react and let out a cheer. The head instructor is awesome. Long live the chief instructor. The ecstasy of surviving the ordeal, and the worship of that godlike power, instantly ignited the passion of all the warriors. The deafening cheers echoed throughout the entire Yunfeng mountain range. Suyu slowly descended from mid-air, and the Sky Shuttle, transformed into a streak of silver light, flying back into his palm and reassembling into its simple and unadorned form. Suyu ignored the others and walked straight to the stunning female soldier king who was still in shock and had not yet recovered. Xiaoqin stood there, her black combat uniform stained with the monster's dark green blood and battle dust, her short silver hair disheveled. But instead of making her look pathetic, it added a touch of wild and deadly sexiness to her. She looked at Suyu walking towards her, her beautiful eyes no longer showing the previous aloofness, but filled with complex emotions. Shock, admiration, gratitude, and a ripple of emotion she herself dared not admit, called heart flutter. "Are you all right?" Suyu walked up to her, looked at her handsome face stained with a few dirt, and a familiar, lazy smile appeared on his lips. "Were you scared down there just now?" He was referring to the moment when he carried her as they flew up through the crack. Xiaoqin opened her mouth, but found that her throat was a little dry. She wanted to say no, but when she met the man's deep eyes, which seemed to see through everything, she couldn't bring herself to say something against her will. She could only lower her head and hum in a barely audible voice. "Thank you. Chief Instructor, you saved me again. Don't mention it, it's my duty." Suyu couldn't help but tease her, seeing her rarely showing such a girlish side. "I'm mainly worried that you might get hurt. After all, you're an S-level combatant that the country is focusing on developing. I can't bear the responsibility if you break it." "But..." Xiaoqin was amused by his serious yet nonsensical manner. Although it was only a very faint smile, it was like an ice lotus blooming on the top of a snow-capped mountain, instantly making the world pale in comparison. "You know perfectly well that's not what I meant." She glared at him, both embarrassed and annoyed. Ding! Detected a change in the target Xiaoqin's favorability. Current favorability rating, 90. Upon hearing the crisp system notification, Suyu felt a surge of relief and satisfaction. It's done. 90 points. This has fully met the standard for sewing. Suyu's face remained expressionless, but he was overjoyed inside. With 90 points of favorability, this fiercest little female leopard is finally about to reveal her little belly. It's time to find a fine, sunny evening and have an in-depth discussion with this S-rank female soldier about the great topic of the continuation of human civilization. Suyu thought to himself earnestly, this is all for the country and for the people. I am so selfless. Just as he was getting into his daydreams, Lumei's slightly sarcastic and teasing voice came over at the most inopportune moment. "Ahem, Instructor Su, isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to be flirting with our S-class female soldier in public like this?" The brothers are all watching. Suyu turned around and saw Lumei leaning against a rock, her arms crossed over her chest, her breathtaking curves exaggerated even more. Meanwhile, the Dragon Soul team members around them were also pretending to clean up the battlefield, but their perked-up ears and gossipy glances had already betrayed them. Xiaoqin's pretty face flushed bright red instantly. She glared fiercely at Lumei, then took a step back, both ashamed and annoyed, putting distance between herself and Suyu. "Fox, stop talking nonsense. I'm just reporting the battle situation to the chief instructor." "Oh? Reporting on the battle situation." Lumei drawled out the last syllable, her face a half smile. "You." Just as Xiaoqin was about to lose her temper, the encrypted communicator in Lu Mei's ear suddenly rang urgently. Lu Mei's smile vanished instantly as she answered the call. What? She abruptly stood up straight. Live broadcast across the entire internet? Public opinion out of control? The command center has decided to make it public now? This sudden news stunned everyone present. Lu Mei hung up the call and quickly walked to Suyu, her expression extremely serious. Suyu, something terrible has happened. Our battle just now was broadcast live in its entirety by several amateur adventure streamers. Right now, the entire internet is in an uproar. Monsters, superhumans, and they've all been exposed. The command center has just issued a top-level order. Things have come to this point, and there is no way to hide it. The state has decided to immediately activate the information disclosure plan. What do you mean? Suyu was also a little confused. It means the country is preparing to announce the truth about the apocalypse to the entire nation. And you, as that sword immortal who displayed such divine power in the live broadcast, and the pillar of stability of our dragon kingdom. You must appear with the leader in 1 hour for the live broadcast of the National Emergency Televised Address. Chapter 53. What? The one who researched the cultivation technique is actually my husband? An hour later. Dragon Kingdom, National Television Station, Studio 1. The atmosphere was extremely solemn and respectful. All the staff members changed into military uniforms, their faces showing an almost pilgrimage-like tension and excitement. Outside the studio, there was a heavy guard post with soldiers every 3 steps and sentries every 5 steps. Tonight, this place will be the focus of the world. When the countdown reached 0, the bright red studio lights came on. The elderly man at the head of the group, the one who held the reins of power in the Dragon Kingdom, walked calmly in front of the camera. At the same time, all television channels, online live streaming platforms, and outdoor screens within the Dragon Kingdom, and even around the world, that could receive signals from the Dragon Kingdom were all forcibly switched to the same image. Countless citizens who were panicking, speculating, and arguing were stunned. Fellow countrymen, my fellow countrymen. The old man's voice, steady and powerful, traveled through the airwaves to every corner of the land. Good evening, everyone. I imagine that in the past hour, many of you have seen some disturbing, even mind-blowing images. Some people are panicking, some are questioning, and some are speculating what exactly is happening to our world. Now, as the leader of the Dragon Kingdom, I will reveal the truth to all the people here. The old man paused for a moment, his gaze sharp as if piercing through the screen and looking directly into everyone's eyes. Those videos are all real. The monster is real. The supernatural power is real too. Boom! Although they had suspected it for a while, when the old man confirmed it himself, it was like a nuclear bomb exploding in the minds of all the people. But the old man's tone suddenly changed, and his voice became firm and powerful. Our dragon nation has always been a nation that has suffered many disasters, yet has always been able to rise from the ashes of adversity. We are not afraid of natural disasters. We are even less afraid of catastrophes. Because we were already prepared. The warriors you see in the video, who seem to have descended from the heavens, are the Dragon Soul Special Operations Brigade, our country's secret elite force against the catastrophe. The power of the Dragon Soul does not come from the gods, nor from the heavens. It originates from the people of our Dragon Kingdom. We have mastered the method to control this power. A proud smile appeared on the old man's face. We now possess a complete cultivation technique that can enable the entire population to evolve. We are about to usher in a brand new era, an era that belongs to our Dragon Kingdom, where everyone can cultivate immortality and everyone can become like a dragon, a great era. The entire Dragon Kingdom was in an uproar at this moment. Everyone's cultivating immortality? Did I hear that right? The government's going to teach us how to cultivate immortality? Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! I have no regrets being born Chinese in this life, and I'll be a Chinese again in the next. That's awesome. I knew it. Our Dragon Kingdom is the true protagonist of the world. What superheroes? They're all nobodies in front of us cultivators. The atmosphere online instantly shifted from panic to extreme fervor. And all of this. The old man raised his voice, and the pride on his face turned into deep gratitude and respect. All this hope, this technique that could change the fate of our nation, all originated from one person. He is a pioneer of this new era, the first to awaken and selflessly dedicate his cultivation methods to the country. He single-handedly researched and perfected this technique, and personally served as the chief instructor of Dragon Soul. Just an hour ago, he was outside Linjiang City, where he single-handedly slaughtered tens of thousands of demon soldiers and saved millions of his compatriots. Fellow countrymen, please welcome our heroes with your warmest applause. General Su Yu. As soon as he finished speaking, Su Yu, dressed in a specially made black general's uniform, with a general's star on his shoulder, a handsome face, and a calm and profound temperament, slowly walked out from behind the curtain. He walked to the old man's side and calmly nodded to the cameras broadcast nationwide. At that moment, the entire internet fell silent. I'm dead. He's that sort of immortal guy? Su Yu? His name is Su Yu? That name sounds familiar. Could he be from Ocean University? A general? Holy crap! Such a young general? He's only 20, right? Aha! He's so handsome. A million times more handsome than those young heartthrobs. This is what a man from our dragon country should look like. Honey, I want to have your babies. A whole bunch of babies. Room 302, Building C, Haicheng University. Bang! The instant noodle container in Fatty Wang Defa's hand spilled soup and noodles all over the ground. He was completely petrified, his eyes wide as he stared intently at the figure on the computer screen, standing shoulder to shoulder with the highest leader, receiving cheers from hundreds of millions of people. His two other roommates behind him had long since turned into three soulless statues. My brother, is the god of war who protects the nation? The fat man's voice trembled as if he had late-stage Parkinson's disease. He's researched a cultivation technique? Another roommate suddenly pinched himself, and the sharp pain made him gasp. I'm not dreaming. Holy crap. Brother Yu, my god. We actually became roommates with the god of war who protects the nation, the ancestor of immortal cultivation, for 2 years? We've won. We've won. The fat man suddenly jumped up from his chair, shouting like a madman, brothers, we're rich. When one person attains enlightenment, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. From now on, who dares to mess with me? I'll just say Brother Yu's name directly. My brother is Su Yu. Ha ha ha. Haicheng University, Girls' Dormitory. Ling Yixue and her roommates were also nervously watching the live TV broadcast. When I saw that incredibly familiar figure, dressed in a crisp black general's uniform, with a general's star on his shoulder, slowly walk out from behind the curtain and calmly stand beside the highest leader. Ling Yixue's mind went completely blank with a buzz. She stared blankly at the man on the screen. It was him. It really is him. Her husband was actually a national war god? And a researcher of universal cultivation techniques? A general? The sheer volume of information overwhelmed her senses like a tsunami, momentarily robbing her of her ability to think. She just stared blankly at the radiant man on the screen, watching him receive the cheers and adoration of hundreds of millions of people. She always thought she knew him well enough. He's a genius from Project Dragon, a secret agent trained by the state, the rascal who secretly kisses her in the library and cuddles her sweetly late at night. But it was only at this moment that she realized that what she knew was just the tip of the iceberg. Is this his true self? Snow. Lin Weiwei and Zhang Qiqi were so shocked they couldn't speak. They looked at the screen, then at Ling Yixue, feeling as if their worldview had been completely shattered. That guy who was all lovey-dovey with Xue on campus, making them all envious and jealous, is actually someone of this caliber? Turn out to be. My husband is truly a hero. Chapter 54. What is a time management master? Just then. On the screen, the leader smiled and turned to the side, gesturing please to Su Yu. Comrade Su Yu, the whole nation is watching you now. Please say a few words. Upon hearing this, Su Yu stepped forward and faced the camera. Hello fellow countrymen across the country, I am Su Yu. I know that everyone must have many questions and anxieties right now. Please believe that the country has not abandoned anyone. The path of cultivation is not something that can be accomplished overnight, but as long as we are united in purpose and work together with one heart, we will surely be able to overcome all difficulties. I firmly believe that in the near future, everyone in our dragon kingdom will be like a dragon. His words were spoken with great conviction. It instantly ignited a flame in the hearts of all the people. The online comments section erupted once again. Su Shen. Su Shen. From this day forward, you are my only faith. This is so inspiring. These are the true backbone of our dragon kingdom. Wa'ata. Mom, I think I'm in love. He's not only handsome, but also so responsible. Suyu paused, his gaze seemingly piercing through the screen, looking towards a distant direction, a gentle smile curving his lips. Here, I would also like to express my special thanks to a few people. Thank you to those who have been behind me, silently supporting me, understanding me, and accepting all my shortcomings. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried a deep emotion that only certain people could understand. It is your trust and patience that gave me the courage to move forward without hesitation. Please rest assured, I am fine and I miss you all very much. Once I'm done with this busy period, I'll definitely go home as soon as possible. Haicheng University, Girls' Dormitory. When Ling Yixue heard Suyu's last few words, she couldn't hold back her tears. She knew that Suyu was saying these words to her. He knew he was worried about him, and he knew he was waiting for him. All the grievances and anxieties were replaced by an immense sense of happiness at this moment. She covered her mouth, sobbing uncontrollably, yet she laughed like a child who had won the whole world. Okay. I'll wait for you to come home. She responded silently in her heart. Genesis Group, President's Office. Bai Qingyan also stared blankly at the man on the screen. When she heard him say, "Thank you to those who were behind me," her heart, which had been frozen for so long, suddenly skipped a beat. Was he talking about me? It must be, right? After all, my relationship with him right now should be the closest. Thinking of this, a very rare emotion called sweetness, like the most mellow warm current, quietly spread in her heart. She looked at the man on the screen, who remained calm but seemed even more radiant. In those beautiful eyes, the ice was melting at a visible speed. She slowly raised her hand, gently stroking her slightly flushed cheeks, and a smile, so enchanting that even she herself didn't realize it, curved her red lips into a smile that could topple kingdoms. Xiao Yu. I'm waiting for you. National television station, backstage. When the live broadcast signal was cut off, the tense atmosphere in the studio finally relaxed. Suyu let out a long sigh of relief, feeling that his back was already soaked with a thin layer of sweat. Giving a speech to hundreds of millions of people, even with his current mindset, still puts him under some pressure. Comrade Suyu, you've worked hard. The old man stepped forward, grasped Suyu's hand, and his withered eyes were filled with satisfaction. What you said today was excellent. You've given the entire nation a powerful boost of confidence. Several core executives gathered around, their eyes filled with approval as they looked at Suyu. Yes, General Su, your last few words were absolutely brilliant. Everyone is a dragon. That speaks to the hearts of all of us. With General Su here, how can my dragon kingdom not prosper? Faced with the effusive praise from the bigwigs, Suyu simply smiled modestly. You are too kind, esteemed leaders. I was just doing what I was supposed to do. While dealing with the situation, his eyes quickly searched through the crowd. Soon, he saw the stunningly beautiful female soldier standing alone in the corner, with a straight posture and a cold and elegant demeanor. Xiaoqin was also looking at him, her sharp, beautiful eyes filled with a complex expression, as if she had not yet fully recovered from the inspiring speech she had just received. Suyu bid farewell to the bigwigs and walked straight toward Xiaoqin. How was my performance? Not bad, right? He walked up to Xiaoqin, his face regaining that lazy and cynical smile, as if the charismatic and powerful war god who had just spoken so confidently in front of the nation was merely an illusion. Seeing his sudden change in demeanor, Xiaoqin's initial sense of awe dissipated considerably, replaced by a helpless feeling that was both amusing and exasperating. This guy is still the same as always. But there's no denying that he looked really cool on stage just now. Thinking of this, her cheeks flushed almost imperceptibly. Great. She tried to make her tone sound calm and even, saying, my speech is very engaging, logical, and has a strong presence. The people will definitely feel much more at ease after hearing it. Really? Suyu leaned closer, almost touching her ear, and whispered with a mischievous grin, so, are you relieved now? The warm breath sprayed against her ear, causing Xiaoqin's body to stiffen abruptly, and her ears instantly turned bright red. That bastard. Not again. What is there for me to be uneasy about? She instinctively took a half step back, pretending to be calm as she turned her head away, not daring to look him in the eye. I am a soldier, and obeying orders is my duty. Oh? Just following orders? Suyu looked at her insincere expression, and the corners of his mouth curved into a wider smile. I thought you would feel a little bit of admiration for me after seeing how brilliant and powerful I was, turning the tide and saving the world from disaster. You. Xiao Qin was so angry at his shameless words that she almost lost her composure. She glared at him fiercely. Chief Instructor. Watch your words. This is the national television station. Okay. Seeing Xiao Qin's adorable expression of being both embarrassed and annoyed, yet helpless against him, Suyu felt incredibly happy. Yeah, flirting with the beautiful female soldier is the most fun. If Bai Qingyan and Ling Ishue, who are far away in Tianhai City, knew that their perfect husband was currently acting like a scoundrel in front of another stunning beauty, they might be so angry that they would draw their knives and come over to kill him on the spot. But Suyu felt that he was upright and honest. He is contributing to the continuation of human civilization. How can he be bound by trivial matters of personal feelings? This is called selflessness, sacrificing the individual for the greater good. Yes, I am so selfless. Just then, a charming and seductive voice, with a hint of languid laughter, rang out behind him. Hey, General Su, having a good chat with our Dragon Soul's Ice Queen, huh? Have you forgotten about the contributions of your teaching assistant? Suyu turned around and saw that Lu Mei had also arrived backstage at some point. She also changed into a black Special Forces uniform, but the clothes she wore somehow gave off a forbidden, erotic vibe. Especially the buttons on the chest, which were stretched to the point of almost bursting, made people worry that they might sacrifice themselves at any moment. Ahem, how could I forget Assistant Professor Lu? Suyu quickly composed himself and forced a dry laugh. Assistant Instructor Lu deserves all the credit for the successful completion of this mission. I will personally petition the command headquarters for commendation on your behalf. Chapter 55. You're not an S rank, get out of here and don't waste my essence. There's no need to ask for credit. Lu Mei walked up to him, extended her slender finger, and gently tapped his chest, saying, the reward I want isn't some empty title. Oh no, do you want to eat me? You're not S rank enough, so get out of here and don't waste my essence. So Suyu quickly changed the subject, pretending to be serious, and asked, what are the next plans from headquarters? Seeing that he wasn't taking the bait, Lu Mei stopped teasing him and shrugged, saying, what else could we be planning? It's a celebration, of course. She took a small, encrypted communicator out of her pocket and handed it to Suyu. Here, Jean Maching asked me to tell you that tonight at 7 p.m., at the Western Hills Imperial Garden on the outskirts of Beijing, the Supreme Command is hosting a high-profile celebration banquet for you and the first batch of extraordinary individuals from Dragon Soul. Upon hearing this, Suyu's eyes lit up immediately. A victory celebration banquet? Is there some kind of national team arrangement? Lu Mei leaned close to his ear, her breath sweet as orchids, and said, Sister Ching specially asked me to bring you something good. She said it's the latest product developed by the Academy of Sciences, colorless and odorless, a little treasure that can subtly increase a person's attraction to the opposite sex. And then she winked at Suyu, giving him a knowing look. Suyu looked at the transparent sealed tube, smaller than a fingernail, that Lu Mei handed him. The liquid inside was as clear as pure water, and his lips twitched involuntarily. Good heavens! Is the national team resorting to advanced technology and grueling procedures just to get me to complete the mission? That's so thoughtful. Cough cough. Suyu calmly put the small tube into his pocket and said in a serious tone. Assistant Instructor Lu, please tell Sister Ching that I, Suyu, as a national general and a guardian of the nation, would never resort to such despicable means. It is an insult to my personal integrity. I will absolutely never use such a thing. Oh? Lu Mei looked at him with a half-smile. Then give my things back to me? That won't do. Suyu immediately clutched his pocket tightly. These are stolen goods, and I must keep them safe myself to prevent them from being used by people with ulterior motives. TCH, hypocrite. She gave him a charmingly disdainful look, then swayed away with her slender waist. Suyu watched her departing figure, touched the small tube in his pocket, and chuckled to himself. Just kidding, why not take advantage of something so good that's offered to us? Night fell. The banquet hall inside the Dragon Soul Special Operations Base was brightly lit. Although the celebration banquet was not high profile, the atmosphere was exceptionally enthusiastic. The joy of surviving the ordeal, the anticipation of the future, and the desire for extraordinary power filled every warrior present with excitement. Of course, the most eye-catching person is the protagonist of tonight, Suyu. He was still wearing that special black general's uniform, the stars on his shoulders shining brightly under the lights. He didn't put on any airs, he simply carried a glass of juice and casually strolled through the crowd, occasionally clinking glasses with the excited Dragon Soul team members and exchanging a few words. His approachable demeanor and godlike strength filled everyone with awe and goodwill towards him. Another focal point of the banquet hall was Xiaoqin and Lu Mei standing side by side. For the first time ever, both of them changed out of their combat uniforms tonight and put on formal wear that had been urgently delivered by the logistics department. Lu Mei chose a fiery red, high-slit dress that perfectly accentuated her already alluring and voluptuous figure, making her look like a walking embodiment of hormones and attracting the attention of at least 80% of the men in the room. Xiaoqin, on the other hand, chose a relatively conservative silver white knee-length strapless mini dress. The simple design perfectly accentuated her figure, which resembled a sculpture from ancient Greece. Her straight, long legs were exposed to the air, exuding a healthy yet wild sense of power. The strapless design allowed her amazing fullness, which had been confined by combat vests for years, to be displayed to everyone without reservation. Her deep cleavage, with its rounded and firm curves, combined with her strikingly beautiful face that exuded both heroic spirit and a touch of shyness, created a powerful visual impact, making many soldiers with weak willpower drool and swallow hard. TSK, Xin, you've been hiding your figure quite well. Lu Mei, holding a glass of red wine, leaned close to Xiaoqin's ear and teased, I never would have guessed you were more well endowed than me when you were always in combat gear. Xiaoqin's pretty face instantly turned red. She awkwardly tugged at her skirt, somewhat regretting listening to Lu Mei's persuasion and wearing this dress that made her feel uncomfortable all over. Fox, if you keep talking nonsense, believe me, I'll tear your mouth apart, she threatened in a low voice. Oh my, you're shy now. Lu Mei chuckled. But seriously, look over there. She gestured with her lips towards Su Yu's direction. Our head instructor hasn't taken his eyes off you since just now. Xiaoqin followed her gaze and saw Su Yu holding a cup, looking at her with great interest through the crowd. That look carried an undisguised admiration and aggression. Her heart skipped a beat again, much to her dismay. She quickly looked away, her cheeks burning hot. That bastard. Satyr. This is a rare opportunity, Xin. Lu Mei continued to fan the flames in her ear, saying, after tonight, once cultivation becomes widespread, a hot commodity like Su Yu will be coveted by countless demons. If you don't hurry, don't cry later. I don't care. Xiaoqin retorted stubbornly. But his eyes couldn't help but steal another glance in Su Yu's direction. Just then, Su Yu walked over with a smile, carrying 2 glasses of amber-colored wine. What are you talking about? You seem to be having a lot of fun. He handed one of the cups to Xiaoqin. This is a special celebratory drink from the base, brewed with fruit and some special herbs. It's non-alcoholic, but tastes great. Want to try some? Xiaoqin looked at the enticing liquid in the glass, then at Su Yu's frank yet expectant gaze, hesitated for a moment, and finally took it. Thanks. She took a small, symbolic sip. A sweet, refreshing aroma, carrying the scent of kiwi, instantly blossomed on her taste buds, making her eyes light up. Yes, it really tastes good. If it tastes good, drink more. Su Yu smiled, picked up another glass, and gently clinked it with hers. We are both heroes today and should celebrate. Xiaoqin had no doubts, mainly because Su Yu's attitude was too frank, and the taste of the wine was indeed very appealing. With Lu Mei constantly urging her to drink, she unknowingly finished the entire glass. After drinking it, she felt as if a warm current was slowly flowing through her body, making her feel warm and comfortable all over. 2 charming blushes unconsciously appeared on her face, and her sharp phoenix eyes seemed to be covered with a layer of mist, losing some of their usual coldness and gaining a hazy charm. Chapter 56 10,000 words omitted here. The special preparation has begun to take effect. The effects are mild, and its main function is to relax the mind and body, reduce vigilance, and increase the body's affinity for the target of affection. Qin Maching's voice came through Su Yu's miniature earpiece. Looking at the stunningly beautiful female soldier Wang Yufa's face, a subtle smile appeared on his lips. The air here is a bit stuffy. Su Yu calmly put down his wineglass, glanced at the noisy crowd around him, and then looked back at Xiaoqin. He said softly with concern, You don't look too good. Do you want to go out for some fresh air? Xiaoqin did feel a little dizzy and her body was also a little hot. The noisy sounds and various smells in the banquet hall made her feel uncomfortable. Upon hearing Su Yu's suggestion, she nodded slightly without much hesitation. Good. Then I'll help you up. Su Yu naturally reached out and gently took her arm. The skin felt warm and smooth to the touch, and even through the thin fabric of the dress, you could feel its firm and elastic texture. Xiao Qin's body stiffened abruptly. She tried to break free, but the gentle yet irresistible strength coming from her arm, and the man's masculine aura that both reassured and unsettled her, made her instantly give up resisting. Her cheeks burned even hotter, and she could only lower her head slightly, letting Suyu half support and half carry her out of the noisy banquet hall. Behind the base, on a secluded path in the mountains, the moonlight, like water, gently bathed the two of them, casting long shadows. A gentle evening breeze, carrying the unique fragrance of grass and trees from the mountains and forests, dispelled the noise and heat of the banquet hall and also stirred the stray strands of hair that fell across Xiao Qin's forehead. The two walked side by side without speaking, but a subtle ambiguity gradually filled the silence. Xiao Qin could clearly hear her own heart pounding like a drum, as well as the steady, powerful breathing of the man beside her. The warmth from her arm felt like a gentle current flowing into her heart, making her feel both nervous and at ease. The strange warmth in her body continued to flow slowly, making her feel languid and listless, wanting nothing more than to find a place to lean against. Her gaze involuntarily drifted towards the broad shoulders of the man beside her. That. Xiao Qin broke the silence first. She didn't dare to look Suyu in the eye, but instead lowered her head, looking at her toes, and said in a soft, weak voice, "Thank you for today." "Thank me for what?" Suyu turned his head to look at her profile, which looked particularly shy and charming in the moonlight, and asked knowingly. "Thank you for saving me." Xiao Qin's voice was even lower, and, "Thank you for blocking that Earth Dragon King for us." "Of course." Suyu's tone remained lazy, but his eyes had softened considerably. "You are my team member, and protecting you is my duty. As for that big bug, it dared to touch my people, so naturally I won't let it get away with it." "My people." These three words were like a pebble thrown into a lake, creating ripples in Xiao Qin's heart. She secretly raised her eyes and looked at the man beside her. This man is really strong, and also gentle. He was completely different from the men she had met before who only knew how to use brute force or who only made nonsensical jokes. He is domineering yet gentle, he is powerful yet considerate of his subordinates, he may seem cynical, but in crucial moments, he is more reliable than anyone else. This kind of man. Xiao Qin felt her heart beating faster and faster, and her body getting hotter and hotter. That strange, warm current seemed to have gathered in some indescribable place, making her feel a sense of longing. Suyu. She mustered her courage again, raised her head, and looked at the man beside her with her phoenix eyes misty with a hint of bewilderment that she herself was unaware of. This time, Suyu stopped in his tracks before she could even speak. He turned around to face her. Under the moonlight, his deep eyes, like the brightest stars, were fixed on her. Qin, he slowly reached out his hand, his fingertips gently brushing her burning cheek, his voice deep and magnetic, "You are so beautiful." Xiao Qin felt her mind go completely blank for a moment. All her reserve, all her defenses, all her rationality, crumbled completely with the man's simple yet deeply affectionate praise. She watched his handsome face draw closer and closer, feeling the reassuring yet captivating masculine aura emanating from him. As if possessed, she stood on tiptoe, stretched out her arms, and tightly wrapped them around the man's neck. A triumphant smile flashed in Suyu's eyes. Without further hesitation, he pulled the soft, boneless yet incredibly elastic body into his arms, taking the initiative. Under the moonlight, two figures embraced tightly, as if trying to completely meld each other into their own bodies. You little rascal, you can't breathe." When they finally parted, Xiao Qin playfully punched the man's chest, her voice so soft and sweet it seemed like you could squeeze water out of it. Suyu chuckled softly and picked her up in his arms. "Come on, I'll take you to a nice place." Holding the beauty in his arms, he leaped several times and disappeared into the depths of the forest. There, a military tent, constructed of special materials, soundproof, temperature-controlled, and spacious enough to be comfortable, was already quietly awaiting their arrival. 10,000 words omitted. The next morning. When the first playful ray of sunlight peeked through the gaps in the tent and dappled onto Xiao Qin's striking yet languid face, her long eyelashes fluttered like butterfly wings, and she slowly opened her eyes. The first thing I saw was the unfamiliar military green tent top. The hangover-like headache and the aching sensation in her body, as if she had been repeatedly run over by a heavy tank, made her let out a groan. Fragments of memories from last night flashed wildly through her mind. The victory celebration, that strangely flavored fruit wine, the grove of trees behind the mountain, and the madness inside the tent, oblivious to the passage of time. Whoosh! Her pretty face instantly turned so red it looked like it could bleed. She sat up abruptly, wanting to escape this place, but the movement aggravated an indescribable ache, causing her to gasp involuntarily. Then it slumped back into the military sleeping bag. She subconsciously looked down at her body. When she saw the marks all over the place and that glaring crimson, her mind went completely blank. Last night, it wasn't just a ridiculous dream after all? She actually. And it was her initiative? Woke up? Just as she was feeling extremely confused and wished she could disappear into the ground, a voice with a hint of lazy laughter came from outside the tent. Chapter 57 Walkthrough Successful. Lottery. The Mysterious Record of Dan Shen. The curtain was lifted, and Suyu walked in, wearing a loose military green t-shirt and shorts, carrying a plate of hot porridge and a few steamed buns. His face was glistening with sweat from exercise, clearly indicating that he had just returned from his morning workout. The sunlight shone on him, highlighting his strong chest muscles and well-defined abdominal muscles, making him exude a masculine charm. Xiaoqin looked at him, her pearly teeth biting her lower lip tightly. Her sharp phoenix eyes were filled with shame, anger, and a trace of longing. She didn't know how to face the man who had taken her virginity. I have no idea how to face myself last night, when I was so passionate and demanding. Suyu placed the plate on the folding table next to him and walked to the bedside to sit down. He didn't rush to say anything, but simply reached out and gently tucked a stray strand of hair from her forehead behind her ear. Don't touch me. Xiaoqin, however, turned her head sharply like a startled hedgehog, avoiding his touch. Suyu's hand froze awkwardly in mid-air. He looked at her with her body bristling with sharp edges, keeping everyone at arm's length, and found it amusing, yet also understandable. After all, for a woman like Xiaoqin, turning from an iceberg into a volcano overnight would cause her to wake up with immense shame and fear of losing control, enough to shut herself off again. What? You think you can just deny everything after you've taken advantage of me? Suyu withdrew his hand and said in a deliberately aggrieved tone. Shut up. Xiaoqin's pretty face instantly turned red, like a fiery sunset. In a fit of shame and anger, she grabbed a pillow and threw it at Suyu. Suyu easily caught the pillow, his smile widening, getting angry out of embarrassment. Looks like I hit the nail on the head. I kill you. Xiaoqin completely lost her guard. She suddenly jumped out of her sleeping bag and pounced on Suyu like an enraged little female leopard. However, the little strength she had left from overwork was no match for Suyu. With a gentle pull, Suyu firmly held her supple and delicate body captive. Ugh! Let me go! You bastard! You pervert! Xiaoqin struggled violently, her small fists pounding incessantly on his firm chest. But that little bit of force was like a tickle to Suyu. Alright, I'm not teasing you anymore. Suyu rested his chin on the top of her head, feeling the softness of her body and her faint fragrance, and his voice became gentle. Last night. I'm sorry, I couldn't control myself. Upon hearing his apologetic and gentle words, Xiaoqin gradually stopped struggling. She buried her face in his warm chest, her shoulders shaking slightly, as if she were crying. Suyu's heart tightened, and he quickly helped her up. He saw that her red phoenix eyes, though filled with tears, did not show much sadness, but rather were filled with complex emotions. What's wrong? Did I hurt you? Xiaoqin shook her head, then suddenly raised her head, her sharp eyes fixed on him, and asked, word by word. Suyu, tell me, are you truly sincere towards me? Or, are you just playing around? She asked the question that had been bothering her all night. She can accept the descent into physical depravity. But she couldn't accept that her first time giving her heart, her sincere feelings, was just a fling by the other person. Looking at the stubbornness and unease in her eyes, Suyu felt a surge of pity. He reached out and gently stroked her cheek, answering with utmost seriousness in his eyes, Qin, look into my eyes. Xiaoqin met his gaze. I admit that when I first approached you, I did have some other purposes. Suyu confessed, however, during the time I spent with you, I was truly attracted to you. Qin, I'm serious. Their eyes met. Xiaoqin saw sincerity, appreciation, and love in the man's deep, star-like eyes. Her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally slowly settled down. An indescribable sweetness and joy, like the warmest spring water, instantly enveloped her. She stopped talking, but stretched out her arms and hugged the man in front of her tightly, burying her face in his chest. Suyu held her tightly, feeling the hard-won warmth and softness in his arms, his heart filled with satisfaction. Done. Another S-class goddess has completely fallen for her. Just then, the familiar system notification sound quietly rang in his mind. Ding! The system has detected that the host has successfully continued the flame of human civilization. Target, Xiaoqin. Overall rating, S. Affection level, 95, completely devoted. Task completion, perfect. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have gained one chance to draw from the civilization prize pool. Would you like to draw now? Hearing the pleasant notification tone, Suyu felt incredibly happy. Sure enough, hard work always pays off. Draw it now. Suyu silently chanted in his heart. Buzz. The enormous roulette wheel slowly reappeared in the system space and began to spin at high speed. This time, Suyu was unusually calm. After all, with divine artifacts like the heavenly punishment, electromagnetic cannon, and the human emperor's world-suppressing scripture already as a foundation, he was full of confidence for this reward. The pointer darted rapidly across various areas, and finally, with a crisp click, it came to a steady stop on a certain area, a grid that emitted an ancient blue light. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have won the Mysterious Records of Alchemy, Basic Edition. The Secret Records of Alchemy, Fundamentals, originating from the ancient alchemical classics, this book records the most basic and practical methods of alchemy refinement during the early stages of the apocalyptic catastrophe. It includes identification charts of common mutated spiritual herbs, basic alchemy hand seals, techniques for controlling alchemical fire, and complete formulas and refining processes for over 10 basic elixirs such as the fasting elixir, healing elixir, spirit gathering elixir, and body tempering elixir. But evaluation, the key to ushering in an era of universal drug use, no, universal elixirs for cultivation. Boom! Another massive and profound torrent of information flooded into Suyu's mind. This time, it's no longer cold technological blueprints or profound insights into cultivation techniques, but rather a wealth of knowledge about mutated flowers and plants, and the skills to fuse them with spiritual energy through specific methods and flames, refining them into elixirs with miraculous effects. When Suyu opened his eyes again, his eyes were filled with undisguised ecstasy. It's alchemy. Moreover, it's a basic formula that can be used directly. Big Adan, as the name suggests, can keep you from being hungry for several days after taking one pill. It is simply a magical tool for military campaigns and wilderness survival. Healing pills can quickly stop bleeding and restore health in critical moments. They can be a lifesaver. The spirit gathering pill can accelerate the absorption of spiritual energy and improve cultivation efficiency. The body tempering pill can strengthen the physical body and toughen the bones and muscles, laying a solid foundation for higher levels of cultivation. More importantly, the refining techniques recorded in this secret record of alchemy do not rely entirely on individual cultivation levels, but rather place greater emphasis on the standardization of the process and the precise control of the flames. What does that mean? This means that, given enough raw materials and suitable equipment, these basic pills can be mass-produced just like a modern factory assembly line. Suyu could almost foresee the earth-shattering boost to the nation's strength that would come when these pills were popularized in Dragon Soul and even in the future national cultivation system. Chapter 58. As long as you're bold enough, you can mass-produce pills. So Suyu took out his encrypted communicator and directly connected to Qin Maching's private line. Hey, Sister Cheng, are you awake? I have some amazing news to report to the organization. Suyu's voice was filled with barely suppressed excitement. On the other end of the phone came Qin Maching's slightly languid yet still calm voice. What is it? You seem quite excited. Has there been any breakthrough with Xiaoqin? There was a hint of mockery in her tone. Clearly, nothing that happened last night could escape her notice as the commander-in-chief. Ahem, well. I guess you could count that. Suyu blushed and quickly changed the subject. The main thing is that the system just gave out rewards again. This time it's something even more awesome. Oh? Qin Maching's voice instantly turned serious. What is it? Alchemy. Suyu said succinctly. The Secret Records of Alchemy, Basic Chapter, contains complete formulas and refining methods for more than a dozen basic pills. Bigu pills, healing pills, spirit gathering pills, body tempering pills, they're all included. And, most importantly, it includes simplified formulas with alternative materials, enabling large-scale mass production. What? Even Qin Maching couldn't remain calm after hearing this news. Her breathing instantly became rapid, and she could even hear the sound of a chair being overturned on the other end of the phone. Suyu. You're sure? Alchemy? Can it be mass-produced? Absolutely true. Suyu replied confidently. I will now transmit the complete contents of the Danshan Nilu basic chapter to you. This thing is a godsend for our upcoming nationwide cultivation plan. Okay. Send it over immediately. I'll report to the highest command right away. After hanging up the phone, Suyu immediately used the system to package the massive amount of information in the mysterious record of Danshan basic chapter and sent it to Qin Moqing's encrypted email address. After doing all this, he finally let out a long sigh of relief, a relaxed smile appearing on his face. Heavenly punishment, human emperor, essence. The 3 chariots are ready. The future of the Dragon Kingdom is secure. The Supreme Command Center, a secret meeting room. When Qin Moqing displayed the contents of the secret record of alchemy, basic chapter to all the big shots through holographic projection, the entire conference room was once again filled with the same extreme shock and fervor as when they first saw the cultivation techniques. Alchemy? A fasting pill? 1 pill and you won't be hungry for 3 days? My God! With this, how much will our army's logistical burden be reduced? How much will our wartime survival ability be improved? A general in charge of logistics was so excited that his face turned red. And healing pills. Quickly stop bleeding and repair wounds? This is practically a mobile medical kit. It can save so many soldiers' lives. An elderly military doctor with white hair was so moved by the description on the prescription that tears streamed down his face. Spirit gathering pill. Body tempering pill. Accelerate cultivation speed and strengthen the physical body? This is simply a super stimulant tailor-made for everyone to cultivate immortality. The official in charge of promoting the nationwide cultivation plan was so excited that he danced with joy. Meanwhile, academician Chen Jinghua and several top experts from the Chinese Academy of Sciences and the Chinese Academy of Agricultural Sciences were engrossed in the content about identifying spiritual herbs and prescription ratios, their eyes shining with fascination as if they had discovered a new continent. Incredible! Many of these so-called spiritual herbs are not even recorded in our existing plant atlases. Could they be newly mutated species that emerged after the world's upheaval and the resurgence of spiritual energy? Look at the recipe for this spirit-gathering pill. The main ingredient is actually a plant called purple dragon saliva grass. According to the description, it seems to be able to actively absorb the spiritual energy in the air and condense it into dew-like essence in its leaves. This is simply unheard of. And this refining method. Samadhi true fire? No, that's not right, it says elixir fire here, which requires the cultivator to activate it with their own spiritual power. Wait, there's also a note here, in industrial production, it can be replaced by plasma flames generated by high-purity controlled nuclear fusion? Academician Li Zhenbang pointed to a line of small print behind the prescription and exclaimed in surprise. Nuclear fusion alchemy? Everyone was stunned by this audacious idea. Theoretically, it's feasible. Another nuclear physics expert said excitedly. As long as we can precisely control the temperature and energy output of the plasma flame, we can completely simulate the alchemy fire effect described in the alchemy formula. We might really be able to use modern technology to realize the alchemy techniques of ancient mythology. What about raw materials? How do we solve the raw material problem? The old man, who had been silent all along, finally spoke, pointing out the most crucial issue incisively. The prescription seems to require herbs that have absorbed spiritual energy and mutated. Where can we find these things now? The meeting room fell silent instantly. Yes, even if you have the formula and the refining method, without the raw materials, it's all just empty talk. Just as the atmosphere became heavy again, Qin Moqing's voice rang out once more. Sir, experts, please take a look. She switched the holographic projection to the appendix of the mysterious records of Dan. The secret record of elixir provided by Comrade Suyu is very complete. It not only records the standard elixir formulas, but also lists in detail the alternative materials that can be used in the simplified refining process when spiritual energy is scarce or specific spiritual herbs are unavailable. For example, the standard formula for the gathering spirit pill requires purple dragon saliva grass as the main ingredient. However, in the simplified formula, wild ginseng from Changbai Mountain that is over 50 years old can be used, along with more than a dozen common modern Chinese herbs that have the effect of calming the mind and spirit. Through specific extraction and purification processes, the same gathering spirit liquid with an effect of about 30% of the standard gathering spirit pill can be produced. Although the effects are diminished and it cannot directly improve cultivation level, long-term use can still significantly improve physical constitution, increase affinity for spiritual energy, and accelerate cultivation speed. Most importantly, Qin Maching pushed up her glasses, her eyes gleaming with intelligence. These alternative materials, our Dragon Kingdom, we have as much as you need. Boom! These words were like a thunderclap, reigniting the hope of everyone in the conference room. That's great! That's great! Even 30% of the effect is enough. As long as it can be mass-produced, even if it only has 10% effect and is distributed to 1.4 billion people, it will be a force that can shake the world. Immediately establish the Shenong Project, Special Task Force. Led by Academician Chen, with the full cooperation of the Academy of Agricultural Sciences, the Chinese Academy of Sciences, and major pharmaceutical companies. I want to see the first batch of gathering spirit liquid samples within a month. The old man made a decisive decision and issued the order. Yes. Chapter 59. Even on holidays, they won't let people rest properly, it's so annoying. Just as the Dragon Kingdom's high-ranking officials were once again stirred up by the emergence of alchemy and were making intensive preparations for the Shenong Project, Su Yu, the instigator of everything, was unexpectedly granted a short vacation. After all, he had been under immense pressure, both in the previous battles and in the subsequent information disclosure and the transmission of martial arts techniques. The higher-ups, understanding his hard work, granted him a week's leave to rest and recuperate. Of course, Su Yu wouldn't tell them that his real exhaustion actually came from exceeding the target of the plan, cough cough. After saying a reluctant goodbye to Xiaoqin, who needed to return to the team immediately to take on the responsibilities of an instructor and help more team members complete the enlightenment, there was naturally another in-depth exchange before parting. Su Yu boarded a private plane and returned to Tianhai City. Instead of returning to school first, he went directly to that top-tier Riverview apartment in the city center. When he unlocked the door with his fingerprint, he was greeted by a stunningly beautiful figure wearing a black silk robe, exuding a cool yet deadly allure. Bai Qinyan was reclining on the $1 million Italian leather sofa in the living room, elegantly holding a glass of aged burgundy red wine in her hand. Her long, snow-white legs were casually crossed, and the hem of her robe slid down smoothly, barely covering her private area and revealing a large expanse of delicate, jade-like skin. The soft lighting accentuated her graceful curves, bringing out the unique charm and allure of a mature woman to its fullest extent. Hearing the door open, she slowly raised her captivating phoenix eyes and looked at Su Yu standing in the doorway. The coldness and aloofness of their first meeting were gone from his eyes, and their place was a burning, intense emotion that seemed to melt one completely. "You're back?" Her voice, slightly hoarse from just waking up, was like a fine vintage wine, or a lover's whisper. Every syllable seemed to have a hook, captivating the listener and making them unable to extricate themselves. "Yes, I'm back." Looking at the woman before him, who was as languid and sexy as a queen of the night, Su Yu felt his heart beat faster uncontrollably. She seems even more charming than before. That once aloof and unapproachable demeanor has now transformed into a forbidden allure that blooms only for him, its destructive power increasing exponentially. He walked over, sat down beside her, and naturally reached out to pull her soft, delicate body into his arms. Bai Qinyan did not resist, but obediently leaned against his chest, feeling the familiar and reassuring masculine aura emanating from the man. She even slightly adjusted her posture to make herself more comfortable, like a lazy cat that had found its own territory. "I saw you on TV." She raised her fair chin, looked up at Su Yu's profile, and said softly, her voice carrying a hint of dazedness as if she had not yet fully recovered from the shock. "You really are. What is it?" Su Yu lowered his head, meeting her bright and sparkling phoenix eyes. A mischievous smile played on his lips as he teased her. "Is it a superhero who saves the world? Or a revered war god who protects the nation? Or that little rascal who's kept you up all night? Hate." Bai Qinyan blushed at his last words, and gently tapped his firm chest with her slender finger, scolding him playfully, "You're always being cheeky." Her charming and alluring appearance completely changed her demeanor. There was not a trace of her usual icy queen persona. She was clearly a little woman flirting with her lover. Su Yu's heart fluttered at the sight, and he couldn't help but lower his head and peck her red lips. Bai Qinyan trembled slightly, but did not dodge. After a brief moment of entanglement, Su Yu reluctantly let go. Looking into her phoenix eyes, which were misty with emotion, his gaze became serious, filled with a hint of sincere gratitude. "I also heard that, when I was showing off on TV, Her Majesty the Queen almost mobilized the entire Genesis group for my sake?" Upon hearing this, Bai Qingyan's eyes flickered slightly, but she quickly regained the composure and calmness befitting a business tycoon, even exuding a sense of self-righteous dominance. She reached out her delicate hand and gently stroked Suyu's cheek, her voice soft yet incredibly firm. Yes, you deserve it. Don't even mention a creation of a new world, even if it means going against the whole world, I would do it for you. These words, like the hottest lava, instantly struck the softest spot in Suyu's heart. His heart skipped a beat. Looking at the deep affection in the woman's eyes, an indescribable feeling of being moved welled up inside him. He knew that this woman had truly given him her heart, which had been frozen for 30 years, without reservation. He stopped speaking, simply lowered his head, and responded to her profound affection. The neon lights outside the window flickered, and the city's prosperity was reflected on the river. Inside the room, however, the atmosphere was already incredibly enchanting. After spending 2 days at the riverside apartment, feeding the Ice Queen to her heart's content, Suyu finally managed to escape and return to Haicheng University. Instead of returning to his own private building, he went straight to the girls' dormitory. After the previous helicopter incident and this national live broadcast, Suyu is now a legendary figure known to everyone at Haicheng University and even across the country. When the dormitory supervisor saw him, she was so excited that she almost did a Thomas Flare on the spot. She didn't stop and she wanted to carry him to Ling Yishue's dormitory door herself. Suyu politely declined the aunt's overly enthusiastic offer of escort and arrived at Ling Yishue's dormitory room with practiced ease. He was just about to knock when the door was suddenly pulled open from the inside. A white figure, carrying a faint fragrance, flew into his arms like a swallow returning to its nest. Husband! Ling Yishue hugged him tightly, as if she wanted to meld herself into his body. Her voice was thick with nasal tone and filled with barely suppressed joy. You're finally back. I missed you so much. Suyu felt the familiar warmth and slight trembling in his arms, and his heart was filled with apology and pity. He knew that this silly girl must have been extremely worried these past few days. All right, I'm back now, aren't I? He gently patted her back and softly comforted her. I'm sorry for making you worry. Wa'ada. I thought I'd never see you again. Ling Yishue buried her face in his chest, and the fear and grievances she had suppressed for several days finally turned into tears that burst forth. Fool, what are you saying? Suyu hugged her tighter and lowered his head to press an apologetic kiss on her smooth forehead. Your husband is a war god who protects the country. He won't die so easily. Pa. Don't you dare say death. Ling Yishue quickly reached out her small hand to cover his mouth, her phoenix eyes, red and swollen from crying, glaring at him reproachfully. You're not allowed to say such unlucky things again. Okay, I won't say anymore. Suyu smiled, took her small hand, and pulled her into the dormitory. Lin Weiwei and Zhang Qiqi were peeking from behind the door with gossipy expressions. When they saw the two of them come in, they quickly winked and greeted them. Ahem, Shue, General Su, you two chat, we're going out to buy something. After saying that, the two very perceptive roommates held hands and slipped out as fast as they could, thoughtfully closing the door behind them. Only Suyu and Ling Yishue remained in the dormitory. Chapter 60, All my energy and spirit have been sucked away by the demon. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward for a moment. Ling Yishue wiped away her tears and looked at the familiar man in front of her, her heart filled with a variety of complex emotions. Pride, honor, love, and a hint of indescribable distance. He used to be her classmate, the bad boyfriend who would secretly tease her in the library and cuddle her in the middle of the night. But now, he is the national guardian war god who is admired by all, and a general who shoulders the future of the country. Between them, it seems, there is already an invisible chasm. Suyu seemed to see through her thoughts. He didn't say anything grand, but simply reached out and gently tucked a strand of hair that had fallen beside her cheek behind her ear, his movements as tender as if he were handling a rare treasure. What's wrong? His voice was deep and magnetic. You don't recognize your husband after just a few days? That familiar tone of voice, that familiar gaze, instantly dispelled the sense of distance in Ling Yishue's heart. Yes, no matter who he is, no matter how high his status is, he is still the same Suyu who loves her, spoils her, makes her angry, and cherishes her. Her heart instantly calmed down. Oomph, who doesn't know you? She turned her head away haughtily, but couldn't help but smile slightly. I just feel, now that someone is a great hero, a big shot, will he still look at me, an ordinary female college student? There was a hint of probing and coquetry in his words. What nonsense are you talking about? Suyu chuckled, pulling her into his arms and making her sit on his lap, his arms tightly encircling her slender waist. In my heart, you have never been an ordinary female college student. He lowered his head, his nose almost touching hers, his eyes filled with deep affection and focus. You are my light, the only thing I care about when I walk in the darkness. No matter where I go, no matter what I become, this will never change. These touching words of love, like the sweetest honey, instantly melted Ling Yishue's heart completely. Looking into the undisguised love and longing in the man's eyes, all her unease and doubts vanished. She took the initiative to stretch out her arms and wrap them around his neck, pressing her body against his. I believe you. Several days later. After spending 2 days in Ling Yishue's gentle embrace, Suyu finally dragged his leaden legs back to his 2-story house near Haicheng University. He felt as if his body and even his soul had been hollowed out. Even with his current physique, comparable to a humanoid beast, he was almost drained dry. Alas, with great power comes great responsibility. The ancients were right. Suyu, supporting his back, lamented the hardships he had endured for his great cause, before collapsing weakly onto the living room sofa, too exhausted to move a finger. The living room was brightly lit. Qin Maching was still dressed in her usual sharp office lady attire, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, sitting in front of the virtual screen, her fingers flying across the seemingly endless stream of information. Hearing the unsteady footsteps coming from the doorway, she looked up and glanced at Suyu's appearance of excessive indulgence leading to kidney exhaustion. A faint smile flashed in her beautiful eyes behind her glasses. She picked up a glass of dark green liquid that had been prepared beforehand, which exuded a rich medicinal aroma and spiritual energy, and handed it over. Here you are, the latest batch of enhanced spirit-gathering liquid produced by the Shinnon Project Laboratory. Academician Shen specifically instructed that the first portion be reserved for you. It is said to be able to strengthen the foundation and nourish the kidney qi. Cough, cough, cough. Suyu almost choked on his own saliva. Strengthening the body's foundation and replenishing vital energy? Nourishing kidney qi? What has old man Chen heard? His face flushed red as he took the cup, and somewhat guiltily avoided Qin Maching's ambiguous smile. He then gulped down the spirit-gathering liquid, which was comparable to a complete tonic. A gentle energy, several times purer than the previous sample, instantly spread out, nourishing his tired body and, well, a certain indescribable part of his body, like rain after a long drought. The effect was immediate. Suyu felt as if he had been brought back to life in an instant. This is great stuff, he couldn't help but exclaim. The efficiency of the Shinnon project is impressive. It's only been a few days and it's already achieved such good results. Yes, with the complete prescription and simplified process you provided, coupled with the country's resource allocation regardless of cost, and the increasingly rich spiritual energy environment in the world, the medicinal properties of many alternative medicinal materials are also rapidly improving. Qin Maching pushed up her glasses and reported in a calm tone. The first batch of industrially produced spirit-gathering liquid and body-tempering liquid has been officially deployed to Dragon Soul and special forces of various military regions. It is expected that it will initially cover frontline combat units next month. That's good. Suyu nodded, feeling relieved. With the aid of these elixirs, the strength of the Dragon Soul and even the entire Dragon Kingdom army will surely experience an explosive growth, and they will be better able to cope with even greater crises that may arise in the future. By the way, where's Lu Mei? Hasn't she come back yet? Yes, she has some things to take care of in the military. She'll probably come over once she's done. Okay, Suyu shrugged, then turned to look at Qin Maching, as if he suddenly remembered something. Qin Maching felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze and subconsciously adjusted her office lady's skirt. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with me? Something's not right. Suyu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Sister Qin, you don't seem to have awakened your spirit yet, do you? Me? Qin Maching was taken aback for a moment, then smiled helplessly. My job mainly involves rear coordination and strategic analysis. Whether I cultivate or not, it's actually. That won't do. Suyu interrupted her righteously before she could finish speaking. Looking at Suyu's serious expression that said you must cultivate, Qin Maching felt a warm current surge in her heart. She hesitated for a moment, then nodded. All right, since you've put it that way, then I'll give it a try? It's not a try test, it's a must-succeed test. A confident smile appeared on Suyu's face. You're such a chatterbox. Qin Maching rolled her eyes at him, but the corners of her mouth couldn't help but turn up slightly. She stood up, walked to the empty carpet in the center of the living room, and slowly sat down cross-legged as Suyu instructed. Suyu walked behind her and sat down cross-legged as well. He took a deep breath and gently placed his hands on Qin Maching's smooth back. Chapter 61. A new goddess has appeared. How can we stand still? Yes, even through a thin shirt and underwear, you can still feel its amazing elasticity. Hold fast to the primordial energy, focus your mind on the dantian. Suyu cleared his mind of distractions and began to circulate the mental cultivation method of the human emperor's world-suppressing scripture, slowly transferring the pure spiritual energy within his body into Qin Maching's body, guiding her to sense the omnipresent spiritual energy in the world. Qin Maching truly deserves to be called a genius with exceptional intelligence. Her comprehension far surpasses that of anyone Suyu had guided before, including Xiaoqin and Lu Mei. Almost the instant Suyu's spiritual energy entered her body, she sensed that mysterious feeling and began to actively try to communicate with the spiritual energy from the outside world. After several hours of guidance, buzz! A soft, emerald green halo, like a gentle spring breeze in nourishing rain, suddenly shone brightly around Qin Maching. The halo of light seemed to contain endless vitality, filling the entire room with a warm and peaceful atmosphere. Ding! Congratulations, host, for helping others draw in Qi and awakening in a level divine ability owed to life. Grade A? Suyu was startled. He never expected that Qin Maching's talent was so high. A celebration of life? Judging from the name, it seems to be a healing supernatural power? Just as he was speculating, Qin Maching slowly opened her eyes. Those beautiful eyes, hidden behind the lenses, seemed to be flowing with a vibrant green light, full of wisdom and compassion. She raised her fair hand, and with a thought, a ball of emerald green light, radiating a rich life force, appeared out of thin air in her palm. This is... Qin Maching looked at the ball of light in her palm, which was filled with healing power, and her face showed disbelief and surprise. She could clearly sense the immense life energy contained within this ball of light. If injected into the injured person, even those on the verge of death could recover quickly in a short time. A level healing ability, owed to life. Suyu looked at her and exclaimed sincerely, "Sister Qing, your talent is truly heaven-defying. In the midst of apocalyptic catastrophe, a powerful healer may be even more strategically valuable than a top-tier combatant." Grade A? Qin Maching clearly understood the significance of this rating. She pushed up her glasses, and a rare look of surprise appeared on her usually calm and pretty face. "How are you feeling? Is there anything wrong with your body?" Suyu asked with concern. "No, it feels better than ever before." Qin Maching, feeling the inexhaustible life energy within her body, said to Suyu. "Thank you, Suyu. Why are you being so polite with me?" Suyu smiled, then asked with some curiosity, "By the way, Sister Qing, when you awakened your supernatural powers, did you see any strange scenes or hear any strange sounds?" He recalled the profound experience he had when he awakened his psychic powers. Upon hearing this, Qin Maching frowned slightly, thought carefully for a moment, and then shook her head. "No. The process was very calm, just like water flowing into a channel." Upon hearing this, Suyu seemed to be deep in thought. It seems that everyone's experience when they awaken their supernatural powers is different. Alright, you've just awakened, you still need time to consolidate your realm and familiarize yourself with your supernatural abilities. Suyu stood up. "Let's call it a day. I won't bother you any longer." Qin Maching nodded, looking at Suyu's tired face, and said softly, "You should get some rest too. You've worked hard these past few days." After one night. The next day, when Suyu woke up refreshed from his cultivation, Qin Maching had already prepared breakfast and a brand new list of candidates. "Your break time is almost over. Which one do you want to pursue next?" While drinking his milk, Suyu looked at the stunningly beautiful women on the virtual screen, each one more captivating than the last, enough to dazzle any man. "Whatever, Sister Qing, you can help me choose one." "Alright, how about we choose someone from the entertainment industry this time?" As she spoke, she tapped the screen with her finger, and a woman's portrait and information were enlarged to the center of the screen. The woman in the photo has a stunningly beautiful face that can be described as naturally alluring. Her features were so exquisite that they resembled God's most perfect work of art. Her captivating eyes seemed to possess a mesmerizing magic, exuding natural charm and endless allure with every glance. Her full, alluring red lips, with a natural, subtle smile at the corners of her mouth, exude an irresistible charm despite not making any deliberate expressions. Her figure was like a ripe peach, with exquisite curves. Unlike Bai Qingyan's coldness, Ling Yishue's purity, and Xiaoqin's heroic spirit. High-value continuation targets detected. Name, Sudaji. Stage name, Louis Fei. Real name. Age, 26. Height, 168 centimeters. 98 g, 58, 96. Appearance, 99. Stunningly beautiful. Gene, 97. A once in a lifetime opportunity. Overall rating, S+. A gem of human civilization. Current favorability level, 0. Ignore. Wow. Another G-Wagon. Another S+ class? And its appearance score is a whopping 99? Looking at the alluring woman on the screen, Suyu felt his mouth watering. This is practically a fox spirit that stepped out of a painting. Sudaji. Shin Maching began to introduce her information. Of course, this is her stage name. Her real name is Louis Fei, and she is currently the most popular and controversial top female star in the Dragon Kingdom's entertainment industry. She debuted as a talent show champion at the age of 20. In just 6 years, with her unparalleled looks and figure, as well as her high EQ that knows how to use her advantages, she rose all the way to become a super queen who spans film, television, and music. She has countless fans, and countless haters as well. Personality tags: extremely realistic, ambitious, sophisticated, exceptionally good at disguising, materialistic? Questionable. As for her reputation, it's quite polarized. Shin Maching's tone was slightly amused. Those who like her think she's an independent and self-reliant inspirational goddess who rose to the top through her own hard work. Those who dislike her think she's a vixen who climbed to the top through her looks and various unspoken rules, with a chaotic private life, and who will do anything to become famous. After listening, Suyu stroked his chin, his eyes sparkling with interest. This woman is quite interesting. Compared to the previous three, her personality seems more complex and more unpredictable. Does she have any special background? Suyu asked. To reach the top of the cutthroat entertainment industry, beauty and emotional intelligence alone are probably not enough. Her background is very clean. Shin Maching shook her head. She was an orphan and grew up in an orphanage. Before her debut, there was no dirt on her that could be found. After her debut, although there were constant rumors, there was no substantial evidence to show that she had any improper relationship with any big shot. This is what makes her most admirable and also most feared. She is like a top-notch hunter, moving among countless powerful and influential people, yet always managing to remain untouched and firmly grasp all available resources in her own hands. It can be said that she got to where she is today 99% due to her own skills and cunning. After hearing Shin Maching's introduction, Suyu became even more interested in this woman. That's interesting. She's the one. Chapter 62. You want me, a war god who protects the nation, to participate in a variety show? Good heavens. She's the one. Suyu looked at the alluring woman on the screen, and a fierce fighting spirit ignited in his eyes. The higher the difficulty, the more wonderful the feeling is after conquering it. Very good. Shin Maching saw that he had chosen a target, and a hint of approval flashed in her beautiful eyes behind her glasses. I knew you would choose her. This woman is indeed the most challenging one, but once she succeeds, her genetic value and social influence will be immeasurable. She tapped her finger on the virtual screen, bringing up a detailed strategy plan she had prepared beforehand, specifically targeting Louis Fei. To take down Louis Fei, we can't use the same tactics we used on Ling Yixue and Bai Qingyan, Shin Maching calmly analyzed, her voice like the most precise scalpel, dissecting every aspect of their target. Ling Yixue's core values are admiration for the strong and the pride of being an academic high achiever. Therefore, we can use a strategy of downward attack to completely defeat her in terms of knowledge and background, making her feel admiration and then turning it into love. Bai Qingyan's core issues are the desire for control and male aversion caused by childhood trauma, so we used a breaking down her defenses strategy. First, we used uncontrollable forces to shatter her confidence, and then we provided her with rescue and warmth when she was most vulnerable, making her feel dependent. But Louis Fei. Shin Maching frowned slightly. This woman is too complicated. She is extremely realistic, ambitious, shrewd, and exceptionally skilled at disguise. According to our psychological model analysis, her attitude towards men is likely one of instrumentalism. Her beauty is her weapon, and her emotional intelligence is her shield. She moves among various powerful figures without getting entangled, only seizing the resources she desires. You can't bribe this kind of woman with money, because she can earn it herself. You can't control her with power, because she is well versed in the rules of the power game. You can use your talent to make her admire you, but you can never win her heart. Suyu nodded repeatedly, thinking to himself, wow, isn't this just an enhanced version of the top-tier Sea Queen? Her level is even higher than mine. So, what do you mean, Sister Chang? Suyu asked humbly. Returning to simplicity and authenticity. A knowing smile appeared on Qin Maching's lips. When dealing with a woman who has seen it all and is incredibly shrewd, any deliberate tricks will be seen through at a glance and will only earn her disdain. What we need to do is show our most authentic side. Real? Suyu raised an eyebrow. My current identity is the god of war who protects the nation, and an ancestor of immortal cultivation. Isn't that real enough? No, this kind of authenticity is still a label, a persona, for her. Qin Maching shook her head. She has met too many important people. Everything you have now may just be another kind of higher-level resource or backer in her eyes. What we want her to see is the true nature of you, stripped of all the glamour. For example, your kindness? Your sense of responsibility? The occasional clumsiness and purity that you show, which seem out of place with your status? Suyu's lips twitched as he listened. Sister Chang, are you sure I still have anything pure about me? I feel like my heart has long since turned as black as coal. If you're going to act, you have to act with pure sincerity. Qin Maching rolled her eyes at him and continued, of course, acting alone is not enough. We need a suitable stage so that these real qualities can be naturally revealed. And this stage has already been prepared for you. She pulled up a program proposal on the screen. The Longing for Life is currently the most popular outdoor experience reality show in China. It is known for inviting popular celebrities to go to beautiful rural areas to experience a self-sufficient rural life. The show has a relaxed atmosphere and a slow pace, which makes it very popular with the audience, and its ratings have been consistently #1 for many years. Suyu looked at the familiar program logo with some surprise. You want me to participate in a variety show? That's right. Qin Maching nodded. The latest season of this show has just started filming. We've secured a guest appearance spot for you through special channels. And even more coincidentally, a sly smile curved her lips. Louis Fei is one of the guests this season. Suyu understood instantly. Good heavens! Reality shows, especially those focusing on lifestyle experiences, are indeed the best place to bring people closer together and showcase their true personalities, or, in other words, the personalities the production team wants to portray. In a relatively closed, relaxed environment that requires teamwork and facing various daily chores together, people's defensiveness will be minimized. Then, he could casually reveal his heroic nature or show a touch of unexpected charm, all while maintaining his outrageously handsome face. TSK, isn't it just a matter of time before we win over this S+ level vixen? Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Suyu couldn't help but give Qin Maching a thumbs up. Sister Ching, it's such a waste of your talent that you're not writing palace dramas. Qin Maching rolled her eyes at him, annoyed. Stop talking nonsense. The plan is good, but it will be very difficult to execute. Louis Fei is an extremely observant person, and she knows very well how to keep her distance. In the program, you need to approach her naturally, but you can't show any obvious intentions. You need to find the right balance yourself. Don't worry, Sister Chang. When it comes to acting skills, I, Suyu, have never been afraid of anyone. Suyu patted his chest and assured him. Then, as if remembering something, she asked hesitantly, but, this program is broadcast live and recorded in its entirety, right? What if I interact with her a little too much on the show, and issue it where Qingyan sees it? Wouldn't my backyard be in trouble? Just thinking about Bai Qingyan's cold gaze and Ling Ishue's aggrieved little face made Suyu shudder. It's best to keep your distance from situations like a battleground. You don't need to worry about that. Qin Maching pushed up her glasses, a confident expression on her face saying everything is under control. Although there are live segments in Longing for Life, the main content is still edited in post-production. Our people have taken over the production team's post-production team. All footage of your interactions with Louis Fei will undergo our strictest screening and processing. The version broadcast to the public will only retain the most normal segments that best fit your identity as a guardian of the nation. As for those, well, the material that's more likely to cause misunderstandings. A meaningful smile appeared on Qin Maching's lips. We will keep it safe as internal reference material, or, when you need it, we will casually release a small portion to help you explain it. Suyu was stunned, and after a long while, he managed to stammer out, Sister Ching, you guys are so thoughtful. This is hardly a post-production editing team. This is clearly a national-level center for whitewashing scumbags. With this safeguard in place, Suyu's last remaining concerns vanished. Chapter 63 Louis Fei's Choice. She's actually going to participate in the same program as Suyu? Okay. It's settled then. He slapped his thigh. When do we leave? First thing tomorrow morning. Qin Moqing sent an itinerary to Suyu's communicator. The chartered plane is ready. The filming location is an ancient village called Kaiyunjian in southern Kaiyun province. The scenery is beautiful and secluded, making it a perfect place to cultivate feelings. Kaiyunjian Suyu looked at the itinerary and a hopeful smile appeared on his face. At the same time, in a luxurious private room at a top-tier private club in Beijing, thousands of miles away, Louis Fei was lounging lazily on the soft sofa, gently swirling the wineglass in her hand. The crimson liquid in the glass refracted a mesmerizing luster under the crystal chandelier. Opposite her sat a middle-aged man with a large belly, thinning hair, and a fawning smile. He was none other than her current agency boss, Mr. Wang. Fei, I have some good news for you. Mr. Wang rubbed his hands together excitedly and said, Mango TV just sent us a message that they want to invite you to be a guest on the latest season of A Longing for Life. The life I long for? Louis Fei put down her wineglass, her captivating peach blossom eyes narrowing slightly, as if she were weighing something. She was naturally aware of this program. It had extremely high popularity and a good reputation. Participating in this program will undoubtedly be a huge boost to her popularity and commercial value, which have been slightly declining due to the everyone cultivates immortality craze. But I remember, the filming location for this season was in a remote mountain village in Yunnan province, right? She parted her red lips slightly, her voice carrying a natural allure, yet also revealing a shrewd scrutiny. There are more mosquitoes than people in that kind of place. I don't want to go there and suffer. Oh my goodness. Mr. Wang quickly said with a smile. It'll be tough, but this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Do you know who else the production team invited besides you this time? Who? Louis Fei asked casually. There were very few people in the entire entertainment industry who could catch her eye. General Wang took a deep breath and said in a low voice, almost like a pilgrim, General Su. Puff. Louis Fei had just picked up her wineglass, ready to take another sip. When she heard this name, she almost spat out the red wine in her mouth on the spot. Cough cough, who did you say? She coughed violently a few times, and for the first time, an expression of disbelief and shock appeared on her naturally alluring face. Su Yu. General Su. General Wang exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement. That's the guy who spoke on TV a few days ago, the one who researched cultivation techniques and single-handedly defeated tens of thousands of monsters, the guardian war god of the nation. He's going to participate in The Life I Long For? Louis Fei felt that her worldview had been shaken. Shouldn't someone of that caliber be strategizing in the highest command headquarters or in seclusion cultivating in a secret base? How could she go and participate in an entertainment reality show? Absolutely true. Mr. Wang assured him, patting his chest. It is said that this is the intention of the higher-ups, who want to use this program to show the public General Su's people-friendly side, and incidentally, to build momentum for the upcoming nationwide cultivation plan. So that's how it is. Louis Fei instantly understood the deeper meaning. Her mind began to stir. Su Yu. This name now represents an unimaginable power and authority in China and even the world. He is the pioneer of a new era, the one standing at the very top of the pyramid. If I could establish even just a small, good personal relationship with him, that will have immeasurable value for one's future development, and even for seeking self-preservation in this turbulent new era. As for the man himself, in Louis Fei's mind, the face on the television that was so handsome it was almost otherworldly, yet possessed an ethereal quality, came to mind. Her heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. She had to admit that the man was indeed the most charming one she had met in her 26 years of life. How about it, Fei? We have to seize this opportunity. Boss Wang urged, rubbing his hands together. If we can build a good relationship with General Su on the show, our company will be very successful in the future. I'll go. Louis Fei interrupted his fantasy with a resolute tone. She stood up, picked up the custom-made handbag from the sofa, and her peach blossom eyes gleamed with a determined light. Mr. Wang, please cancel all my upcoming appointments. I need to prepare properly. Okay. No problem. Mr. Wang was so excited he almost jumped up. Watching Louis Fei's graceful figure swaying towards the door, President Wang seemed to already see the company's soaring success and his own bright future at the pinnacle of life. As Liu Fei stepped out of the private room, the charming smile on her face gradually faded, replaced by an extremely calm scrutiny and calculation. Suyu, guardian god of war, ancestor of immortal cultivation. Interesting. The next morning, a black private jet without any markings took off from the military airport in Tianhai City, carrying Suyu, and flew towards Yunnan province. At the same time, another equally luxurious private jet took off from Beijing's international airport. The target is also Yunnan province. The two protagonists who are about to meet embark on the same journey under the arrangement of the national team. After several hours of flight, Suyu's private plane finally landed at a small military airfield closest to Keyunjian. There was no welcoming ceremony, and no media reporters. Only one local military officer, dressed in camouflage, with dark skin and a simple, honest smile, was already waiting by the tarmac in a military jeep that looked like it was about to fall apart. General Su. Hello. I am Shirley, the liaison officer of the Keyunjian garrison. When Shirley saw Suyu stepping off the plane, he was so excited that he stammered and quickly gave a not-so-standard military salute. Comrade Shirley, hello, thank you for your hard work. Suyu returned the greeting with a warm smile, showing no airs of a general. No trouble at all. I'm here to serve the leader. Shirley's dark face flushed with excitement. He never dreamed that he would actually see the legendary god of war who protects the country in person. And she's so young and so approachable. He quickly opened the car door. General, the car is over here. The road is a bit rough, please bear with me. As Suyu sat in the bumpy jeep, watching the subtropical jungle scenery rushing past the window, he felt much more relaxed. It must be said that the scenery of Yunnan province truly lives up to its reputation. The air was filled with a refreshing fragrance of grass and trees, and the concentration of spiritual energy was much higher than that of a metropolis like Tianhai City. The jeep bumped along the rugged mountain road for nearly 2 hours before finally arriving at an ancient village hidden among the mountains, a veritable paradise. Bluestone paths, stilted wooden houses, babbling brooks, and terraced fields shrouded in mist in the distance. This is Keyunjian, the filming location for the latest season of A Longing for Life. Chapter 64: The First Encounter with the Fox Spirit. Is Suyu here to preach? The main crew of the program had already moved in, with various cameras, lights, and sound recording equipment cleverly hidden in every corner of the village. This ensured the quality of the filming without damaging the original landscape of the area. Teacher Su. You finally arrived. A middle-aged man wearing a baseball cap, who looked like a director, came up from afar with a warm smile on his face. I'm Wang Jiangyu, the chief director of this season's program. You can just call me Lao Wang. Hello, Director Wang. Suyu shook hands with him. Oh, I'm flattered. Director Wang exclaimed, feeling incredibly honored. It's such an honor for Teacher Su to be on our program. Don't worry, we will do our best to ensure you have a great time here. Suyu looked at Director Wang's overly enthusiastic attitude and the fleeting hint of understanding in his eyes, and he understood. It seems this director is one of our own. By the way, Director Wang, Suyu asked casually, have all the other guests arrived? Teacher Huang, Teacher He, and the other regulars arrived yesterday. This morning, 2 guest stars also came. One is Uncle Shen, who acts in comedies, and the other is, oh right, our teacher Liu Fei. Oh? Teacher Liu is here too? Suyu raised an eyebrow, feigning surprise. He followed Director Wang through the villages and arrived at the core filming location of the program. A carefully renovated wooden courtyard that retains its local character and is full of life. In the courtyard, several familiar faces were sitting together, drinking tea and chatting. It was the regular MCs of Longing for Life: Huang Lei, He Jian, Peng Yuchang, and Zhang Zifeng. Upon seeing Suyu enter, the 4 of them quickly stood up, their faces showing excited yet slightly reserved smiles. Teacher Su. Teacher Su. Hello, hello. Wow, I've finally met him in person. He's even more handsome than on TV. Please have a seat, Teacher Su. Facing these household name celebrities, Suyu maintained his humble yet confident demeanor, with a touch of shyness. Hello, Teacher Huang, Teacher He, Peng Peng, Sister Zifeng, just call me Suyu or Xiao Su. His approachable demeanor instantly bridged the gap between them, and also relieved the previously somewhat nervous MCs. Just as everyone was exchanging pleasantries, a voice as melodious as a nightingale's, yet carrying a hint of natural charm, came from under the eaves. Oh, it's Mr. Su who has graced our humble mushroom house with his presence. He truly makes our little mushroom house shine with honor. Suyu looked in the direction of the sound. On a bamboo chair under the eaves, a stunningly beautiful woman, dressed in a simple white t-shirt and denim shorts, yet still unable to conceal her amazing curves and innate allure, was leaning back lazily. Her face held just the right amount of surprise and a hint of probing, her captivating peach blossom eyes fixed on him without blinking. It was Lu Yifei. Ding! Target Lu Yifei detected. Current favorability level, 20. Had 20 points of favorability right from the start? That's interesting. A meaningful smile curved at the corners of Suyu's lips. It seemed that this Sudaji was still somewhat interested in him. However, one must carefully consider how much of this interest is genuine, how much is a test, and how much is a calculated attempt to use this opportunity to advance further. Teacher Lu is joking. Suyu's surprise was perfectly concealed, replaced by a polite but slightly distant smile, and he nodded slightly to the stunning beauty under the eaves. It is my honor to be able to record a program with all the seniors and big stars like Teacher Lu. His words were impeccable, flattering the other party while placing himself in a relatively humble position, completely unlike the demeanor of a general who had just saved the world and held supreme power. Lu Yifei's peach blossom eyes, which seemed to be able to see through people's hearts, narrowed slightly. Interesting. This man was more composed than she had imagined. She had assumed that a young man who held a high position and possessed godlike power would at least display some of the smugness and frivolity typical of young people when faced with the advances of a beauty of her caliber. But he didn't. His eyes were clear, his smile polite, and he even carried a perfectly appropriate sense of distance. It was as if, in his eyes, he was no different from Huang Lei, He Zhong, and other old guys. This gently stirred her hunter instincts for the first time. This man is not simple. Teacher Su is too modest. Lu Yifei stood up from the bamboo chair and walked over with a swaying figure, a faint, alluring fragrance, like that of orchids and musk, wafting out with her. Who doesn't know you're a great hero of our Dragon Kingdom now? We're the ones who are truly honored to be able to record a program with you. As she spoke, she naturally extended her slender hand. Let me formally introduce myself. I am Lu Yifei. Teacher Su, you can call me Fei Fei or Xiao Lu. Her voice possessed a natural charm, each syllable seemingly hooked, easily arousing the desire in a man's heart. Pang Yuchan, who was standing nearby, and even some of the younger staff members of the production team, unconsciously swallowed and stared blankly. Only Huang Lei and He Zhong, these two old foxes, exchanged a glance without making a sound, both seeing a hint of amusement in each other's eyes. Suyu looked at the fair, jade-like hand in front of him, with delicate nail polish, and still wore a polite smile on his face. He reached out and gently grasped her fingertips, then let go. Teacher Lu, you're too kind. Just call me Suyu. His actions were polite yet distant, without the slightest hesitation or attempt to take advantage. This surprised Lu Yifei once again. Her hands had been groped by countless men, both openly and secretly, but Suyu was the first to do so lightly, letting go without even feeling their warmth. Or perhaps he is a true gentleman. Or, he's an incredibly skilled hunter who knows how to use the feigned retreat to lure the prey. Lu Yifei prefers the latter. After all, what cat in this world doesn't steal fish? And just as the two were having their first encounter, which seemed calm but was actually fraught with undercurrents, the official live stream room for A Longing for Life has already exploded with excitement. Aha! Sushin, the real Sushin. I finally saw Sushin on a variety show. Wa'ada. Sushin looks so handsome even in casual clothes. Those long legs, those broad shoulders, I'm in love. Sisters in front, calm down. Sushin belongs to the country, he can't be monopolized. Wait, why is Sushin participating in Longing for Life? This doesn't seem right, does it? Has the country become so powerful that even the god of war can take a vacation to experience rural life? The space upstairs is too small. Didn't you hear the director's introduction? This season's theme is hope and rebirth. As the pioneer of the nationwide cultivation movement, Sushin might not be here to experience life, but rather, to spread his teachings. Chapter 65 The Fox Spirit begins her spell. The bamboo shoot digging journey. Preaching the way? What way? Teaching Teacher Huang and the others how to cultivate immortality? Ha ha ha, that scene is too beautiful for me to bear. Huang Xiaochu flies off on a sword to buy groceries? Teacher He hands a microphone to someone remotely? Peng Peng kills a cow with a single punch? Sister Zifeng controls rain with her telekinesis to water the vegetable garden? Put. Enough already, upstairs. But, it's kind of exciting, isn't it? Am I the only one who noticed the way Su dodgy? Oh no, Louis Fei looked at Sushin just now? Her eyes were so alluring, so captivating. TSK, the epitome of a vixen. Is she trying to seduce our goddess Su? Shameless. Goddess Su is pure and cannot be defiled. Come on, they're a perfect match, it's normal for something to happen between them. Besides, with Sushin's status, what's wrong with him having a harem? Just kidding. The comments in the live stream chat, like wild horses, quickly veered off course from initial excitement into all sorts of strange directions. All of this was completely unknown to the people living in the Mushroom House courtyard. All right, everyone, stop standing there, He-Jong said with a smile, trying to smooth things over. Xiaosu, Fei, please sit down. Lao Wang, you unreliable director, you didn't even bother to let us know in advance that Teacher Su was coming. We could have at least made some preparations. Oh, Teacher you've wronged me, Director Wang quickly protested. I only received the notification from my superiors late last night that General Su, oh no, Professor Su was coming as a guest. I was completely stunned. He paused, then announced to the camera in an exaggerated tone, however, in response to the national call for everyone to cultivate immortality, our production team has decided that starting from this episode, our show Longing for Life will adopt a live broadcast format. What? Live streaming? Huang Lei, Peng Yuchan, and Zhang Zifeng were all stunned. Even Lu Fei, with her charming peach blossom eyes, showed a hint of surprise. Live streaming the whole thing? That's way too much. That's right. It's a live stream. Director Wang said excitedly. We want the whole nation to witness firsthand how our teacher, Ms. Su, leads everyone, to experience life and appreciate nature on this field full of hope. Actually, it was the higher-up's idea, to show Teacher Su's approachable side while also building momentum for the upcoming nationwide cultivation plan. By the way, let's see if we can create some spark between Teacher Su and this female celebrity. Holy crap! Live broadcast the whole time? The production team is going all out? Yay! We can now watch Sushin 24/7 without any blind spots. Director's brilliant decision. You deserve an extra chicken leg. Wait, a live stream of the whole thing? Doesn't that mean Sushin and Louis Fei will be living and eating together for several days? A lone man and woman along with a bunch of third wheels, drywood meeting a raging fire. I think I have a premonition. Protect our Sushin. Beware of fire, theft, and vixens. The live stream chat exploded again, with countless onlookers already sitting on their chairs, ready to watch the show. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, the recording live broadcast of the program officially began. As is customary on A Longing for Life, the guests need to earn ingredients through labor. Today's task is to dig up 50 pounds of fresh bamboo shoots from the bamboo forest behind the mountain. Digging bamboo shoots? Peng Chang groaned as soon as he heard about the physical labor. Director, could we change to something easier? My back is killing me. No way. Director Wang refused without hesitation. With Teacher Su here today, you young men still want to slack off? Is that even acceptable? That's right, Huang Lei said with a smile, patting Peng Yuchang on the shoulder. With a master like Teacher Su around, digging bamboo shoots is a piece of cake, isn't it? Maybe Teacher Su can just flick his finger and the bamboo shoots will pop out of the ground by themselves. Upon hearing this, everyone couldn't help but laugh, and the atmosphere immediately became much more relaxed. Teacher Huang, you flatter me too much, Suyu said with a smile and waved his hand. I'm just a little stronger than the average person, I don't have any magical abilities. Alright, stop joking around. He-Jong stepped forward to take charge of the overall situation. Let us split into groups. Teacher Huang and I are getting old, so we'll stay here and watch over the house and prepare lunch. Peng, Zifeng, Fei, and Xiaosu, you four young people can work a little harder and go up the mountain to dig bamboo shoots. Alright. Peng Yuchan complained, but he was the first to pick up the hoe and basket. Zhang Zifeng obediently followed. Louis Fei glanced at Suyu, her peach blossom eyes curving slightly, and said in a charming voice, then I'll have to trouble Teacher Su to take good care of me. This is my first time doing such rough work. Sure, Suyu replied indifferently. The group of four set off towards the bamboo forest behind the mountain. The mountain path was a bit slippery and covered with moss. Zhang Zifeng was the youngest and had the weakest stamina, and soon she was panting heavily. Upon seeing this, Pang Yuchang immediately put on his brotherly strength and reached out to help her. On the other side, Luifei, wearing white sneakers, walked steadily, but she seemed unaccustomed to the rugged mountain road and almost slipped several times. Each time, she would let out a perfectly timed gasp, her body inadvertently falling towards Suyu. However, Suyu seemed to have eyes in the back of his head, always managing to subtly dodge her advances just a second before she was about to throw herself into his arms, or simply coincidentally trip over a pebble and perfectly miss the opportunity. After several attempts, Luifei not only failed to gain any advantage, but also ended up in a rather embarrassing situation. She looked at the back of the man ahead who was still walking with ease and even had the leisure to appreciate the scenery, and felt both annoyed and amused. This man, he really is a cunning old fox. Ah, this is hilarious. Su Daji has really met her match this time. Well done, Su Shin. I don't think he's just a straight man, he's got a really high level of skill. This is called a 1,000-layered scheme. Don't cry, Goddess Fei Fei. God Su is just shy. Keep going, win him over. Get lost, Su Shin is ours. The viewers in the live stream were thoroughly entertained. Finally, the four of them arrived at the lush bamboo forest. After the rain, the bamboo shoots, like little elves speaking out, are scattered throughout the damp soil. Wow! So many bamboo shoots! Zhang Zifeng exclaimed excitedly, temporarily forgetting her fatigue. Let's get started! Pang Yuchang was also eager to get started, and picked up a hoe to start digging. Looking at the bamboo shoots covered in mud, and then at her newly done manicure, Luifei wore a troubled expression. She tried digging with a hoe a few times, but she couldn't get the hang of it. Not only did she not dig out any bamboo shoots, but she also got her hands covered in mud. She looked at Suyu for help, blinking her big, watery eyes, and said in a soft voice, "Teacher Su, this. I don't really know how to do it, could you teach me?" Here it comes, the fox spirit is about to cast her spell again. Su Shin, stay strong. Don't be seduced by good looks. Teach. Why not teach? It's such a great opportunity. The live stream chat was once again divided into two camps. Suyu glanced at Luifei's pitiful appearance and then at her muddy little hands, finding it amusing. Unlike other men, he didn't immediately rush over to fawn over them. Instead, he pointed to a rather sturdy bamboo stalk next to him. Over there, do you see that slightly raised little mound? Luifei looked in the direction he was pointing. Use a hoe to gently dig at an angle of about 30 degrees to the side of the mound. Suyu's voice was calm and even, as if he were instructing a primary school student on how to do a problem. Be careful to control your strength, don't hurt the bamboo shoot roots. Luifei followed his instructions with some skepticism and carefully swung the hoe. Put. The hoe sank easily into the soft soil. She gently pried it upwards. A plump, white bamboo shoot, as thick as a forearm, was dug out intact, still covered in soil. Chapter 66: An unexpected discovery of a mutant spirit herb, the Crimson Sun 3 life fruit. Wow! We really dug it out. Luifei exclaimed in surprise, a genuine smile spreading across her face. That smile was different from her usual professional sweetness in front of the camera. It carried the pure joy and excitement of a little girl receiving candy. Suyu looked at the pure smile on her face and felt a slight stirring in his heart. Perhaps, this woman wasn't entirely pretending. Not bad. He gave a casual compliment. Let's continue. This method will be much more efficient. After saying that, he ignored her and started digging bamboo shoots on his own. His movements didn't seem fast, in fact, they appeared somewhat casual. But every swing of the hoe, every time the soil is lifted, brings out a plump bamboo shoot. Moreover, he didn't seem to need to bend over at all. The bamboo shoots seemed to have grown legs of their own, jumping out of the soil and obediently falling into the basket beside him. In just over 10 minutes, the basket beside him was already more than half full. Meanwhile, Pang Yuchang and Luifei, still struggling with the soil, had empty baskets. Only Zhang Zifeng, with her patience and meticulousness, managed to dig up a few small bamboo shoots. The viewers in the livestream were once again stunned by Suyu's unintentional display of divine skill. What did I just see? Was it a hallucination? Bamboo shoots jumped out of their own laps? Was I seeing things, or has the world gone mad? Holy crap! You're not alone, bro. I saw it too. Sushin didn't even dig with force, he just used his mind to pull the bamboo shoot out. Psychic power, it's definitely psychic power. The kind that Sushin demonstrated on the national livestream. He actually used supernatural powers to dig up bamboo shoots? This is like using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. God Su, please stop your supernatural powers and leave us mortals a way to live. Ha ha. Sushin, no way, he's too strong, I can't be bothered with basic stuff. It's just digging up a bamboo shoot, do you expect me to do it myself? Doge. Peng Peng and Fei Fei are crying in the bathroom, we're both digging for bamboo shoots, but why does it look like we're digging up landmines while they're picking up money? Zifeng's sister, this is so hard. I feel like I'm just there to make up the numbers. Am I the only one who thinks Sushin looks incredibly handsome? +1. This is true mastery. Understated luxury with substance. In the bamboo forest, Pang Yuchang watched as Suyu's bamboo shoot seemed to magically walk into his trap, and then looked at his own side, where he had dug for a long time, sweating profusely, and only managed to dig out 2 or 3 small ones. He suddenly felt like he had been hit by a ton of damage. Brother Su, he said, his face contorted with grief as he approached. Is digging bamboo shoots a family secret? Could you teach me? He didn't dare to ask directly if it was supernatural power, since it was being broadcast live. Looking at his simple and honest appearance, Suyu patted him on the shoulder with a smile. There's no special skill, it's just, practice makes perfect. If you dig a little deeper, you'll find the trick. That was as good as saying nothing. Pang Yuchang had a I don't believe you look on his face, but he couldn't press the matter further, so he could only resign himself to going back to digging. Meanwhile, Louis Fei's alluring peach blossom eyes were now gleaming with an unusual light. Looking at Suyu's profile, which still carried a hint of lazy smile, the little flame in her heart called sexual interest burned brighter and brighter. This man was like a treasure full of mysteries, making her want to peel back the layers and explore to the end. Suyu remained as calm and collected as ever. He casually tossed a newly sprouted bamboo shoot into his basket, but his gaze fell on an inconspicuous plant not far away. It was a small plant growing on the edge of a bamboo grove, mixed in with a bunch of weeds. Its leaves have a strange pale purple color with fine silver veins along the edges, shimmering faintly in the sunlight. They are easily overlooked if you don't look closely. This is purple-veined starflower? Suyu's heart stirred slightly. He had seen a record of this plant in the herbal illustrations in the Danshan Milu basic chapter. This is not an extremely precious elixir, but it is a very special symbiotic plant. It typically grows only in places where spiritual energy is abundant and other first or second tier spiritual herbs also grow. Its appearance often means that there is treasure nearby. He walked towards the purple-veined star accompanying grass without making a sound. Seeing him walk in that direction, Louis Fei's eyes flashed with curiosity, and she followed him. Teacher Su, what are you looking for? Nothing, I just noticed the soil here seems a bit unusual, so I was looking to see if there were any bigger bamboo shoots, Suyu replied casually. His gaze, however, began to search carefully around the purple-veined star accompanying grass. Soon, his gaze sharpened and stopped at a crevice in a rock covered with thick moss. In that crevice, there grew a plant about the size of a palm, entirely emerald green, with leaves that looked like they were carved from jade, and at its tip, 3 strange fruits the size of cherries, emitting a faint red glow. Crimson Sun 3 Life Fruit. A second-tier mutated spiritual herb. Suyu's heart skipped a beat. This is one of the main ingredients required for refining the body-tempering pill, as recorded in the secret records of alchemy. Moreover, judging from the color and size of the fruit, it is at least 50 years old. Note, it had already grown for at least 50 years before the mutation. I never expected to find such a wonderful thing in this seemingly ordinary bamboo forest. What kind of fruit is this? It's so beautiful. Louis Fei followed his gaze and saw the strange plant, especially the 3 bright red fruits that seemed to glow, which made her exclaim in amazement. Zhang Zifeng and Peng Yuchang were also drawn over. Wow! It's so beautiful. Like a ruby. Little Maple's eyes sparkled. Is it edible? Peng Yuchang was more honest and subconsciously swallowed. Holy crap! What kind of plant is that? And why is it glowing? Special effects, right? Props arranged by the production team? Seriously? It looks too real, it doesn't seem fake. Could it be a mutated spiritual plant? The kind that can be used to refine pills? A spiritual fruit, definitely a spiritual fruit. That's what they write in novels. The kind that increases cultivation. The viewers in the live stream were in an uproar, with all sorts of speculations emerging. Don't move. At this moment, Suyu suddenly shouted, stopping Pang Yuchang from going forward to pick the fruit. His expression turned serious as he scanned his surroundings. While a spiritual herb like the Crimson Sun 3 life fruit may not be considered top tier, it is still enough to attract some creatures sensitive to spiritual energy to come and protect it. Sure enough, the moment he finished speaking, hiss! A chilling hiss suddenly rang out from the depths of the bamboo forest nearby. Immediately afterwards, a dark shadow darted out like lightning and lunged at Luifei, who was closest to the Crimson Sun 3 lives fruit. Chapter 67 Using money to measure spiritual medicine is an insult to spiritual medicine. It was a venomous snake as thick as an adult's arm, entirely black, with a tuft of eerie red hair on its head. Its speed was extreme, and its bared fangs gleamed with a chilling light in the sunlight. Ah! Luifei turned pale and had no time to react. The venomous fangs were about to bite her snow-white calf. Careful! At the critical moment, Suyu made a move. His figure flashed like a ghost, instantly appearing in front of Luifei. He didn't even look at the venomous snake, he simply lifted his foot casually. Then step on it. Put! A muffled thud. The mutated venomous snake, which was as fast as lightning, was crushed into a pile of minced meat as if it were being run over by a mountain that fell from the sky. It didn't even have a chance to struggle before it was directly trampled into a pile of minced meat. The whole process was so smooth and fast that it was almost impossible to see clearly. Only when the indistinct snake carcass stopped moving did Luifei, Pang Yuchan, and Zhang Zifeng wake up as if from a nightmare, letting out a cry of relief at surviving a disaster. Snake, snake! Zhang Zifeng was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she immediately hid behind Pang Yuchang. Pang Yuchang was still shaken. Looking at the disgusting mess on the ground, his stomach churned. Luifei stared blankly at the tall and reliable figure standing in front of her, her charming peach blossom eyes filled with indescribable complex emotions. For a brief moment, she really thought she was going to die. Was it this man who saved me? Ding! Detected a change in the target Luifei's favorability. Current favorability rating, 45. Holy crap! What just happened? I only saw a dark shadow flash by, and then, that was it. A snake. A huge snake. Sushin stomped it to death. A kick? Are you kidding me? That snake was so fast I couldn't even see it. How did Sushin react? And, didn't you see that? The red hair on that snake's head. That's definitely not an ordinary snake, it's a mutated creature. My god. Sushin not only possesses telekinesis, but his reaction speed and strength are terrifying. Ah! Sushin looks so handsome stomping on the snake, his boyfriend charm is off the charts. That vixen Luifei is so lucky. She's been saved by Sushin again. Get lost, you jealous sour grapes. Our goddess Fei Fei is brave too, okay? Didn't you see she wasn't scared and cried? The live stream chat exploded again, with viewers' adrenaline surging from the sudden and abruptly ended dramatic scene. Suyu frowned slightly as he looked at the snake carcass on the ground. As expected, there is a guardian beast. It was just a first-order mutated snake that had just gained sentience, he could easily deal with it. He lifted his trouser leg, which was stained with poisonous blood, and shook it with some disgust. Are you all right? He turned his head to look at Luifei, who was still in shock, his tone remaining calm and collected. I'm fine. Luifei came to her senses, looked at the stain on Suyu's trouser leg, and then at the disgusting thing on the ground. A sense of gratitude and a strange feeling welled up in her heart. I'm sorry, Teacher Su, I've caused you trouble again. Her voice trembled slightly. It's no trouble at all, Suyu waved his hand. It was just a small favor. He paused, then his gaze returned to the Crimson Sun 3 life fruit that grew in the cracks of the rocks and emitted an alluring red glow. Su, brother Su, what kind of snake was that? It was terrifying. Pang Yuchang finally recovered, his face still a little pale, and leaned over to ask with lingering fear. Zhang Zifeng also hid behind him, peeking out her little head, her big eyes filled with fear and curiosity. It's not an ordinary snake, Suyu explained calmly, it's more like a mutated creature. It's quite sensitive to special energies in the environment. A mutated creature? Pang Yuchang and Zhang Zifeng exclaimed in surprise at the same time. A knowing glint flashed in Luifei's alluring peach blossom eyes. As a top celebrity in the entertainment industry, she has access to a much wider range of information than ordinary people, and naturally she is aware of the truth about the apocalypse and the revival of spiritual energy as announced by the government. Then this fruit Peng Yuchang's gaze turned to the three bright red fruits, and his eyes became fiery. Brother Su, this could be the legendary elixir? That's one way to understand it, Suyu nodded, not denying it. Wow! Zhang Zifeng's eyes lit up instantly, filled with a little girl's curiosity about mysterious things. What's the use of it? Will eating it grant immortality? Or will it make you as powerful as Teacher Su? It really is a miracle drug. Holy crap, does such a thing really exist in real life? Sushin has confirmed it. Brothers, our chance to get rich has arrived. The era of treasure hunting for everyone has begun. Immortality? Increased cultivation level? Aren't these the rare treasures from cultivation novels? Stop dreaming. Didn't you see that dead snake over there? These kinds of treasures are always guarded by mythical beasts. Ordinary people going there are just easy targets. Wasn't Sushin in great danger just now? That snake looked really fierce. Danger, my foot. Didn't you see Sushin crush it into mud with one stomp? In the face of absolute power, guardian beasts are a joke. Wa'ata. I really want to eat it, but I wonder what it tastes like. The viewers in the livestream were even more excited than the three people on site, and the number of comments on the screen broke records again, with the server's back-end alarms going off non-stop. Immortality is an exaggeration. Suyu smiled as he looked at the eager eyes of the three people and began to explain the facts. However, this plant that has absorbed special energy and mutated is called a spiritual plant. Its fruit contains pure energy. If ordinary people take it directly, it can indeed improve their physique and prolong their life. In fact, for people like us who have already begun to cultivate, it is a good thing to improve their cultivation level. He paused, then added, of course, a more advanced use is to use it as the main ingredient, combined with other auxiliary materials, to refine it into a more potent elixir. Improve physical condition. Extend lifespan. Enhance cultivation. Refine elixirs. These words, like a bombshell, once again shocked the three people on site and all the viewers in the live broadcast room. I'm so excited I can hardly speak. Brother Su. Then this thing must be worth a lot of money? Valuable? Suyu glanced at him and said indifferently, to measure it with money is an insult to it. In the future world, this thing will be countless times more precious than gold, diamonds, or even all the wealth you have now. Because it represents power in life. Chapter 68. Do you want your older brother to give you some private guidance? Suyu's words instantly calmed Peng Yuchang down, and also made Louis Fei and countless viewers in the live broadcast room fall into deep thought. Yes, the end of the world is coming, spiritual energy is reviving, the old world order is collapsing, and new rules are being established. In the future, the standard for measuring value will probably no longer be money, but strength and the capital to survive. Then Teacher Su, Louis Fei reacted the fastest, her captivating peach blossom eyes looking at Suyu, her voice carrying just the right amount of respect and curiosity. What's the name of this medicinal herb? You seem to recognize it? Suyu glanced at her, nodded, and didn't hide anything. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, this should be called the Crimson Sun 3 Lives fruit, which is a second-tier fire attribute spiritual herb. Judging from its color, it should be quite old. Red Sun 3 Life fruit. Louis Fei chewed on the name several times, her beautiful eyes sparkling. So, Teacher Su, what should we do now? Peng Yuchang rubbed his hands together, asking somewhat impatiently, should we pick it? Suyu did not answer immediately, but stepped forward and carefully examined the medicinal herb. 3 bright red fruits hung from the top of the emerald green branches, radiating an enticing luster and a faint, scorching heat. He reached out and sensed it from a distance. Yes, they are fully ripe and ready to be picked. After saying that, he pointed his fingers like a knife and made a light, sweeping cut in the air at the root connecting the fruit and the branch. Call out. 3 invisible blades of thought flashed past. The 3 Crimson Sun 3 life fruits seemed to come alive, automatically falling off and floating lightly into Suyu's hand. This precise and skillful maneuver once again drew gasps of amazement from Peng Yuchang and Zhang Zifeng, as well as a screen full of 666 from the viewers in the livestream. Louis Fei looked at the 3 fruits in Suyu's hand, which emitted an alluring red light and strange energy fluctuations, her eyes flickering, and she seemed to be thinking about something. Suyu carefully held the 3 fruits in his palm, feeling the pure fire attribute energy contained within them, and was quite satisfied. Alright, we've got the spoils, now it's time to finish our mission quickly. Suyu put the 3 fruits into his pocket, then looked at Pang Yuchang and Louis Fei's still empty baskets and shook his head helplessly. Forget it, even if we rely on the 2 of you, we won't be able to dig up 50 caddies by nightfall. As soon as he finished speaking, his gaze swept over the surrounding bamboo forest. The next second. Puff 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 puff. Like bamboo shoots after a spring rain, plump white bamboo shoots sprouted from the ground on their own, rushing towards Pang Yuchang and Louis Fei's baskets. In just over 10 seconds, the 2 empty baskets were piled up to overflowing. Pang Yuchang. Louis Fei. Zhang Zifeng. This is digging for bamboo shoots? This must be a bulk order. And they're even delivering it to my door. While others toil away digging bamboo shoots, Sushin digs them effortlessly. Reported. Reported. Someone's cheating. Sushin, basic procedure, don't play 6, everyone sit down. Amidst the deathly silence and a screen full of ellipses, Suyu clapped his hands, a relaxed expression on his face saying done and done. Alright, 50 pounds. Seems a bit over the limit, but never mind. Let's call it a day and go home for dinner. After saying that, he put his hands in his pockets and took the lead in walking down the mountain path. Pang Yuchang and Louis Fei were left behind, looking at their heavy baskets that seemed about to fall apart at any moment, feeling like they wanted to cry but had no tears. On the way back, the atmosphere became somewhat subtle. Pang Yuchang and Zhang Zifeng were still savoring the miraculous scene they had just witnessed, occasionally stealing glances at Suyu walking ahead, their eyes filled with awe and curiosity. Louis Fei, on the other hand, intentionally or unintentionally moved closer to Suyu, her captivating peach blossom eyes glancing at him from time to time, as if she wanted to say something, but hesitated to speak. What's up? Suyu felt a little uncomfortable under her gaze and took the initiative to ask. No. It's nothing. Louis Fei quickly looked away, nervously twirling the ends of her hair with her fingers. I'm just a little curious. What are you curious about? I'm curious. Professor Su, who exactly are you? Louis Fei finally asked the question, her voice soft and tentative. Are you really the person who developed the cultivation method for immortality, as they say on TV? Upon hearing this, Pang Yuchang and Zhang Zifeng immediately perked up their ears. Although it had already been explained clearly in the national live broadcast, they still wanted to hear Suyu confirm it in person. Suyu glanced at her, but instead of answering directly, asked in return, what do you think? Louis Fei was taken aback by his question. What should she think? The man before them possessed godlike power, yet he willingly accompanied them to record a seemingly ordinary rural variety show. His identity and his purpose were shrouded in mystery, leaving her completely unable to see through them. I think. She hesitated for a moment, a sly glint in her beautiful eyes. I think you, Teacher Su, must be a person with a lot of stories. Instead of answering directly, she threw the question back at her, adding a compliment as she went. Upon hearing this, Suyu chuckled lightly, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. This woman is indeed clever. She is meticulous and knows how to maintain a proper balance. Okay, stop guessing. Suyu waved his hand and smiled, you'll naturally find out my identity later. For now. He pointed to the small courtyard with wisps of smoke rising from its chimney at the foot of the mountain. Teacher Huan's braised pork should be ready soon. Pang Yuchang's attention was immediately diverted when food was mentioned. Yes. Braised pork. He slurped his saliva, no longer caring about any magical medicine or supernatural powers. Carrying the heavy bamboo shoots on his back, he took off running down the mountain. Pang, slow down. Zhang Zifeng quickly followed. As Louis Fei watched the 2 figures disappear into the distance, and then looked at the man beside her who remained calm and composed, seemingly indifferent to everything, her desire to investigate grew even stronger. She deliberately slowed her pace, falling half a step behind Suyu. Teacher Su, she spoke again, her voice even lower, carrying a hint of ambiguity that only the 2 of them could hear. That Crimson Sun 3 life fruit, is it really that magical? Suyu turned her head, somewhat surprised that she would ask this. He then nodded. For cultivators at this stage, it is an invaluable treasure. So, what do you plan to do with it? Louis Fei asked seemingly casually, but a subtle glint of shrewdness flashed in her peach blossom eyes. Will you hand it over to the state? Suyu stopped, turned around, and looked at her with a half smile. Teacher Lu, you seem quite interested in this fruit? No. Where is it? Louis Fei quickly denied it, but two blushes appeared on her face. I'm just a little curious. After all, it's the first time I've ever seen something that only exists in legends. Suyu looked at her "I'm hiding something" expression and understood what was going on. It seems that this ambitious female celebrity is also eager for such a shortcut to improve her skills. That's normal. In the impending apocalyptic chaos, strength is the foundation for survival. I have my own plans for these three fruits. Suyu didn't answer her question directly, but changed the subject, however. He looked into Louis Fei's expectant eyes and deliberately dragged out the last syllable. If Teacher Lu is really that interested in cultivation, I might be able to give you some private guidance sometime in the future. Chapter 69 Spirit Dividing Fruit? Louis Fei is about to take the bait. Individual guidance? These four words, as if carrying an electric current, made Louis Fei's heart skip a beat. Her pretty face flushed even more, her large, watery eyes seemed to overflow with tears, and her voice became even more charming and soft. Really, really? Then that would be too much trouble for Teacher Su. No trouble at all. A meaningful smile curved Suyu's lips. I'm happy to serve a beautiful woman. Ding! Detected a change in the target Louis Fei's favorability. Current favorability rating, 55. Looking at the numbers flashing on the system panel, Suyu chuckled inwardly. The fish has taken the bait. Back in the mushroom house courtyard, Huang Lei and He Jiong had already prepared a sumptuous lunch. When the two elders saw the three large baskets full of bamboo shoots that Suyu and his group had carried back, they were speechless with astonishment. My God! Have you dug up all the bamboo shoots on the back mountain? Huang Lei exclaimed exaggeratedly. Hee, it's mainly because Brother Su is amazing. Pang Yuchang said with a proud expression. You can tell how good Brother Su is just by the first move. Yes, Teacher Su is amazing. Zhang Zifeng nodded vigorously beside her, her eyes filled with admiration as she looked at Suyu. Louis Fei smiled faintly, without saying a word, but her peach blossom eyes, which occasionally glanced at Suyu, had already said it all. All right, stop bragging and go wash your hands and eat. Huang Lei said with a smile. The atmosphere at the dinner table was warm and harmonious. Huang Lei and He Jiong tried to subtly extract information from Suyu about cultivation and national plans, but Suyu skillfully deflected their attempts with various subtle maneuvers. He only said that he came to the program to experience life in response to the country's call, and to see if he could discover some talented young people. Although these words were not explicitly stated, they were enough to excite Huang Lei, He Jiong, Pang Yuchang, and Zhang Zifeng. Could it be that Teacher Su is here to test us? We also have the chance to cultivate immortality? In an instant, the four of them looked at Suyu with intense fervor. Only Louis Fei maintained her languid yet alluring demeanor, eating her meal slowly and deliberately, as if she didn't care much about anything else. But Suyu could keenly sense that the gaze that was subtly fixed on him was even more intense than before. After lunch, everyone sat in the courtyard to rest. He Jiong finally couldn't resist and steered the conversation toward the Red Sun 3 life fruit that Suyu had brought back. Xiao Su, he carefully chose his words, that medicinal herb, what do you plan to do with it? Do you need us to help you contact the relevant departments? Although he didn't know exactly how precious this thing was, he knew with his toes that it was definitely a national treasure. It's probably not appropriate to leave it in the hands of these celebrities. Huang Lei, Pang Yuchang, and Zhang Zifeng all looked nervously at Suyu, waiting for his answer. Louis Fei appeared to be resting with her eyes closed, but her slightly trembling eyelashes betrayed that she was also paying attention to this matter. Suyu put down his teacup, glanced at the curious and nervous looks in everyone's eyes, and smiled. He knew what they were worried about. He stretched out his hand, and with a flash of light, the 3 Crimson Sun 3 life fruits, radiating an alluring red glow and a scorching aura, reappeared in his palm. Wow! The crowd gasped in surprise once again. This method of conjuring objects out of thin air is always awe-inspiring, no matter how many times you see it. Ignoring everyone's surprise, Suyu handed one of the fruits to Huang Lei and He Jiong. Teacher Huang, Teacher he said with a smile, this fruit is for you too. What? Huang Lei and He Jiong were both stunned. Holy crap! They gave it away? Su Xin is so generous. This is a spiritual fruit that can prolong life and improve physical condition. He's just giving it away like that? Wa'ada. I want one too. Teacher's Huang and he really hit the jackpot this time. The viewers in the live stream went wild. This this is too valuable. Xiao Su, we can't accept it. Huang Lei quickly waved his hand to refuse. Yes, Xiao Su, you found this at great risk, how can we? He Jiong hurriedly added. Take this. You two have worked hard for most of your lives for this program and to bring joy to the audience. This is a small token of my appreciation on behalf of all the viewers who like you. Besides, he paused, a slight smile playing on his lips, this thing is somewhat useful to me, but it's not that rare. The country is currently harvesting various mutated spiritual herbs on a large scale, and the spiritual herb he obtained is actually of little use to him, who has already begun his cultivation journey. Huang Lei and He Jiong exchanged a glance, both seeing deep shock and gratitude in each other's eyes. They knew that Suyu was using this method to repay them for their years of hard work and dedication to the industry. Then we'll accept it without hesitation. Huang Lei took a deep breath and solemnly accepted the fruit. It was warm to the touch, like holding a piece of warm jade. A pure energy slowly flowed through his palm, making him feel much more comfortable. Thank you, Xiao Su, He Jiong said sincerely. Suyu smiled and then turned her gaze to Peng Yuchang and Zhang Zifeng. The two immediately tensed up, their eyes filled with anticipation. Suyu looked at their pitiful appearance and shook her head with amusement. He handed the second fruit to Zhang Zifeng. Sister Zifeng, this one is for you. Ha? For me? Zhang Zifeng was flattered and her face turned bright red. Suyu nodded. You are still young and your body is weak. This fruit has a mild medicinal effect. Go back and find a quiet place to slowly refine and absorb it. It will be good for your body. Thank you, Teacher Su. Zhang Zifeng was so excited she almost jumped up, carefully holding the fruit that was radiating red light, feeling like she was dreaming. Wa'ada. My little sister got one too. Sushin is so sweet. Pang, what about me? What about me? Looking wronged. Pang, don't cry, stand up and play. The viewers in the live stream were also happy for Zifeng, and took the opportunity to feel sorry for and tease Pang. Sure enough, Suyu put away the last fruit and shrugged at Peng Yuchang, who was looking on with anticipation. Pang, it's not that I don't want to give it to you, he said earnestly. The quantity is limited. I'll find you something else when I have the chance later. Ah. I see. Peng Yuchang was a little disappointed, but he knew there were only 3 fruits, so he could only scratch his head and smile helplessly. It's nothing, thank you, Brother Su. Suyu nodded, his gaze finally landing on Luifei, who hadn't said a word from beginning to end, but whose eyes were fixed on the fruit in his hand. He looked into her peach blossom eyes, which were full of longing yet forced a calm demeanor, and chuckled inwardly. This fairy is quite composed. But want some benefits? That depends on your performance from now on. Chapter 70 Spirit Fruit Stewed Chicken Soup? Luifei's Seductive Techniques. Suyu put the last, Crimson Sun 3 life fruit, back into his bosom with a smooth and effortless movement, as if he were simply putting away a candy that could be found anywhere. As for this last one, I'll keep it for now. I'm still thinking about who to give it to. Upon hearing this, Luifei's alluring peach blossom eyes flashed with a meaningful light. She wasn't as loud and boisterous as Peng Yuchang, nor did she show her joy at receiving benefits like Zhang Zifeng. She simply stood quietly to the side, a faint smile playing on her lips, but her gaze never left Suyu. This man, he is indeed different from ordinary people. Huang Lei and He Jiong are highly respected seniors in the industry, while Zhang Zifeng is the nation's little sister, harmless and innocent. Suyu's distribution of the spiritual fruits to them was a gesture to win people's hearts, to show his friendliness, and to present a show to the entire nation. Peng Yuchang, on the other hand, is the clown of the show, the one who brings the atmosphere. Not giving him the role would actually create the best show effect. As for myself, Luifei narrowed her captivating eyes slightly. He didn't give it to her either, but she was certain that what he just said was meant for her. What does this tell us? He singled himself out. For a top hunter, being treated differently is often the most dangerous and tempting signal. Interesting. Luifei parted her red lips slightly and murmured in a voice that only she could hear. Is this man using this method to keep her hanging on? The group returned to the mushroom house courtyard amidst much bickering. Looking at the Crimson Sun 3 life fruit radiating strange energy, Huang Lei and He Jiong immediately announced that they would use their best cooking skills to prepare a meal for everyone that night. Teacher Huang Lei took a deep breath, his face displaying the solemn expression of a master chef about to prepare an unparalleled delicacy. We can't keep such a good thing to ourselves. He Jiang smiled and nodded, understanding perfectly. I get you, Lao Huang. Good things are meant to be shared, that's why they taste so good. That's right. Huang Lei slapped his thigh and announced on the spot, tonight, I'll use the best skills I've ever had to get this. What's it called again? The Crimson Sun 3 Life Fruit. Zhang Zifeng quickly reminded him. Yes. Let's use this Crimson Sun 3 Life Fruit to stew a pot of spiritual energy chicken soup for everyone. It's better to share happiness than to enjoy it alone. Wow. Huang Lei and He Jiang's decision instantly brought the atmosphere in the courtyard to its peak. The most intense reaction came from Peng Yuchang, who had just been feeling emo because he hadn't gotten the spirit fruit. He sprang up from the bench with a whoosh, almost kneeling down before Huang Lei, and grabbed his leg. Teacher Huang. Teacher He. You're like my own fathers. Peng Yuchang cried so emotionally that his tears and snot almost got onto Huang Lei's pants. I knew you guys wouldn't abandon me. Wa'ada. This is the magic potion. I, Peng Yuchang, have lived a worthwhile life. His exaggerated acting, coupled with his genuine desire for food, made everyone burst into laughter. Zhang Zifeng was also filled with surprise and emotion. Teacher Huang, Teacher He, you were so kind. Such a precious thing. Silly little sister, He Jiang said with a smile, ruffling her hair. This fruit was a gift from Xiao Su. It represents a sentiment. Sentiments like this only become more abundant when shared. Lui Fei stood to the side, a fleeting look of surprise on her face. She never expected that these two old foxes would make such a foolish decision. That's a miraculous medicine, something Suyu described as countless times more precious than gold and diamonds. They actually took the food out and shared it with everyone? She glanced at Suyu and noticed a faint smile on his face, as if he approved of the decision. Lui Fei's mind started working again. It seems that the atmosphere of this team is simpler and more interesting than she imagined. Meanwhile, the live stream room was already flooded with a new wave of barrage comments. What? What did I just hear? Stew chicken soup? Stew chicken soup with elixirs? What a waste. Huang Yaosher, you're so foolish. That's a rare and precious herb that can prolong life, and you just stewed it like that? The viewpoint upstairs is too narrow. What do you call this? This is called a higher level of understanding. I'm blown away by Teacher Huang and Teacher He's character. This is what a longing for life should be like. Sharing happiness is worse than enjoying it alone. I'm a fan now, this is a true patriarch. Wa'ada. I'm so jealous, so incredibly jealous. They actually get to eat elixir-infused chicken soup. Does that mean drinking it will awaken supernatural powers? Peng, thank you, Uncle Huang and Uncle He, for giving me this meal. Haha, look how excited the kid is. Am I the only one feeling sorry for Sushin? The precious girl I just gave away is now being cooked. Sushin, mortal. A mere second-tier spirit fruit, I'll feed it to the dog's dojimoji. I hereby declare that tonight's episode of Longing for Life will be the most extravagant episode ever. Peng Yuchang channeled his grief and anger into his appetite, taking the initiative to chop wood and start a fire, all the while muttering to himself. I'm going to eat 10 bowls of rice and drink all the soup. That'll count as having eaten, humph. Lui Fei, on the other hand, abandoned her previous goddess-like demeanor of never lifting a finger and took the initiative to roll up her sleeves and walk into the kitchen. Teacher Huang, Teacher He, let me help you wash the vegetables. Her voice was charming with just the right amount of attentiveness, and her smile was so sweet that it was impossible to refuse. Oh, how could I possibly accept such an honor? Huang Lei was flattered. Fei, you're a big star, a distinguished guest here. How can we let you do such rough work? Teacher Huang, you're being too polite. Lui Fei took the apron from Yi Jiang and tied it on gracefully. Her breathtaking S-shaped curves looked even more alluring under the apron's outline. Teacher Su said that everyone is here to experience life. I can't just stand there and do nothing, can I? As she spoke, she picked up the vegetable basket and glanced casually at the man lying on the bamboo chair in the yard, resting with his eyes closed. Su seemed to sense her gaze, his eyelids twitched slightly, but he didn't even bother to open his eyes. He turned over and continued to cool off. Lui Fei. That bastard. She gritted her teeth, picked up the vegetable basket, and swayed her serpentine waist as she walked towards the well in the corner of the yard. Wow! Even when Fei Fei is washing vegetables, she looks so beautiful. I'm in love. This is truly a lotus emerging from the water. Oomph, putting on airs, just trying to impress Su Shin, you vixen. Get lost, you sullen lemons. Our Fei Fei is naturally very diligent, okay? Am I the only one who noticed that Su Shin has fallen asleep again? He's so carefree. The live stream chat was once again split into two camps due to Louis Fei's small action, and they argued fiercely. Louis Fei squatted by the well and began to slowly wash the vegetables that were covered in mud. Her movements were clumsy, clearly indicating that she was used to a life of luxury and rarely did such housework. But her posture was very elegant. Even when she was squatting, her pert buttocks and slender waist still created a picture that would make any man unable to look away. Chapter 71. That despicable villain, he actually played flirtatious games with me. While washing, Louis Fei secretly observed Suyu's movements out of the corner of her eye. However, the man seemed to be truly asleep, motionless, even his breathing became steady and lone. Louis Fei felt another surge of anger. Is this guy gay? Or is it that her irresistible charm in the entertainment industry is truly worthless in front of him? She didn't believe in superstitions. As she was washing, she suddenly exclaimed softly, "Oops!" A piece of potato accidentally slipped from her hand and rolled to Suyu's feet, just so touching the tip of his shoe. Teacher Su. Louis Fei quickly stood up, her pretty face showing just the right amount of panic and innocence, and walked towards Suyu. I'm so sorry, my hand slipped. Could you please pick it up for me? She bent slightly at the waist, her collar slightly open due to gravity, revealing a deep, unfathomable ravine of white snow. This potato, it rolls with such artistry. It was intentional, she definitely did it on purpose. That scheming bitch. Su Shin, hold on. Don't bow your head. Your crown will fall. The male viewers in the live stream, while righteously condemning Louis Fei's scheming, couldn't help but widen their eyes in disbelief and even start adjusting the angle of their screens. Faced with this unexpected benefit, Suyu finally reacted. He slowly opened his eyes, his deep gaze still carrying a hint of languor from just waking up. He glanced at the potatoes on the ground, then at Louis Fei, who was looking at him with an innocent expression. Unlike other men, he didn't either look away in panic or stare intently with lust. He just yawned. Then, under the watchful eyes of Louis Fei and millions of viewers in the live broadcast room, he lifted his foot. With the tip of my shoe, I gently hooked the potato up. Then, he flicked his instep. The potato, covered in mud, traced a precise parabola through the air, and with a thud, landed perfectly. It fell back into the vegetable basket in front of Louis Fei. Okay, we got it back. Suyu said something indifferently, then turned over and faced away from her. Hold it more carefully next time, and don't disturb my sleep. Louis Fei. Live stream chat. What just happened? What the hell did I see? They used their feet to kick it back? Ha 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 ha. Wow, Su Shin's actions are textbook examples of straight man behavior. Su Shin, trying to seduce me? No way. I've welded all the windows shut. Louis Fei, don't I have any pride? Frozen on the spot. I feel so sorry for Fei Fei for a second. She's probably never suffered this kind of injustice since her debut. Ha 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 ha. Louis Fei stood frozen in place. Her naturally alluring face changed color rapidly, alternating between pale and flushed, a truly captivating sight. She had imagined countless possible reactions from Su Yu. He might be shy, he might pretend to be serious, or he might even take the opportunity to flirt with her a couple of times. But she never expected that he would use his feet? This is a blatant insult. Oomph, that scumbag. She had never been so humiliated in front of a man before. Su. You. She was so angry that she was trembling all over, her teeth clenched, and she almost exploded on the spot. But she is, after all, Louis Fei. Just a second before she lost control of her emotions, she forcibly suppressed her anger. She took a deep breath, and the breathtaking curve of her chest rose and fell with it. When she looked up again, her face was once again adorned with that signature sweet and charming smile. Wow, Miss Su is really skilled. She casually picked up the vegetable basket, swayed her hips, and walked back to the well. Then you should rest well, I won't bother you any longer. However, the way she washed the vegetables was noticeably more forceful than before, as if she were trying to treat the potatoes in her hands like the head of some scoundrel and rub them hard. Wow! He can even hold back? No wonder he's a top celebrity, his emotional control is amazing. A terrifying woman. Sushin has really enraged that vixen this time. I feel even more excited now? A love-hate relationship? I like it. Suyu still had his back to her, but a subtle smile appeared on his lips. The afternoon was spent in this delicate tug of war. It seems that Louis Fei is at odds with Suyu, always finding various reasonable reasons to appear by Suyu's side. One moment it's, "Teacher Su, could you help me get that bowl off that shelf? It's too high, I can't reach it." One moment it's, "Teacher Su, is this firewood too wet? Why can't I light it?" 1 minute it's, "Teacher Su, are you thirsty? Shall I get you a glass of water?" Suyu, on the other hand, would meet force with force and water with earth. "Do you want to take a bowl?" With a single thought, he invited the bowl down from the shelf, where it floated steadily in front of Louis Fei. "Do you want to light the fire?" He flicked his finger, and a wisp of pure spiritual energy shot into the stove, instantly igniting the damp firewood into a raging fire. "Do you want to get some water?" He simply raised his hand and used his telekinesis to draw the kettle over from a distance, then poured himself a cup. The entire sequence of actions was executed flawlessly, displaying an almost divine skill. Not only did it ruin all of Louis Fei's plans for intimate contact, it also made her and Pang Pang and Zifeng, who were next to her, feel once again the insurmountable gap between humans and gods. "Sushin, thanks for the invitation. I'm currently in the mushroom house, just became an immortal, so this is easy." Pang Pang Zifeng, "We don't deserve to have hands." Louis Fei, MMP, "I'm not playing anymore." "Ah, Sushin, as expected of you. You're single by choice." "Single? Didn't you see the way Sushin looked at Fei Fei? It was so amused. He was clearly teasing her. +1. This isn't a straight man, this is clearly the king of the sea, taming a vixen. The viewers in the livestream were already captivated by the intense and exciting tug of war between the two, and many said that tonight's show was overflowing with sweetness. As night fell, the dampness from the mountains, mixed with the fragrance of the earth, filled the courtyard. One by one, the lanterns in the mushroom house lit up, casting a warm yellow glow that enveloped the entire courtyard in a cozy and peaceful atmosphere. "Dinner's ready." With a powerful shout from Huang Lei, the main event of the evening finally began. Wearing thick heat-resistant gloves, Huang Lei looked solemn, as if he were holding some rare treasure, and carefully placed a huge casserole on the stone table in the center of the courtyard. Glug! Glug! Before the lid was even lifted, an indescribable and peculiar aroma had already forcefully escaped through the cracks in the casserole. This aroma is unlike any meal Huang Lei has ever cooked before. It's not intense, yet it seems to possess a kind of magic that penetrates the soul. Just one whiff was enough to make everyone present feel as if all the pores on their bodies opened up in an instant, and the fatigue from climbing mountains and digging bamboo shoots during the day was swept away by the fragrance. My God, what is this smell? Chapter 72, Glowing Chicken Soup. One sip and it tastes amazing. Pang Yuchan was the first to lose his temper. He jumped up from his chair, leaned close to the casserole, closed his eyes, and took a deep, blissful sip. It smells so good. No wonder it's chicken soup made with spirit fruit. Go away, Huang Lei laughed and smacked him on the head. Your nose is sharper than a dog's. He Zhong and Zhang Zifeng also gathered around, their faces filled with shock and anticipation. Old Huang, when did your skills improve again? Just smelling this makes me feel 10 years younger, He Zhong said exaggeratedly. Teacher Huang, this soup smells so good. Zhang Zifeng's clear, big eyes also sparkled with curiosity. Although Louis Fei maintained her languid and charming demeanor, her slightly twitching delicate nose and her unconsciously brightening peach blossom eyes revealed the unease in her heart. Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! Dinner's ready! Dinner's ready! It's here! Tonight's main dish, chicken stew with 3 kinds of fruits from Qiyang. I can almost smell the aroma through the screen. Is this normal? Slurp. Dude upstairs, you might be experiencing olfactory hallucinations. But seriously, this fragrance, it feels like it's permeating the camera lens. Look at Pang Pang, he's so pathetic. His drool is practically dripping into the clay pot. Forget Pang Pang, I fucking want to jump into the screen and take a sip too. The viewers in the live stream were even more excited than those at the venue. The number of comments on the screen broke the record for the night, the server's back-end alarms kept going off, and the programmers were crying out for a raise. Alright, stop crowding around. Huang Lei cleared his throat and, under the watchful eyes of everyone, slowly lifted the lid of the casserole. A plume of white steam, mixed with a faint red glow, rose up like a mushroom cloud. In that instant, the aroma became more than 10 times stronger. The entire mushroom house courtyard seemed to be completely overwhelmed by this strange fragrance. The sight inside the casserole dish made everyone gasp in shock. The chicken soup had a translucent, pale golden color, and the chicken, which had been stewed until it was tender and falling off the bone, seemed to be coated with gold leaf, radiating an enticing luster. The sliced crimson sun 3 life fruit, like a ruby, adorned the golden broth, giving the entire pot of soup a dreamlike hue. This is chicken soup? This must be some kind of nectar? Pang Yuchang had completely lost his mind. If He Jiong hadn't been holding him back so tightly, he probably would have already plunged headfirst into the hole. Old Huang, are you sure this is a delicacy that ordinary people can eat? He Jiong stammered a little. The scene before him was completely beyond his comprehension. How would I know? Huang Lei was also a little confused. He had just followed the normal chicken soup making process, but who knew that such a magical chemical reaction would occur as soon as the elixir was put into the pot? Never mind. Let's eat first and talk about it later. Pang Pong, get the bowl. Okay. Each person was quickly served a bowl of golden chicken soup. The rich aroma, a blend of the savory chicken and the delicate fragrance of the fruit, constantly stimulated everyone's taste buds. I'll drink first as a sign of respect. Pang Yuchang couldn't wait any longer, and he wasn't afraid of getting burned. He picked up the bowl, took a big slurp from the rim, and slurped it down. Ugh! The moment the soup entered his mouth, Pang Yuchang's eyes widened suddenly, and he froze on the spot as if struck by lightning. Holy crap! What happened to Pang Pang? I hope it's not poisonous. Pang Pang, wake up, Pang Pang. Don't scare me. Oh no, the streamer has gotten sick from eating this. Just as the viewers in the livestream were in a state of panic, Pang Yuchang's body suddenly began to tremble violently. Tasty. 2 lines of regretful tears streamed down his honest face. Wah, it's so delicious. Was all that pig swill I used to eat? Everyone was both amused and exasperated by his exaggerated acting. Is it really that exaggerated? Zhang Zifeng's curiosity was piqued. She carefully scooped up a small spoonful, blew on it, and put it in her mouth. The little girl's eyes lit up instantly, and a happy and content expression, like that of a kitten, appeared on her cute little face. It's so good, so delicious. The broth melts in your mouth, requiring no chewing, transforming into a pure, warm torrent of energy that slides down your throat into your stomach. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable warm current rose from my stomach and instantly spread to every part of my body. I feel. Zhang Zifeng looked at her hands in surprise. I feel so warm and comfortable. It's like I have inexhaustible strength. Me too. Pang Yuchang sensed it too. He suddenly jumped up from his chair, ran to the corner of the yard, raised his axe at the pile of firewood that he had chopped halfway that morning, and roared. Ha! Snap! A crisp sound. That hardwood, which was as thick as an adult's arm, was actually cleaved in two with a single axe stroke. Huang Lei. He Jiong. Zhang Zifeng. Live stream chat. What? Pang Yuchang looked at his still slightly trembling hands, then at the split firewood on the ground, and was completely dumbfounded. When did he become so fierce? What did I just see? Pang Pang cleaved it in two with an axe? This is a magical chicken soup? Or is it some kind of superhuman strength pill? Mom! I want to cultivate immortality. I need to go dig bamboo shoots in the back mountain right now. Calm down, upstairs. There aren't any mutated venomous snakes behind your house. The live stream went completely wild. At the dinner table, after a brief moment of shock, Huang Lei and He Jiong also picked up their bowls. Oh my god. Huang Lei took only one sip before closing his eyes, his face showing a dazed expression as if he were high. This taste, this texture, this is beyond the realm of the human world. He Jiong was also shocked. I feel my lumbar spine, which has been strained for years, seems to be less painful. This soup really has miraculous effects. Seeing the exaggerated reactions of the crowd, a fiery glint flashed in Lui Fei's charming peach blossom eyes. Unlike Pang Yuchang, she didn't wolf down her food. Instead, she picked up the bowl and took a small sip. Buzz. The moment that pure nourishing energy entered her body, it made her moan softly. Her already fair and jade-like skin took on a faint, rosy hue at this moment. Her captivating peach blossom eyes were veiled in a misty haze, their allure flowing naturally, as if they could draw one's soul in. It's so delicious. She glanced subconsciously at the man beside her, who had been slowly and calmly sipping his soup the whole time, as if he were drinking plain water. She noticed that Suyu was also looking at her with a half smile. Their eyes met in mid-air. Lu Yifei's heart skipped a beat. She felt her body getting hotter under Suyu's gaze. Chapter 73. Is this the legendary god of flirting? Favorability rating reached the target. Teacher Su. Her voice, without her even realizing it, carried a hint of soft panting. This soup is really delicious. It's not bad. Suyu looked at her alluring eyes, as if she were about to melt into a pool of spring water, and chuckled inwardly. Cough cough, Suyu coughed twice, forcibly suppressing the restlessness in his heart, and looked away from her red lips, looking at Huan Lei and He Jiong. Teacher Huang, Teacher He, the energy in this fruit is still a bit too strong for ordinary people. You two are getting on in years, so it's not good for you to eat too much. Just have some soup. As for that piece of fruit, don't touch it, lest you become too weak to handle the nourishment. Upon hearing this, Huan Lei and He Jiong knew that Suyu was doing it for their own good, and they quickly nodded in agreement. Then this fruit pulp. Huan Lei looked at the piece of fruit pulp in the pot, which looked like a ruby, and was somewhat troubled. Teacher Su, you found this fruit, so you should eat the big one. He Jiong suggested. Yes. Pang Yuchang nodded vigorously from the side. I don't care whether I eat it or not, he waved his hand. This stuff doesn't really work for me. He paused, then turned his gaze back to Lu Yifei, who was looking at him expectantly with her big, watery peach blossom eyes. However, he used a spoon to scoop out the largest piece of fruit from the pot, and under Lu Yifei's longing and expectant gaze, slowly, he put it in his own bowl. Lu Yifei? Those alluring peach blossom eyes widened instantly, and the expectation and blush on her face froze, replaced by utter astonishment. Ha 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 ha. Su Shin. You're inhuman. Goddess Fei Fei, where's my knife? Su Shin, want some? Beg me. The viewers in the livestream were once again amazed by Suyu's amazing moves. Looking at Suyu's matter-of-fact attitude and then at her own empty bowl, Lu Yifei was so angry that she almost broke her chopsticks on the spot. Her alluring peach blossom eyes instantly became misty. It's not that I really want to cry, I'm just so angry. That bad man. He definitely did it on purpose. He was taking revenge. She was getting revenge on herself for seducing him with potatoes during the day. Petty. Childish. Jerk. She had cursed Suyu 1,000 times in her heart. The nascent feelings of affection and ambiguity were instantly overwhelmed by overwhelming shame, indignation, and disappointment. She even began to regret why she had any expectations of him. There isn't a single good man in the world. However, Suyu seemed not to see her murderous gaze. He looked down at his spoils in the bowl. The fruit pulp was still coated with hot, golden broth, steaming slightly. Then, amidst everyone's expectations that he would take it all for himself, he actually lowered his head slightly, looking at the piece of fruit in the bowl. Call. Call. He blew on it gently twice. Then, in front of everyone, he used a spoon to scoop up the piece of fruit that he had cooled down and put it into Lu Yifei's bowl. All right, he said, his voice carrying a hint of indulgence and playfulness that only the two of them could understand, I won't tease you anymore. This thing is too fiery. You're just starting out, and I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it if you eat it directly. I used my spiritual power to neutralize it for you, so it's just right to eat it now. Eat quickly, it'll help you recover. Boom. Lu Yifei's mind went blank with a buzz. Isn't he taking revenge on himself? He put the fruit pulp in his bowl, just so. Blowing it on to cool yourself down? He even neutralized it with spiritual power? An indescribable heat wave, 100 times hotter than chicken soup, instantly shot from the soles of my feet straight to the top of my head. Her pretty face suddenly turned as red as a boiled shrimp, and even her ears and neck turned an alluring pink. She opened her mouth, but found that her throat felt like it was blocked by something, and she couldn't say a word. Shame, regret, disbelief, and a sweet and thrilling feeling instantly overwhelmed her reason. Ding! Detected a change in the target Louis Fei's favorability. Current favorability, 80. Hearing this hint, Suyu chuckled inwardly. This vixen, she really fell for it. With 80 points of favorability, we have already reached the standard threshold for sowing seeds. Now I can start making my next plans. The other people at the table had long since turned into 4 living statues. Clatter. Peng Yuchang dropped his chopsticks on the table, his honest face filled with the philosophical questions. Who am I? Where am I? What do I see? Zheng Zifeng's mouth opened into an O shape, her face showing a wow expression, and her face turned red. Huang Lei and He Jiong, those 2 old foxes, were also dumbfounded. They exchanged a glance, and both saw 2 words in each other's eyes. Brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. That's what you call flirting. Having lived most of their lives, they considered themselves experts in love and had seen it all. But Suyu's move was extremely destructive. Who can withstand this? After a 10-second collective disconnection, the livestream finally witnessed an epic barrage of comments. Holy crap, I take back what I just said. Sushin, I'm sorry, I was wrong. I'm a man, and my heart was pounding in my chest. Putting it in his own bowl first was a pretense. His real purpose was to blow on it to cool it down for the goddess. He's so good at this. This man is so shrewd. Mom, why is he so skilled? How many girls has he ruined? Fei-Fei's face is so red it's almost bleeding. I couldn't handle it either. Wa'ada. Sushin, are you still looking for a woman? I don't need you to feed me, I can give myself a blowjob, just kidding. Peng Peng, we both didn't get to eat, so why do I feel like I was fed a mouthful of dog food? Teacher Huang, we've learned something. This is the ultimate way to pick up girls. Amidst the frenzy of viewers indulging in the sweet moments, Louis Fei blushed the whole time, taking small bites, and eating the piece of fruit clean. The moment the fruit pulp entered my stomach, a surge of heat, 10 times more potent than chicken soup, burst forth. She couldn't help but let out a soft moan, feeling her entire body's skin become burning hot at that moment. It felt as if countless tiny ants were crawling in my blood, both numb and itchy, yet strangely comforting. Under the medicinal power of the Crimson Sun 3 life fruit, her physique began to undergo a subtle transformation. I feel a little hot. She subconsciously tugged at her collar. It's probably because the fruit has medicinal properties, Suyu said with a concerned expression. Actually, while he was blowing on her, he dipped a little of the special medicine he was going to use on Xiaoqin from the bottom of his bowl. So, the fire elemental elixir, that's how it is. Just drink more water and rest for a bit, and you'll be fine. As Suyu spoke, she handed over a glass of cool boiled water that had been prepared beforehand. Thanks. Louis Fei took the water glass and drank several mouthfuls, but the heat surging from the depths of her body did not ease at all. Instead, it intensified. Her rational mind told her that something was wrong with her current state. But her feelings, and the 80% favorability rating she had developed, made her feel a strange dependence and longing for the man beside her. She just wanted to be closer to him, much closer. Chapter 74. What does it mean to be touched by a wild boar? Finally, after a satisfying meal, it was already late at night. Amidst the reluctant goodnight messages from viewers across the country, Director Wang cut off the live broadcast signal for the day. All right, thank you all for your hard work. He Jiong stood up and began to arrange for everyone to rest. Teacher Su, Fei-Fei, Peng Peng, and Zifeng have all had a long day. They should get some rest. By the way, Director Wang, he seemed to remember something and turned to ask, what about tonight's accommodation? Upon hearing this, Director Wang Zhengyu immediately wore an expression that said, oh dear, how could I have forgotten about that, and slapped his thigh, exclaiming, oh dear. Teacher look at my memory, something terrible has happened. What's wrong? Huang Lei asked cooperatively. The village chief just sent someone to say that the stilted house next door, which is where the guest stars stay, seems to have been destroyed by wild boars from the mountain. Director Wang looked deeply saddened. What the heck? Peng Yuchan was stunned. Did a wild boar root it up? Ahem, Director Wang coughed twice, ignoring Peng Peng's complaints. In short, no one can stay over there anymore. And our mushroom house has a limited number of rooms. He started counting on his fingers. Teacher Huang and Teacher He share a room, Zifeng has a room by herself, Peng Peng, you sleep in the attic, then this. His gaze shifted awkwardly between Suyu and Louis Fei. Oh dear, what should we do? Puff. Holy crap. A wild boar stole it. Director, come out here. Tell me. What kind of wild boar could uproot a stilted house? Do you think it's Pigsy? I believe it, I really believe it. I give this reason a perfect score. No less. Ha, even the excuse for the national team's exit is so plain, simple, and boring. The truth has been revealed. The truth has been revealed. Director, I'm coming clean, I'm the matchmaker. Although the live stream had ended, Lume was already rolling on the floor laughing in Suyu's private live stream room. I can't take it anymore. Chin matching. My stomach hurts, a wild boar stung me. Ha, where did you come up with such a brilliant excuse? Chin matching adjusted her glasses, her beautiful eyes behind the lenses remaining calm. According to local village records, wild boars do indeed roam the Yunfeng mountains, and there are precedents of them collapsing simple wooden sheds. This reason is logically consistent and reasonable. Lume, okay. An awkward atmosphere briefly descended upon the courtyard of the mushroom house. Pang Yuchang and Zhang Zifeng looked completely naive, as if they knew nothing. Huang Lei and He Jian, on the other hand, sipped their tea with an air of shrewd calculation, as if they were just spectators. I'll sleep on the sofa in the living room. Suyu sighed, seemingly helpless, and offered the suggestion. That won't do. Director Wang immediately and firmly refused. You are a guardian war god, a general, and an idol of the entire nation. If I, Hold Wang, dare to let you sleep on the sofa, I'll be drowned in the spittle of the entire nation tomorrow. He turned his head and looked at Louis Fei with a pleading gaze. Miss Fei Fei, you see, our conditions are indeed very basic. We'd be so sorry if you and Miss Su had to make do in the largest guest room for the night. That room used to be our fellow villagers' wedding room. It has a large Kong-heated brick bed with a shared sleeping area. It can easily sleep 5 or 6 people, let alone 2. You can each sleep at one end, and I guarantee you won't disturb each other. Lu Yifei. Her face was so red it looked like it was about to burst into flames. The drug's effects were already rampaging through her body, making her weak and unbearably hot. At this moment, after being arranged by Director Wang, she was even more ashamed and wanted to disappear. But she secretly glanced at the man beside her who looked troubled. For some reason, instead of feeling much resistance, she actually felt. Is there a hint of secret expectation? She bit her red lips, about to say something. Ahem. Suyu stepped forward, his face filled with righteous indignation, and said, Director Wang, please don't make things difficult for Teacher Lu. Since it's a special circumstance, let's do it your way. Teacher Lu and I are both adults, we know what we're doing. What do you think, Teacher Lu? He kicked the ball back. I have no objection. Lu Yifei's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzz. All right. Director Wang felt as if he had been granted a pardon and made the final decision. Then it's settled. Come, I'll take you both to your rooms. That so-called largest guest room was indeed very large. A large Kong bed that occupies almost 2/3 of the room can easily sleep 5 or 6 people, or even 10. But the production team thoughtfully laid out a quilt on the Kong, a heated brick bed. Oh dear, it's so dry outside, Auntie probably, maybe she took the extra blankets out to air them and forgot to bring them in. Director Wang scratched his head innocently. Teachers, why don't you make do with this a little longer? Lu Yifei. Su Yu. Ahem, well, then you 2 teachers should get some rest, I won't disturb you any longer. Director Wang chuckled and slipped away like a shot. Bang. The door was closed. An ambiguous silence instantly fell over the room. All that remained were the clearly audible heartbeats of the 2 of them and Lu Yifei's increasingly rapid breathing. You. I. They both spoke at the same time, and then stopped at the same time. You go first, Suyu said with a smile. I'm so hot. Lu Yifei felt like she was about to be burned. The intense heat surging from her dantian, amplified by the medicine, completely overwhelmed her reason. Her large, watery eyes were now veiled in a misty haze. Her pretty face was flushed, and her red lips were slightly parted. Suyu, I feel so bad. Instinctively, she moved closer to Suyu, the only source of ice in the room. Feeling very uncomfortable? Looking at her submissive demeanor, Suyu felt his throat go dry. He forcefully suppressed the agitation in his heart and supported her soft, boneless body. With a concerned look, he asked, "Is the medicinal power of the spiritual fruit too strong? You haven't even mastered the basics yet, and your body isn't used to it." "I don't know. I just feel so hot and dizzy." Louis Fei clung to Suyu like a koala. Her little face kept rubbing against his chest, as if that could relieve the heat. That breathtaking softness, even through the thin fabric, sent astonishing sensations through the touch. Suyu gasped. "That vixen. She's a natural beauty. Don't be afraid." Suyu took a deep breath to stay clear-headed and said in an unquestionable tone, "This is a sign of disordered spiritual energy. It's very dangerous. It must be channeled immediately. Quickly sit down on the Kong-heated brick bed. I will use my spiritual power to help you regulate your body." "Regulate? Louis Fei was dazed and confused as he helped her onto the Kong-heated brick bed, where she sat cross-legged. "Yes, conditioning." Suyu sat down behind her with an air of righteous indignation. "The process may require some, necessary physical contact. Please bear with it." Chapter 75. You bullied me, you have to take responsibility for me. Lucky draw opportunity 1. Louis Fei has now completely lost the ability to think. Instinctively, it could only utter a single syllable with a strong nasal tone. Without further hesitation, Suyu slowly placed his hands on her smooth, supple, yet incredibly hot back. Ugh! Louis Fei's body trembled violently, and she let out a soft moan. Embrace the primordial essence and guard the oneness, concentrate the mind and calm the breath. Suyu let out a low shout, forcibly suppressing the evil fire in his heart, and began to circulate the mental technique of the human emperor's world-suppressing scripture. Instead of absorbing that energy, he used his own purer and more powerful spiritual energy to envelop and guide it. Following the route of the awakening chapter, it slowly began to circulate within her body. Breathe. Relax, feel the flow of this energy. Suyu's voice, as if possessing magic, rang in her ears. Louis Fei's breathing gradually became steady. But her body became increasingly hot and soft. Suyu. Her voice trembled violently, choked with sobs. No. I feel even worse. I think I'm going to explode. She turned around abruptly and threw herself into Suyu's arms without hesitation. Those misty, almond-shaped eyes were fixed on the man so close to her. Her red lips parted slightly, her breath as fragrant as orchids. "Suyu, please help me. I want you." Faced with this vixen who had willingly offered herself up, and who had already completely fallen for him, a triumphant smile flashed in Suyu's eyes. "You came to us yourself." He let out a low growl, grabbed the soft, boneless body in his arms, and took the initiative. Tens of thousands of words are omitted here, detailing the academic exchange process regarding body conditioning and exploring the human emperor's world-suppressing classic. Another 50,000 words are omitted regarding the practical operation of spiritual energy channeling and yin-yang harmony. The next morning, as the first playful ray of sunlight peeked through the cracks in the wooden window and mischievously spilled onto the large, shared Kong-heated brick bed, Suyu slowly opened her eyes. He felt refreshed and relaxed all over. Last night's hard work didn't tire him out at all. On the contrary, the dual cultivation of the human emperor's world-suppressing scripture. No, it's the spiritual energy channeling characteristic that makes the spiritual energy in his body increasingly pure and refined. His cultivation level had even made a slight improvement. He turned his head slightly, and a stunningly beautiful sleeping face, captivating all and naturally alluring, was right in front of him. Louis Fei was sleeping soundly, her long eyelashes like two small brushes casting faint shadows under her eyelids. Her red lips, which usually carried a faint smile, were slightly pouting at this moment. The lingering redness and swelling from the frenzy made her look exceptionally charming and alluring. Without her usual shrewd and sophisticated facade, in her sleep she was like a fox cub who had let down all its guard, curled up in Suyu's arms. A long, slender, snow-white arm lay across his chest, as if afraid he would run away. The sunlight shone on her skin, which was as smooth and delicate as the finest mutton fat jade, reflecting a mesmerizing halo. Suyu looked at her like this, completely different from the shrewd, capable, and charming top female star she usually was. My heart was instantly filled with an indescribable sense of conquest and satisfaction. This vixen, who was more slippery than an eel in the eyes of outsiders and who left countless powerful figures helpless, ultimately fell into her own hands. He reached out and gently ran his fingertips across her smooth cheek. The touch was warm and delicate, like the finest silk. Just then, the familiar system notification sound arrived as expected. Ding! The system has detected that the host has successfully continued the flame of human civilization. Target, Louis Fei Su Daji. Overall rating, S+. Favorability, 90. Task completion, perfect. Rewards are being distributed. Congratulations, host. You have gained one chance to draw from the Civilization prize pool. Would you like to draw now? Hearing the pleasant notification tone, Suyu felt incredibly happy. It's done. Another S+ level goddess has been successfully conceived by him. The efficiency and success rate are simply incredible. I won't smoke for now. Suyu silently recited a sentence in his heart. He planned to wait until he returned home and, with Qin watching as his witness, open the grand prize. He carefully tried to remove Louis Fei's arms and legs that were wrapped around him, preparing to get up. However, he had barely moved. The beauty in his arms let out a languid moan. Her long eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. Their eyes met. The memories of last night, which were like a volcanic eruption, surged into Louis Fei's heart like a tidal wave. Ah! A scream loud enough to pierce the roof rang out. As if electrocuted, Louis Fei jerked away from Suyu's embrace. She wrapped herself up tightly, revealing only a pair of peach blossom eyes filled with shame, indignation, and a hint of panic, staring intently at the culprit in front of her. Her pretty face was so red it looked like it was about to bleed. It's over. It's all over. Louis Fei has been a prominent figure in the entertainment industry for 6 years, navigating the world of countless powerful figures. Relying on her superb acting skills and masterful maneuvering, she has always maintained an impeccable reputation. She always thought she was the top hunter who controlled everything. But she never expected that her 26 years of innocence and pride would be lost. On the very first night of participating in some lousy variety show, she somehow ended up giving herself to a man 6 years younger than her? And she actually offered herself up to him? If this gets out, won't her public image be completely ruined? An unprecedented sense of shame and remorse overwhelmed her instantly. She felt so ashamed that she couldn't face anyone. Ahem. Well, good morning. Suyu found it amusing to look at her, who seemed to want to disappear into the ground. But his face showed an innocent expression that said, I am a victim too. Good morning, my foot. Louis Fei grabbed the pillow next to her and smashed it hard against Suyu's handsome face. Suyu, you bastard, you beast. Suyu easily caught the pillow, shrugged, and innocently argued, Hey, Teacher Lu, isn't that a bit unreasonable? Last night, didn't you pounce on me like a hungry wolf? I. Louis Fei's pretty face flushed red from his words. That's because you gave me that weird fruit to drink. You did it on purpose. I swear to God. Suyu said with an upright and righteous expression that Crimson Sun 3 Lives fruit is a second-tier spiritual medicine with powerful medicinal effects. I was just trying to help you regulate your spiritual energy and awaken your spiritual power. Who knew that your constitution was special and that you would have such a strong reaction? I don't care. Louis Fei pulled the blanket over her head, and her voice came from under the blanket in a muffled tone, with a hint of aggrieved sobbing. Anyway, I was bullied by you. You have to take responsibility for me. Chapter 76, The Cultivation for All has finally begun. Help the Mushroom House residents awaken their spiritual powers. Responsible? Suyu was somewhat surprised to hear this. He had initially thought that someone like Louis Fei, a seasoned veteran, would turn on him immediately after waking up, pretend nothing had happened, and might even turn around and demand hush money from him. But unexpectedly, she actually made him take responsibility? This art style is off. Little did Suyu know that although Louis Fei appeared to be a vixen who had conquered the world of love, deep down she was more traditional and conservative than anyone else. For the past 26 years, she has remained chaste, waiting for a man she could truly entrust everything to. Suyu, a man as powerful as a god, yet possessing a touch of roguish charm and gentleness, stirred her heart for a moment. Responsible? Suyu raised an eyebrow in feigned surprise, walked to the edge of the Kanga-heated brick bed, sat down, and gently patted the small, wriggling mound through the quilt. Teacher Lu, you're a big star. You want me to take responsibility? If your fans find out, won't I be drowned in their spittle? I don't care. Louis Fei suddenly threw off the blanket, her red and swollen peach blossom eyes glaring at him angrily. Suyu. This is the first time in my life that I, Louis Fei, have ever, the first time, At this point, she became too embarrassed to continue, and could only bite her red lips, staring at him with a look that said, "If you dare to deny it, I'll take you down with me." "The first time what?" Suyu grinned mischievously and moved closer. "You." Louis Fei was filled with shame and indignation, and bit him hard on the shoulder. "Hiss." Suyu gasped. This vixen, she really had the guts to bite. Okay, I'll take responsibility, alright?" Seeing her genuinely anxious expression, Suyu didn't dare tease her anymore and quickly raised his hands in surrender. He reached out and gently tucked her disheveled hair behind her ear, looking into her eyes with an unprecedented seriousness and tenderness. "Fei." His voice was deep and magnetic. "I, Suyu, am not the kind of person who would deny responsibility after doing something. From last night onwards, you are my woman, Suyu's woman. In this life and the next, you will be. From now on, as long as I, Suyu, am here, no one will dare to bully you or force you to do things you don't want to do." These domineering yet affectionate words of love, like the most powerful electric current, instantly struck the softest spot in Louis Fei's heart. She stared blankly into the man's earnest eyes, and all her shame, anger, and unease transformed into endless sweetness and grievance at that moment. "Why?" She could no longer control herself and suddenly threw herself into Suyu's arms, bursting into tears like a wronged child. You bastard, why didn't you show up sooner? I've been waiting for you for so long. Okay, stop crying." Suyu held the trembling body tightly in his arms, his heart filled with pity. After some tenderness and reassurance, the two finally dressed properly and left the room filled with a romantic atmosphere. As soon as they stepped out, they ran into Hejiong and Huan Lei, who were just about to call them for breakfast. The two old foxes saw Suyu's refreshed and radiant appearance, and then looked at Louis Fei behind him, who, despite her best efforts to hide it, still couldn't conceal the delicate charm and languidness of someone who had just experienced the first rain. The two exchanged a glance, both revealing a knowing, sleazy smile. No, it was more like a relieved smile. Cough. "Xiaosu, Fei, are you awake?" Hejiong greeted him with a smile. "Did you sleep well last night?" Cough. I'm all right." Louis Fei's pretty face flushed red again, and she subconsciously hid behind Suyu. "Fine." Suyu, without batting an eye, naturally took Louis Fei's hand and gave the two of them a bright smile. "The Kong-heated brick bed is very warm, and the quilt is very soft. Thank you, Teacher Huang and Teacher He, for the arrangements." Huang Lei and Hejiong. Goodness, this kid really doesn't act like he's an outsider. They got a good deal, and now they're turning around and blaming others? Holy crap! What did I just see? They held hands? Holy crap! What happened after the broadcast ended last night? Wa'ada. My goddess Fei. Suyu. The hatred of having my wife stolen is irreconcilable. Calm down, bro, you can't beat him. This is progressing way too fast. Sushin, please accept my bow. Please publish a book on how to win over an S+ level top tier superstar in 24 hours, I'll be the first to buy it. Breakfast at the Mushroom House was quite an undercurrent of excitement. Pang Yuchang and Zhang Zifeng were still completely bewildered, not knowing what had happened. Huang Lei and Hejiong frantically piled food onto Louis Fei's plate, constantly saying, Fei, eat more. You worked hard last night. This made Louis Fei wish she could disappear into a crack in the ground right then and there. She could easily tell the mockery in those two old foxes' words. In this awkward yet sweet atmosphere, Suyu's encrypted communicator disguised as an ordinary bracelet vibrated. He glanced at it. It was a top priority command from Qin Moqing. Comrade Suyu, according to the latest instructions from the Supreme Command, in order to cooperate with the full-scale promotion of the Cultivation for All plan, dispel public doubts, and establish positive role models, please immediately conduct a public instruction and guidance session on the Spirit Awakening chapter for all members of the Mushroom House on the program Longing for Life. Note, this instruction will be broadcast live nationwide. It is essential to showcase the wonder and universality of the human emperor's world-suppressing scripture, but at the same time, the intensity of the awakened supernatural powers must be carefully controlled to avoid causing unnecessary panic. The specific level of intensity is up to you. After reading it, Suyu understood. The national team's move is like preparing to use the Mushroom House as a beginner's tutorial, broadcasting it live to the entire nation. Cough. Suyu put down her chopsticks and cleared her throat. Instantly, everyone at the table stopped what they were doing and turned to look at him. The millions of viewers in the live stream held their breath. Everyone, Suyu said, his lazy smile disappearing and replaced with a slightly solemn expression. Yesterday, everyone should have drunk that pot of medicinal chicken soup and felt the changes in their bodies. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement, and Peng Yuchang excitedly patted his chest. Brother Su, I feel like I could kill a bull right now. Suyu smiled and gestured for him to stop. That's merely the most rudimentary nourishment of spiritual energy. Today, I will stand here, before a national audience, and formally impart to you the cultivation method I researched and dedicated to the nation. The Human Emperor's Codex, the Spirit Awakening Chapter. Upon hearing this, Huang Lei, He Zhong, Peng Yuchang, Zhang Zifeng, and even Luifei were all shocked. WH. What? Teacher Su, you mean, you're going to teach us cultivation? Chapter 77. Teacher Su is going to teach us how to cultivate immortality? Luifei, you go first. Teacher Su, you mean, you're going to teach us cultivation? He Zhong's voice trembled. I can learn it too? Peng Yuchan was so excited he almost performed a Thomas Flare on the spot. What did I just hear? Su Shin is going to pass on his power on the spot? Holy crap, is this content I can watch for free? Quick, take notes. The Human Emperor's world-suppressing scripture, I want to cultivate immortality too. Su Shin. Su Shin. Look at me, I want to learn too. The entire Mushroom House courtyard, along with the hundreds of millions of viewers outside the live broadcast room, were completely engulfed in a frenzy by Su Yu's words about imparting martial arts techniques. Teacher Su. Teacher Su. Huang Lei, having seen his share of storms, forcibly suppressed his elation and excitement, and asked in a trembling voice, You mean, a few ordinary people like us can also learn your godlike abilities? Certainly. Su Yu nodded calmly, his nonchalant demeanor making it seem as simple as saying, I'll teach you how to make braised pork. The Spirit Awakening chapter of the Human Emperor's world-suppressing scripture is a basic method that I deduced for the purpose of popularizing it among the general public. Its core essence lies not in aptitude, but in sensory perception. As long as one is a descendant of the Dragon Kingdom and has the blood of the Yellow Emperor flowing in their veins, theoretically, everyone can awaken their spiritual power and become like a dragon. Everyone can be a dragon. These words, like a resounding bell, struck everyone's hearts once again. That's wonderful. He Joan's eyes welled up with tears. Xiao Su, you are truly a peerless patriot. Brother Su. You're like my own brother. No, you're like my own father. Peng Yuchang was already incoherent, and he was just short of kowtowing to Su Yu on the spot. Zhang Zifeng's face was also flushed, and her big eyes sparkled with endless admiration and anticipation. Only Luifei stood behind Su Yu, her charming peach blossom eyes staring blankly at the man's tall and straight back, her heart churning with a storm more violent than anyone else's. She had assumed that last night's spiritual energy channeling and yin-yang harmony were just excuses the man had fabricated to get her through dual cultivation. But she never imagined that all of this was actually true. He's really helping himself awaken his spirit? That last night. An indescribable feeling of shyness and sweetness instantly welled up in her heart. That scoundrel. Why do you have to do something so shameful when you're clearly doing a good deed? Ding. Detected a change in the target Luifei's favorability. Current favorability rating, 95. Su Yu felt the burning yet complex gaze behind him, and the corners of his mouth turned up slightly. Yeah, it's 95 now, it's completely locked in. It seems this vixen is susceptible to this kind of act. Ahem, Su Yu cleared his throat, drawing everyone's attention back. However, the process of spiritual awakening requires absolute quiet and concentration. Moreover, for the first spiritual awakening, I must personally guide you, using my energy to help you sense the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. Therefore, we must do it one by one. Me. I'll go first. Peng Yuchan was the first to raise his hand high. Peng, get out of the way. Huang Lei shoved him aside, rubbed his hands together, and smiled obsequiously. Little Su, look at me, I'm getting old, and my health isn't good. Teacher Huang, that's not very kind of you. How could you cut in line like that? He Zhong also protested righteously from the side, if we're talking about age, I'm also. Alright, stop arguing. Su Yu raised his hand to suppress the commotion and his gaze swept across the faces of the crowd. Finally, his gaze settled on Luifei, who was blushing and pretending to admire the scenery. Fei, you go first. Louis Fei was startled, then her pretty face turned even redder, and she subconsciously waved her hand. No. No, Teacher Su, let Teacher Huang and the others go first. No need to be modest. Suyu explained in a serious tone, I cleared your meridians last night, so awakening your spirit is the easiest thing for you, so you can go first. Upon hearing this, Huang Lei and He Jiong immediately stopped arguing. Fei Fei, hurry up and go, don't delay the important matter. Yes, Fei Fei, you give us a demonstration first. Holy crap. Su Shen's excuse. I give it full marks. What does it mean to be professional? Leans back tactically. Did I channel my spiritual energy last night? I feel like I missed some exciting plot developments. Hey bro, you're not alone. I seriously suspect that after the broadcast ended last night, Su Shen and Fei Fei did something indescribable. Fei Fei's face was completely red, definitely. Wa'ata. My Fei Fei. Suyu, draw your sword. Amidst the sarcastic remarks of millions of viewers in the livestream and the concerned gazes of Huang Lei and others, Louis Fei was half pushed and half forced by Suyu to the flattest bluestone slab in the center of the courtyard. Alright, sit cross-legged. Suyu's voice restored the instructor's authority. Louis Fei dared not delay and quickly followed his instructions, sitting cross-legged, her palms sweating with nervousness. Close your eyes, empty your mind, and do not resist my guidance. Suyu walked behind her and sat down cross-legged as well. Under the watchful eyes of the nation, he slowly extended his hands and placed them on Louis Fei's smooth, supple back. Hiss. Louis Fei's delicate body trembled violently. She felt a warm yet domineering current surge into her back, causing her to let out a soft moan. Hold fast to the primordial essence and focus your mind on the dantian. Suyu let out a low shout, and pure spiritual energy surged in. Last night, I used the dual cultivation method of the human emperor's world-suppressing scripture to help her open up all the meridians in her body. Therefore, there were absolutely no obstacles to this guidance. Almost the instant Suyu's spiritual power entered, Louis Fei entered a profound and mysterious meditative state. She saw it. She saw those colorful specks of spiritual energy in the air. Lead. Suyu shouted again in a low voice. As if summoned, the spiritual energy from the outside world transformed into a seven-colored whirlwind and surged into Louis Fei's body. A burst of emerald green light erupted from Louis Fei's center. Countless blades of grass sprouted wildly from the cracks in the bluestone slab beneath her at a speed visible to the naked eye. The peach tree in the corner of the yard, which had been withered and yellow, suddenly sprouted new branches and buds in just a few breaths, and even blossomed with a tree full of beautiful peach blossoms. This is? Huang Lei, He Jiong, Peng Peng, and Zifeng were all dumbfounded. Holy crap! A miracle! This is a fucking miracle! The peach blossoms are blooming? A withered tree has come back to life? Holy crap, what kind of divine ability has Goddess Fei Fei awakened? The live stream chat exploded. Louis Fei, who was in the eye of the storm, slowly opened her eyes. Chapter 78, A Ranked Talent. Louis Fei, thank you, husband. At this moment, Louis Fei's charming peach blossom eyes seemed to contain endless vitality. She raised her fair hand and gently beckoned to the pile of firewood that Peng Peng had just chopped not far away. Born. A miracle happened. Before everyone's eyes, the long-dead, even somewhat rotten, firewood was neatly arranged. Tender green buds have sprouted. In the courtyard of the mushroom house, Huang Lei, He Jiong, Pang Yuchang, and Zhang Zifeng stood frozen in place like four statues under a spell. Their eyes were wide open, their mouths agape, and their faces showed expressions as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. The wood sprouted? Or was it firewood that had been split open and was long dead? Is this a scene from Strange Tales from a Chinese studio? Pang Yuchang pointed at the firewood with tender buds, then at Louis Fei, who was still sitting cross-legged and surrounded by a faint green halo, and stammered, unable to utter a complete sentence. Is this magic? Demon my foot. Huang Lei slapped him on the back of the head. This is supernatural power. It's true supernatural power. Like withered trees coming back to life. This is a skill only gods can possess. My God. He Jiong clutched his chest, feeling as if his heart was about to jump out of his throat. After a few seconds of simultaneous disconnection, the live stream chat exploded with messages. Holy crap! I must be blind. Someone pinch me and tell me this isn't real. The firewood has sprouted. The firewood has fucking sprouted? Mendel must be turning in his grave. Is this the power of cultivating immortality? Wa'ada. Goddess Fei Fei is not only beautiful, but her talent for cultivating immortality is also so heaven-defying? Sushin, please. Forget about that vixen, come and guide me. I have amazing talent too, I can finish a bowl of rice in a second. Get out of here, you upstairs. Look at me, Sushin, I could fall asleep in a second. The entire network of the Dragon Kingdom was completely paralyzed at this moment. Countless netizens flooded into the livestream, causing the server to become overwhelmed and crash repeatedly. Programmers at the Ministry of Information were crying out for overtime, but they still couldn't stop the terrifying influx of data traffic, which was like a tsunami. In the center of the quiet room, Suyu slowly withdrew his hand. He looked at the stunningly beautiful woman in front of him, who was also in shock and had not yet fully recovered, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. How are you feeling? Louis Fei lowered her head, looking at her fair and slender hands, feeling the strange, ever-flowing energy within her body, full of vitality. She could clearly feel that she had established a wonderful, blood-related connection with the plants and trees around her. She could almost hear them singing in the wind and feel their longing for the sunlight. This feeling is amazing. I think, I can control them now? She murmured to herself. That's right. Suyu's voice rang in her ears. Congratulations, Fei Fei, you have awakened the A-level divine ability, Spring Blossoms of 10,000 Trees. Level A? Louis Fei suddenly raised her head, her peach blossom eyes filled with disbelief. Although she was a beginner, she had learned from previous live streams. What exactly does an A-level divine ability mean? But it's only a grade. Suyu nodded and began to explain in a serious tone. Spring Blossoms of 10,000 Trees is an extremely rare dual elemental divine power combining life and plants. It not only allows you to control plants for attack and defense, but more importantly. He glanced at the withered peach tree in the yard and smiled, it also contains a powerful vitality force. From stimulating plant growth to healing wounds and slowing down aging, its uses are endless. Heal wounds? Slow down aging? Louis Fei's heart clenched suddenly. For a woman who has struggled in the entertainment industry and considers her looks and youth as her greatest assets, those last four words are even more tempting than the phrase A-level supernatural power combined. She may not care about combat prowess, but she cannot disregard her appearance. This supernatural power, it's practically tailor-made for her. She stared blankly at Suyu, at this man who, in less than 2 days, had seen through all her pretenses, grasped all her secrets, and given her a gift she could never refuse in her lifetime. An indescribable, complex emotion, a mixture of shock, gratitude, admiration, love, and utter surrender, erupted like the most violent volcano. This stunning beauty, who had just awakened a miracle and whose body was still surrounded by a faint emerald green aura of life, suddenly stood up from the bluestone slab. She threw herself into Suyu's arms without hesitation, wrapping her arms tightly around his neck and pressing her breathtakingly soft body against his firm chest. Ugh! Suyu was so shocked by the sudden G-level impact that he almost couldn't breathe. Good heavens! This vixen dares to throw herself at me in front of a national audience? Let go of me. What if my other wives see this? Holy crap! Holy crap! Holy crap! What did I just see? They hugged? In broad daylight, under the clear sky, broadcast live nationwide. Goddess Fei Fei, you should be a little more reserved. Wa'ada. My Fei Fei. Suyu, you stole my wife. Let her go, let me have her. Get lost. Sushin and Fei Fei are a match made in heaven, okay? I object to this marriage. Sushin is mine. The livestream was instantly flooded with the phrase hugs, the server's back-end alarm went off again, and several programmers foamed at the mouth and had to be carried off the set. Louis Fei, who was at the center of the storm, was completely unconcerned about the outside world's gaze. In her world, only the man in front of her remained. She pressed her red lips close to Suyu's ear, feeling the warmth of his earlobe, and in a voice so soft only the two of them could hear, yet so alluring it could melt even the hardest steel, she gently uttered a few words. Thank you, husband. Upon hearing this, Suyu felt a jolt of electricity run from his ears throughout his body. His hard work last night was worth it. That husband is more comforting than any rare and precious treasure. Cough cough. Suyu coughed twice, forcibly suppressing the urge to execute him on the spot. Good wife, let go first, we need to get down to business. You've just awakened your spiritual power, go to the side and stabilize your realm, feel your new strength. Louis Fei reluctantly let go of his hand, her pretty face as red as a ripe apple, and glared fiercely at the few third wheels who were still watching the show. Then, swaying her serpentine waist, she walked to the side, sat cross-legged, and began to familiarize herself with her new power. Huang Lei, He Jiong, Peng Peng, and Zifeng breathed a long sigh of relief, as if they had just been pulled out of the water. Ahem, Su. Su Shin. Looking at Louis Fei's ethereal appearance, Pang Yuchang then looked at himself, rubbing his hands together excitedly, his face full of anticipation. Is it my turn next? Chapter 79, Everyone in the Mushroom House Awakens. Gourmet, Word Power, Water Affinity. Peng Peng, get out of the way. Huang Lei slapped him away again, rubbing his hands together and smiling obsequiously. Little Su, look at me, I'm getting old, and my health isn't good. Teacher Huang, that's not very kind of you. How could you cut in line like that? Alright, stop arguing. Suyu raised his hand to suppress the commotion and his gaze swept across the faces of the crowd. Don't rush, everyone will get a share. Looking at the four people's eager eyes, he smiled and said, moreover, you all drank spirit fruit chicken soup last night, and your physical condition has been initially improved. The process of awakening your spirit will be much faster than that of ordinary people. But he then changed the subject, saying, this process may take some time. After all, we have to do it one step at a time. It's alright. We can wait. Sushin, please rest for a bit, there's no rush. Yes, Sushin, please have some water. The four of them instantly became incredibly attentive. Suyu smiled and looked at Huang Lei, the oldest among them. Let's go in order then. Teacher Huang, you can go first. Okay. Alright. Huang Lei trembled with excitement and quickly ran over, imitating Louis Fei, and sat cross-legged on the bluestone slab in front of Suyu. Teacher Su, do I need to prepare anything? Do I need to take off my clothes? Puff. Teacher Huang, something's wrong. Why are you trying to take your clothes off too? Chef Huang, I'm going all out for cultivating immortality. Su Shin? There's really no need for that. Suyu was speechless. Teacher Huang, please stop joking. Just relax and focus your mind. Okay. Suyu walked behind him and placed her hands on his. As it turned out, Suyu's judgment was correct. With the medicinal power of the Red Sun 3 life fruit as a foundation, Huang Lei's spiritual awakening process went exceptionally smoothly. The elite soldiers in the Spirit Awakening training camp have such a high chance of awakening supernatural powers because their physiques are far superior to ordinary people. Although Huang Lei and his friends are ordinary people, they still couldn't resist the fact that they were taking drugs. That's a second-tier spirit fruit. Although they only drank the soup and most of the medicinal effects dissipated, the remaining pure energy in their bodies was enough to forcibly elevate their physique to a level far exceeding that of ordinary people. Just over an hour later, a yellowish-brown halo appeared on Huang Lei's body. I can feel it. Huang Lei suddenly opened his eyes, his face filled with disbelief. I think I can taste the flavor of this bluestone slab? Suyu. In the live stream. Teacher Huang, is your awakened supernatural power the ability to taste all things? Wow, it's like Shinnon tasting hundreds of herbs, isn't it? Suyu also looked puzzled and used the system to check. Ding. Target Huang Lei detected. Awakening B-level divine ability Gourmet's gift. Ahem, Suyu suppressed a laugh and explained in a serious tone, Teacher Huang, the supernatural power you awakened is the B-level, Gourmet's gift. This supernatural power can enhance your perception of ingredients to the extreme, and it can also infuse your spiritual power into food through cooking. Anyone who eats food cooked by your supernatural powers will experience a significant increase in mental well-being and physical recovery speed in a short period of time. What the heck? Huang Lei was stunned. To put it bluntly, the food you cook will have the effect of stimulants and rejuvenators from now on. Holy crap! Huang Lei understood instantly, and his face lit up with excitement. This isn't the god of cookery? Holy crap, a D-ranked divine food god. Oh my god, won't Chef Huang's cooking become a magic cure from now on? Wa'ada. I really want to eat Teacher Huang's cooking. Pang Pang, oh no. Teacher Huang's meals might be rationed from now on. After his initial excitement, Huang Lei bowed deeply to Suyu with a sincere expression. Thank you, Xiao Su. I, Lao Huang, will remember this gift for the rest of my life. You're too kind, Teacher Huang. Suyu smiled and helped him up. Next, Teacher He. With Huang Lei's success as an example, He Jiong confidently sat down as well. Another hour or so passed. Buzz. A gentle, pale blue halo, like a spring breeze, emanated from He Jiong. Ding. Target He Jiong detected. Awakening of B-level divine ability word power. Teacher He, congratulations on your B-level supernatural ability, word of power. Suyu explained, from this moment on, your voice will possess a special spiritual power. For example, it can soothe anxious emotions, calm the fears of others, and even to a certain extent, make others feel close to you and trust you. This. He Jiong felt a strange vibration in his throat as he spoke, and his eyes were filled with surprise. Isn't this the ultimate buff for a host? Holy crap, another B grade. A god of cookery, a word of power. This mushroom house is going to defy the heavens. Teacher He's amazing skills are practically tailor-made for him who would dare to argue with him in the future? Isn't this just talk no jutsu? Next up is Zhang Zifeng. The little girl's talent did not disappoint either. Buzz. A blue halo, like ripples on water, lit up. Ding. Target Zhang Zifeng detected. Awaken C+ level divine ability water affinity. C+ grade, water affinity. Suyu smiled and said to the delighted little girl, now you can control the form of water within a small area, just like you control your own fingers. For example, like this. Suyu snapped his fingers. Water suddenly flew out of the teacup in front of Zhang Zifeng and transformed into a lifelike little water bird in the air, circling her twice. Wow! Zhang Zifeng's eyes instantly lit up like stars, and she stretched out her little hand, just like Suyu. The little water bird landed obediently on her fingertip. So cute. C+ grade. My younger sister is amazing too. Wow, that's amazing water control. What an awesome ability. I won't need to wash dishes by hand anymore. Pang Peng, the pressure is on me now. Finally, it was the last and most anticipated performance by Peng Yuchan. At this point, a full dozen hours had passed since Suyu began transmitting his power. The sky had changed from dawn to late at night. But the number of viewers in the live stream did not decrease, on the contrary, it increased, with the number of online viewers exceeding a staggering 500 million. All Chinese are witnessing this historic first lesson of national spiritual awakening. Su. God Su. Pang Yuchan was so nervous that his palms were sweating, and he sat down cross-legged with trembling hands. I'm not the only one who can't awaken, am I? I'm starting to panic. Chapter 80 Everyone's like a dragon. The collapse of the US. What's the panic? Suyu slapped him on the back. Then I took a deep breath and placed my hands on it. After 2 hours of guidance, an unprecedented feeling of comfort spread throughout Peng Yuchan's body. Immediately afterwards, an extremely violent aura erupted from him. Roar! Peng Yuchang suddenly opened his eyes and let out a roar that sounded inhuman. His muscles swelled up instantly, as if they were being inflated. His t-shirt, stretched taut by his bulging muscles, burst open with a rip. Ding! Target Peng Yuchang detected. Awakening of C-rank divine ability Berserk. C-rank divine ability, Berserk mode. Suyu wiped the sweat from his forehead and breathed a sigh of relief. The effect, as the name suggests, you can now sacrifice some of your sanity for a short period of time in exchange for an explosive increase in strength and speed. The side effect is that you will be very hungry. Hungry. Peng Yuchan was panting heavily, his bloodshot eyes fixed on the direction of the kitchen. Teacher Huang, can I eat another 10 bowls of rice? Ha 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 ha. Seeing his starving ghost reincarnated appearance, the crowd finally couldn't help but burst into deafening laughter. When all 5 permanent guests of the Mushroom House awakened their own supernatural abilities, they excitedly displayed their new powers in the courtyard. Suyu then walked back to the front of the camera. Fellow countrymen, you have all seen it. His voice was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears through the live broadcast. Even ordinary people like Teacher Huang, Teacher He, Peng Peng, Zifeng, and Fei Fei can successfully awaken their spiritual powers under my guidance. This proves that the human emperor's code of world suppression is universally applicable. This is a miracle that belongs to us, the people of the Dragon Kingdom. Sushin is awesome. Voice cracks. Long live Sushin. Wa'ata. When will I be able to learn? I don't want to be a normal person anymore. Sushin requests to hold a nationwide tour of his teachings. Sushin, come to our XX province. The girls here are super hot. The livestream chat was once again flooded with requests for instructions to pass on the skills. Suyu raised his hand and gestured for everyone to be quiet. I know everyone is very anxious right now. Please don't rush. As I said before, the country is making final preparations for the implementation of the Cultivation for All plan. The first batch of spirit-gathering liquid and body-tempering liquid developed by the Shinnon project, which are sufficient to help everyone improve their physique and increase the success rate of spirit awakening, have entered the final mass production stage. The standardized teaching materials for the Human Emperor's Codex, the Spirit Awakening chapter, which I personally compiled, will soon be distributed to every street, every community, and every village through major official channels. At the same time, the Firelink instructor team, composed of the first batch of extraordinary warriors from the Dragon Soul Special Operations Brigade, will soon be heading to various parts of the country to establish Spirit Awakening base stations and provide everyone with the most professional guidance. Suyu took a deep breath, his gaze intense, his voice full of power. A brand new era is about to begin. Soon, every one of us in our Dragon Kingdom will have the opportunity to awaken our own power. Please remain patient and confident, and wait for the nation's call for unity. In my Dragon Kingdom, everyone should be like a dragon. As soon as Suyu finished speaking, Huang Lei, He Jiong, Peng Yuchang, Zhang Zifeng, and Lui Fei behind him also released 5 dazzling beams of light using their newly awakened supernatural powers. At that moment, the entire Dragon Kingdom was in an uproar. Countless cities, countless villages, countless people. Long live the Dragon Kingdom. Long live God Su. Everyone can be a dragon. The live stream of Mushroom House spreading the word came to an end amidst the enthusiastic cheers of people across the country. But this is just the beginning. This live broadcast, which lasted for more than 10 hours and witnessed the birth of a miracle, was like dropping a nuclear bomb on the sea of the new era. The monstrous waves it created have only just begun to sweep across the globe. The United States, the Pentagon Command Center. The huge circular conference room was filled with smoke. Dozens of high-ranking British officials in crisp military uniforms, along with a group of chief scientists from top technology laboratories, were all staring intently at the looping images on the holographic projection. The scene depicts Suyu controlling the sky shuttle to slaughter the beast tide, and Lui Fei's miraculous resurrection. FCK. A 4-star general with a full head of silver hair and a rugged stubble on his chin, codenamed Warhawk. He slammed his fist on the table, making the coffee cup jump. Can anyone tell me what the hell this thing is? His eyes, sharp as a hawk's, were filled with anger and a hint of fear that even he himself was unwilling to admit. The Chinese, how did they do that? Have our satellites analyzed that silver storm? What kind of new weapon is it? A particle beam? Or some kind of high-frequency weapon? General. A chief scientist, wearing gold-rimmed glasses and appearing refined, stood up, his face pale and his voice trembling. We can't figure it out. What do you mean you can't analyze it? The general grabbed him by the collar and roared. Because it completely contradicts any of the physical laws we know. The scientist, going all out, pointed at the silver storm on the screen and shouted, almost in despair. It has no thrusters, no energy source, no heat radiation. It's like it appeared out of thin air. And that woman, she defied the second law of thermodynamics and the ironclad rule that apoptosis is irreversible. General, this isn't a weapon. This is magic. Magic? The general was stunned, then, as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world, he loosened his grip on the scientist's collar. Doctor, are you telling me that those yellow-skinned monkeys in China can use magic? I don't know. Enough. Sitting in the main seat, an old man with a gloomy face who had remained silent all along finally spoke. He is Smith, the Chief of Intelligence of the United States. Warhawk, Dr. Reed, now is not the time to argue about whether this is magic or not. Smith crossed his fingers and placed them on the table, his cloudy eyes flashing with a cold, venomous light. We must assume that all of this is true. What? Smith, are you crazy? You believe this nonsense? Whether I believe it or not is not important. Smith said coldly, the important thing is that our mole in China risked his life to send back the last message. He pressed a button, and an encrypted audio message played in the conference room. Shinnon Project, Nationwide Awakening, are all true. The Dragon Kingdom has mastered extraordinary power. Su Yu is the key. He is not human. He is a god. Chapter 81 Reactions from various countries. A ruthless man who pulls that out. Sizzle. The audio abruptly ends here. This nail, codenamed Apostle, has been lying dormant for 20 years without ever making a mistake. Smith's voice was icy cold. 30 seconds after he sent that message back, his life signal completely disappeared from this planet. The meeting room was deathly silent. If the previous live streams could be explained by special effects and psychological warfare, then. Therefore, the intelligence transmitted back by a top agent at the cost of his life was enough to crush their last shred of hope. Then, what should we do? What use are our aircraft carriers and our F-35s against those flying swords? Have no idea. Smith shook his head. But we cannot sit idly by and wait to die. He stood up, walked to the huge world map, and his gaze fell on the rooster-shaped map of the Dragon Kingdom. The people of the Dragon Kingdom have their cultivation of immortality, and we have our own ark. He slammed his fist on the map and gave the order. Pass on my order. The Doomsday Train project activate immediately. Put all our resources and all our talent into it. I don't care about the budget, I don't care about any damn human rights bills. Within 2 months, no, within a month and a half. I must see that savior that never stops running emerge from the underground base. Japan, Cabinet Residence, Emergency Meeting Room. A dozen or so Japanese cabinet ministers, dressed in black suits and with solemn expressions, sat upright. The atmosphere was so oppressive it was hard to breathe. The ashtray was already overflowing with cigarette butts. In the main seat, Sato stared with a livid face at the live replay that was playing on a loop, already etched into his retina. Baka. Defense Minister Tanaka, sporting a stern mustache and a sinister gaze, slammed his fist on the table, veins bulging on his forehead. This is impossible. Absolutely impossible. His voice became shrill due to extreme excitement and fear. How could the people of the Dragon Kingdom possess such power? This must be fake. It's a despicable psychological tactic they devised. It's CG generated. It must be. Tanaka-Yu's roar echoed in the deathly silent conference room, but this time, no one echoed him. Tanaka-Koen. Sato spoke slowly, his voice hoarse as if it had been sanded, and he rubbed his temples wearily. Our satellites and intelligence agencies have already cross-confirmed this at the physical level. The beast tide in Linjiang City is real. That man's power is real too. These words were like a bucket of ice water from Siberia, extinguishing the last glimmer of hope in everyone's hearts. Then, what do we do? A foreign minister, his face ashen, could no longer maintain his composure and said in a trembling voice. The countdown to the apocalypse is less than 2 months long. A super tsunami triggered by a solar storm will be the first to engulf us. We are an island nation, we have nowhere to escape. We live in constant fear. Are we just going to wait for our demise like this? These words struck like a death knell, resounding in the hearts of every high-ranking official. Despair spread like a plague through the conference room. Your Excellency the Prime Minister. Tanaka, you could no longer hold back. He knelt down with a thud, kowtowed to Sato, and wept uncontrollably. We can't wait any longer, let's activate the highest level of diplomatic contingency plans immediately. We beg the Dragon Kingdom for help. No, we submit to them. If they're willing to give our Sakura Kingdom a ship and a spot in a shelter during the apocalypse, that's enough. We're willing to pay any price. We can cede territory, we can pay astronomical sums in reparations, we can even send a royal princess to marry into a foreign power. As long as they're willing to lend us a hand. Enough. Sato slammed his hand on the table, interrupting him. Sato's face revealed a smile that looked more like a grimace. He slumped helplessly into the chair, his once sharp and intelligent eyes now lifeless. It's no use, it's too late. From the moment the Mushroom House preaching livestream began, our diplomatic hotline has been trying to connect to the highest command of the Dragon Kingdom. A total of 108 times. Sato took a deep breath, a breath that seemed to drain all his energy, his voice filled with endless despair. But what was the result? The Chinese, they completely ignore us. All our information has disappeared without a trace. They've treated us like expendable pawns. Like the first batch of trash to be eliminated in the apocalypse. They never intended to save us. Upon hearing this, the entire conference room fell into a truly, eternally silent stillness. It seems that only annihilation awaits them. At the same time, France, oh God, the people of China can cultivate immortality now? Quick, activate our holy light project in the Louvre's basement. We must revive the power of God. Polar Bear Nation, hurrah! Dragon Nation brothers are awesome. But, our Siberian permafrost arc project can't be stopped. By the way, send someone to discuss with the Dragon Nation brothers whether we can import some of that spirit-gathering liquid? Curry Country, by Shiva. The people of the Dragon Kingdom must have stolen our ancient Indian Vedas. Quick, go to the Ganges and bring out all our ascetics. We want to cultivate immortality too. The live stream of Mushroom House Preaching was like a depth charge dropped into a calm lake, causing a huge uproar around the world. The old world order was completely shattered overnight. Panic, greed, fanaticism. Countless emotions are brewing wildly among the top leaders of various countries. The person who started all of this, Suyu, had already left that stage that was in the spotlight. After parting ways with Louis Fei, he boarded the Orca transport plane and quietly returned to the exclusive base of Haicheng University. As soon as I entered, I smelled a familiar, alluring fragrance, like orchids and musk. Lu Mei, dressed in a cool yoga outfit, was in the center of the living room, stretching out her extremely alluring S-shaped curves. Hey, our great hero has returned in triumph? She stopped what she was doing, swayed her serpentine waist as she walked over, her alluring eyes scanning Suyu up and down, a playful smile playing on her lips. How was it? Exchanging sweet nothings with your S+ level sweetheart in front of the whole nation, wasn't it awesome? She deliberately emphasized the words expressing affection across distance, the sarcastic undertones of which were self-evident. Ahem. What do you mean by conveying affection? I was just trying to reassure the people. Suyu blushed and retorted righteously. Besides, Feifei is my woman now. What's wrong with me comforting my own woman? TCH, what a heartless man. Chapter 82. My wife is on maternity leave, and the lottery result, spiritual artifact crafting. Cough cough. Suyu almost choked on his own saliva, and his face turned red. What do you mean by ruthless? I was just helping her awaken her spirit and channel her spiritual energy. What do you know? I understand. Lu Mei chuckled and poked his muscular chest with her jade-like finger. I understand so well, I'm almost dying of jealousy. When will Instructor Su come and help me sort things out? Suyu was immediately jolted awake and righteously pushed the vixen away. Stop fooling around. You. Lu Mei was instantly furious and punched him in the chest with her small fist. But speaking of which, she said leisurely, as if she had thought of something, then stretched out her long, shapely legs encased in black yoga pants, and continued, You caused such a commotion at the Mushroom House this time, and even played those ambiguous games of feeding, cooling off, and sharing a bed with that vixen Louis Fei in front of a national audience. Your female confidants must be extremely jealous, right? Oh? Suyu raised an eyebrow. Sister Qing, did the production team not handle the edited version properly? Qin Maching, who had been silent all along, raised her head at this moment. She pushed up her gold-rimmed glasses, her beautiful eyes behind the lenses remaining calm, but her tone carried a rare hint of amusement. It's been dealt with. The version broadcast to the public is absolutely full of positive energy, shaping you into a perfect, approachable idol. But she changed the subject. Don't forget, your wives aren't ordinary people. It's only a matter of time before they figure something out. Qin Maching pulled up several internal reports, and the access records of several encrypted lines were clearly displayed on the virtual screen. TSK Tisk, Lu Mei shook her head gleefully. Ling Xiaohua hasn't been to class for 3 days, locking herself in her apartment and refusing to see anyone. Bai Nu Wang is even more ruthless. I heard she smashed up an office yesterday, causing Genesis Group's stock price to tremble 3 times. As for Xiao Qin, that female leopard. Brigade Commander Li Zhan just sent a secret telegram saying that she almost crippled Taishan on the training field today. Suyu, Lu Mei laughed heartily, your harem seems to be in trouble? Yeah. However, to the 2 women's surprise, Suyu showed no sign of panic. Capsized? Why did it capsize? They were already mentally prepared. Besides, Suyu shrugged, looking completely matter-of-fact, they're all so busy right now, they don't have time to fight over each other. Busy? Qin Maching also became interested. What are you busy with? Suyu chuckled, leaned closer to the 2 women, and lowered his voice to say. Busy taking care of the pregnancy. Safe pregnancy? Holy crap? You. Lu Mei pointed at Suyu, her voice trembling. Don't tell me, Ling Ishue, Bai Qingyan, Xiao Qin, and Luifei, they. She's pregnant? Bingo! Suyu snapped his fingers, his smug expression practically begging to be punched. Hiss. Even Qin Moqing couldn't help but gasp at this moment. She held her forehead, feeling that her worldview had been impacted even more violently than the nationwide cultivation of immortality. Suyu, you're practically a human seed sowing machine. What are you talking about? Suyu retorted seriously. I'm carrying out the Civilization Torch project, a top-level national mission, understand? He cleared his throat and began to explain his big-picture perspective. Think about it, the task the system gave me is to continue the flame of civilization. These 4 are all S-class or even S-plus class, gem-level mothers. The genes inside them represent the strongest genes for the future of humanity. Moreover, what you don't know, Suyu's tone became mysterious, the system said that if the offspring is successfully born, there will be even more generous extra rewards. This is much better than the simple strategy rewards. So, they are all my precious wives now, and I can't give up any of them. As for what you said about the harem being on fire. Suyu curled his lip in disdain. The end of the world is just around the corner. In 2 months, when the solar storm erupts, the old ethical and moral order will collapse. I am preserving the flame of human civilization. It is a great deed that will benefit future generations. Lu Mei and Qin Moqing exchanged a glance, both seeing the same message in each other's eyes. I have never seen such a shameless person. But ironically, they couldn't refute it. From the highest perspective of national interests and human survival, what Suyu did actually seems to be the right thing to do. All right. Suyu rubbed his hands together, looking impatient. Don't delay the important matter, the most important thing now is lottery. Upon hearing the mention of a lottery, Lu Mei and Qin Moqing immediately put aside all their distracting thoughts, their expressions becoming extremely serious. This is the real highlight. Let's get started. Qin Moqing pushed up her glasses, her eyes filled with anticipation. Suyu nodded, closed his eyes, and focused his mind on the system space. The giant roulette wheel, brimming with a futuristic feel, slowly reappeared. This is his 4th chance to win a prize after successfully winning over Luifei, the 4th S+ level goddess. System, initiate the lottery. Buzz. The huge roulette wheel spun rapidly in an instant, the pointer jumping around in several areas so fast that it was just a blur. Qin Moqing and Lu Mei held their breath, their beautiful eyes fixed on Suyu, their palms sweating with nervousness. Every lottery draw determines the future direction of the Dragon Kingdom. Stop. Suyu was also screaming wildly in his heart. The pointer slowly slowed down, passing over technology, passing over cultivation techniques, passing over essences. Finally, with a crisp click, it came to a steady stop on a brand new grid that radiated an antique bronze glow. Weapon refining. Ding. Congratulations, host, you have won a mythical level reward. The exploitation of the works of nature, the chapter on spiritual weapons. The Tiangong Kaiwu, Lingji pinned the exploitation of the works of nature chapter on spiritual weapons, originating from the Supreme Manual of Ancient Master Craftsmen. It records the method of combining the spiritual energy of heaven and earth with mortal objects to forge magically powerful spiritual weapons. This chapter includes a basic spirit or identification map, the fundamentals of spirit rune inscription, the earth fire smelting method, and complete inscription methods for more than 10 basic spirit runes, such as the spirit gathering array, sharpness array, solidification array, and fire control array. Review: a bridge that perfectly blends technology and cultivation, the key to unlocking the era of psionic industry. Chapter 83. Are we going to build star destroyers? The next moment. Another massive and profound torrent of information, filled with all sorts of ingenious ideas and intricate structural diagrams, flooded into Suyu's mind. When Suyu opened his eyes again, countless intricate runes seemed to be flowing and rearranging within them. So, what did you get? Lu Mei couldn't help but lean over and ask eagerly. I got it. Suyu took a deep breath and slowly uttered 2 words. The Art of Refining Weapons, the chapter on spiritual weapons from the exploitation of the works of nature. Weapon crafting? Lu Mei and Qin Moqing were both taken aback. So, weapon manufacturing? No, it's about forging spiritual artifacts. Sister Qing, Sister Mei, do you know what this means? Heavenly Punishment Electromagnetic Cannon, awesome, right? Human Emperor's World-Suppressing Scripture, awesome, right? Danshin Mystic Record, awesome, right? But these are all independent. And now, we have the adhesive to bring them together. The two women were stunned by what he said, still not quite understanding. Still don't understand? Suyu continued excitedly. The core of Tiangong Kaiwu is not forging, but spiritual runes, a kind of magical rune that can solidify spiritual power and make it produce specific effects. Think about it, if I inscribe the spirit patterns of the Spirit Gathering Array onto the medicinal herb cultivation dish of the Shinong project, how many times would the growth rate of the spirit herbs increase? If the spirit runes of the Sharp Array and Fortified Array were inscribed on the warriors' combat uniforms and weapons, how much would their combat power increase? If Suyu's breathing became rapid as he uttered a crazy idea that sent chills down the spines of both women. If I were to inscribe a composite spirit pattern of the Spirit Gathering Array and the Explosion Array onto every single shell of the Heavenly Punishment Electromagnetic Cannon. If I used the pure spiritual power cultivated from the Human Emperor's World-Suppressing Scripture to activate the Controlled Nuclear Fusion Reactor. If I were to scale up the crafting principles of the Sky Shuttle 10,000 times using neutron star core dense state material as the main body and build a real. Holy crap! This is the Real Cultivation Black technology. Suyu was completely ignited by her own wild imagination. Qin Maching and Lu Mei, who were standing to the side, were completely stunned after hearing his crazy idea. The color drained from their pretty faces, not from fear, but from extreme excitement. Spirit pattern cannonball? Psionic, nuclear fusion? Qin Maching adjusted her glasses, her body trembling slightly with excitement. Suyu, you're a genius. No, you're a madman. Ha 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 ha. Suyu laughed loudly, looking up at the sky. So what if he's crazy? The end of the world is coming. If you're not crazy, you can't live. Half an hour later. The Dragon Kingdom's Supreme Command, in a secret meeting room. When the red indicator light, representing the highest level of emergency communication, lit up again. All the bigwigs present, including the elderly man at the head, felt their hearts involuntarily skip a beat. Not again, not again? A general in charge of logistics suddenly trembled as he held a teacup, spilling hot tea all over his trousers, but he was completely unaware. Bring them in. The old man took a deep breath and gave the order in a deep voice. The next second, the figures of Suyu, Qin Maching, and Lu Mei appeared in the holographic projection. The meeting room was deathly silent. All the big shots stared intently at Suyu with a look that seemed to say, "Don't you dare scare me." Cough cough. The old man cleared his throat and, trying to appear calm, asked, "Comrade Suyu, what is it this time?" The exploitation of the works of nature, the chapter on spiritual implements. Suyu stopped keeping him in suspense and had Qin Maching project the newly compiled fusion plan of Spirit Pattern Technology and Cultivation Black Technology directly onto the holographic screen in the command center. When those imaginative and theoretically feasible solutions were presented to everyone, the entire conference room fell into a deathly silence once again. You could hear a pin drop. Gulp. Academician Li Zhenbong, a leading figure in physics, swallowed hard. He stood up shakily and walked step by step to the holographic screen. His cloudy old eyes shone with an unprecedented light, like a believer who had witnessed a miracle of his life's faith. Spirit runes? To combine and superimpose spiritual energy fields and electromagnetic fields. Using psionic energy to drive nuclear fusion? He muttered to himself, his voice growing louder and louder, until finally, he burst into maniacal laughter, as if he had gone mad. Ah, I see. Mass energy conservation? No, it's psionic energy conservation. It's the ultimate answer to the grand unified theory of the universe. He's gone mad. Academician Li has gone mad. Quick! Call the medics. Academician Chen Jinghua, who was standing nearby, was also startled and quickly went to help him up. I'm not crazy. Li Zhenbong shoved him aside, his face flushed, pointed at a conceptual diagram on the screen, and roared at everyone in the conference room. Do you know what this means? If this spirit rune technology is really feasible, then our previous sword forging project, which produced the Heavenly Punishment Electromagnetic Cannon, was simply garbage, just a useless piece of firewood. According to Comrade Suyu's new concept, we will use psionic nuclear fusion as the core power source and inscribe composite spiritual runes on the shells. He took a deep breath and, with an almost manic tremor, roared out the word that sent chills down everyone's spine. That damn thing, it's not a railgun at all. That's a star destroyer that can blast the moon apart with a single shot. Star destroyer? These two words, like a nuclear bomb with a yield of 10,000 tons, exploded in the minds of all the bigwigs. Their eyes widened, their breathing quickened, and they felt as if their hearts were about to stop beating. We are going to build star destroyers? That's right. Suyu's voice rang out from the projection at just the right moment, carrying an undeniable confidence and boldness. Commanders, the apocalyptic catastrophe, the solar storm, those are just appetizers. The emergence of the system, the inheritance of the human emperor, the popularization of elixirs, the arrival of spiritual artifacts, all of this indicates that our journey is far more than just this small blue planet. Our journey is to the stars and the sea. What's so special about a mere solar storm? What we're going to build is the psionic nuclear fusion star destroyer. What we need to do is build a fleet capable of traversing the cosmic ocean and crushing all enemies before the end of the world arrives. Our dragon kingdom shall use technology to cultivate immortality and suppress all the heavens. Good. The elderly man at the head of the group slammed his hand on the table and stood up. His aged body trembled slightly with extreme excitement. An unprecedented light burst forth from those eyes, which were already somewhat cloudy. Pass on my orders. The old man's voice, like a resounding bell, echoed throughout the entire conference room. Effective immediately, the sword forging and heaven mending projects will be fully merged. Establish a strategic project, the Kunlun project. Target. The old man took a deep breath and said, word by word. Use the full strength of the nation to build the Dragon Kingdom's first psionic star destroyer. Chapter 84. My backyard is on fire, I need to ask for leave. The old man slammed his hand on the table, his voice strong and clear, setting the final tone for the meeting. I hereby announce that the Kunlun project shall commence immediately. From now on, the three major projects, namely, sword forging, mending the sky, and Shinnon, as well as all related scientific research, military, and industrial departments, will be incorporated into the Kunlun project. Our first phase goal. The old man took a deep breath and looked intently at Suyu and the other National Treasure-level academicians who were already filled with excitement. Before the apocalypse arrives, spare no expense to create the Kunlun Type 1 psionic nuclear fusion engine. And the Heavenly Punishment Type 2 Spirit Pattern Electromagnetic Cannon. Yes. A thunderous response filled the conference room. An unprecedented mega-project, capable of expending the entire nation's resources and gambling with the future of the entire civilization, has officially commenced at this moment. After the meeting ended, the bigwigs all left in a hurry. They must implement this massive plan in the shortest possible time. Suyu was about to slip away when academician Li Jinbong stopped him. Comrade Xiaosu, don't hang up yet. At this moment, the old academician's old eyes gleamed with a fool's light. That concept of psionic nuclear fusion, explain it to me in more detail. And that, composite spirit runes, how exactly is its energy transfer model implemented? Mr. Li, please don't get agitated. Suyu quickly reassured him, well, I've already uploaded all the technical data. You can take your time to look at it when you get back. What the hell are you looking at? Those blueprints are too complex, I can't study them all by myself. Li Jinbong said, his beard bristling and eyes wide. You have to stay and work with me. You're now the chief engineer of the Kunlun project. I can't be at ease without your approval. No, elderly, Suyu said with a pained expression, I have other tasks to complete. What mission? Is there anything more important than building star destroyers? Yes. Suyu said with a serious expression. The Civilization Torch project, have you forgotten? I've only completed 4 so far, and I'm still far from meeting the target. This is a matter of great importance concerning the future of humanity. Can you take responsibility for delaying it? Well. Li Jinbong was speechless. He opened his mouth, wanting to refute, but found that he couldn't refute at all. Yes, the Kunlun project is the hardware, but the Xingho project is the future. Then, what should we do? The old academician was so anxious that he paced back and forth. How about this, Mr. Li? Suyu's eyes darted around, and he came up with a compromise. You saw my sky shuttle. Although it displayed great power in the Cloud Peak Mountains, it was essentially made of modern materials and forcibly created with my psychic power. It's too rudimentary. Now that we have the exploitation of the works of nature and spirit rune technology, do you think you could help me upgrade it? Upgrade? Right. Give me 100 or 200 tons of neutron star core dense state material and install that smallest psychic nuclear fusion engine on me. Forget about blades for the shells, just use spirit pattern armor piercing shells. As Suyu spoke, Li Jinbon listened intently, his eyes growing brighter and brighter. Holy crap! You kid, are you upgrading your weapon? Are you building a single soldier version of a star destroyer? Hee, isn't this so that we can better implement the Spark plan in the future? Suyu rubbed his hands together, his face saying, I'm doing this all for work. Okay, Li Jinbon slapped his thigh, I approve it. Give me the detailed design drawings and spirit pattern model, and I will personally lead the team and assemble the most elite team from the Academy of Sciences to build it for you. However, the old academician changed the subject, revealing a sly smile. You must be available at my beck and call before the weapon is finished, serving as my technical advisor. Make a deal. After reaching a deal with academician Li Jinbon, Suyu finally left the command center satisfied. He walked along the tree-lined path of the base, feeling incredibly comfortable. Heavenly Punishment, Human Emperor, Essence, Weapon Forging. All 4 items are complete. Star Destroyers are under construction, exclusive vehicles are being upgraded, and 4S class and S+ class, Treasure class mothers, have all been successfully implanted, carrying the spark representing humanity's strongest genes. Everything is moving in the most perfect direction. TSK, I, Suyu, am simply the chosen one of heaven. Suyu was humming a little tune with great satisfaction when Lu Mei poured cold water on him. Alright, stop being so smug. She gave him a charmingly disdainful look. Your 4 wives are probably already jealous. Aren't you afraid of trouble at home? Suyu suddenly stopped in her tracks. Holy crap! I was so happy that I almost forgot about this. He then remembered that in the show Longing for Life, he had been feeding and cooling off Luifei, that vixen, in front of the entire nation on live television, and even sharing a bed with her. Although Qin Maching handled the editing of the public version, Ling Ishuet, by Qing Yan, Xiao Qin, these 3 are not ordinary people. Especially by Qing Yan and Ling Ishuet, one controls a vast intelligence network, and the other has Vice Minister Chen as her maternal grandfather. If they wanted to check, the uncut version from that night would probably already be on their bedside table. Hiss. Suyu gasped, feeling a chill run down her spine. Then, what should we do? What do you mean, what to do? Just let it be. Lu Mei gloated. He'll have to pay for his own romantic escapades. Ahem, Suyu cleared his throat, his face instantly adopting a righteous and awe-inspiring expression. Comrade Qin Maching, Comrade Lu Mei, as the sole executor of the Civilization Torch plan, I, Suyu, deeply understand the importance of stability in the rear for frontline operations. To ensure the physical and mental health of our wives, and to guarantee that they can nurture the most perfect spark of civilization in a harmonious, pleasant, and safe environment. I, Suyu, hereby formally apply to the organization. I need to ask for leave. I need to go, to appease the harem. No, I mean to calm their emotions. Qin Maching. Lu Mei, I have never seen such a shameless person. Inside the upscale apartment at Haicheng University, specially prepared for Suyu and Ling Ishuei, the atmosphere had reached freezing point. Suyu stood in the entrance hall, wearing what he considered his most charming and apologetic smile, and holding a plate of Beijing 8 delicacies that had just been airlifted from the capital. Honey. I'm home. On the sofa in the living room, Ling Ishuei, dressed in an elegant white loungewear outfit, was holding a plush teddy bear, her cool phoenix eyes fixed on the television. On the TV, nothing else was playing, it was playing the uncut version of A Longing for Life on a loop. The scene where Suyu feeds Luifei the spirit fruit. She didn't turn around, but let out a cold snort from her nose. Snort. Chapter 85 Wife, let me explain. It was all malicious editing. How about I make it up to you? Suyu's heart skipped a beat. It's all over. This was even more frightening than when he faced the king of earth dragons. Ahem, honey, let me explain. Suyu quickly changed into slippers, grinned, and went over to place the snacks on the coffee table. There's really nothing between me and that Luifei. It's all a misunderstanding, malicious editing by the production team. Malicious editing? Ling Yixue finally turned her head away. Her beautiful, aloof face was expressionless, but the chill in her phoenix eyes seemed to freeze the entire room. Yeah? She picked up the tablet on the table, opened a video file, and tossed it in front of Suyu. What about this one? Is this also malicious editing? Suyu looked closely and saw that the scene in the picture was the Kong bed in the wedding room that had been collapsed by wild boars. Although the most crucial academic exchange part was censored, the scenes of sharing a bed and sharing a blanket were filmed clearly and unambiguously. Suyu fell silent. Wife, let me explain. No, let me tell you. I saw that her spiritual energy was disordered and I was afraid she would suffer a chi deviation, so I used my spiritual energy to help her regulate it. We are innocent. Innocent than this glass of water. Clean? Ling Yixue laughed in exasperation. She pointed to Lu Yifei's naturally alluring face, flushed with desire, in the video. You call this innocence? You call taking off your clothes for spiritual energy channeling clearing one's name? Do you think I'm stupid? Suyu. You big liar. You big bastard. Ling Yixue became more and more aggrieved as she spoke, and her eyes instantly reddened. She suddenly grabbed a cushion from the sofa and threw it at Suyu. Didn't you say you loved me the most? Didn't you say I was your light? And then you turned around and went to channel spiritual energy with that fox spirit? You even spent the whole night trying to calm them down? I'll beat you to death, you heartless bastard. Suyu didn't dare to dodge, letting the soft, fluffy pillow fall on her. Just kidding, he's a cultivator now, these little fists, oh no, these little pillows, hitting him is like tickling him. But he had to put on an exaggerated ouch, that hurts, expression. Wife, I was wrong, I was really wrong. He grabbed Ling Yixue's fist as it pounded towards him, and pulled her into his arms, holding her tightly. Let me finish. Ugh. Let me go. I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. Ling Yixue struggled violently in his arms, but Suyu forcefully silenced her with a kiss. Ugh. Ugh. After a 3-minute-long physical persuasion, Ling Yixue finally stopped struggling, her pretty face flushed red, and she collapsed into his arms, panting. Her watery phoenix eyes were still filled with grievance and shame. You bastard, you only know how to bully me. Hee, Suyu said, seeing that she had finally calmed down. He kissed her smooth forehead and continued to argue. Wife, I swear, I was only with her for the mission. Suyu had a look on her face that said, I didn't want to either. This is all arranged by the state, it's an organizational task. As a general of the Dragon Kingdom and a guardian war god, I cannot desert my post and betray the expectations of the country and its people, can I? Suyu pulled out his tried and true combination of national righteousness tactics. Ling Yixue was stunned by his words. A task assigned by the state? Although she still felt a pang of jealousy, reason told her that what Suyu said actually made sense. After all, the nationwide spiritual awakening movement was announced by Suyu. Then you. She bit her red lips, still somewhat unwilling. So, do you have that? Which one? Suyu feigned ignorance. It's that one. Ling Yixue blushed with embarrassment. Oh. Suyu suddenly realized, and then shook his head with a serious expression. No. Absolutely not. Who am I, Suyu? I'm a married man. How could I possibly be having affairs outside? I just helped her awaken her spirit and guided her spiritual energy. She has a special constitution and almost went into a state of demonic possession. What I felt was, that was pure camaraderie. Yes, it was camaraderie. Ling Yixue looked at him suspiciously. Although she was still not entirely convinced, Suyu's confident demeanor calmed her anger considerably. For now. I'll trust you this once. She turned her head away haughtily. However, you have to make it up to me. Compensation? How will we compensate you? A triumphant smile flashed in Suyu's eyes. Ling Yixue hadn't decided yet. Suyu, however, had already given her no chance to think. He scooped her up in his arms and carried her toward the bedroom. Ah! Suyu, what are you doing? Put me down. It's still daylight. It's better to have it on, so I can see clearly. How exactly am I making it up to you? No, 3,000 words are omitted here, detailing the academic discussion process regarding compensation and in-depth exchange. A complete upheaval occurred, and the sun was high in the sky. As if all her strength had been drained, Ling Yixue lazily curled up in Suyu's strong arms. A lingering, alluring blush remained on her pretty face. Her clear, cool eyes were now veiled with a layer of mist. She stared at the still energetic and seemingly tireless man with seductive eyes. Asshole. Her voice was so hoarse it was unrecognizable. Hey, hey. Suyu gave her a satisfied kiss on the smooth forehead. Honey, are you still angry? Snort. Ling Yixue let out a weak groan, turned over, and buried her face in the pillow. I'm not angry anymore, I was just about to be driven crazy by you. Just then, she suddenly felt a churning in her stomach, and an indescribable surge of acid reflux rose up. She shoved Suyu away and rushed into the bathroom at the fastest speed she had ever been. Vomit. A violent retching sound came from the bathroom. Suyu's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly followed. Ling Yixue was seen leaning against the sink, her pretty face deathly pale, vomiting violently. Honey, what's wrong? Suyu asked the question knowingly, but put on a very nervous expression and gently patted her back. I don't know. Ling Yixue rinsed her mouth and said weakly, these past few days, it's been like this all the time. I feel like throwing up whenever I smell anything greasy, and I'm also extremely sleepy. As she was speaking, her voice suddenly stopped. Her beautiful eyes widened instantly. Drowsiness, acid reflux, nausea. Then, thinking about my own period, which was almost half a month late. A thought that both surprised, delighted, and terrified her suddenly resounded. Chapter 86: The Bloodline of the Ice Emperor. My wife is pregnant. Ling Yixue trembled, raised her head, and looked at Suyu with an incredulous expression. Suyu, I wouldn't. Hey. Looking at her adorable, bewildered expression, Suyu finally couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. He scooped her up from the ground and kissed her hard on her pale face. Congratulations, Ling Yixue. You're going to be a mother. I really am pregnant? Ling Yixue's mind went completely blank with a buzz. She subconsciously reached out and gently stroked her still flat stomach. Here. A tiny life, belonging to her and him, is already being conceived here? A wonderful feeling called maternal love instantly overwhelmed her. Her clear, beautiful eyes filled with tears again, but this time, they were tears of joy. I'm going to be a mom? Yes. Suyu smiled and pressed his ear against her lower abdomen. Let me hear. The baby said he's very healthy and that you shouldn't worry. You're so annoying. Ling Yixue was amused by him, laughing and crying at the same time, and gently punched his shoulder with her pink fist. Then, what do we do now? Should we tell my parents? There's no rush yet. Suyu shook his head, his expression turning serious. Wife, these are extraordinary times. Our child is destined for greatness. Your body is still too weak. We must improve our strength as soon as possible in order to protect you and our child. Upon hearing this, Ling Yixue nodded emphatically. Yes, she's not alone anymore. For her child's sake, she had to become stronger. Suyu, then can I also cultivate immortality? Like Lu Yifei? She asked with some anticipation. Certainly. A confident smile appeared on Suyu's face. Moreover, I guarantee that your supernatural powers are definitely stronger than hers. Come on, honey, sit down. Suyu helped her sit cross-legged on the bed in the bedroom. I will awaken your spirit now. Suyu took a deep breath and slowly placed his hands on Ling Yixue's back. This time, he held nothing back. The mental technique of the human emperor's world-suppressing scripture is now in full operation. Pure spiritual energy, like a vast river, surged into Ling Yixue's body. It cleanses her meridians, removes her hair and marrow, and at the same time, it nourishes the little life that is just sprouting in her womb with the gentlest power. Boom! Almost the instant the spiritual energy surged in, Ling Yixue's body erupted with an extreme chill that made one's heart tremble. The temperature in the entire room suddenly dropped. Tiny ice crystals even condensed in the air. A few hours later. Ding! Target Ling Yixue detected. Bloodline resonance awakens a plus-level divine ability Ice Emperor Bloodline. A plus-level divine power. Ice Emperor Bloodline. A surge of joy welled up in Suyu's heart. As expected of an S-class goddess, her talent certainly did not disappoint him. Ling Yixue's eyes remained closed, but a visible pale blue chill had somehow appeared around her. Her jet black hair moved without wind, and even the ends were covered with glistening frost. Her beautiful, aloof face now seemed sculpted from millennia-old ice, pure and noble, radiating an aura of majesty that made one dare not look directly at her. Open! Suyu let out a low shout and increased the output of his spiritual power. Buzz! An even more powerful chill suddenly erupted. Centered on the two people, the entire room's floor, walls, ceiling, were covered by a thick layer of ice crystals in just a few breaths. The entire bedroom had been transformed into a crystal-clear ice palace. Call! After a long while, Ling Yixue slowly opened her eyes. In her clear, cold eyes, it seemed as if two streaks of blue lightning flashed by. She raised her fair, delicate hand and looked at it with some curiosity. A thought crossed my mind. Snap! A lifelike snow lotus flower, formed from condensed ice crystals, suddenly bloomed in her palm. This is my power? She murmured to herself, her eyes filled with shock and wonder. That's right. Suyu slowly finished his practice, feeling the chill in the room that could almost freeze one's soul, and nodded in satisfaction. A plus-grade, Ice Emperor bloodline, wife, your talent is much stronger than that fox spirit's. Suyu seized the opportunity to compliment his wife. Really? Two charming blushes instantly appeared on Ling Yixue's pretty face, and her cold and dignified demeanor dissipated, transforming her back into the coquettish little woman she once was. Then, what's the use of this supernatural power? It's incredibly useful. Suyu explained with a smile, the Ice Emperor bloodline is an extremely rare elemental bloodline ability. It not only allows you to manipulate ice and snow and unleash various powerful ice spells, such as ice spikes, ice walls, and blizzards. More importantly, he paused, his tone becoming somewhat envious, it can also greatly improve your cultivation speed and your affinity for water and ice energy, and even slow down aging and keep you young forever. Eternal youth? These four words are as devastating to any woman as a nuclear bomb. Ling Yixue's eyes lit up instantly, and she subconsciously touched her delicate, flawless cheeks. All right, Suyu said with a smile, gently pinching her pert nose. You've just started your spiritual awakening and you're pregnant, so it's not advisable to overexert yourself. These next few days, just stay in the apartment and consolidate your cultivation level, familiarize yourself with your new power. Also, take good care of your pregnancy. Yes. Ling Yixue nodded emphatically, her face beaming with a happy smile. However, Suyu seemed to remember something and took out a small communicator from his pocket and handed it to her. Take this. It's an internal encrypted line, and it's on 24/7. If you need anything, or if you miss me, just call me anytime. And what about you? Ling Yixue took the communicator and asked with some reluctance, are you leaving again? Well, I still have some other things to take care of. Suyu sighed, his face showing a helpless expression that said, I'm so worried about the country. Humph, she snorted haughtily, go on, finish up quickly and come back to keep me company. Yes, ma'am. Suyu stole a kiss on her lips before leaving the apartment, completely satisfied. Genesis Group Headquarters, President's Office. When Suyu pushed open the heavy solid wood door, Bai Qingyan was wearing a pure black high-end custom suit, sitting in front of the huge floor-to-ceiling window, with her back to him, looking down at the business empire she had built with her own hands. Her figure was aloof and indifferent, as if she were isolated from the whole world. Wife, I'm home. Suyu closed the door and walked straight over. He didn't act like he did with Ling Yixue, but instead gently wrapped his arms around her slender waist from behind, a waist that was so delicate yet incredibly supple. Bai Qingyan's body suddenly stiffened. Chapter 87 Electromagnetic Control. The Iceberg Female CEO's Supernatural Power. You scumbag, let me go. Bai Qingyan felt the man behind her, his voice icy cold. I won't let go. Suyu rested his chin on her fragrant shoulder, feeling the unique, cool fragrance of her body, like pine needles after a snowfall. I said, let go. Bai Qingyan's tone became more forceful, even carrying a hint of danger. Honey, why are you so angry? I didn't do anything to Louis Fei during the live stream. Suyu said with an innocent look on his face. You. Bai Qingyan suddenly turned around, her cold phoenix eyes staring intently at him. Suyu, do you think I'm a fool? You think that just because you had the publicly available live stream footage removed, I won't be able to find out? She slammed a tablet computer hard into Suyu's arms. See for yourself. Suyu looked down and saw that the tablet computer was playing a video of the original surveillance footage of the Mushroom House, which had been restored using special technology. The image shows his back as he carries Louis Fei into the bridal chamber on the Kong-heated brick bed. Although it only lasted a few seconds, the impatient posture and the ambiguous atmosphere. The evidence is simply irrefutable. Forehead. Suyu fell silent again. Goodness, no wonder she's the woman who controls the intelligence network of $1 trillion corporation. She managed to uncover this. What? Speechless? Seeing his guilty look, Bai Qingyan felt a surge of anger and resentment that had been building up for days, and it all erupted. Suyu, in my life, what I hate most is betrayal and deception. I thought you were different from those stinky men, I thought you were real. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes welled up with tears. Why did you lie to me? Do you think I, Bai Qingyan, am just a plaything to be summoned and dismissed at will? Suyu felt a pang of pain in his heart when he saw her tearful appearance. He knew that this woman had truly fallen in love and was truly hurt. He put away all his jokes and solemnly cupped her exquisite face in his hands. Sister Yan, listen to me. I admit that something did happen between me and Louis Fei that went beyond a normal colleague relationship. What? Bai Qingyan's body trembled violently, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief and disappointment. He actually admitted it? But don't get excited yet. Suyu gently stroked her cheek with his thumb and continued speaking. But you have to believe me, it really was just an accident. It was a way of channeling spiritual energy that we had to do for the mission, to help her awaken her supernatural powers. Moreover, I assure you, in my entire life, the only person I truly cherish in my heart is you. Bai Qingyan was completely bewildered by his sincere yet twisted logic. What does "for the mission" mean? What is meant by a special approach to crowd control? Suyu. Bai Qingyan trembled with rage. You're shameless. Yes, I'm shameless, Suyu admitted without hesitation. But I'll only be shameless to you. After saying that, he didn't give her any more chance to speak, lowered his head, and fiercely attacked her. Omitted 5,000 words about how shameless an academic report was. 2 hours later. In front of the floor-to-ceiling windows in the CEO's office, the expensive Italian leather sofa was already in a mess. Bai Qingyan's usually cold and pretty face was now flushed with embarrassment and utter despair. That bastard. He's not even human. He's an insatiable beast. Are you still angry now? Suyu gave her a light peck on her swollen, red spot, knowing full well what he was asking. Roll. Bai Qingyan pushed him weakly, the force soft and feeble. It's more like flirting. Alright, enough fooling around, now we need to get down to business. Suyu straightened her disheveled suit skirt, and her expression became serious. Sister Yan, you are also carrying our child now. Your safety and health are my biggest concerns. Although the security forces of Genesis are very strong, the power of ordinary people is ultimately limited in the face of future catastrophes. Therefore, you must also awaken your spiritual power as soon as possible. As soon as the topic of children and cultivation came up, Bai Qingyan's attention was indeed diverted. A hint of anticipation and passion flashed in her beautiful eyes. She had long admired those godlike methods. Especially since even that little vixen Louis Fei has been awakened by her husband, how can she fall behind? I can awaken supernatural powers like Louis Fei? Of course. Suyu smiled confidently. And I guarantee that your supernatural abilities are definitely stronger than hers. Come on, honey, sit down. Suyu helped her sit cross-legged on the carpet in the center of the office. I'll help you awaken your spirit right now. Having gained experience from previous encounters, Suyu's transfer of skills technique was already highly proficient. He sat cross-legged behind Bai Qingyan, his hands slowly touching her smooth back, which, even through a thin silk shirt, still exuded amazing elasticity. Hold fast to the original essence, concentrate your mind and calm your breath. Suyu gave a low shout, and pure spiritual energy, like a gentle stream, flowed into Bai Qingyan's body. Almost the instant the spiritual energy surged in, her body resonated perfectly with Suyu's spiritual energy. She didn't even need much guidance from Suyu. She instinctively began to draw in the spiritual energy from the outside world. Boom! A strange fluctuation, completely different from Ling Yishua's extreme cold, yet equally chilling, erupted from Bai Qingyan's center. Crackling and popping. All the electronic devices in the office, computers, projectors, lights, even Suyu's cell phone. At that moment, the screens all began to flicker wildly, and the current emitted a hissing sound as if it were about to collapse under the strain. Then, with a few muffled thuds, all the electrical appliances burned out due to overload. Holy crap! Suyu was shocked. What's going on? Is this an EMP electromagnetic pulse? Bai Qingyan's eyes remained closed, but around her, visible fine blue arcs of electricity began to swirl. Her hair moved without wind, and she exuded an aura that sent chills down your spine. Open! Suyu let out a low shout and increased the output of his spiritual power. Buzz! An even more powerful current suddenly erupted. Bai Qingyan suddenly opened her eyes. Sizzle! 2 terrifying blue bolts of lightning flashed past her cold phoenix eyes. Ding! Target Bai Qingyan detected. Bloodline resonance awakens a level divine ability electromagnetic control. Another grade A. Suyu was overjoyed. As expected of an S+ level goddess, her talent was truly outstanding. I feel. Bai Qingyan raised her fair, jade-like hand and looked at it with some curiosity. She could clearly feel the ubiquitous electromagnetic waves in the air, Wi-Fi signals, cell phone signals, radio broadcasts. In her perception, everything had now transformed into tangible nets made of data and electricity. A thought suddenly occurred to her. Buzz. Suyu's phone, which had just gone black due to overload and was burned out, actually lit up on its own. On the screen, countless lines of code flashed by like a waterfall. Then, an encrypted interface was forcibly cracked, revealing Suyu's WeChat chat history? Holy crap! With lightning speed, Suyu snatched the phone away and put it back in his pocket, still feeling a bit shaken. Wife, your abilities are a bit too incredible. If she were to take a second look, wouldn't all of my chat logs with my other wives be exposed? Chapter 88 Sky Shuttle Heavenly Punishment Type 1. Spirit Pattern Armor Piercing Flying Blade. Electromagnetic Control? Bai Qingyan also snapped out of that mysterious state. Looking at Suyu's guilty look, she narrowed her cold phoenix eyes slightly and curled her red lips into a playful smile. Hee hee, wife, it's illegal to peek at the cell phones of people who are in charge of state secrets. Let me first introduce you to the supernatural power you've awakened. Suyu calmly turned off his phone and then changed the subject. Level A, Electromagnetic Control. This supernatural ability allows you to control electric current and electromagnetic waves to a certain extent. From controlling electrical appliances to hacking into networks, and even controlling metal. Suyu explained the facts without changing his expression. Yeah? Bai Qingyan looked at him with a half smile. I feel like it's much more interesting than you described. She extended her slender fingers, a tiny blue arc of electricity dancing at the tip like a mischievous sprite. It seems like I can see all the secrets on your phone. Suyu. Ahem, wife, you've just awakened, and your supernatural powers are still unstable. It's not advisable to overexert yourself. Suyu quickly changed the subject again, saying with a serious expression. Your primary task now is to focus on your pregnancy and consolidate your cultivation. Once you have fully mastered this power, the firewall of Genesis will be so strong that even the United Kingdom will not be able to breach it. Fine, I bet you don't have the guts to hide the fact that you have another woman from me. Bai Qingyan gave a haughty snort and didn't pursue the matter further. It's likely that Suyu's phone contains some state secrets that cannot be revealed, and she doesn't want Suyu to be held accountable. And she could feel that the little life inside her had also received an incredibly pure energy during the awakening process, making it even more active. This filled her heart with maternal warmth and a sense of fulfillment. And what about you? She raised her head, a hint of dependence and reluctance that she herself was unaware of. Are you leaving again? Suyu nodded, a hint of helplessness on his face. I have no choice, honey. The Kunlun project is pushing hard. My Sky Shuttle just completed its first phase of upgrades, and I have to go back and inspect it. After all, I am a general. I can't just spend all my time indulging in pleasure and neglecting important national affairs, can I? Okay, then go ahead. Surprisingly, Bai Qingyan didn't pester him. Instead, she took the initiative to straighten the wrinkles in his collar. You're destined for great things, don't worry about me. I'll take care of things at home. A warm feeling welled up in Suyu's heart. He knew that this woman truly regarded him as her everything. Okay. But I'm not in a hurry, I'll leave tomorrow, hee hee. As he spoke, he chuckled mischievously and embraced the stunningly beautiful woman in his arms, who appeared cold on the outside but was warm on the inside. Another day has passed. Suyu walked out of the Genesis Group building feeling refreshed and boarded the familiar military private jet. Destination northwest of the Dragon Kingdom, the main base of the Kunlun project. When the plane pierced through layers of clouds and landed at the heavily guarded underground base hidden deep in the Gobi Desert, he was greeted by Academician Li Zhenbang, who had been waiting for a long time and was so excited that his face was flushed. Xiao Su, you finally arrived. The old academician grabbed Su Yu's hand and dragged him toward the core experimental area. That kind of energy is even stronger than that of a young man. You're a genius. No, you're a fucking monster. Academician Li Zhenbang pointed to the dazzlingly complex model of the psionic nuclear fusion engine on the holographic projection, spittle flying from his mouth as he spoke. Do you know what? We actually succeeded with your spirit rune concept. The Kunlun I prototype successfully ignited at 3 a.m. yesterday. Energy output efficiency is 120 times that of traditional nuclear fusion. 120 times? Even though Suyu had anticipated this, he was still shocked by the number. This is just the beginning. Academician Li Zhenbang said excitedly as he walked. Once we fully understand the compact materials in the core of neutron stars, this number can increase at least tenfold. Alright, Mr. Li, take it easy for now. Suyu, both amused and exasperated, helped the elderly academician who was about to pass away. The engine isn't urgent, but what about my weapon? What's the rush? You'll get your share. Li Zhenbang rolled his eyes at him impatiently, but he couldn't hide the smugness on his face. He led Suyu through layers of alloy gates to a giant test hangar that was the size of several football fields. In the very center of the hangar, a jet-black, 3-meter-long, streamlined, and violently aesthetically pleasing shuttle-shaped weapon, its surface engraved with countless mysterious golden, spirit patterns, floats silently on an anti-gravity platform. Holy crap! Suyu stared wide-eyed at the precious treasure before him. Is this still the Sky Shuttle? This is clearly a single-soldier version of a Star Destroyer. How about it? Academician Li Zhenbang proudly patted the cold, smooth outer shell of the neutron star material. This is a project that brought together the top team in our academy and took half a month to create just for you. Escape Tizat Tian Punishment Type 1. The main structure uses neutron star core dense state material, combined with high-strength psionic alloy. Not to mention armor-piercing bullets. Even if a small nuclear bomb explodes next to it, it will not be damaged in the slightest. The core power source is a super-simplified version of the Kunlun Type 1, the psionic microreactor, which is directly connected to and controlled by your own mental power. Weapon system. Li Zhenbang pressed a button, and the outer shell of the Sky Shuttle clicked open, revealing a dense array of firing ports inside. Equipped with 3,600 spirit pattern armor-piercing flying blades, each one is engraved with a composite spirit pattern of sharpness and spirit gathering. As for its power, you'll have to try it yourself to see. Suyu rubbed his hands together excitedly and eagerly reached out his hand. Buzz! As if sensing its master's call, the Sky Shuttle transformed into a black gold stream of light and instantly disappeared into his palm. A wonderful feeling of being connected by blood, as if it were my own arm, welled up in my heart. The firing range is over there. Li Zhenbang pointed to the end of the hangar, to the 50-meter thick alloy target wall. Want to give it a try? That's exactly what I was thinking. With a thought, Suyu sent the Sky Shuttle flying out of his palm and hovering in front of him. Target, wall ahead. Mode, single point penetration. Disintegration. Call out. A blade, no bigger than a finger, jet black with golden spirit patterns shimmering on its surface, shot out from the Sky Shuttle. Chapter 89. It's gotten even hotter after a few days. You scumbag, have you had enough? Put. The next instant, the 50-meter thick special alloy target wall was like butter scalded by a red-hot branding iron. A perfectly smooth, bottomless hole appeared silently in the center of the wall. Li Zhenbang. Suyu. Holy crap! Suyu couldn't help but swear. He's got some skills. Ahem, Li Zhenbang's face flushed red. Mainly because the neutron star material is too heavy, plus the ultra-high acceleration of the psychic microreactor, we didn't expect the power to be so outrageous. Suyu looked at the small hole that was still emitting blue smoke, and his heart was filled with ecstasy. With this thing, won't we be able to kill gods and Buddhas alike? Oh, right, Li Zhenbang said, as if he had just remembered something, and took a box out of his pocket and handed it to him. This is from the Shinnong project, they asked me to pass it on to you. Suyu opened it and saw that there were hundreds of pills, each the size of a longan, completely green and exuding a rich spiritual energy, neatly arranged inside. This is a spirit gathering pill? That's right. Li Zhenbong nodded. Using the pill formula you provided, combined with the first batch of spiritual herbs produced by the Spirit Gathering Array, I refined the standard version of the Spirit Gathering Pill. Its effect is 30 times that of the simplified version of the Spirit Gathering Liquid. Suyu. Having obtained the Sky Shuttle Heavenly Punishment Type 1 and a whole box of freshly made Spirit Gathering pills, Suyu was in an incredibly sunny mood, walking with a swagger. He politely declined Academician Li Zhenbong's enthusiastic invitation to stay and further explore psionic physics, citing national affairs, the passing on of knowledge, and the urgency of the matter as the reason, and slipped away. Are you kidding me? Studying blueprints with a bunch of old men whose combined age is almost 1,000? Wouldn't it be better for him to use that time to soothe his own backyard and contribute more to the Civilization Torch project? He rode in the base's internal shuttle, humming a little tune, straight to the training base of the Dragon Soul Special Operations Brigade. He needs to go check on his superhuman unit and see how their training is going. He also needs to comfort the beautiful military woman who is pregnant with his child. Dragon Soul Special Operations Brigade, Gravity Training Room A1. Drink! A clear, cold shout rang out. A silver-white figure moved with lightning speed through the training room, surrounded by faint crimson-gold flames. Every punch and kick she threw carried a fierce and intense gust of wind. Opposite her was a giant over 3 meters tall, whose body was covered in rock armor. It was Taishan who had awakened the B-level supernatural power, immovable king body. Bang! 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 Xiao Qin's fists and feet rained down on the rocky armor of Mount Tai, producing a dull, drum-like sound. Each strike was coated with a layer of domineering, golden monarch burning heaven flame, which sizzled and burned the hard rocky skin of Mount Tai, causing fragments of rock to fall off continuously. Ouch! Stop, stop, stop! Taishan was beaten back by her and could only raise his hands and beg for mercy in a muffled voice. Big sister, I was wrong, okay? You're going to burn me as firewood? Xiao Qin slowly finished her practice. The flames in her sharp phoenix eyes gradually faded, but the icy chill remained undiminished. Useless thing. She coldly uttered 3 words, not even bothering to look at Mount Tai again, and turned to pick up a towel from the shelf to wipe the glistening beads of sweat from her forehead. Taishan, looking aggrieved, dispelled the immovable king body and returned to his original state. He looked at his arms, charred black and still smoldering, and felt like crying but had no tears. Hey lady, aren't you a bit too hot-tempered? Please have some loofah soup to cool down. He leaned closer and whispered, it's been almost half a month, and you've been using me as a target every day for practice. I know, the head instructor, he went to film that lousy variety show, and he's got that ambiguous relationship with that vixen. It's a bit unethical. Shut up. Xiao Qin turned around abruptly, her icy eyes seeming to spit fire. Who gave you permission to talk about the head instructor? Taishan was startled by her sudden outburst of anger. And also, Xiao Qin's voice was icy cold. I practice martial arts to improve my strength and protect my country. It has absolutely nothing to do with that man. Yes, it's okay. Taishan nodded repeatedly, but in his heart he was cursing wildly. It's okay? Is it okay that you've been acting like you've taken a bomb for the past 2 weeks? It's okay, you can double your training every day and beat us grown men to a pulp. He, in particular, the only B-class tank in the entire battalion, became her personal punching bag. Taishan felt that the past 2 weeks had been worse than being in hell. The head instructor has arrived. Just then, a loud and clear voice came from outside the alloy door of the training room. Xiao Qin and Taishan's bodies stiffened at the same time. The two instinctively turned their heads and saw the heavy alloy door slowly sliding open. Suyu, dressed in a sharp black special-made general's uniform, with the general's stars on his shoulders gleaming under the lights, strolled in slowly with his hands in his pockets and a lazy smile on his face, as if he were on an inspection tour by a leader. Chief Instructor! Taishan was so excited that he trembled, and immediately stood at attention, giving a standard military salute. Good morning, Chief Instructor. Not bad. Suyu casually waved to the other elite soldiers who were training. The next moment, his gaze fell on the stunning female soldier who stood motionless with her back to him. Xiao Qin continued wiping her sweat, as if she hadn't heard him come in at all. But her slightly trembling shoulders and the taut curve of her back, like a bowstring, betrayed the turmoil in her heart. Suyu chuckled inwardly. You think you can play these tricks on me? He cleared his throat, deliberately raised his voice, and said in a businesslike tone. Comrade Taishan, you can go out first. I have something to say to Comrade Chilean alone. Yes. Taishan felt as if he had been granted a pardon. He gave Suyu a sympathetic look that seemed to say, "Take care, Chief Instructor," and then slipped away as fast as he could. Bang! The alloy door slowly closed. In the huge gravity training room, only Suyu and Xiaoqin remained. The atmosphere became somewhat awkward and subtle for a moment. Suyu wasn't in a hurry. He leisurely walked up behind her, admiring her incredibly perky and full buttocks, which were the result of years of training, and her incredibly long legs, which were wrapped in combat uniform and exuded explosive power. It seems a bit more perky after just a few days. You scumbag, haven't you had enough? Chapter 90. Let my husband check it out. You scumbag, haven't you had enough? A cool, slightly embarrassed, and slightly angry shout rang out in the empty gravity training room. Xiaoqin slammed the towel on the rack, turned around, and stared at Suyu with her phoenix eyes burning with anger. Hee, not enough. Suyu showed no sign of guilt whatsoever. Instead, he grinned and his gaze lingered even more brazenly over her devilish curves, perfectly outlined by her combat uniform. Xinshin's figure is even better than before. Has she been secretly working out behind my back again? Come on, let your husband check if it's gotten bigger again. You. Xiaoqin's pretty face flushed red with anger at his lewd words. Her breathtakingly full breasts heaved violently. That bastard. He's been flirting with other women outside, and now he actually has the nerve to come back and seduce me? Who does he think he is? A toy that comes when summoned and goes when dismissed? A surge of intense humiliation and anger ignited the powder keg within her. Enough with the nonsense. Xiaoqin's eyes instantly turned cold and dangerous. She cracked her wrists, making a series of snapping sounds, and approached Suyu step by step. Instructor Su, all talk and no action is useless. I heard you're now a national war god, quite the impressive figure. Perfect timing, I've also learned something new in the past 2 weeks. A crimson gold flame ignited in her sharp, beautiful eyes. Come on, practice with me first. Before she could finish speaking, the alloy floor beneath her feet suddenly trembled, and she transformed into a streak of fire, lunging fiercely at Suyu like an enraged mother leopard. Burning Heaven Phoenix Break. She didn't hold back at all. Her first move was a killing move using an A-level divine power. On her fair fist, crimson gold, golden monarch Burning Heaven Flame, gathered wildly, fatally transforming into a ferocious phoenix phantom, carrying terrifyingly high temperatures that could incinerate everything, heading straight for Suyu's face. The power of this punch was several times stronger than it was half a month ago in the Yunfeng Mountains. Holy crap! Suyu was also startled, not expecting this girl to be serious. Wife, are you trying to murder your husband? He shouted, but his feet moved as fast as a ghost. He tilted his body slightly to the side at an incredible angle, narrowly avoiding the powerful punch. Boom! The crimson gold fire dragon fist force grazed past his nose and slammed hard into the 50-meter thick alloy target wall behind him. A loud bang. She actually blasted a huge crater, half a meter in diameter, into that target wall, with the edges full of melting marks. Suyu. If that hit me. Suyu touched his nose, feeling a bit chilly. Who's your wife? You bastard, go to hell. Despite missing her first attack, Xiaoqin's offensive continued relentlessly, like a raging storm. Whip kick, elbow strike, knee strike. She perfectly combined the top-notch fighting skills of the Dragon Soul Special Forces with the A-level divine ability, Golden Monarch Burning Heaven Flame. Each strike was accompanied by a sonic boom that tore through the air and an intense heat that burned everything in its path. In an instant, the entire training room was ablaze with flames and howling winds, as if 2 fire dragons were churning the seas inside. However, no matter how fierce her attacks were, Suyu remained like a fallen leaf in a storm. He always manages to narrowly avoid all attacks at the most critical moments, using the most unbelievable angles and the slightest movements. They even have time to take advantage of others verbally. Hey, honey, your fire phoenix spreads across the plains move was pretty good, but the force was too scattered. Be careful not to hurt your back. Wow, that deadly scissor kick, TSK, those long legs, so wide and straight, it's just that the angle is wrong, it can't grab me. Wife, please stop hitting me. If you keep hitting me, your combat uniform will be soaked with sweat and stick to your body. I'm afraid I won't be able to control myself. You shut up. Xiao Qin blushed with anger at his foul language, and her attacks became even more fierce. Sigh, if your wife doesn't listen to you, then don't blame your husband for being impolite. Suyu sighed, and his eyes became more serious. Just as Xiao Qin, overcome with shame and anger, exposed an opening with her whip kick, a sudden glint of light flashed in his usually languid eyes. S rank, psychic power, activated. Buzz. An invisible yet vast spiritual impact crashed into Xiao Qin's mind. Xiao Qin's body stiffened abruptly, and her fiery phoenix eyes momentarily lost focus. In a battle between masters, victory or defeat can be decided in an instant. Suyu's figure appeared as if he had teleported, instantly closing in on her. Instead of attacking, he stretched out his foot and gently hooked it at her slender ankle. Ah! Xiao Qin gasped in surprise, instantly losing her balance and falling backward uncontrollably. She instinctively thought she would fall onto the cold alloy floor, but unexpectedly, Suyu arrived first and lay down where she was about to land. Bang! A muffled thud. The expected pain did not come instead, there was a warm and firm cushion. Xiao Qin landed squarely in Suyu's arms. Suyu groaned, feeling as if he was about to be crushed to death by this little female leopard. But the next second, he felt it was all worth it. That breathtaking fullness, that firm and perky buttocks, those long legs brimming with explosive power. Xiao Qin also realized what was happening when she realized that she was lying on Suyu in such an indecent position. Her mind went blank. She could clearly feel the man's firm chest and powerful heartbeat. And a certain part of the body that became somewhat inappropriate due to the battle and excitement. Are you convinced? Suyu's voice, tinged with a smug pant, rang in her ear. Get out of here. You scoundrel. Xiao Qin's pretty face turned so red it was almost bleeding, and she frantically tried to get off Suyu. But Suyu's iron-like arms had somehow already tightly wrapped around her slender waist, rendering her unable to move. Don't move. Suyu's tone suddenly became serious. Qin, we need to talk. You scumbag. What's there to talk about? Let me go. Don't be angry, baby, it's bad for your health. Suyu felt the delicate body trembling slightly in his arms due to shyness and nervousness, and said with a soft, mischievous laugh. I don't. Let me go. What will people think if they see this? I won't let go. Suyu then acted like a rogue, hugging her even tighter. I won't let go until we make things clear today. Chapter 91. Nothing happened to us. You. Xiao Qin was both embarrassed and angry. This guy was like a persistent leech. Qin, Suyu sighed, I'm suffering inside, but I won't say it expression on his face, and began his Oscar-worthy performance. You think I want to go on that crappy variety show? You think I want to share a bed with that Louis Fei? Upon hearing the words sharing a bed, Xiao Qin's body visibly stiffened even more. Isn't that right? She raised her head, her swollen phoenix eyes filled with doubt and grievance. I saw you feeding her and blowing on her food to cool it down. Weren't you having a lot of fun? Happy? I was practically dying of embarrassment. Suyu looked heartbroken. Qin, you know who I am. It's a national mission. It's an S-level propaganda mission issued by the Supreme Command. Think about it, the nationwide cultivation plan has just been announced, and the entire nation is in a state of both excitement and confusion. At this time, what kind of spokesperson does the country need? It can't be too aloof, it can't be too distant. It must be down to earth, it must be approachable, and it must make ordinary people feel that cultivating immortality is something that everyone can participate in. And I, Suyu pointed to his nose, unfortunately became the chosen ambassador of goodwill. As mentioned above, my image as a guardian war god during the Battle of Yunfeng Mountain was too bloodthirsty, which is not conducive to the promotion of the plan. I must immediately participate in a variety show with the highest national popularity to neutralize my image and show a more human side. Xiao Qin was completely bewildered by his well-reasoned and official explanation. Thinking about it carefully, it does seem to make sense. Although she is simple-minded and not good at interpersonal relationships, she is, after all, a top soldier of Dragon Soul, and has some understanding of the country's propaganda strategy. Then, what about sharing a bed? She asked, still somewhat unwilling, her voice much softer. That's also a script? That's the script within the script. Suyu looked grief-stricken, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Do you think I wanted this? It was that bastard director who insisted there weren't enough rooms and had to arrange things that way. I wanted to flip the table right then and there. But what did he tell me? He said it was for the sake of the show, to generate buzz, and that's what audiences love to watch these days. What can I do? I'm desperate too. I can't exactly fall out with the production team in front of the whole country on live television, can I? Wouldn't that ruin the people-friendly plan on the spot? I sacrificed my reputation and innocence for the sake of the country and the greater good. You're something else. Suyu lowered his head and looked at her with a resentful gaze. Not only do you not comfort me, but you're also jealous and even tried to hit me. My heart is so cold. Xiao Qin was completely speechless. She looked into Suyu's sincere yet aggrieved eyes and listened to his reasonable explanation. Her mind, which wasn't very good at handling emotional issues to begin with, instantly went blank. So, that's how it is? So he was forced into it? A strong sense of guilt instantly welled up in her heart. Yes, he is a national hero and a national idol. How could he be the kind of fickle scumbag? I was just being petty and wronged him. I'm not jealous at all. Xiao Qin's pretty face turned bright red, and she turned her head away guiltily, not daring to look Suyu in the eye again. You get off me. You're crushing me. Hey. Seeing this, Suyu knew that he had completely smoothed out the little female leopard's fur. Instead of getting up, he took advantage of the situation and kissed her burning cheek. I want to get up unless you kiss me and say, honey, I'm sorry. You're dreaming. Then I won't get up. Anyway, this floor, oh no, these paw pads are pretty soft. Suyu. You're a scoundrel. So what if I'm a scoundrel? Hurry up, or I'll punish you. Just as Xiao Qin was about to resist, Suyu forcefully silenced her chattering mouth with a kiss. After a 5-minute explanation, Xiao Qin finally stopped resisting, her pretty face flushed. A layer of misty haze clouded her sharp, beautiful eyes, completely erasing any trace of her earlier murderous intent. Oof. You bad guy. She weakly punched Suyu, the force so soft it sounded more like she was being coquettish. He, do you believe me now? Suyu pecked her again, satisfied, before getting up from the ground and pulling her up with him. I'll trust you this once, for now. Xiao Qin straightened her somewhat disheveled combat uniform and gave a haughty snort. However, she seemed to remember something, and stared at him suspiciously. That Luifei, you and her, really, nothing happened? Of course. Suyu replied with an air of righteous indignation. Who am I, Suyu? I'm a married man, how could I possibly be messing around outside? That night, we just innocently talked about the script under the covers all night, and I also helped her channel her spiritual energy. Real? More real than real gold. All right. Xiao Qin was finally completely convinced by his sincere lies. The last trace of resentment in her heart vanished. All right, stop thinking about all that nonsense. Seeing this, Suyu knew it was time to give him a slap and then a sweet treat. Your practice these past 2 weeks hasn't been in vain. Your control over the golden monarch burning heaven flame is getting more and more proficient. You're almost at the 2nd level, aren't you? The moment cultivation was mentioned, a look of pride appeared on Xiao Qin's face. Of course. I'm not like some people who spend their days indulging in pleasures and neglecting their cultivation. Yes, it's all my fault. Suyu quickly put on a smile, then mysteriously pulled the box containing the spirit-gathering pill from his pocket. To make up for my heartbroken wife, tada, look what goodies I brought you. He opened the box, and a surge of pure spiritual energy, mixed with a strange medicinal fragrance, instantly filled the entire training room. This is? Xiao Qin's eyes widened instantly. She only took a sniff of the medicinal fragrance, and she felt the spiritual energy in her body, which had just calmed down, begin to become active again. The standard version of the Shenong Project, Spirit Gathering Pill, she exclaimed in surprise. How can you have so many? Even as the ace of Dragon Soul, she had only heard of the existence of this kind of pill. She knew this was a top-level strategic resource, but she never expected Suyu to. Academicianly insisted on giving it to me, saying that I am the chief engineer of the Kunlun project, so I should get this kind of benefit. With it "this is no big deal" expression, Suyu stuffed the box of pills enough to drive any cultivator mad into Xiao Qin's hand. Chapter 92. At most 3 days, I'll get the next S rank. Suyu pointed to the pills and said, Good wife, these are all for you to use. You've just awakened your rank divine ability, and this is precisely the time when you need to consolidate your foundation and break through your bottleneck. This pill, combined with your Golden Monarch Burning Heaven Flame, will have an excellent effect. This is too valuable. Xiaoqin held the heavy medicine box, feeling her hands trembling. Aren't you going to keep some for yourself? Me, a grown man, would I try to take things from you? Suyu curled his lip in disdain, then puffed out his chest, looking proud. Besides, I'm exceptionally talented and my cultivation speed is incredibly fast, so I don't need this thing at all. You. Looking at the man's smug expression and then at the box of priceless pills in her hand, Xiaoqin felt an indescribable sweetness and emotion welling up inside her. This man. Although he may not be serious, he cares about himself more than anyone else. Thank you, but, let's use it together. Oh? Suyu grinned mischievously and leaned closer. How do we use them together? You. Xiaoqin blushed, and before she could resist, Suyu pinned her against the wall. For the next few days, Suyu stayed at the Dragon Soul base and lived a life of bliss. During the day, as the chief instructor, he directed and thoroughly beat that group of energetic elite soldiers. In the afternoon, it was his and Xiaoqin's private tutoring time. Under the guise of exchanging skills, they actually engaged in various in-depth exchanges behind closed doors in the gravity training room. Qin, your move is wrong, the force is too scattered. Come on, let me teach you step by step, feel it, the spiritual energy should flow from this acupoint. Yes, right here. A little lower. Instructor. Where are you putting your hands? Don't move, I'm helping you calm down. Your temper is too strong, it's easy for you to go into chi deviation, I'm using my spiritual power to help you cool down. Ugh, bastard. That evening, the two of them openly stayed in Suyu's chief instructor's dormitory. They euphemistically called it joint contemplation and all-night practice. With the dual nourishment of the Gathering Spirit Pill and Suyu's Human Emperor's World-Suppressing Scripture, Xiaoqin's cultivation progressed by leaps and bounds. She had mastered the A-grade, Golden Monarch Burning Heaven Flame, to perfection, making it several times more powerful than before. Of course, the price was that she had to lean against the wall every morning when she got up. While enjoying his wife's attentive care, Suyu did not forget his own business. With the aid of the Spirit Gathering Pill, the spiritual power of the Human Emperor's World-Suppressing Scripture within his body became increasingly pure and powerful, and his S-level, mental power, advanced by leaps and bounds. If he had previously struggled to operate the 10-ton infantry fighting vehicle, now, he felt he could even use his telekinesis to make that thing do a Thomas flare in the sky. Buzz. In the training room, Suyu had a thought, and the upgraded, Sky Shuttle Heavenly Punishment Type 1 flew out from his palm and hovered in mid-air. Disintegrate, Blade Storm. 3,600 flying blades inscribed with the Sharpness Spirit pattern instantly disintegrated, transforming into a silver storm of death that raged wildly through the training room. But this time, the storm was no longer chaotic. Under Suyu's skillful control, it sometimes transformed into an impenetrable silver shield, sometimes into a giant steel hand that blotted out the sky, and sometimes into a terrifying giant sword 10 meters long. Receive. Suyu snapped his fingers, and the flying blades instantly returned to their positions, reassembling into that simple, unadorned shuttle shape. Not bad, not bad. Suyu nodded in satisfaction. To deal with mobs, use Bladestorm. To clear the field, to deal with bosses, use God's Diamond. For single target burst damage and to deal with tough enemies, you can even combine them into various forms. It's practically an essential tool for home and travel, murder and robbery. No, it's an essential tool for protecting the country. Besides the Sky Shuttle, Suyu also studied the secret records of alchemy and the creations of nature. He tried to inscribe a basic, Spirit Gathering Array, spirit pattern on his water cup. Bang! The water glass shattered with a crack. Again! Bang! Again! Bang! After he destroyed the 13th water cup, finally, a spirit pattern of the Spirit Gathering Array, shimmering with a faint spiritual light, was successfully imprinted on the bottom of the 14th water cup. Suyu poured a glass of plain water into the glass. A few seconds later, a pure spiritual energy emanated from the water. Holy crap! It worked! Suyu picked up the cup and drank it all in one gulp. The effect was even better than the low-end version of Spirit Gathering Liquid. Haha, from now on I can increase my cultivation level even by drinking plain water. Suyu stood with his hands on his hips, feeling smug that he had already grasped the secret to wealth. However, this wonderful holiday was ultimately short-lived. On this day, Suyu was having an in-depth discussion with Xiaoqin about the new uses of the Golden Lord Burning Heaven Flame. Qin Moqing and Lu Mei appeared at the entrance of the base. Suyu, your holiday is over. In Suyu's head instructor's office, Qin Moqing pushed up her glasses and tossed a brand new file folder onto the table. So fast? Suyu looked reluctant, glancing longingly at Xiao Qin beside him, whose pretty face was flushed and who was frantically adjusting her combat uniform. I just finished comforting Qin. Shut up. Xiao Qin stomped hard on his foot in shame and anger, then blushed and saluted Qin Moqing and Lu Mei. Instructor Qin, Instructor Lu, you two chat, I'm going to train. After saying that, he rushed out as if fleeing. TSK, yet another innocent little beauty has been ruined by you, you big bad wolf. With a charmingly swaying eyebrow, she gave him a disdainful look, then swayed her serpentine waist as she walked over, a fragrance like orchids and musk wafting towards him. Look at how satisfied you are. Did you drain our Qin dry? Cough cough. What are you saying? Suyu blushed and retorted righteously, I was helping her consolidate her cultivation and channeling her spiritual energy. This is a sacred mission to pass on the torch, what do you know? I understand. Lu Mei giggled, poking his muscular chest with her delicate finger. I understand so well, I'm almost dying of jealousy. When will Instructor Su come and help me sort things out? Stop fooling around. Suyu quickly pushed the vixen away and looked at Qin Moqing with a serious expression. Sister Qing, let's get down to business. Qin Moqing nodded, her beautiful eyes, hidden behind her gold-rimmed glasses, instantly becoming extremely serious. There are only 28 days left until the end of the world. Moreover, she pulled up a holographic projection showing the latest simulation model of the Kunlun project. According to academician Li Zhenbang and his team's latest simulation, the intensity of the first wave of the upcoming solar storm will be at least 30% stronger than we initially estimated. What? Suyu's expression instantly turned serious. That's right. Qin Moqing's voice carried a hint of weariness. Although the Heavenly Punishment Type 2 Spirit Pattern Electromagnetic Cannon has begun to be deployed, it's still too rushed to form a global defense network. We need more trump cards. More rewards. Lu Mei also dropped her seductive demeanor and added, Suyu, we need you to start the next round of the campaign immediately. The more successful you are, the better the chances of victory for the Dragon Kingdom and even all of humanity. I see. Suyu took a deep breath. Although he longed to spend a few more days with Xiao Qin, he also knew that now was not the time for romantic feelings. His wives, who are already pregnant with his child, are all waiting for him to save the world. Then stop talking nonsense. Suyu's eyes regained their firmness and were filled with an indescribable sense of mission. Sister Qing, pull up the list of the next S-class targets. I, Suyu, have an unshirkable duty to ensure the continuation of human civilization. I'll plant another S-class seed in 3 days at most. Chapter 93A Heart Embracing the World, S+ Level Goddess Ji Rushue. Qin Moqing. Lu Mei, I have never seen anyone describe lust in such a fresh and refined way. Soon, a virtual screen unfolded in front of Suyu, displaying a series of stunningly beautiful women, each with their own unique charm, as if a selection of concubines had been made. These are all high-value continuation targets that the Yiskai Eye system recently monitored after the global spiritual energy revival, with a comprehensive score that is roughly S-level. Suyu stroked his chin and began his sacred work, which was comparable to an emperor selecting concubines. This, a newly emerging extraordinary female idol? Singing and dancing, too noisy, the system shows that a level is not up to standard, pass. This a princess of the Eagle Kingdom's royal family? Blonde and blue-eyed, she is pretty, but her genes and bloodline aren't pure, pass. This, the newly discovered plant-type awakener in the Shinong project? It looks like it won't reproduce easily, doesn't meet the criteria, pass. Lu Mei, watching from the side, was visibly furious. General Su, are you choosing a concubine or saving the world? Why are you being so picky? The end of the world is coming, and you still care about whether she's fertile or not? Of course. Suyu said with an air of self-righteousness, these are the seeds of civilization. The quality of these seeds directly determines the potential of the next generation. I'm taking responsibility for the future of humanity, understand? We must select them carefully. TCH, I think you're just lusting after her body. Lu Mei curled her lips in disdain. Humph, what I'm after is her S-class superior genes. He continued scrolling through the list while refuting the claims. Suddenly, his fingers stopped abruptly, and he froze as if under a spell, his eyes widening as he stared at a profile picture at the end of the list. On the system interface, he saw an avatar marked with a special dark gold border. This represents S+ level. Another S+ level? Suyu's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly opened the file. The background of the photo is a mountain peak shrouded in mist and filled with an ethereal atmosphere. A stunningly beautiful woman, dressed in an extremely simple moon-white Taoist robe, with her jet-black hair casually tied up with a single wooden hairpin, stood barefoot on a blue stone, gazing up at the sky. Her features were so exquisite that they seemed otherworldly, as if they were the most perfect work of art, sculpted from the essence of heaven and earth and the spirit of the sun and moon. Especially her eyes, which were cold and indifferent, devoid of any worldly concerns, as if everything in the world was nothing but fleeting clouds in her eyes. She is a true fairy, untouched by the mortal world. However, Suyu's gaze, moved slowly downwards, uncontrollably. Then, he swallowed hard. The Taoist robe that should have been loose and flowing was stretched taut across her chest, creating a terrifying arc that defied the law of universal gravitation. That scale. Suyu felt that she was having some difficulty breathing. This is a Taoist nun? This clearly shows a heart that embraces the world. With trembling hands, he opened the detailed information. High-value continuation targets detected. Name, Ji Rushua. Taoist name, Xinglian. Age, 22. Height, 173 centimeters. Measurements, 102h, 59, 95. Appearance, 99. Ethereal beauty. Gene, 99. Overall rating, S+, a gem of human civilization. H? 102? Suyu felt a surge of heat rush to the top of his head. This is fucking a bug. Ling Yishua's Ji and Luifei's Ji are already considered outstanding among his wives. And now an H has popped up? What kind of immortal cultivation is this? This talent alone is enough to dominate an era. Cough cough. Suyu forcibly suppressed the urge in his heart that we must find out for the sake of human civilization, cleared his throat, and pointed to the photo on the screen in a solemn and sacred tone. Sister Qing, Sister Mei. I think she's the one. This Taoist priest has an otherworldly air about him, with an extraordinary temperament. He is clearly someone who is destined for great opportunities and great fortune. For the future of our cultivation for all plan, for the rise of our dragon kingdom. I, Suyu, must personally go up the mountain and have a proper discussion with this Taoist priest. Qin Maching. Lu Mei. The two women stared at him expressionlessly. Suyu, Lu Mei said softly, were you drooling just now? Nonsense. Suyu wiped his mouth. I was so shocked by the Taoist's supreme Taoist aura that I shed tears of joy from seeing the Tao. Fa she, you big dummy. Lu Mei gave him a charmingly disdainful look. You're clearly after someone else's H. Superficial. Suyu exclaimed in anguish. How could I, Suyu, be the kind of person who lusts after beauty? I was clearly attracted by her pure and innocent heart devoted to the Tao. All right. Qin Maching finally couldn't take it anymore. She pushed up her glasses, interrupting their banter, and her expression turned serious. Suyu, are you sure you want to choose her? Certainly. All right, I must remind you. Qin Maching pulled up Ji Rushua's detailed file. This target is probably the most difficult and dangerous one we've encountered so far. The most difficult? The most dangerous? Suyu raised an eyebrow, signaling Qin Maching to continue. Ji Rushua, Taoist named Qinglian, is the contemporary saintess of the Amei sect. Qin Maching's voice was steady and clear. The Amei sect? Suyu was taken aback. You mean, the Amei sect from martial arts novels? That's right. Qin Maching nodded. After the spiritual energy revival, the major ancient sects in the Dragon Kingdom, such as Wudong, Kunlun, Xinqiang, and Amei, have all reappeared in the world. These sects all have a heritage spanning thousands of years, or even longer. Although their cultivation systems are not as universal and domineering as the human emperor's world-suppressing scripture, they are still unique and have unfathomable depths. Especially the Amei sect, as one of the oldest sects, it is said that their founder can be traced back to ancient times. The state has been trying to establish connections with these sects, but with little success. Lu Mei added from the side, these old fogies are all arrogant and look down on us mortals. They consider themselves descendants of immortals and look down on us mortals. Let alone any cooperation. Especially the Amei sect, Qin Maching's brows furrowed even more, their rules are extremely strict. Almost all of their disciples are women, and they are strictly forbidden from having any dealings with men from the outside world. As for Jirushua, as the most outstanding saintess of her generation, she was given high hopes and was groomed to be the next sect leader. She spent most of her time in seclusion at the heart-cleansing pool on the golden summit of Ame Mountain, and almost never had any contact with outsiders. A holy maiden of an ancient sect, secluded from the world and strictly forbidden from contact with men. Suyu touched his chin, also sensing the predicament. How do I get in? Suyu asked. We can't just land a helicopter directly on their golden roof like last time, can we? We'd probably get blasted to smithereens by their protective mountain formation on the spot. Of course not. Qin Maching shook her head. However, we are not without options. Her eyes shone with wisdom. Although these ancient sects are arrogant, they also face a huge bottleneck: spiritual energy. Oh? Although the spiritual energy revival has begun, the concentration of spiritual energy on Earth is still pitifully thin compared to ancient times. Their ancient cultivation methods have extremely high requirements for the quality and concentration of spiritual energy, making cultivation twice as difficult and half as effective. And we have something they can't refuse. Spirit gathering pill? Suyu instantly understood. That's right. Qin Maching smiled, and the human emperoress world suppressing scripture, which is many times stronger than their old-fashioned cultivation techniques. The success of the Shinong Project and the National Cultivation Project has already attracted the attention of these sections. They don't say it out loud, but in private, they have sent out countless spies to try and get our cultivation techniques and elixirs. Therefore, our starting point is the transfer of power. Chapter 94: Spirit Wine and 100 Fruit Brew and the Stinky-Mouthed Parrot. A visit to Ame. A knowing smile appeared on Qin Maching's lips. The command has decided to launch the Ancient Martial Arts Fusion plan. You, General Suyu, as the chief representative of our modern cultivation system, will personally visit various sects to extend friendly visits and impart the Enlightenment chapter of the Human Emperor's world-suppressing scripture, as well as present a batch of spirit-gathering liquid. It is euphemistically called the common prosperity of the cultivation world in the Dragon Kingdom and the promotion of exchanges between the past and present. And our first stop. It's the Ame sect. Suyu's eyes lit up when he heard this. Good heavens! This is practically a weasel paying respects to a chicken. No, it's a big bad wolf in sheep's clothing, brazenly infiltrating the little lamb's pen. Damn, Sister Qing, you're learned from the barbarians to subdue them strategy. Oh no, I mean, sending warmth to the countryside, you're doing it so well. I, Suyu, am a national war god and a national idol. They can't possibly turn me away when I go to pass on my skills to them, can they? Once we get to the mountain, I'll find another opportunity to have a private, in-depth, personal lesson with that saintly princess who has the world in her heart. He. Suyu couldn't help but let out a villainous laugh whenever he thought of that scene. Don't get too excited yet. Qin Maching poured a bucket of cold water on him. The current head of the Ame sect, Abbess Jingxian, is a notoriously old-fashioned woman who is extremely wary of men. Even if you go up the mountain, you might not be able to see Jirushua. Then what should we do? So, we still need to prepare a small gift for you. Qin Maching pushed up her glasses, and a sly glint flashed in her beautiful eyes behind the lenses. According to top-secret intelligence passed back by our informant codename, Firestick planted in the outer kitchen of the Ame sect. This otherworldly saintess has 2 little-known quirks. A quirk? Suyu immediately became interested. Tell me about it. First, Qin Maching extended a slender finger. She is addicted to alcohol. Suyu almost spat out the spirit-gathering liquid he had just drunk. What the heck? A Taoist nun, or a saint, who's addicted to alcohol? That's right. Lu Mei laughed heartily beside her. It is said that her favorite drink is strong liquor, and she often has outer disciples secretly go down the mountain to buy it for her. She has been punished by Abbess Jingxian many times for this, but she still does not change her ways. Holy crap, this character design, the contrast is just too much. Suyu felt that her worldview had been shaken. A stunningly beautiful fairy with an ethereal air, untouched by the mortal world, is secretly a drunkard who chugs down wine jars. This is fucking awesome. And what's your second quirk? Secondly, Qin Maching's expression turned somewhat strange. She likes magical pets. A magical pet? It's the kind of spirit beast that's intelligent, can talk, and is also beautiful. It's said that she's always wanted to raise one, but unfortunately, the spirit beasts on Mount Ame haven't evolved to that level yet, and her crane is incredibly stupid, all it can do is cackle. So Suyu's eyes lit up. Therefore, the organization has decided to tailor 2 stepping stones for you. Sheen Moching activated another holographic projection. In the scene, there appeared an exquisite gourd, completely translucent as if carved from crystal, filled with amber liquid. This is the latest achievement of the Shinong Project 100 fruit wine. Sheen Moching explained, based on the ancient formula in the secret record of alchemy, it was made by collecting hundreds of mutated spiritual fruits and adding the essence of the spirit gathering pill, using modern biofermentation technology. Its spiritual energy concentration is more than 1,000 times that of the top-grade liquor on the market, and the taste is, well, it is said to be able to make people ascend to immortality. Don't even mention that drunken saintess, I'm practically drooling just smelling her. Lu Mei sniffed from the side, her eyes full of seductive charm. Suyu looked at the gourd of wine and secretly clicked his tongue in amazement. When the national team takes action, it's all about sheer power. Then, what about the divine pets? A divine pet, huh? She opened another video file. Ta-da! Introducing the Spirit Beast Easter egg, meticulously nurtured by the Biointelligence Research Department of the Shinong Project, using hundreds of spirit-gathering pills and wisdom enlightenment pills. So you looked closely and saw in the video a parrot with colorful, shiny feathers that looked rather smug, standing arrogantly on a perch. A person dressed as a researcher is respectfully feeding it. Bonus, time to take your medicine. Eat your mother's head. The parrot spoke in a human voice, its tone extremely arrogant. I want to eat lamb kidneys. And bring me 2 more girls with long legs and black stockings. Ahem, please watch your words. Watch your legs, you idiot. Believe me or not, I'll blast you to death with a single breath of Vidra flame, you single dog. As it spoke, the parrot suddenly opened its mouth. Puff! A small cluster of genuine, golden flames actually spewed from its mouth, scorching the researcher's hair. Researcher. Suyu. Sheen Moching. Ahem, Lu Mei forced a laugh and turned off the video. So? Isn't this parrot exceptionally gifted and intelligent? Its intelligence is quite remarkable. Suyu's lips twitched wildly. But its mouth is so damn foul. If I bring it up the mountain, Master Jingxian will probably exterminate the sect on the spot and chop me up too. Oh dear, you don't understand. Lu Mei waved her hand. According to psychological model analysis, girls like Ji Ruxue, whose nature has been suppressed for many years, will actually feel a strong sense of resonance and identification with these unconventional peers. Just imagine, when she discovers that this parrot can not only talk and breathe fire, but also dares to say all the things that Master Jingxian wouldn't dare to say in front of her. That scene, TSK, she must absolutely adore that bird. Suyu. He imagined the scene. The dignified and otherworldly Abbess Jingxian sat upright, expounding on the great Tao. The parrot in Ji Ruxue's arms suddenly poked its head out and said, "Old nun, you're talking nonsense." Hiss. Suyu gasped. This is actually kind of exciting. Good. Suyu slapped his thigh and said, "That's the plan. Fine wine. Divine bird. I, Suyu, have come to meet you, the Ame Saintess who has the world in her heart." 3 days later. Mount Ame is located in Sichuan. As a sacred Taoist site in China since ancient times, this place has become even more shrouded in ethereal mist and blessed with natural beauty after the revival of spiritual energy. Ordinary tourists are already blocked by an invisible mountain protecting array and cannot even step into the Real Mountain Gate. And at this moment, in front of the ancient and solemn mountain gate of the golden summit of Mount Ame, Suyu was dressed in a specially made black outfit embroidered with dragon patterns. He carried a crystal gourd in his left hand, while a colorful parrot stood proudly on his right shoulder. Who goes there? How dare you trespass on my sacred Ame mountain retreat? Chapter 95. He actually dared to look at the Ame Saintesses, that spot? Does he have a death wish? 2 female disciples dressed in blue Taoist robes, carrying long swords, and with cold and stern faces, emerged from behind the mountain gate and blocked the way. Suyu looked at the 2 female disciples, whose looks were at least 80 points or higher, and secretly praised them. As expected of the Ame sect, even the gatekeepers are so beautiful. He cleared his throat, took out the gilded official document from the Supreme Command, and said loudly, "The chief instructor of the Dragon Kingdom's Kunlun project is Suyu. By order of the leader, I have come to pay a visit to sect leader Jingxian of the Yamei sect to discuss the development plan of the cultivation world in the Dragon Kingdom. Upon hearing this, the two female disciples exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of surprise in each other's eyes. Cultivation, chief instructor? Although they had lived deep in the mountains for a long time, they had heard their masters mention that the mortal court down the mountain seemed to have produced an extraordinary cultivator who had even started at nationwide cultivation of immortality. Unexpectedly, they actually came to my door in person today? Please wait a moment, we will go and inform the sect leader immediately. One of the female disciples dared not delay and immediately turned around and hurriedly ran towards the Yuqing Hall inside the mountain gate. Inside the Jade Purity Hall, incense smoke curled upwards. A middle-aged female Taoist priest, dressed in a black robe, with a slender face and an imposing presence, sat cross-legged on a prayer mat. It was none other than the current head of the Yamei sect, Abbess Jingxian. To her left sat several elderly Taoist nuns with equally deep breaths and prominent temples. They were clearly elders of the Yamei sect. Sect leader's sister, a hot-tempered elder, spoke first. Those lackeys of the mortal court down the mountain are going too far. Do they really think that by creating some kind of human emperor's world-suppressing codex, they can command us immortal sects? Exactly. They even sent some damned general-level chief instructor, specifically requesting to transmit his skills? It's an utter disgrace. How could those mortals compare to the heritage of our Yamei sect? In my opinion, we should just launch an attack. Master Jingxian slowly opened her eyes, and a hint of coldness flashed in those calm and still eyes. Send it out? And then what? She said coldly, and then just watch them hand over those spirit-gathering pills and human emperor's techniques to their old rivals, Wudong and Xinjiang? This. The elders were speechless. Humph, Master Jingxian snorted coldly. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Which of your disciples and followers hasn't coveted those elixirs down the mountain? The revival of spiritual energy is an unprecedented opportunity for a Yamei sect in 1,000 years, but it is also a great challenge. All the major sects are frantically vying for resources to enhance their strength. If we continue to remain stagnant, what the sect leader says is true. But, if we just let them come up like this, what will become of the Yamei sect's reputation? Respect is earned through one's own efforts, not something to be guarded behind closed doors. Master Jingxian stood up, her gaze fixed on the direction of the mountain gate, a glint of shrewdness flashing in her eyes. I want to see just how much this war god who has been praised to the heavens by the mortal court is really worth. If he really has the ability, it wouldn't hurt for our Yamei sect to get a share of the profits. If he's just a nameless brat. Master Jingxian placed her hand on the long sword beside her, and a sharp sword intense soared into the sky. Then today, this golden summit of Mount Yamei will be his final resting place. Transmit my decree. Open the mountain gates to welcome guests. In addition. She paused, then added, go and call that wicked disciple Qinglian here as well. Outside the mountain gate. Suyu was idly teasing the parrot on his shoulder. General, call me Dad and let me hear it. Get the hell out of here. I'm your father. Hey, this little guy's pretty cocky. Try being stubborn again? Believe me or not, I'll pluck your feathers and use them for barbecue. You dare. I am the future immortal pet of the Holy Maiden of Yamei. Try touching a single hair on my head. Suyu was having a great time battling with the foul-mouthed parrot when, with a creak, the ancient and heavy mountain gate slowly opened. 2 rows of female disciples, dressed in blue Taoist robes and looking heroic, stood on either side, each holding a long sword. Master Jingxian, accompanied by several elders, walked out of the main hall with grim expressions. Behind them followed a stunningly beautiful figure that instantly captivated Suyu. The woman moved with graceful steps, her figure swaying gently. Wearing a moon-white Taoist robe, she didn't exude any sense of detachment or asceticism. Instead, the taut, almost bursting curves of her robe gave her a forbidden beauty that made one's blood boil. Her beautiful face, without any makeup, surpassed countless others in beauty. A pair of clear, cold eyes, like 2 bottomless pools of ice, glanced at Suyu with curiosity and indifference. When her gaze fell on the colorful parrot on Suyu's shoulder, a barely perceptible glint flashed in her usually calm eyes. Ding! Target G Rushue detected. Current favorability level, 10 curious. Suyu was overjoyed. It's done. This foul-mouthed parrot really is the key to opening doors. Humph, General Suyu, the chief instructor of the mortal court? Master Jingxian walked up to Suyu, her sharp eyes like 2 drawn swords piercing Suyu's gaze. What a magnificent display! This humble Taoist priest, Jingxian, has been waiting for you for a long time. Although she said she would wait for her, her icy aura that kept people at a distance, and her undisguised scrutiny and hostility, already said it all. Sect leader Jingxian is too kind. Suyu smiled slightly and returned the greeting with neither arrogance nor servility. He ignored Jingshuan's almost tangible sword intent and instead looked directly past her, landing on the stunningly beautiful Taoist nun behind her. Then, he gave her a bright, gentle smile. This must be the beautiful and ethereal Saintess Qinglian, with a heart that embraces the world? My name is Su Yu. Greetings. Ji Ruxue? Master Jingxian? Everyone present? Holy crap! This guy, what did he just say? A heart that embraces the world? How dare he flirt with the holy maiden of Amei in front of Abbess Jingxian? Is he out of his mind? The entire venue was deathly silent. All the Amei disciples stared at Suyu with disbelief, as if they had seen a ghost. They even wondered if there was something wrong with their ears. This man he actually dared to use such frivolous and vulgar words to describe their pure and innocent saintess in front of the sect leader? A heart that embraces the world? Ji Rushue's beautiful face was also momentarily stunned. She subconsciously looked down at her proud curves, which were stretched taut by the Taoist robe and had troubled her since childhood. Immediately, an indescribable sense of shame and anger surged onto her face. Is this guy flirting with me? This is the first time in my life that a man has dared to so openly stare at her here. Chapter 96. This kid actually dares to say that the Amei nun is constipated? Presumptuous. Master Jingxian was the first to react, and her gaunt face instantly turned frosty. Clang! A clear, resonant sword cry rang out. The ancient longsword behind her was suddenly drawn, pointing at Suyu's throat, and a chilling sword intent erupted. You ignorant brat, spewing vulgarities! How dare you insult our sect's holy maiden on the golden summit of Mount Amei? If I do not kill you today, I swear I am not a human being. Master, please calm down. Ji Ruxue was also startled. Although she was also embarrassed and annoyed by Suyu's frivolity, she could sense that the man in front of her was unfathomable. Moreover, he is also Wah-ah! Just when tensions were running high and a conflict was about to erupt. A sharp cry, 100 times more arrogant than that of Abbess Jingxian, suddenly rang out from Suyu's shoulder. Where did this old nun come from? How dare she draw her sword against my master? The brightly colored, foul-mouthed parrot suddenly flapped its wings and flew to Suyu's side. Its beady eyes glared at Abbess Jingxian, and it launched into a tirade of insults. You premature menopausal, hormonally disordered old hag. If you don't put away your junk, believe me, this great general will blast you to death with a single breath of diamond flame, making you perform a fire-roasted nun right here and now? Puff! Taishan, who was following behind Suyu, almost burst out laughing on the spot. Lu Mei was also desperately covering her mouth, her shoulders trembling. Clearly she had been holding back her laughter to the point of internal injury. Meanwhile, everyone on the Amei sect's side was completely dumbfounded by the parrot's sudden divine tu chao, a Chinese internet slang term for sarcastic or witty remarks. They stared wide-eyed and gaped, as if struck by lightning, dumbfounded at the parrot hovering in mid-air, wings outstretched, spewing insults. The bird spoke? It can breathe fire? And even called the sect leader an old hag? You. Master Jingxian was so angry that she trembled all over, and her thin face turned as red as a pig's liver. She had roamed the martial arts world for 60 years and led the Amei sect for 30 years. How could she have ever suffered such a humiliating disgrace? Or was it a feathered beast? You beast! You're asking for death. She no longer cared about maintaining her dignity as a sect leader. With a flick of her long sword, she executed a sharp sword flourish and was about to slash at the parrot. Master, you mustn't! Ji Ruxue exclaimed in surprise. She was extremely curious about this divine bird that could talk, breathe fire, and even dare to curse her master. How could she bear to let her master cut it down with a sword? Wow! The old nun's serious. Take this. That parrot also had a short temper. As soon as it saw that the other party was serious, it suddenly opened its mouth wide. Puff! A small cluster of flames, though not large, was genuine crimson gold, and shot towards Master Jingshuan's face like a fire serpent. Master Jingxian hadn't expected that this beast would actually dare to fight back, and the flames it spewed out even contained a scorching spiritual power that made her heart tremble. she quickly dodged to the side. Ha ha ha. Missed. Missed. You old nun, you're going to be so mad. The parrot smugly did a somersault in the air, its arrogant demeanor utterly despicable. You. Master Jingxian was so angry that she almost had a heart attack on the spot. That's enough. Just then, Suyu's voice, which carried a hint of laziness yet contained an undeniable authority, finally rang out. The Easter egg is back. TCH, boring. The parrot pouted, but still obediently flew back to Suyu's shoulder, giving Master Jingxian a defiant look that said, "You know what's good for you." Suyu then stepped forward and bowed slightly to the ashen-faced Abbess Jingxian. Sect leader Jingxian, my little pet is unruly and has offended many people. I hope you will forgive him. However, Suyu changed the subject, his tone becoming thoughtful. The sect leader's sword intent just now seemed a bit too fiery. I observed that the sect leader's complexion is gloomy and his forehead is dark. Although his spiritual energy is abundant, it is impure and mixed. He must be encountering a bottleneck in his cultivation, which has led to stagnant liver fire that is difficult to relieve? You. Master Jingxuan's pupils suddenly contracted. This man, how did he know? She has been practicing the Amei sect's Purple Cloud Heavenly Scripture for 30 years, and recently she has indeed felt a bottleneck. Her spiritual energy is not flowing smoothly, and she often feels chest tightness, shortness of breath, and excessive liver fire. This is her biggest secret, known to no one but herself. This young man actually saw through it at a glance? Who are you? For the first time, her voice carried a hint of seriousness. Didn't I already say that? Suyu smiled slightly, and the aura that combined the domineering power of the human emperor's world-suppressing scripture with the vast pressure of mental power slowly spread out. The chief instructor of the Dragon Kingdom's Kunlun project is Suyu. I am climbing this mountain today to spread the word. Suyu's seemingly calm yet terrifying aura spread out like an invisible tide. All the Amei disciples present, including the elders, felt a tightness in their chests, as if a mountain was pressing down on their hearts. The spiritual power within them trembled uncontrollably in the face of this domineering aura. This is? Master Jingxian was the first to bear the brunt of it and felt it most acutely. She was horrified to discover that the spiritual energy emanating from Suyu was more than 10 times more pure and powerful than that of her, the sect leader who had cultivated for 60 years. Especially that aura of imperial authority that seemed to transcend all living beings and suppress all ages. Could it be? Could it be that the human emperor's world-suppressing scripture that the mortals down the mountain were talking about was actually true? And, this young man, is he really the creator of that divine skill? Master Jingxuan's heart was in turmoil. Cough cough. Just when the atmosphere was extremely tense, Suyu suddenly withdrew all his imposing aura and returned to his harmless and lazy appearance. He picked up the crystal gourd in his hand, waved it at Abbess Jingxian, and put on a friendly and prosperous smile. Sect leader Jingxian, this is your first visit, and you haven't brought any generous gifts. This gourd of Spirit Monkey 100 Fruit Brew is a small token of my Shinong project. It is made using an ancient elixir recipe and is brewed with the essence of 100 kinds of spiritual fruits. It is most effective in clearing the mind and reducing internal heat and unblocking the meridians. It has a remarkable effect on your old constipation, bottleneck. Suyu's words were not very offensive, but extremely insulting. Upon hearing the word constipation, Master Jingxuan's face, already flushed from the turmoil of blood and qi, instantly turned as black as the bottom of a pot. The Amei elders behind her drew their swords halfway from their sheaths with a whoosh and glared angrily. You audacious scoundrel! How dare you insult my sect leader? Insolence! Alliance leader Su, don't think that just because you have some brute strength you can run wild on the summit of Amei. Ji Rushue's pretty face also darkened. She never expected that Suyu would dare to tease her master's unspeakable secret in front of everyone. Hey, nuns, calm down. Suyu seemed completely oblivious to the sword energy that threatened to pierce him, maintaining his usual amicable and prosperous demeanor. He uncorked the gourd, and an indescribable fragrance instantly filled the entire hall. Chapter 97 I'll guide the Satyrs' cultivation. This fragrance. How to put it? 1 second it's like the fragrance of thousands of fruits ripening on the branches, the next it's like the refreshing scent of hundreds of flowers blooming by a spiritual spring, and finally, all of this transforms into a mellow, sweet, and nectar-like aroma of wine. Gulp. In the main hall, someone involuntarily swallowed hard. Even the elders who were holding swords couldn't help but loosen their grip. Master Jingxuan's expression froze slightly the moment she smelled the fragrance. Sect leader Dingxian. Su Yu's voice carried a perfectly timed seductive quality. You are a senior and highly accomplished person, how dare I be rude? The constipation I mentioned does not mean anything in the ordinary sense, but rather the stagnation of vital energy, the dimness of the mind, the blockage of the flow of qi, and the obstruction of the circulation of qi throughout the body. As he spoke, he shook the monkey spirit fruit wine in his hand. This wine is from my Shenong project, made by combining 108 kinds of spiritual fruits with the ancient spiritual spring water of Changbai Mountain, brewed for 81 days using an ancient alchemical formula. I dare not say anything else, but for your uneven circulation ailment. Su Yu smiled slightly, the medicine will cure the disease. Master Jingxuan's Adam's apple moved almost imperceptibly. Although anger still surged within me. But this wine, it smells so good. The spiritual energy that surged straight to the top of her head caused a barely perceptible loosening of her bottleneck, which had remained stagnant for 5 years. Cough. Master Jingxian had no choice but to forcibly avert her gaze, keeping a straight face, and glancing at her eldest disciple from the corner of her eye. Like snow. Disciple is here. Ji Ruxue immediately understood. Alliance leader Su is a guest from afar. How can we allow him to stand in the hall for so long? Master Jingxian snorted coldly. Go to the vegetarian hall at the back of the mountain and prepare a vegetarian feast. Although Amei is not as wealthy as the area below the mountain, we can still afford a few dishes of vegetarian food. Yes. Ji Ruxue felt as if she had been granted a pardon and quickly agreed, turning around to make the arrangements. Hey, wait a minute. Su Yu called out to stop her. Abbess Jingxian raised an eyebrow. What? Alliance leader Su thinks that the vegetarian food at Amei is too meager and hard to swallow? No, it's a misunderstanding. Su Yu waved his hand, his smile as warm as a spring breeze. Vegetarian food is good, vegetarian food is serene. But I just feel that having vegetarian food without wine would be a great regret in life. He walked forward with a smile and placed the crystal gourd on the mahogany table in front of Abbess Jingxian with a thud. Fine wine should be paired with fine food. Master, this gourd wine of mine, paired with your vegetarian dishes from Amei, I think, will have a unique flavor. Half an hour later, at the Zhaitong Hall on the back mountain of Amei. Although it is called a dining hall, it is actually an elegant side hall. Outside the hall is a sheer cliff with rolling clouds and moonlight. On the table were indeed several exquisite vegetarian dishes. What golden summit Buddha light actually shredded carrots with tofu skin, sea of clouds and auspicious omens blanched bok choy, salvation for all beings a pot of mushroom soup. It must be said that the chefs in Amei have a good understanding of artistic conception. However, the main focus on the table at this moment is not these vegetarian dishes. Instead, it was placed in the center of the table, a crystal gourd that constantly emitted a unique fragrance. Abbess Jingxian, along with the 4 core elders of Amei, the transmission elder, the discipline elder, the outer sect elder, and the internal affairs elder, sat on either side. Ji Ruxue stood prettily behind Abbess Jingxian, like a little maid, responsible for pouring wine. That's right, pour the wine. Just now, Su Yu successfully convinced Abbess Jingxian with his silver tongue that his spirit monkey 100 fruit brew was made from the essence of spiritual energy, not considered meat, and would not break the vow of abstinence from alcohol. Drinking it would only bring benefits and no harm. Come, sect leader Jingxian, let me toast you. Su Yu held up a large, rough porcelain bowl. There was no other way. The strict rules and regulations of Mount Amei meant that even a decent wine cup couldn't be found, so we had to use the large bowls used for drinking soup in the dining hall. With a stern face, Abbess Jingxian picked up the soup bowl in front of her. In the bowl, the emerald green liquid was crystal clear, radiating an alluring glow. She only took a small sip. The wine, upon entering the throat, felt not like a liquid, but rather like a gentle and pure spiritual energy that exploded instantly. Boom! A surge of heat rushed from the dantian to the rest of the body. Master Jingxuan's perpetually icy face suddenly flushed red. She felt that the bottleneck she had been stuck in for 5 years had actually been shattered, cracked open by this surge of heat. Good wine. The most impatient of the group, the discipline elder, was a short, plump old woman. She couldn't hold back any longer and picked up her bowl, taking a big gulp. Oh my God! The discipline elder jumped up abruptly, his face flushed red, and wisps of white steam even rose from the top of his head. This humble nun feels about to break through? Stay calm, stay calm. Suyu pressed his hand down, then looked at Master Jingxian with a smile. Sect leader, how is my wine? Master Jingxian took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the surging blood and qi within her body, but her eyes were already burning with fervor. Alliance leader Su. She put down the soup bowl, her voice hoarse. Let's not beat around the bush. What exactly do you want from Ame, this wine, and you? She's not stupid. Such divine wine, such terrifying power. Suyu's ambitions are definitely not small. None, you're so quick-witted. Suyu also put down his bowl, his expression turning serious. What I'm after is a win-win situation. He stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the churning sea of clouds. Master, elders, times have changed. Spiritual energy is reviving, and strange beasts are awakening. Ancient martial arts from the old era are no match for absolute power. I, Suyu, am unworthy, but I have been fortunate enough to create a small cultivation technique called the Human Emperor's World-Suppressing Scripture, which is enough to allow me to stand firm in this apocalyptic world. I founded the Human Revival Alliance because I want Dragon Summer, where everyone is like a dragon. Suyu turned around, his gaze intense. I've heard that Ame has the 9 profound techniques, an ancient and incredibly profound art. But, it seems incomplete, isn't it? Upon hearing this, Master Jingxian and the 4 elders all changed their expressions drastically. This is Ame's biggest secret. Moreover, Suyu changed the subject. The 9 profound techniques are good, but its efficiency in converting spiritual energy is too slow, and it's too picky. It can only absorb the purest spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and it's helpless against the violent and chaotic energy in this apocalyptic world. In fact, it might even be harmful to it. This is probably why you, Master, have been stuck at this bottleneck for 5 years and dare not break through easily, right? How did you know? Master Jingxian finally lost her composure and cried out in alarm. Every word Suyu said was like a heavy hammer blow, striking her most vulnerable heart. That's right, it's not that she can't break through, it's that she doesn't dare to. If you force a breakthrough, it will draw on those violent and chaotic spiritual energies, which will at best sever your meridians, and at worst, cause you to explode and die on the spot. I not only know this. Suyu smiled slightly, revealing a set of bright white teeth. I have another solution. What? The entire room was filled with astonishment. This is my ancient martial arts fusion plan. Suyu spoke eloquently. I will use the all-encompassing mindset of the Human Emperor's World-Suppressing Scripture as its core to help you improve the 9 profound techniques, allowing it to undergo a complete transformation. In exchange, first, from this day forward, Ame joins the Human Revival Alliance and obeys my orders. Secondly, I can provide Ame with an unlimited supply of basic pills. Body-tempering pills, qi-gathering pills, whatever you want, there's plenty. And this Spirit Monkey 100 fruit wine, 1 gourd per month, exclusively for the nuns. Third. Suyu's gaze fell on Ji Rushue, who was standing behind Abbess Jingxian. I observe that Saintess Rushue possesses exceptional talent and physique, a 9-in-cold body that is 1 in 10,000. It's a pity that she is held back by this incomplete, 9 profound technique. My third condition is. Suyu approached step by step until he stood before Abbess Jingxian and said, word by word. Next, I will personally guide the Holy Maiden's cultivation. Chapter 98:9 in Cold Body. If you don't want to perish, then accept the fullness of young fire. Upon hearing this, the air in the entire dining hall seemed to freeze for a moment. Several elders, who were enjoying their meal with rosy cheeks, suddenly stopped eating, their chopsticks hanging in mid-air. The short, stout discipline elder was the first to come to his senses, his brows instantly furrowing into a deep frown. Alliance leader Su, perhaps, this is slightly inappropriate? She glanced at Ji Rushue, who stood gracefully beside her, her eyes full of protectiveness. Rushue is the holy maiden of Ame. She grew up on the Golden Summit since childhood. She is pure and innocent and has never had any intimate contact with a man. If we were to cultivate alone with Alliance leader Su, well, if word got out, it would probably damage the reputation of Ame sect and the honor of the Holy Maiden. The other elders nodded in agreement, their faces showing reluctance. Although Suyu's offer was extremely tempting, plenty of pills, fine wine, and even the possibility of improving cultivation techniques, it was still very tempting. These are all genuine and deadly temptations. But the Ame sect is, after all, a sect with a history of over 1,000 years. If they were to send their own holy maiden into a man's room for such a small benefit, how would they ever be able to face the world again? Master Jingxian remained silent, her prayer beads turning gently in her hands, clearly undergoing a fierce internal struggle. She was reluctant to give up the opportunity to improve her cultivation method, but she couldn't get over the mental hurdle. Seeing this, Suyu was not angry at all. Instead, he chuckled, shook his head, picked up the teacup on the table, and took a sip. Elders, none, you are overthinking it. Suyu put down his teacup, his gaze becoming clear and open, as if it could reflect all the filth in the world. Although I, Suyu, am not a saint, I am by no means a petty person who takes advantage of others' misfortunes. What I meant by personal guidance was a serious academic discussion, a pointer on the techniques. How did it become so indescribable in your mouths? Besides, Suyu changed the subject, his gaze sharpening as he looked directly at Ji Ruxue. The situation of Saintess Ruxue is probably more serious than you all imagine. If this drags on any longer, not only will my reputation be ruined, but I'm afraid I might not even be able to save my life. What? Master Jingshuan's expression changed. What do you mean by that, Alliance Leader Su? Suyu stood up, put his hands behind his back, and slowly walked half a circle around Ji Ruxue, his gaze scrutinizing the stunning saintess from head to toe like an X-ray. Ji Ruxue felt uncomfortable under his gaze. She tried to cover her proud curves with her sleeves, but they only made her look more taut and alluring. The nine-yin cold body is the most yin and cold constitution in the world. Suyu spoke slowly, his voice not loud, but every word was precious. This physique allows for extremely fast cultivation, but it is also extremely dangerous. If it were to cultivate the complete version of the extreme cold technique, it would be fine, but unfortunately, the Amaze X, 9 profound technique, is incomplete and lacks sufficient yang energy, making it unable to harmonize the ever-increasing cold energy within the body. If I'm not mistaken. Suyu stopped in front of Ji Ruxue, extended a finger, and lightly touched her brow. On every full moon night, at the third quarter of midnight, does the holy maiden feel a chill seep into her heart, as if her limbs and bones are plunged into an ice cave, and even a needle-like pain in her lower abdomen? Ji Ruxue's clear, cold eyes widened instantly, her pupils filled with shock. How did you know? This is her biggest secret. Apart from her master, Abbess Jingxian, even the elders don't know all the details. This man, having only met her for less than half an hour, actually saw through her hidden ailment at a glance? Master Jingxian was also greatly shocked, and her last line of defense began to waver. Suyu sighed and continued. This is a sign that the cold poison has penetrated into the bone marrow. It's only flaring up on the night of the full moon. If it goes on for another year or two, the cold will fully erupt. At best, the meridians will be completely severed, leaving the person crippled. At worst, the person will perish and turn into an ice sculpture. What? The elders turned pale with fright. Is it that serious? Alliance Leader Su, is there any way to save her? Elder Discipline asked anxiously, as she doted on Ji Ruxue as if she were her own granddaughter. Yes, of course. Suyu nodded, a confident smile on his face. The human emperor's world-suppressing scripture that I cultivate is an extremely yang and powerful imperial cultivation method, which is the nemesis of all yin and cold energies. Only by using my spiritual power to enter the saintess's body, guide the cold energy within her, and construct a new, balanced cycle of yin and yang can this hidden danger be completely eradicated. And Suyu suddenly lowered his voice, leaned close to Master Jingshuan's ear, and said in a voice only the two of them could hear. Master, you wouldn't want to see such a promising cultivator ruined like this, would you? This is the hope for the revival of Amaze. Besides, I, Suyu, am now a general of the Dragon Kingdom, a guardian war god of the nation. My character has been tested by the country and the people. It is absolutely universally acknowledged. I assure you that during the treatment, I will remain completely within the bounds of propriety and will never overstep any boundaries. Suyu patted his chest, his face full of righteous indignation. The Paradeister egg on the shoulder rolled its eyes and muttered under its breath, I don't believe you, that old geezer is really bad, Before it could finish speaking, Suyu suddenly stuffed a piece of pastry into its mouth, physically silencing it. Master Jingxian looked into Suyu's sincere eyes, and then at her beloved disciple, whose face was pale and who was clearly frightened by the outbreak of cold poison. Finally, she let out a long sigh. That's enough, that's enough. People of the martial world are not bound by trivialities. Since it concerns Ruxue's life and future, let's put aside those worldly rules for now. She gave Suyu a deep look, her tone solemn. Alliance Leader Su, I entrust this only disciple to you. I hope you will keep your promise. Don't worry, Master. Suyu was overjoyed, but her face remained serious. I will do my utmost. Seeing that the sect leader had relented, the elders naturally stopped interfering. They even looked at Ji Rushua with a kind of loving gaze that seemed to suggest sacrificing personal interests for the greater good, which made Ji Rushua feel uneasy. Ru Shui. Abbess Jingxian turned around, her tone much gentler. You can go with Alliance Leader Su. Remember, you must follow Alliance Leader Su's arrangements, cooperate well with the treatment, and not be willful. Yes, Master. Ji Rushua bit her red lips and lowered her head in response. She secretly glanced at the young man who was giving her a handsome smile, and felt a mix of emotions. She felt a mix of anticipation for treatment of her hidden ailment, shyness about being alone with a strange man, and a hint of curiosity that she herself couldn't quite explain. This man is truly special. Not only is his strength unfathomable, but his way of speaking and acting is also so unique. And his bird really does look quite interesting. Chapter 99 The Drunken Saintess is absolutely too charming and adorable. Behind Mount Hame, at Tingxua Xiaozhu. This is an exquisite pavilion built suspended on a cliff. Surrounded by clouds and mist, with cascading waterfalls and flowing springs, the environment was serene and elegant, making it the place where Ji Rushue usually cultivated herself in seclusion. Normally, this place is a forbidden area of the Yamei sect. Apart from Abbess Jingxian, even ordinary disciples are not allowed to approach it at will. But today, the gates of this forbidden land have been opened for a man. With his hands behind his back and a parrot slung over his shoulder, Suyu strolled slowly into the small building. Ji Rushua followed behind him and closed the door somewhat awkwardly. With a soft creak, the door closed, completely shutting out the noise from the outside world. The interior of the small building is decorated in a very simple and elegant style. A guqin, a censer of sandalwood incense, a few futons, that's all I own. A faint, cool fragrance filled the air, a unique scent emanating from Ji Rushua, somewhat like snow lotus, and also somewhat like icy spring water. Is this where you usually live? Suyu looked around and couldn't help but click his tongue in amazement. TSK, this is too austere, isn't it? Not even a decent sofa, no, not even a comfy couch? Those who cultivate the Tao do not value external things. Ji Rushua spoke softly, her voice still cold, but compared to when she was in the main hall, she was less wary and more natural. As long as the mind is calm, anywhere can be a place of spiritual practice. That's true. Suyu walked to the window, looked at the sea of clouds outside, and stretched. But cultivating the Tao is also about cultivating the mind. If you can't even find any joy in life, what's the point of becoming an immortal? That's just stone, not human. Ji Rushua was slightly taken aback. She was taught from a young age to be pure of heart and have few desires, to be self-disciplined and follow the rules of propriety, and no one had ever said such things to her before. The pleasures of life? That's something only ordinary people down in the mountains would pursue, right? What? You don't believe me? Suyu turned around, looked at her thoughtful expression, and a mischievous smile appeared on his lips. Then tell me, if cultivating the Tao requires purifying the mind and reducing desires, then why do you still secretly hide wine to drink? Ah! Ji Rushua's secret was exposed, and her pretty face instantly turned red, as if she had applied a layer of rouge. She glanced instinctively at a hidden cabinet in the corner, then hurriedly looked away, stammering an explanation. I didn't, that was medicinal wine. It's used to improve blood circulation and remove blood stasis. Oh? Medicated wine? Suyu took 2 steps closer to her with a half smile. Then this medicinal wine must taste really good, otherwise why would our holy maiden Xinglian risk being punished by her master to secretly let an outer disciple bring it up the mountain? You stop talking. Ji Rushua was filled with shame and indignation, wishing she could disappear into the ground. How could this person be like this? Why bring up something you shouldn't talk about? Okay, I'm just teasing you. Suyu knew when to stop. He didn't want to scare this pure and innocent fairy away as soon as he entered the door. As if by magic, he pulled out the crystal gourd that he had never parted from behind his back. Actually, I'm one of the same kind of people. He uncorked the gourd, and an aroma of wine even richer and more mellow than the one in the main hall instantly filled the entire room. Ji Rushua's nose twitched uncontrollably. Those eyes, which had been filled with shame and indignation, suddenly lit up and stared intently at the gourd. That was the look in a drunkard's eyes when he saw an exceptional wine. Just like a cat seeing catnip, it's simply irresistible. Want some? Suyu shook the gourd, and the wine inside sloshed around, making an enticing sound. Ji Rushue swallowed hard. Reason told her she should refuse and maintain the dignity of a saint. But his body language betrayed him by nodding. I want to. The sound was so faint it was like a mosquito's buzz. Come and sit down if you want a drink. Suyu sat cross-legged on the futon by the window and patted the spot next to him. This is a special gift I prepared for you. I was just fooling your master in the main hall earlier. This wine is actually specially for someone like you, well, someone who has good drinking manners. Ji Rushue hesitated for a moment, but in the end she could not resist the temptation of the fine wine. She moved gracefully and carefully to sit down opposite Suyu, across a small tea table. Really? I'll drink it? She looked at the gourd with longing in her eyes. Certainly. Suyu took 2 teacups from the side and poured them full. The emerald green wine rippled in the white porcelain glass, resembling amber and radiating a captivating luster. Want to try some? Suyu made a pleased gesture. Ji Rushue stretched out her slender hand, picked up the wine cup, and first brought it to her nose to take a gentle sniff. It smells so good. She couldn't help but exclaim in admiration, then took a small sip. In that instant, her eyes widened in shock. If the previous so-called medicinal wine was a mountain stream, then this cup of Lingho Baigui Yang is a rushing river. It has a smooth and sweet taste, with the fragrance of various fruits, and no spiciness at all. But once it enters the throat, it transforms into a warm, comforting current that instantly flows throughout the body. The feeling was like soaking in a hot spring on a cold winter's day, so comfortable that it made you want to groan. What shocked her even more was that the spiritual energy contained in this wine was more than what she had absorbed in half a month of arduous cultivation. Moreover, it was extremely gentle and did not require any deliberate refining. It automatically integrated into her meridians, nourishing her limbs and bones. Delicious. Ji Rushue couldn't help but take another big gulp. Due to the effects of alcohol and spiritual energy, 2 charming blushes appeared on her cool and beautiful face. With a flicker of her eyes, she revealed a charm and allure rarely seen in her daily life. That's right. Suyu looked at her like this and chuckled inwardly. Once they've had a drink, they start talking freely and let their guard down. This wine is good, but don't overindulge. Suyu poured himself a glass and sipped it slowly. After all, we still have important business to attend to. Is this serious business? Ji Rushue blinked her dazed eyes, her mind a little slow to process what was happening. What important matter is it? Of course it's transferring power. Suyu put down his wine glass, his expression becoming serious. Holy maiden, it's getting late, shall we begin? Oh, okay. Ji Rushue then remembered what she had come here for. She quickly put down her wine glass, sat up straight, and tried to make herself look serious. Fellow Taoist Su, what do I need to do? It's very simple. Suyu pointed to an open space in the center of the room. Go sit there with your back to me. I need to check your meridians first, and then I'll perform your first spiritual energy channeling. Oh. Ji Rushue nodded obediently, got up and walked to the center of the open space, where she sat down cross-legged with her back to Suyu. Because of the alcohol, her body felt a little weak, and her posture was more languid than usual. Beneath the loose Taoist robe, the S-shaped curve of her back was faintly visible, especially the undulations between her waist and hips, which made Suyu's mouth go dry. Chapter 100. Turning around, he fell into her arms. Holy maiden, the healing isn't over yet. Cough cough. Suyu coughed twice to calm himself down. Bonus, go stand guard at the door and don't let anyone in to disturb us. He gave instructions to the parrot on his shoulder. TCH, I know. Easter egg rolled its eyes, flapped its wings, and flew to the window frame. Suyu ignored the wretched bird, got up and sat down behind Ji Rushue. Holy maiden, please forgive me. He said something, then stretched out his hands and slowly placed them on Ji Rushue's back. Although there was a Taoist robe between them, Ji Rushue's delicate body still trembled violently the moment those warm, large hands touched her. An unusual electric current instantly spread throughout his body from the point of contact. Don't be nervous, relax. Suyu's voice rang in her ear, deep and magnetic. I'm about to start channeling my spiritual energy. It might get a little hot, so please bear with it. Ji Rushue bit her lip and nodded gently. The next second. A vast and domineering surge of pure yang spiritual power erupted from Suyu's palm and rushed into Ji Rushua's body without any hindrance. Ugh! Ji Rushua let out a suppressed moan. This spiritual energy is too hot and too strong. It was like a blazing sun that pierced straight into her body. Her meridians, which had been perpetually cold due to the nining cold body, instantly began to thaw and revive under the blazing sun. That feeling was both painful and pleasurable. It's like a person who's been frozen stiff suddenly being immersed in hot water, every cell in their body cheering. Embrace the primordial essence and focus your mind on the dantian. Suyu's low shout kept her sliver of clarity. She quickly activated the incomplete, 9 mysteries technique, attempting to guide this immense spiritual power. But she soon discovered that her cultivation technique was like a stream facing a river in the face of this domineering spiritual power, completely out of her control. Don't use your martial arts. Suyu seemed to sense her embarrassment and said in a deep voice. Follow my guidance. Forget your previous cultivation path and start anew. As soon as he finished speaking, Suyu's spiritual power transformed into countless dragons, rampaging through her body, forcefully breaking through one blocked acupoint after another, and opening up one new meridian after another. Ah! This intense stimulation, akin to reshaping one's physical body, caused Ji Rushua to finally let out soft gasps. Sweat instantly soaked through her clothes. The originally loose Taoist robe now clung tightly to her body, outlining her devilish figure that could make even a saint sin. Suyu sat behind her, watching the erotic scene before him, and his breathing became heavier. But he knew that this was a critical moment and he couldn't afford to act rashly. He focused his mind and concentrated on controlling his spiritual power, carefully helping her to regulate her meridians and expel the cold poison hidden deep in her bones. As time went by, the cold energy within Ji Rushua's body was gradually forced out, turning into white mist and dissipating into the air. And her body became hotter and softer. I don't know how much time passed. When the last trace of cold poison was dispelled, and the new great circulation was fully formed. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from Ji Rushua. Her cultivation, which had been stuck at a bottleneck for many years, broke through instantly, as if water had naturally flowed into a channel. Moreover, it's not just a breakthrough in cultivation level. More importantly, she felt as if a huge burden had been lifted from her body, making her feel lighter and more relaxed than ever before. The chill and lingering pain that had accompanied her for years had completely disappeared. Call. Ji Rushua exhaled a long breath and slowly opened her eyes. Those eyes, which were originally cold and aloof, were now moist and bright, sparkling with life. She felt as if she had been reborn. It worked? She turned around in surprise and looked at Suyu behind her. However, because the movements were too hasty, and because my body had just undergone a major transformation, I was still feeling a bit sore and weak. As she turned around, she lost her balance and fell towards Suyu. Careful! Suyu reacted quickly and caught her. A warm, soft body embraced me. That astonishing H-cup sensation pressed relentlessly against Suyu's chest. Suyu let out a muffled groan, feeling his sanity snap in that instant. This is way too big. Ji Rushua was also stunned. She nestled in Suyu's arms, feeling his burning body temperature and reassuring heartbeat, completely stunned. So much so that my brain went blank for a full 3 seconds. When she realized how suggestive her current position was, a wave of shame instantly erupted like a volcano, engulfing her completely. Ah! She let out a panicked cry, like a startled fawn, and frantically tried to get off Suyu. The more panicked you are, the less your hands and feet will obey your commands. She struggled a few times in Suyu's arms, but instead of getting up, her body went limp and she fell back down heavily because her hand pressed on the wrong spot. This time, their faces were even closer together. Suyu looked at the stunningly beautiful face so close to his, at her panicked eyes, and at her earlobes that were so red with shame and indignation that they seemed about to bleed. He couldn't help but curl a playful smile at the corner of his mouth. Your Highness, although I know I am handsome and charming, you don't need to go to such lengths to offer yourself to me, do you? His voice was deep, with a hint of teasing. Shut up! Ji Rushua was filled with shame and indignation. Finally, she managed to muster a little strength again and pushed Suyu away. Her figure, like a startled cloud, drifted back to the window. With her back to Suyu, she gripped the window frame tightly with both hands, her chest heaving as she gasped for breath in the cold air outside, trying to calm the burning heat on her face. How embarrassing! She herself was the holy maiden of Ame, pure and immaculate, untouched by the mortal world. How could she lose her composure like this in a man's arms? And she instinctively pressed her hand against her still wildly beating heart. Why did I feel a strange sense of security and longing when I was in his arms just now, besides shame? This feeling is too dangerous. Okay, I'm not teasing you anymore. Suyu's cheerful voice came from behind. That was a normal physiological reaction. Your body has been eroded by cold toxins for many years, and your meridians have become stiff. Just now, I forcibly opened up your circulation and reshaped your meridians. Your body couldn't adapt to this feeling of ease and power for a while, which caused you to lose your balance. This is normal. Suyu's serious-sounding nonsense gave Ji Rushua a perfect way out. Upon hearing this, Ji Rushua felt slightly better. She turned around, her face still flushed, but her eyes had regained some clarity. Thank you so much, Alliance Leader Su, for healing my wounds. She bowed gracefully to Suyu, her tone becoming much more sincere. If she had any doubts about Suyu before, now, feeling the surging spiritual energy within her body and the vanished cold poison, she was truly convinced. This man, though flirtatious, is also somewhat domineering in his methods. But he really did something that even his master couldn't do. Don't mention it, this is something I promised sect leader Jingxian. Suyu waved his hand, then his expression turned serious, and he looked at her with piercing eyes. However, the treatment is not over yet. Chapter 101's Rank Talent, Mysterious Een Frost Splendor. It's not over yet? Ji Rushua was taken aback. But I can't feel the cold poison anymore. That's just the surface. Suyu walked up to her, his expression serious. Your Nine cold body is innate, with a continuous flow of cold energy. I have only helped you clear your meridians, so that you are no longer suffering from the backlash of the cold poison. But if you want to truly control this power, and even transform it into your strongest trump card, you still need one last step. The final step? Ji Rushua asked subconsciously. That's right. Suyu nodded, a glint of shrewdness flashing in his eyes. That is awakening talent. Your constitution is special. If I'm not mistaken, an extremely powerful force lies dormant within you. Once awakened, you will not only be able to completely rid yourself of the cold poison, but you will also ascend to the heavens in one leap. Come, sit down, I'll give you one last helping hand. It took several more hours of conditioning and operation. This time, although the process wasn't as painful as before, the level of ambiguity was no less. In order to guide the power hidden deep within Ji Rushua's bloodline, Suyu had to place his palm on her back again. In order to sense the subtle flow of spiritual energy, his fingers would occasionally accidentally brush against some sensitive acupoints. Ji Rushua bit her red lips, enduring the strange tingling sensation in her body, and silently recited the heart-cleansing mantra in her heart. But this incantation seemed so pale and powerless in the face of Suyu's domineering and scorching spiritual power. Finally, quantitative change led to qualitative change. Boom! An extremely terrifying chill suddenly erupted from Ji Rushua's body. This chill was no longer the kind of cold, biting poison, but a sacred, noble, and seemingly timeless extreme frost power. The entire listening snow pavilion was instantly covered by a layer of crystal-clear frost. The sea of clouds outside the window seemed to be stunned by the chill and stopped churning. Ji Rushua slowly opened her eyes. At this moment, her demeanor changed drastically. Her jet-black hair, starting from the roots, rapidly turned into a snow-white silver, dancing in the wind like an ice goddess descending to earth. Ding! Target Ji Rushua detected. Successfully awakened S-rank talent, Mysterious Een Frost. Mysterious Een Frost Essence, the ultimate sublimation of the power of extreme Een and cold, controlling absolute zero, freezing all things. Moreover, the possessor is a born, mysterious Een furnace. If cultivated with a man possessing pure Yang or Imperial Path techniques, Yin and Yang can complement each other, creating a harmonious union, and both can advance their cultivation by leaps and bounds. The system notification sounded in Suyu's mind. Looking at the ice goddess before him, who seemed to have undergone a complete transformation, and then at the system's evaluation of Mysterious Een Furnace, he was struck by her beauty. Suyu's throat bobbed violently. S-rank talent. Moreover, it is the most suitable physique for dual cultivation. This is simply the perfect companion tailor-made for his human emperor's world-suppressing scripture. If I could win her over, not only would I be able to satisfy my physical needs and continue the flame of civilization, but I could also see my cultivation level skyrocket. Suyu felt a fire burning inside her, and she couldn't wait to rush over and have a good discussion with this newly made ice and snow goddess about the great harmony of life. But he held back. He knew very well that Ji Rushue was neither Lui Fei nor Bai Qingyan. She lived in the secluded golden summit of a Mei mountain for a long time, and her thinking was simple and conservative. Although she has developed feelings for him, showing too much aggression now would only backfire and scare the little white rabbit that has just poked its head out back. Haste makes waste. Especially for such exquisite items, one needs patience to savor and conquer them. Call. The strange phenomena surrounding Ji Rushue gradually subsided, her silver hair returned to its black color, and her eyes returned to their original color. She looked at her hands, which were as smooth and lustrous as jade, and gently clenched them together. Click. The moisture in the air instantly condensed into an ice lotus, which bloomed in her palm. This is a natural divine ability? She murmured to herself, her eyes filled with shock and surprise. That's right, an S-rank talent, mysterious Een Frostblossom. Suyu said with a smile, his eyes clear, without the slightest hint of greed or blasphemy. Congratulations, Rushue. You are now a true princess. Even in the entire Dragon Kingdom, your talent is among the very top tier group. Ji Rushue turned around and looked at the man in front of her who remained calm and composed even in the face of such great power. A surge of gratitude welled up in my heart. She knew that without Suyu, she might have suffered from the cold poison for the rest of her life and eventually died a tragic death. He gave me a new life, gave me strength, and gave me a future. Suyu. For the first time, she stopped calling him Alliance Leader Su or Teacher Su and addressed him by his given name. Thank you. Her voice was soft, yet firm. I will remember this kindness as if it were snow. I will do my utmost to serve you in the future. You flatter me. Suyu smiled, walked to the table by the window, picked up the crystal wine gourd, and shook it. I'm helping you for the greater good, and also because of fate. Talking about death is just bad luck. Now that you, Rushue, have mastered your divine skills, you must be in a good mood, right? He poured 2 cups of monkey fruit wine and handed one to Ji Rushue. With such a beautiful moment and fine wine at hand, why don't we drink a few cups together and chat? Ji Rushue looked at the glass of wine that exuded an enticing aroma, and then at Suyu's gentle and refined smile. At this moment, a corner of my mental defenses quietly crumbled. She took the wineglass, a genuine smile rarely seen on her face. Good. Listening to Snow Pavilion, outside the window, clouds drift and the mountain breeze is cool. Inside the room, the two sat facing each other, drinking wine. After a few cups of Lingho Baiguan Yang, a charming blush returned to Ji Rushue's originally cool and beautiful face. The combined effects of alcohol and spiritual energy relaxed her completely, making her no longer as reserved as before. Rushue, how many years have you been living on the mountain? Suyu toyed with the wineglass in his hand and casually asked. 22 years. Ji Rushue looked at the sea of clouds outside the window, her eyes somewhat unfocused. I am an orphan. My master took me up the mountain when I was still an infant. In the past 22 years, I have only been down the mountain a handful of times. The farthest I have ever been is to the town at the foot of the mountain. In my eyes, the world is the golden summit of Mount Ame, the sea of clouds, my master, and my fellow disciples. As she said this, a hint of melancholy crept into her voice. Although she was a saint revered by everyone, in a sense, she was also a prisoner on this golden dome. Don't you want to go see the outside world? Suyu asked. The outside world? Ji Rushue turned her head and looked at him curiously. What is the outside world like? The outside world. Suyu took a sip of wine, a hint of reminiscence and longing appearing in his eyes, and began his pyramid scheme. No, it's more like description. The outside world is vast, wonderful, and prosperous. There are towering buildings there, brightly lit at night, more dazzling than the stars in the sky. We call it the city that never sleeps. There is a place called Amusement Park there, with a giant Ferris wheel that can take you into the air and give you a panoramic view of the city and a carousel where you can sit like a princess in a fairy tale. Really? Ji Rushue's eyes lit up. Is it even more fun than flying in a sea of clouds? They're different, Suyu said with a smile. Flying through the sea of clouds is freedom, while a Ferris wheel is romance. Chapter 102 Demon Suppressing Abyss, Beasts Awaken. Really, anything else? Ji Rushue, like a little girl listening to a story, eagerly pressed for more information. There's also something delicious to eat. Suyu is about to unleash his ultimate move. There's something called hot pot, with a bright red broth that's piping hot. You put thinly sliced lamb and beef in to cook for a bit, then dip them in sesame oil and minced garlic. The taste is so good, even the gods wouldn't trade it for that. And there's milk tea, which is sweet and has chewy tapioca pearls in it. One sip and your mood will improve. And there are movie theaters, where everyone sits together, watching the joys and sorrows unfold on a huge screen, crying and laughing along. As Suyu described, vivid scenes that Ji Rushue had never seen before slowly unfolded in her mind. It was a world full of life, full of color, and full of endless possibilities. This is completely different from her 22 years of a life of asceticism and spiritual practice. Her eyes revealed a deep longing and yearning. This is wonderful, she murmured to herself. Unfortunately, I am a saintess, and I must protect Ame Mountain. I cannot descend the mountain at will. Who says a saintess can't come down from the mountain? Suyu put down his wineglass and stared intently at her. If one has never even entered the mortal world, how can one talk about transcending it? If one has never even witnessed the suffering of all living beings or the prosperity of the world, how can one protect all living beings? Ru Shui, you've trapped yourself on this mountain for too long. The world has changed. Spiritual energy is reviving, and the end of the world is coming. Ame cannot remain unaffected forever. You need to go out, see the world, experience it, and gain insights. Only in this way can your Tao heart be truly perfected and your cultivation advance further. Suyu's voice was incredibly seductive, each word striking a chord deep within Ji Rushue's heart. Go out. Ji Rushue's heart began to pound violently. She looked at Suyu as if she were seeing the key to that wonderful world. Can I, she asked hesitantly. Master, she. If you want to, nothing is impossible. Suyu reached out and gently grasped her soft hand that was on the table. Leave your master to me. I have a way to get her to agree. And he looked into her eyes and said earnestly, I also hope you can come down the mountain. Because I want to take you to eat hot pot, take you to ride the Ferris wheel, take you to see a movie, take you to experience all the wonderful things in this world. I want you to know that while it's good to be a god, it's not so bad to be a human being with feelings and happiness. Suyu's words can be described as a direct attack. Ji Rushue's face turned bright red instantly, but this time, she didn't pull her hand back. She felt the warmth of Suyu's palm, the sincerity in his words, and the undisguised affection. Her heart was in turmoil. It moved too. 22 years of solitary cultivation seemed to become unimportant at this moment. She wanted to see the world he had described. I'd rather go with him. Suyu. She called his name softly, her voice trembling with shyness. If there really is a chance, I'm willing to go down the mountain with you. Ding. Detected a change in the favorability rating of target Ji Rushue. Current affection level, 60 heart fluttering. Suyu was overjoyed. 60 points. You passed. This means the seeds have been planted. With just a little water and fertilizer, they will flower and bear fruit. Okay. It's a deal. Suyu gripped her hand tightly, his eyes full of smiles. Just as the ambiguous atmosphere between the two was about to intensify further, Suyu was preparing to strike while the iron was hot and add some physical contact. Rumble. A muffled, loud noise suddenly came from deep underground. Immediately afterwards, the entire Tingxue Shaozhu, and even the entire golden summit of Ame, began to shake violently. The wine glasses on the table overturned, spilling wine all over the table. What's going on? Ji Rushue's expression changed, and she quickly steadied herself, looking out the window with surprise and uncertainty. Suyu's face also darkened instantly. This vibration frequency doesn't seem like a normal earthquake. Beep beep beep. The encrypted communicator on his wrist also emitted a rapid alarm at that moment. Suyu opened the communicator, and Lu Mei's anxious voice immediately came through. Suyu, something's happened. The Sky Eye system has detected abnormal fluctuations in the Earth's veins not far from Mount Ame. A massive high-energy source is awakening. Based on the energy spectrum analysis, it's a third-tier, no, it might be a near fourth-tier mutated creature. It's breaking through the seal, it's about to come out. Near fourth rank? Suyu's pupils contracted slightly. If the previous Earth Dragon King was at the peak of the third tier, then this guy who hasn't even appeared yet is even stronger than the Earth Dragon King? I see. Suyu hung up the call, turned to look at Ji Rushue, and his expression was solemn. Rushui, something is about to emerge not far from Mount Amei. Ji Rushui also sensed the terrifying aura emanating from the abyss in the back mountain. That aura was filled with violence, bloodshed, and antiquity, as if a demon imprisoned for thousands of years was about to see the light of day again. That's the direction of the demon's suppressing abyss. Ji Rushua's expression changed drastically, and she exclaimed, "Legend has it that a peerless demon is suppressed there. Could it be that the legend is true? Whether it's true or not, we'll find out by going to see for ourselves." Suyu stood up, his aura changing, and said, "Walk. Leave? How do we leave?" Ji Rushua was pulled by the wrist by Suyu and rushed out of Tingshui Shaozhu. Feeling the mountain trembling violently beneath her feet, and looking at the billowing black smoke and suffocating demonic aura rising into the sky in the distance, her face turned as pale as paper. "That's a sheer cliff and abyss behind the mountain, there's no path. Road?" Suyu stopped and stood on the edge of the cliff. "For the strong, the sky is the path." Before he could finish speaking, a low, buzzing sound suddenly rang out above their heads. Ji Rushua subconsciously looked up. Amidst the churning clouds, a streamlined black gold light, like a shooting star streaking across the sky, instantly hovered in front of the two. It was a shuttle-shaped object about 3 meters long, made entirely of an unknown black metal, with mysterious golden spiritual patterns flowing across its surface. It hovered there silently, without propellers or exhaust nozzles, completely defying the common sense of physics. An aura brimming with the beauty of combining technology and cultivation is overwhelming. What kind of magical artifact is this?" Ji Rushua's beautiful eyes widened. She had never seen such a peculiar creation. "It's neither like a flying sword nor a flying boat, but rather like a killing machine from the future. Let me introduce myself." Suyu's lips curled slightly as he reached out and gently stroked the cold outer shell of the neutron star material. "My ride, Sky Shuttle Heavenly Punishment Type 1. Chapter 103. Holy crap, that's huge. Come on up." Suyu swayed and lightly leaped onto the broad back of the sky-piercing shuttle. He turned around and reached out his hand to Ji Rushua, who was still in a daze. "Don't be afraid, I'm here, you won't fall." Ji Rushua looked at the hand that was outstretched towards her from the vast cloud, then looked down at the bottomless abyss below, gritted her teeth, and placed her soft hand into his palm. Suyu exerted a little force and pulled the magnanimous saintess up. "Ah!" With her feet suspended in mid-air, Ji Rushua lost her balance, cried out in surprise, and instinctively threw herself into Suyu's arms, tightly hugging his waist with both hands. That amazing H-cup softness instantly squeezed and deformed against Suyu's chest, bringing a dizzying sensation. "Hee, hold on tight." Suyu took a deep breath, and his S-rank, psychic power, erupted, instantly connecting with the psionic reactor beneath his feet. Boom! The spirit patterns at the tail of the sky shuttle suddenly burst forth with a dazzling blue light. The next second, the two of them, in a single burst, transformed into a streak of black gold lightning that tore through the sky, accompanied by a deafening sonic boom, and sped off toward the direction where the demonic energy was surging into the sky. Behind Mount Amei lies the demon-suppressing abyss. This place was originally a desolate canyon shrouded in mist all year round, a forbidden land that, according to legend, suppressed ancient demons. At this moment, this place has become a living hell. The earth cracked open, and magma erupted. Countless towering ancient trees were uprooted and turned to ashes in the high temperature. Amidst the billowing smoke and towering flames, a terrifying behemoth, 50 meters tall, covered in crimson scales and bearing a ferocious ape head, was pounding its chest and roaring with earth-shattering fury. Roar! The sound waves spread like a tangible force, shattering the surrounding rocks. With every step it took, the earth trembled and the magma boiled. What kind of monster is this? At this moment, it wasn't just Suyu who arrived. Master Jingxian, along with a group of Amei elders and elite disciples, also hurriedly flew over and arrived at the outer perimeter. But when they saw this terrifying behemoth, everyone turned pale, and their hands gripping their swords trembled violently. That's incredible! The aura of this monster was 100 times more terrifying than any demonic beast they had ever seen. The mere aura emanating from them caused their spiritual energy to stagnate, making it difficult for them to even stand. It's the legendary Zhu Yan bloodline, an ancient demonic ape. It's over. Amei is finished. An existence of this level is simply beyond the reach of those who have just stepped into the path of cultivation. I'm afraid that a single slap could level the entire golden summit of Mount Amei. Call out. Just when everyone was in despair, a piercing whistling sound suddenly came from the sky. Everyone looked up. A streak of black and gold light, like a sort of divine punishment, tore through the dark clouds and descended upon the demonic ape in an instant with unparalleled power. The light faded, revealing the figures of a man and a woman. The man, dressed in black, stood with his hands behind his back, riding a flying shuttle, looking like a demon god. The woman, dressed in white, nestled beside him, her silver hair fluttering like a goddess. It's Alliance leader Su? And Ru Shui? Master Jingxian exclaimed in surprise. Roar! The rampaging demonic ape also sensed the threat coming from above. It suddenly raised its head, its huge eyes, like those burning with hellfire, staring intently at the ants in the air. It sensed the provocation. Boom! It casually grabbed a boulder the size of a house and hurled it at Suyu in midair like a cannonball. The boulder roared, carrying terrifying kinetic energy, enough to smash a Boeing airplane. Suyu, watch out! Ji Rushue exclaimed in surprise, instinctively trying to circulate her spiritual power to resist. But Suyu just smiled dismissively. How dare a mere monkey act so arrogantly in front of me? He didn't even use the Sky Shuttle's weapon system. He simply raised his right hand and clenched it in midair. S-rank, psychic power, fully activated. Break for me. Bang! The high-speed flying boulder, when it was still 10 meters away from the two of them, seemed to have crashed into an invisible wall of copper and iron. It instantly exploded into dust everywhere. On a hilltop 2 kilometers from the battlefield, a small, thin outdoor adventure streamer with the ID Dog Bro was hiding behind a rock, trembling all over. He was holding a selfie stick. He originally wanted to come to Mautame to ride the wave of the everyone cultivates immortality trend and do a live-streamed exploration. Unexpectedly, we encountered such a devastating scene as soon as we climbed to the back of the mountain. Home, family. Dog pointed his phone camera at the distant demon suppression abyss, his voice trembling as if it were on vibrate. I think I'm going to die. Look at that. Is that King Kong? Or Godzilla? The livestream originally had only a few hundred viewers, but they were all stunned by the real scene. Holy crap! Special effects? Which film crew is shooting this? Screw your filming. Look, that mountain collapsed. Look at that fire. If this is special effects, I'll eat my phone. Dog Bro, run. That's a mutated beast. It's the same thing General Suyu fought a few days ago. Oh no, Dog Bro is really going to be sacrificed this time. Just as the livestream was filled with whales, the number of online viewers began to skyrocket due to curiosity. Suddenly, a streak of black and gold light flashed across the screen. That's a person? Dog Brother's eyes widened, and regardless of whether he was scared or not, his professional instincts made him immediately zoom in and point the camera at the figure in the air. Under a high-definition lens. The scene of Suyu riding a flying shuttle, holding a beauty in his arms, and shattering a boulder with a single finger was clearly presented to everyone. Holy crap! Holy crap! What did I just see? That's flying on a sword? No, that's God Su. It's General Suyu. Oh my god. It really is Su Shin. Who is that girl he's holding? She's so beautiful. Is she a fairy? Wasn't Su Shin digging for bamboo shoots on the set? How did he suddenly end up fighting monsters on Mautame? I thought it was Louis Fei, but it wasn't. But it's huge. Holy crap, that's huge. I think my nose is going to bleed. Don't run, Dog Bro. Stabilize the camera. This is going to be an even more exciting livestream than the Spring Festival Gala. You're going to be famous. As news of Suyu appearing in Ame to fight a monster spread, countless netizens rushed to the scene. Dog Brothers' livestream popularity soared from tens of thousands to tens of millions in just 1 minute. And it's still rising like crazy. Chapter 104 Mysterious in Absolute Zero. The Japanese devils are celebrating too soon. Across the ocean, America, the hexagon. The atmosphere inside the massive strategic command center was tense and eerie. General Smith, satellite imagery is now available. The scene of the demonic ape rampaging was clearly displayed on the holographic screen. General Smith, with his full head of silver hair, looked at the demonic ape, a cold smile actually appearing on his lips. A fourth-order mutated creature. God bless it, it has appeared in the Dragon Kingdom. Smith picked up his coffee, a hint of schadenfreude in his voice. Is this the disastrous consequence of the immortal cultivation that the Chinese boast about? They've alarmed the demons of the underworld. General, should we? You don't need to do anything. Smith coldly interrupted. Have the intelligence department record all the data. I want to see if that so-called so you can pull off another miracle this time. If he dies, or if China can't handle this monster, then the pressure on our Doomsday Ark project will be much less. The Dragon Kingdom is finished. The chief of staff next to him adjusted his glasses. According to the energy readings, this demonic ape's defense is comparable to an aircraft carrier's armor, and it also has its own high-temperature force field, so conventional missiles simply cannot get close. Cherry Blossom Country Cabinet. Yoshi. Good. Very good. Tanaka watched the live stream, his beard trembling with excitement. This monster should raise the entire Mountame, and even the whole of Sichuan, to the ground. The more chaotic the Dragon Kingdom becomes, the more opportunities we, the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, will have. Where's Suyu? Why hasn't Suyu shown up yet? They've probably already run away in fear, haven't they? How can human strength possibly contend with a monster of this magnitude? Cultivation is nothing but a smokescreen. They were ready to watch the Dragon Kingdom's spectacle unfold. Rumble. The earth is groaning. The Amei mountain back, which was originally shrouded in clouds and mist, now seemed to have been torn apart by an invisible hand. Dark red magma gushed from the cracks in the ground, igniting ancient trees that had stood for thousands of years, and thick smoke obscured the sky. At the heart of the billowing black smoke and towering flames, a demon god, seemingly emerging from a mythical hell, slowly straightened his body. Roar! The demonic ape roared to the sky, and its sound waves transformed into tangible shockwaves, uprooting trees within a radius of several miles. At this moment, on a hilltop 3 kilometers away from the battlefield, the streamer dog brother was slumped on the ground, his pants already soaked. The phone camera was shaking violently, but the high-definition image still simultaneously transmitted the terrifying figure of the demonic ape to the internet. The number of viewers in the livestream, 50 million. 80 million. 100 million. Just when the whole world thought that Mountame was about to be reduced to ruins under the feet of the demonic ape. Call out. Suyu rode the sky shuttle, holding Ji Rushue in his arms, his clothes fluttering, like a banished immortal descending to earth. You beast, cease your arrogance. With the enhancement of S-level psychic power, Suyu's voice resounded like thunder throughout the heavens and earth. Roar! The demonic ape raised its head, its massive, scarlet eyes locking onto the two ants. It sensed provocation from a superior. It stomped its foot violently, causing the earth to crack and countless boulders the size of houses to be sent flying into the air. Then, the demonic ape swung its giant paw, like swatting flies, carrying raging flames and boulders, and slammed it down fiercely towards Suyu. A trivial skill. Suyu snorted coldly and waved one hand. Sky shuttle defense form. Black tortoise wall. The shuttle beneath their feet instantly disintegrated, turning into thousands of fragments swirling with golden runes, which formed a massive hemispherical light shield in front of the two. Boom! The boulder in flames collided with the light shield, bursting into dazzling fire. Inside the live stream, millions of viewers were on the edge of their seats. Is it blocked? Sushin is awesome. He even blocked that? However, the next second, something unexpected happened. When the physical attacks proved ineffective, the demonic ape opened its blood-red maw, and a blinding red light shone from deep within its throat. ZZZ boom! A dark red magma beam, over 10 meters in diameter, slammed into the light shield like a laser cannon. This is not only high temperature, but also contains terrifying corrosiveness and impact. Crack! A crack has appeared on the seemingly indestructible black tortoise wall. Suyu frowned slightly. As expected of a fourth-tier cultivator, he has some brute strength. The enormous impact propelled Suyu and Ji Rushue backwards for hundreds of meters in the air. Ji Rushue's face was pale. She could feel the terrifying heat wave coming through the light shield, as if it would evaporate her soul. Suyu, it's too strong, there's something strange about its flames, they can burn spiritual energy. Sudden change in the trend of the live stream. It's cracked. The shield is cracked. Holy crap. Even Sushin couldn't stop him? Oh no, this monster can also unleash energy blasts. I always said that human strength has its limits, and even cultivating immortality isn't omnipotent. No. My God, Sue. America's hexagon. Ha 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 ha. Smith laughed loudly. See that? This is what they call divine magic? In the face of absolute energy, it's nothing but fragile glass. Record it. The shield of that aircraft has a peak temperature of 5,000 degrees Celsius. If the temperature exceeds this, it can be penetrated. High-altitude battlefield. Suyu steadied himself and looked down at the arrogant demonic ape. The laziness in his eyes completely disappeared, replaced by a fierce fighting spirit. That's interesting. It seems that I really can't keep you in check like a monkey unless I show you some real skills. He looked down and glanced at Ji Rushue, who seemed a little nervous in his arms. Rushue, are you afraid? Ji Rushue raised her head and looked at Suyu's calm profile. Miraculously, the fear in her heart dissipated. With you here, I'm not afraid. Good. Suyu's lips curled into a wildly arrogant smile. This beast is of the fire element, extremely strong in yang. You, on the other hand, are of the mysterious Yin frost element, extremely Yin and cold. Today, I'll teach you a trick what a double whammy of ice and fire really means. Hold on tight, we're going to go down. What? Ji Rushue hadn't even reacted yet. Suyu had already manipulated the reassembled sky shuttle, transforming it into a sharp sword, and instead of retreating, he advanced, swooping down towards the demonic ape. Court death. The demonic ape roared, waving its arms, and lava rained down from the sky. Suyu traversed through the dense rain of lava, unleashing his S-rank psychic power at full strength, as if dancing on a knife's edge. Now! Rushue, use the incantation I taught you to activate your talent. Release all your coldness. Don't hold back. Suyu's large hand suddenly pressed down on Ji Rushue's back, and a vast amount of human emperor spiritual power was poured into her body without reservation, serving as fuel to ignite her S-level talent. Ji Rushue felt as if an iceberg inside her body had exploded. A sudden inspiration struck her. She formed a hand seal, and her silver hair instantly grew longer, her eyes turning icy blue. Mysterious Yin Absolute Zero. Buzz. Centered on the two, a visible white cold wave instantly swept across the entire demon suppression abyss. The originally boiling magma solidified, turned black, and was covered with a thick layer of white frost the moment it came into contact with this cold wave. Chapter 105. My own little cabbage, which I've painstakingly raised for 20 years, was eaten by a pig in a single day. The massive body of the demonic ape was also struck head-on by this cold wave. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The flames on its body pulsed wildly, trying to resist the cold, but the cold seemed to be a persistent, bone-deep wound, constantly eroding its defenses. The demonic ape's movements visibly slowed down. A layer of blue ice crystals spread rapidly from its legs to its upper body. At this time, the Nun Jingxian and the other Ame elders and disciples, who were watching the battle from a distant cliff, were so shocked by what they saw that they were completely stunned and even forgot to breathe. The long swords in their hands trembled violently, not from fear, but from a shudder that came from the depths of their souls. This is a fourth-tier demonic beast capable of burning mountains and boiling seas. The elder of discipline trembled, his face was ashen, and the whisk in his hand fell to the ground with a thud. It actually froze? Beside her, even the usually composed Abbess Jingxian had a storm raging in her usually calm and collected eyes. As cultivators in the Dharma-ending age, the great supernatural powers in their eyes were nothing more than flying 100 meters on a sword or unleashing a sword aura capable of splitting a boulder. That was the pinnacle they could reach after decades of arduous training, or even a lifetime. But what does this scene mean? 100 miles of ice. A reversal of the heavens. That's the skill of a true, terrestrial deity. But what made Abbess Jingxian feel even more complicated, even somewhat awkward and unbelievable, was the person who unleashed such astonishing power, with snow-white hair and an appearance like an ice goddess descending to earth, was actually her disciple. Rushue, when did she become so strong? An elder muttered incredulously. Before she left this morning, her cultivation was only at the early stage of foundation establishment, and she couldn't even beat me. How long has it been? Less than a day. Less than a day. This concept of time was like a resounding slap in the face to a group of old Taoist nuns who had practiced asceticism for decades. Their decades of hard work and dedication were no match for that man's guidance in less than a day. Especially when Abbess Jingxuan's gaze fell on the two figures tightly embracing in mid-air, her old face couldn't help but twitch a few times. High above, where everyone was watching, her pure and innocent disciple, considered the face of the Ame sect, was nestled unreservedly in Suyu's arms. The man's large hand pressed down on her defenseless back with extreme naturalness and domineering force, and Jirushua not only did not resist at all, but instead tilted her head back, her icy blue eyes filled with trust and dependence on the man. Their auras merged, their spiritual power flowed together, and they were as in sync as one person. Even Master Jingxian keenly sensed the extreme cold energy emanating from her disciple's body. It even contained a trace of pure yang energy that only that man possessed. Yin and yang complement each other, like water and milk blending together. This is outrageous. This is utterly outrageous. Master Jingxian felt incredibly awkward. It was as if her own little cabbage, which she had painstakingly raised for 20 years, had not only been devoured by a pig, but had also been transformed into a piece of gold with the pig's help. As the one who grew the cabbage, she felt both heartache and shock, and couldn't even bring herself to curse it. Sect leader's sister. The elder beside him swallowed hard, his gaze complex as he watched the scene in the air, and whispered. You previously said that the holy maiden should cultivate with alliance leader Su, perhaps that was the right thing to do? If this kind of cultivation can make one's strength increase by leaps and bounds, then with such great power one can fight against demons. The elder who was transmitting the skills gritted his teeth and spoke a blunt truth. So even if we hug each other every day, it seems worth it? Master Jingxian swayed and almost lost her balance. Looking at the two figures in the air, who seemed like a divine couple, she felt a mix of emotions. She knew that from this day forward, her obedient disciple's body and soul no longer belonged to Amei, but instead belonged entirely to the man named Suyu. That man. Is it a human or a god? In just a few hours, a mortal can be transformed into a being with the power to slay gods and demons. This method is simply unheard of. Never mind. Master Jingxian sighed deeply, her hand holding the sword fell limply to her side, and the trace of resentment in her eyes completely turned into awe. This is a realm that mortals can never reach. Perhaps it is truly a blessing from heaven for China that such a monstrous creature has been sent down. And in the live stream room, there was also a gasp of amazement. Holy crap! It's frozen! It's frozen! What kind of move is this? Is it trying to freeze the volcano? So beautiful. Is this silver-haired lady an ice goddess? This husband and wife team is unbeatable. One flies the plane, the other puts things in the fridge. Japanese netizens, what? How is this possible? However, the vitality of fourth-tier monsters far exceeds expectations. Just as the ice was about to cover the demon ape's chest. Roar! Blood tears suddenly streamed from the demon ape's eyes, and the demon core within its body began to circulate wildly, unleashing an even more violent purplish-black flame from its body. Snap! Snap! The hard ice layer was instantly covered with cracks. Oh no! It's going all out. It's burning its life essence. Suyu's expression changed. Boom! The ice layer exploded. The demonic ape broke free, though severely injured, its ferocity only intensified. It leaped up suddenly, and its speed was twice as fast as before. The enormous hand, wreathed in purplish-black demonic fire, was less than 10 meters away from Suyu and Jirushue. This distance is practically face-to-face for the massive demonic ape. There's no escaping it. Jirushue's face paled. She had just unleashed her ultimate move and was now completely exhausted. The live stream was filled with desperate screams. Leaders from various countries held their breath, waiting for the scene of Suyu being smashed into mincemeat. At this critical moment, a hint of madness flashed in Suyu's eyes. Want to fight? I'll fight you. He neither chose to defend himself nor to dodge. He released one hand that was holding Jirushua, spread his fingers, and clenched them tightly against the giant demonic ape hand that was so close to him. The creation of heaven and earth, spirit rune overload. Sky shuttle, god and demon form. Buzz. The black and gold shuttle beneath their feet suddenly let out a shrill scream. The golden spirit patterns on it all turned blood red at this moment. The shuttle instantly disintegrated, transforming into 3,600 flying blades flashing with blood-red lightning. Instead of using these flying blades to attack the demonic ape's palm, Suyu manipulated them to instantly create a high-speed rotating drill between himself and the demonic ape. Give me a drill. Put. The crimson drill collided violently with the giant hand of the demonic ape. That giant, indestructible hand, wreathed in demonic fire, was shredded to pieces like a meat grinder the moment it touched the blood-red drill. Blood and flesh flying everywhere. Skeletal remains. A whoa! The demonic ape let out the most shrill scream of its life. Its entire right arm was completely severed by Suyu's desperate attack. But that's not all. Strike while the iron is hot and take your life. Suyu's face was pale, a sign of excessive mental exhaustion, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. He suddenly pointed to the demon ape's chest that was where its demon core was located. Diamond of Gods and Demons, second stage burst. The blood-red drill, which had already become somewhat dull, seemed to receive new instructions. It drew a strange arc in the air, bypassed the demonic ape's defenses, and headed straight for its chest. The demonic ape was terrified and tried to back away, attempting to block with its left hand. But it was too late. Puff! The crimson light flashed and disappeared in an instant. Time seemed to stand still. The massive body of the demonic ape froze in mid-air. A large, transparent hole appeared in its chest. That demon core, which exuded a terrifying aura, has been completely shattered. Chapter 106: The balance of power has been completely reversed. Boom! As the mountain-sized corpse of the fourth-tier demonic ape sank into the lava lake, the 100-meter-high wave it stirred up turned into a cloud of white mist under the scorching heat, making the entire demon suppression abyss seem like a boiling cauldron. Against this devastating backdrop, a man and a woman stood, their clothes fluttering in the wind. On a hilltop 2 kilometers from the battlefield, outdoor streamer Dog Brother collapsed behind a large rock. Amidst the earth-shattering roar of the demonic ape, his physiological functions, as a mortal, completely went out of control. In other words, he peed. But his hand, the one gripping the selfie stick, remained stiff, as if it had turned into a stone sculpture, stubbornly pointing the camera at the sky where the battle had just ended. In the livestream, the barrage of comments, which was originally dense and fast-paced, suddenly went into a 5-second vacuum the moment the demon ape fell. That was the deathly silence that followed the overload of the brain. That was the blank space after the collapse of one's worldview. 5 seconds later. Boom! The data monitoring line on the server backend instantly turned from green to red, directly exceeding the highest threshold. Holy crap! My mom asked me why I licked my phone screen until it broke. A miracle. This is a miracle. We won? We just won like that? That was a monster that shattered mountains. One hit kill? That dazzling charm was so handsome it made me ovulate. Su Shin. From now on, you are my only faith. Can anyone tell me who that silver-haired lady is? That frozen thousands of miles move was so beautiful. Is she an ice goddess? Don't even think about it, upstairs. Didn't you see she's nestled in Su Shin's arms? She's Su Shin's woman. I'm shipping this couple forever. I'll swallow the key. Who just said we were doomed? Step forward. With Su Shin around, even if the sky falls, we can poke a hole in it and get back in. This isn't cultivation, this is downgraded combat. A perfect blend of technology and cultivation. What kind of magical artifact is that flying shuttle? Dog Brother watched as the barrage of comments scrolled wildly across the screen, with gift effects exploding like they were free, and messages like spaceship and super rocket were so numerous that they even blocked the view. He swallowed hard, his saliva dry, and shakily brought his face close to the camera, his voice trembling with a mix of sobs and extreme excitement. Family, family. Can you see that? I photographed a god. I witnessed history. That demonic ape, even more terrifying than the monsters in Ultraman, was pulverized by Su Shin's drill. Not even a speck remained. From now on, if anyone dares to say that cultivating immortality is fake, my brother Dog will be the first to twist their head off and kick it like a ball. China is awesome. God Su is awesome. This moment wasn't just happening in Dog Bro's livestream. This video was recorded and edited by countless netizens, and spread at lightning speed to Weibo, Douyin, YouTube, Twitter, etc. The top 10 trending topics were instantly dominated by them. Hashtag Su Shin Ame slays the demon ape. Hashtag silver-haired goddess frozen volcano. Hashtag fall of a tier 4 monster. Hashtag Dragon Kingdom's trump card, immortal cultivation mecca. Hashtag. The entire Chinese internet was engulfed in an unprecedented frenzy of celebration and worship. Panic? Not a chance. With such a divine being around, even if tomorrow were the end of the world, the people of China would believe they could retaliate against it. Unlike the jubilation among Chinese netizens, on the other side of the ocean, in America, at the Pentagon's highest strategic command center. The atmosphere here is as cold as an ice cellar. Dozens of high-ranking generals, along with a group of top physicists and biologists, stared intently at the image frozen on the large screen. Suyu controlled the flying shuttle with one hand, holding the beauty in his arms, with the huge corpse of the demonic ape beneath his feet. Clang! Chief of Intelligence Smith dropped his pen on the table, where it rolled to the floor with a clatter. Can anyone explain this to me? Smith's voice was hoarse, as if he had aged 10 years in an instant. He pointed to the black and gold streak on the screen. What kind of weapon is that? That penetrating power, can our strongest cover withstand it? Reporting to the general. Chief Scientist Dr. Reed took off his glasses, trembling as he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, his eyes filled with confusion and fear. According to the energy readings captured by the satellite, at the moment the God and Demon drill exploded, its energy density exceeded the core temperature of a small tactical nuclear bomb, but the range was controlled within an extremely small area. This energy control technology is at least 100 years ahead of us. 100 years? An Air Force general suddenly stood up and roared hysterically. You mean, that kid from China single-handedly possesses military strike capabilities that surpass ours by a century? And he's not even wearing armor. He's even holding a woman. What's even more terrifying is that woman. Another biologist pointed at Ji Rushue's data, his face turning ashen. The chill she released instantly lowered the surface temperature of the lava lake from 1200 degrees Celsius to below zero. This violates the laws of thermodynamics. This is something only God could do. Is this what the Dragon Kingdom calls cultivating immortality? The meeting room fell silent once again. A deep sense of powerlessness enveloped everyone's hearts. Their once proud aircraft carrier fleets and nuclear arsenals, once used to deter the world, appear so clumsy and laughable in the face of the individual power that can fly and burrow underground and kill a fourth-order behemoth with a single blow. If Suyu wanted to, he could easily control that shuttle and slice their aircraft carriers in half one by one at an altitude of 10,000 meters, just like cutting tofu, and they wouldn't even be able to touch Suyu's shadow. A call from the president. The secretary walked in, pale-faced, and handed Smith a red phone. Smith took a deep breath and answered the phone. Mr. President. Smith. I don't care what methods you use. The president's voice, almost roaring, came from the other end of the phone. Immediately. Right now. Cease all hostile actions against China. Withdraw our fleet from the South China Sea. Withdraw to Hawaii. No. Withdraw back to the mainland. And another thing. Send a special envoy to the Dragon Kingdom. We want to negotiate, we want to cooperate. We want that immortality cultivation method. Even if it means trading our latest stealth fighter technology. Or our gold reserves. We must get them back. If every person in the Dragon Kingdom could truly become like a dragon, then in the future, we Americans wouldn't even be qualified to carry their shoes. Smith listened to the dial tone and slumped helplessly into his chair. He knew that times had changed. The balance of power has been completely reversed. Chapter 107, All rules and regulations don't matter, I just want to be with this man. Sakura Country Command Center. Baka. 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 Defense Minister Yu Tanaka went berserk, smashing everything he could in his office. Fake. It must be fake. How could a Chinese person have a Gundam? That shuttle is a Gundam. Tanaka-kun, calm down. Prime Minister Sato sat on the sofa, his face ashen, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. Whether it's a Gundam or not is no longer important. What's important is that demonic ape. According to our expert's assessment, if it appears in Tokyo, it could turn Tokyo into ruins in just half an hour. And Suyu killed it with just one move. Sato turned his head, looked at Tanaka, and gave a bitter smile. This means that if Suyu wanted to, he could destroy our Sakura Kingdom in a single day. This. Tanaka-Yu's legs went weak, and he knelt on the ground, cold sweat pouring down his face. Then what do we do? Your Excellency Prime Minister, do we have any way out? Sato closed his eyes, and 2 lines of clear tears streamed down his face. Prepare the plane. Where to? Go to the capital. Sato stood up, straightened his collar, and spoke with a resolute humility. I am going to the Dragon Kingdom to apologize with thorns on my back. I'll take all the artifacts from the National Treasury, and the Royal Princess, as long as they're willing to accept them, willing to share even a little bit of protection with us when the end comes, even if it means being treated like dogs, we'll accept it. Dragon Kingdom Command Center. Okay. 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 The elderly man at the head of the group slammed his hand on the table and exclaimed good 3 times. His weathered face radiated an unprecedented glow. In the conference room, a group of bigwigs and academicians were all so excited that they had tears in their eyes. A 4th-tier demonic beast. That's a monster that even a nuclear bomb might not be able to kill. Comrade Suyu actually dealt with it without a scratch. And that sky-piercing shuttle. Elderly, is that the magical artifact you created? It's incredibly powerful, practically a work of art. Academician Li Zhenbang was all smiles, like a child who had received a red flower. Ha 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 ha. Of course. This is made by combining the spirit pattern technology from the exploitation of the works of nature provided by Comrade Suyu with our top-notch materials science. That drill bit is infused with neutron star material. It can drill right through even an alien warship, let alone a demonic ape. Academician Chen Jinghua, on the other hand, was focused on the other side. He watched Ji Rushue's performance on the screen and marveled at it. That girl, she must be the holy maiden of the Ame sect, right? According to intelligence, her strength was mediocre before. How did she suddenly become so strong? That method of freezing thousands of miles is simply unbelievable. Furthermore, Academician Chen pushed up his glasses. Have you noticed that the spiritual energy fluctuations between her and Comrade Suyu seem to resonate in some peculiar way? Cough cough. Qin Maching coughed twice, stepped forward, and reported in a serious tone. Reporting to the commander, according to the latest intelligence, Comrade Suyu conducted, a deep spiritual energy channeling and cultivation technique guidance on the Ame Saintess before the operation. Presumably, this is the result. Oh. The bigwigs in the conference room immediately revealed meaningful smiles. Deep intervention, I understand. Comrade Suyu truly devoted himself wholeheartedly to the country and to cultivating talent. In that case, we must also ensure proper logistical support. Pass down the order to immediately provide Comrade Suyu with an additional batch of top-level nutritional supplies. Furthermore, the Ame sect should also be treated with the highest courtesy. After all, they are Comrade Suyu's partner. The old man smiled and waved his hand, setting the tone. In short, this battle demonstrated national power and military might, and completely dispelled the public's panic. Suyu is the pillar of our Dragon Kingdom. As long as he is here, the sky of the Dragon Kingdom will not fall down. Back to the battlefield. Master Jingxian and the other Ame disciples remained in a gazing-up posture, as if they had been petrified. They looked at the man who was slowly descending, their eyes no longer filled with the scrutiny and reserve they had shown before. Is this the power of the human emperor's world-suppressing scripture? Master Jingxian muttered to herself as the long sword in her hand clattered to the ground. We've been clinging to incomplete ancient methods, living like frogs in a well, observing the sky for centuries. So this is what true cultivation of immortality is all about. She remembered that she had previously tried to draw her sword against Suyu and test him, and she felt an overwhelming sense of shame, wishing she could disappear into the ground. Test? They could flatten the entire Mount Ame with just one finger. Master. Several young female disciples were captivated by the sight, their eyes sparkling and their faces flushed. Alliance leader Su is so handsome. That shuttle is so cool. I want to ride it too. Stop thinking about it. Didn't you see that senior sister Saintess is still in his arms? Only the Saintess is worthy of that position. When the Holy Maiden was mentioned, everyone's attention naturally focused on Ji Rushue. The usually aloof and indifferent Holy Maiden, who never showed any interest in any man, was now nestled obediently in Suyu's arms, her arms tightly wrapped around his waist. Where was the slightest trace of aloofness on that stunningly beautiful face? She was clearly acting like a little girl, clinging to someone and deeply in love. Well. Master Jingxian sighed deeply, her heart filled with mixed emotions. She knew that the most precious cabbage of the Ame sect had been completely taken away by this golden pig. But then I thought. This pig is an unparalleled powerhouse capable of slaying gods and demons. If we can establish this connection, how could the Ame sect not prosper? That's enough. Master Jingxian straightened her clothes and led her disciples to quickly go forward to greet them. Suyu carried Ji Rushue and landed steadily on the terrace of Tingxue Xiaozhu. Alliance leader Su. Your divine might is unparalleled. You have saved Ame from dire straits. Before Suyu could speak, Abbess Jingxian led all her disciples in a deep bow, her tone extremely respectful. We, the entire Ame sect, will never forget this great kindness. From this day forward, Ame sect will follow Alliance leader Su's lead without question. You flatter me, none. Suyu waved his hand. Although he was pale and weak, he still maintained his cool demeanor perfectly. We're all doing this for the sake of the Dragon Kingdom and its people. It's just a small favor, nothing to brag about. Besides, he glanced down at the stunningly beautiful saintess in his arms, who was still clinging to him tightly, her face full of affection, and a wicked smile crept onto his lips. Besides, Rushui is also my important partner. Upon hearing this, Ji Rushue's body trembled violently. She looked up and saw Suyu's teasing yet doting gaze, and the last bit of composure in her heart completely collapsed. After that life or death battle, after that fusion of ice and fire, she has finally come to terms with her own feelings. What saintly woman, what strict rules and regulations, none of it matters in front of this man. All she wanted was to be with him. Chapter 108. Yin alone cannot produce life, yang alone cannot grow. Dual cultivation of yin and yang is the way to greatly replenish one's strength. Suyu. Ji Rushue called softly, her voice filled with tenderness. Cough cough. When Master Jingxian saw her disciple's expression, as if he wanted to merge into Suyu's body, her old face flushed red, and she quickly coughed twice. Alliance leader Su has just been through a great battle, he must be exhausted. Rushue, why don't you quickly help Alliance leader Su back to rest? Take good care of him. She emphasized the word serve, and her eyes conveyed a sense that this is all the help your master can give you. The rest of you, leave immediately and do not disturb Alliance leader Su's cultivation. Yes. The disciples understood immediately, and one by one they covered their mouths, chuckling as they withdrew. In the blink of an eye, only Suyu and Ji Rushue remained on the terrace. The monster's corpse is still down there. Ji Rushue's voice was very soft, with a slight tremor. She was held in Suyu's arms, his strong masculine scent enveloping her, instantly relaxing her tense nerves from the battle, replacing them with an unprecedented feeling of weakness and exhaustion. No rush. Although Suyu's voice sounded somewhat weak, the composure and control in his tone remained undiminished. He turned his head slightly, his gaze sweeping over the boiling lava lake below. The physical body of a fourth-tier demon beast has been tempered and refined, and even magma cannot destroy it in a short time. That thing is thick-skinned and tough, it won't rot away anytime soon. And Suyu slowly raised his right hand, palm down. Although his S-level mental energy was nearly exhausted, it was more than enough to extract an unclaimed demon core. Rise. With a low shout, the crimson magma below suddenly exploded into a wave. Whoosh! A fist-sized crystal, dark red in color and surrounded by raging fire elements, hurtled through the air. It drew a red line in the air, carrying a scorching heat, and hovered steadily 3 inches above Suyu's palm. A 4th-tier demonic ape core. This is the essence of its entire being, and its most valuable asset. Suyu looked at the demon core, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The demon core seemed to contain a small, active volcano, and the violent energy fluctuations caused the surrounding space to distort slightly. With this demon core, plus the neutron star material shell that academician Li Zhenbang is currently developing, his sky shuttle's power source will undergo a qualitative leap. It can even directly convert spiritual energy to give the sky shuttle a near-infinite endurance. Suyu put the demon core into his system space, then raised his wrist and pressed the communicator. Qin Maching, I've sent you the location. His voice, though tired, was still clear and articulate, transmitted back to command center via an encrypted channel. Have the military's recovery team bring over special cryogenic equipment. This 4th-tier demonic ape is a treasure trove. Its fur can be used to make psionic armor, its bones can be used to forge weapons, and even its flesh is a great tonic. It's perfect for replenishing the inventory of Project Kunlun, so let's not waste it. Having arranged everything, Suyu felt as if a heavy burden had finally been lifted from her shoulders. In that instant, the backlash from forcibly overdrawing S-level mental power surged forth like a tidal wave. Buzz. In his mind, a violent dizziness made the world before Suyu's eyes spin instantly. His body swayed suddenly, his steps became unsteady, and he fell uncontrollably to one side. Suyu! A gasp rang in my ears. Ji Rushue, who had been keeping a close eye on him, reacted quickly. Ignoring her own exhaustion, she took a step forward and used her frail shoulders to firmly support Suyu's falling body. What's wrong with you? Ji Rushue's voice was filled with panic. She looked at the man in her arms. Just moments ago he had been so arrogant, like a god descending to earth, but now his face was as pale as paper, his forehead covered in fine beads of cold sweat, and even his breathing had become rapid and disordered. She reached out her trembling hand to check Suyu's pulse, but Suyu grabbed her wrist. Suyu's palms were burning hot, a sign that his internal spiritual energy was running rampant out of control. He leaned half his weight on Ji Rushue, his nose almost buried in the snow-white hair around her neck, greedily inhaling her cool, delicate fragrance, as if it were the only antidote. "It's okay. I won't die." Suyu smiled weakly, her voice hoarse and carrying a hint of heartbreaking bravado. "That move, Diamond of Gods and Demons, completely drained my mental energy. Now it feels like thousands of needles are pricking my brain, it hurts so much." Mental exhaustion? Upon hearing this, Ji Rushue became even more anxious. "Then, what should we do?" "I'll go ask my master. He has elixirs to nourish the soul." Or should we go back to the capital immediately?" She anxiously tried to help Suyu to find Abbess Jingxian. "It's useless." Suyu shook his head, stopping her. His body felt heavier and heavier, as if even standing was a luxury. "Ordinary pills are completely ineffective against mental damage of my level. They're like trying to quench a thirst with water from afar." Suyu knew, of course, that his problem wasn't that serious. But he still had to keep up the act, otherwise, how could he get this saintess to lower her guard? "Then, what should we do?" Ji Rushue's eyes reddened with anxiety, tears welling up. She had never seen this always composed man show such a vulnerable side, and it pained her deeply. Suyu did not answer immediately. He slowly raised his head, his eyes, still as deep as the starry sky even in his extreme weakness, gazing intently at Ji Rushue, who was so close to him. His gaze slid from her anxious brows and eyes, over her pert nose, and finally landed on her slightly parted, rosy lips, which were parted due to nervousness. A forced, wicked smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I actually need to replenish my energy as soon as possible." "Energy?" Ji Rushue was taken aback, completely unaware of the impending danger, and instead became even more anxious. "Where can I find energy? Spirit stones? Or spiritual herbs? I'll go find it for you right now." "Fool, you don't need those." Suyu took a deep breath, as if using up his last bit of strength, and grabbed her waist, leading her to stumble and push open the tightly closed door of Tingxue Xiaozhu. Bang! The door was closed behind him, shutting out all outside sights and noise. Inside, the room was dimly lit, with only a few rays of moonlight filtering through the window and falling onto the floor. Suyu leaned against the door, breathing slightly heavily, but his large, hot hands still tightly held the beauty in his arms. "You are the best elixir." His voice was deep and hoarse, with an undisguised aggressiveness, echoing in the quiet room and making Ji Rushue's eardrums tingle. Ji Rushue was completely stunned, her clear, beautiful eyes filled with confusion, and she didn't react for a moment. Suyu lowered his head, his forehead touching hers, his nose gently brushing against hers. Their breaths mingled together at that moment. "Rushue, have you forgotten what I told you? You have awakened the S-rank talent, Mysterious Frost, a rare innate mysterious furnace in the world. And the Human Emperor's world-suppressing scripture that I cultivate is an extremely young and powerful imperial cultivation method. Yin alone cannot produce life, and Yang alone cannot grow. Only when your primordial Yin energy merges with my pure Yang energy, complementing each other, like a dragon and phoenix singing in harmony, can you help me quickly repair my damaged soul, and even allow our cultivation to advance further." These words were spoken in a grand and dignified manner, as if they were discussing some profound path of cultivation. But Ji Rushue is not a fool. Furnace, primordial Yin, confluence. Even someone as clueless as her could understand the meaning of these words when put together. Chapter 109, The Human Emperor's World-Suppressing Scripture, and Mysterious Frost Essence, converge into one. At that moment, it was as if a flame exploded in Ji Rushue's mind, and her pretty face turned bright red at a visible speed. Even the milky white snowflakes were tinged with pink. Shame, panic, tension. If it were in the past, if any man had dared to say such things to her, she would have drawn her sword without hesitation and pierced the heart of that lecherous man. But at this moment, looking at the man in front of me, even though he was extremely weak, he still looked at her with such focus, affection, as if she were the whole world. Recalling that moment high in the sky, facing the world-destroying fourth-tier demonic ape, he unhesitatingly stood in front of her, using his flesh and blood to create a safe haven for her. I recall his madness in sacrificing his life force to unleash that fatal blow in order to avoid being harmed. At this moment, the defenses that she had held firm for 22 years completely melted away. He saved Ame, saved his master, and saved himself. He is a peerless hero. Even more so, the man she, Ji Rushue, had chosen. A long time. A soft, almost inaudible murmur escaped her lips. She didn't push him away. Instead, she slowly closed her eyes, her long eyelashes trembling slightly like the wings of a startled butterfly, revealing her nervousness and shyness. But that carried a resolute determination. As long as it can help you. As long as you get better. I do. These 3 words carried immense weight for the Ame Saintess, who had been raised with feudal ethics since childhood. A feeling of indescribable emotion and pity welled up in Su Yu's heart. He knew that the girl in front of him had entrusted everything to him without reservation: her dignity, her innocence, and her future. Like snow. He called her name with deep emotion, unable to restrain himself any longer, and lowered his head. 2 trembling red lips. Ji Rushue froze, then gradually melted into a pool of spring water under Su Yu's gentle yet domineering advances. Her hands had somehow climbed onto Su Yu's shoulders, responding awkwardly yet passionately. The wind outside the window seemed to have picked up, causing the clouds to churn and obscuring the sounds inside the house. Su Yu stepped back slightly, looking at the beauty in his arms with her dreamy eyes and flushed cheeks. "Help me," he whispered soothingly in her ear. Ji Rushue's mind was completely blank at this moment, and she was acting entirely on instinct. She trembled as she reached out her jade-like hands, her fingertips touching Su Yu's collar the moment they met. It seemed to shrink back as if it had been burned, but ultimately it firmly landed on that button. 1, 2, 3. His black, specially made military jacket slipped down, revealing a shirt underneath that was soaked with sweat. And those faintly visible, well-defined muscle lines. Su Yu was not idle either. His hand gently rested on the moon-white ribbon around Ji Rushue's waist. That was a waist corset symbolizing the identity of the Holy Maiden of Ame. Really, no regrets? At the last moment, Su Yu stopped and confirmed again. Ji Rushue opened her eyes, which were now filled with tears. That was an expression of extreme emotion. She didn't say anything, but instead took Su Yu's hand. He grabbed him and pulled hard. Whoosh! The ribbon slipped. The wide, moon-white Taoist robe, like a cloud that had lost its support, flowed down her silky skin. Slide. That instant. It was as if the whole room had lit up. Although Su Yu had been with countless women, at this moment, his breath still caught in his throat. It's so beautiful. It was a shock that words cannot describe. He only knew that her size was amazing H-level, but when all of this was displayed in front of him, the visual impact was even more intense than facing 10 4th-level demonic apes. That is a gift from the Creator, the ultimate expression of human aesthetics. Against that backdrop of skin as smooth as mutton fat jade. The exaggerated yet perfect curves resemble the undulating snow-capped mountains, majestic and magnificent. It exudes a sacred yet deadly allure. Especially her slender waist, which seems so delicate it could be grasped in one hand. It forms an extremely strong visual contrast with the astonishing grandeur above. It makes one worry whether that slender waist can bear the weight of such beauty. Gulp. Su Yu swallowed hard. I feel thirsty and have a dry mouth. Su Yu. She felt Su Yu's fiery gaze sweeping over her. Ji Rushue was so ashamed that she wished she could disappear into the ground. Beautiful, it's so beautiful. Su Yu exclaimed in sincere admiration. He picked her up in one swift motion. Gently place her on the couch. Relax, Rushue, leave it to me. The mysterious Yin Frost essence within her body seemed to sense the approach of Su Yu's pure young aura and began to operate uncontrollably. A cool aura emanated from her body, intertwining with the cultivation technique on Su Yu's body. Ice and fire began to collide and merge at this moment. Outside the window, the bright moon hid behind the clouds, seemingly ashamed to witness this scene. 1 day later. Boom! In an instant, both of them felt a jolt within their bodies. The human emperor's world-suppressing scripture and the mysterious Yin Frost seemed to have found their long-lost other half and began to operate wildly. An unimaginably large amount of pure energy erupted somewhere. That is the chaotic power generated by the interaction of Yin and Yang. Su Yu felt his previously depleted spiritual sea instantly filled with this energy, and it was even expanding continuously. The tearing headache vanished instantly, replaced by an indescribable feeling of comfort and clarity. Ji Rushua felt as if she had flown to the clouds, the cold energy in her body was completely neutralized, and her cultivation level rose rapidly like a rocket. Early stage of foundation building. Middle stage. Late stage. This night was destined to be sleepless. Inside the listening to snow pavilion, soft humming and singing never cease. Chapter 110. Who was it that kept calling out husband and want more yesterday? The first rays of dawn, like a shy maiden, cautiously pierced through the window and fell upon the bed in Tingshua Xiaozhu. Suyu slowly opened his eyes, feeling every cell in his body cheering with joy, and his mental energy was more abundant than ever before, even stronger than before he was injured. He turned his head, and a stunningly beautiful sleeping face came into view. Ji Rushua quietly curled up in his arms. Her long, silvery white hair had long since turned back to its cascading black color, scattered messily on the pillow, making her already fair and pretty face appear even more radiant. At this moment, she had long lost the aloofness and unapproachability that came with being the holy maiden of a May. Her eyes and brows now held a touch of the naivety and languor of a newlywed. Her exposed shoulder, peeking out from under the brocade quilt, was as smooth and round as jade. There are traces of red plum blossoms on it. Like a beautiful painting, it silently tells the story of last night. The madness. Looking at her, Suyu felt an indescribable tenderness and contentment welling up in his heart. He reached out and gently traced his fingertips across her alabaster cheek. Feel the warm, smooth touch. Startled by his movements, Ji Rushua's long eyelashes fluttered slightly like butterfly wings. She let out a soft, sweet moan and slowly opened her eyes. Those bright, clear eyes held a hint of confusion when they first woke up. When he saw Suyu so close by, he was first stunned, and then memories flooded back like a tide. Ah! She let out a soft gasp, her pretty face instantly turning as red as a ripe apple. Woke up? Suyu chuckled softly. He stole a kiss on her burning cheek. How are you? Does it still hurt? Ji Rushua was so ashamed that she wished she could disappear into the ground. She buried her head deeply in his chest, her voice muffled. You shouldn't ask anymore. Okay, I won't ask. Suyu stroked her hair affectionately and said with a mischievous smile. So it doesn't hurt anymore? Looks like my treatment is quite effective. You still dare to talk? Ji Rushua punched him in the chest in shame and indignation, the force soft and weak, more like flirting. You bad person, you just bully me. Am I a bad person? Suyu raised an eyebrow. Who was it that kept calling out husband last night and wanted more? You forced me to do that. Ji Rushua got anxious, raised her head and glared at him, her big, watery eyes filled with shame and anger. I already said I didn't want it, but you still. What else should I pay? Suyu deliberately moved closer to her, their noses touching, his warm breath spraying onto her face. Am I not trying hard enough? Ji Rushua was completely defeated. Faced with this man's shamelessness, her saintly reserve had long since crumbled. You scoundrel! She gave a coquettish laugh. She wasn't really angry. Instead, she reached out and wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing herself even closer to him. After last night's union of body and soul, she had developed a deep attachment to this man. That feeling of soulmate connection, of sharing life and death. All she wanted was to stay in his arms forever. Suyu felt the affection of the beauty in his arms, but he sighed inwardly. The allure of a gentle embrace was tempting, but he had more important things to do. With the apocalypse looming ever closer, he must race against time to improve his strength. Only by finding more sparks can we protect the beauty before us during this catastrophe. Like snow. He gently patted her back, his voice tender yet carrying a hint of resolve. I have to go now. The delicate body in his arms suddenly stiffened. Ji Rushua raised her head, her eyes filled with reluctance and panic. Leave? Where are you going? Back to the capital? Suyu nodded. As you know, the situation is very tense right now. The Kunlun project cannot do without me, and there are still many things waiting for me to handle. But Ji Rushua bit her red lips, a hint of struggle flashing in her eyes. We've only just. I know. Suyu interrupted her and gently kissed her forehead. I'm also reluctant to part with you. But, Rushua, you must understand that we have a long future ahead of us. This separation is for a better reunion in the future. I promise you, I'll come back to see you whenever I have free time, okay? Looking into his sincere eyes, Ji Rushua felt a deep reluctance, but she knew he was telling the truth. He is the guardian war god of the Dragon Kingdom, the hope of hundreds of millions of people, and he cannot belong to only her. Then, I'll go with you. She suddenly seemed to have made up her mind and gripped Suyu's arm tightly. I have awakened my S-rank talent, and my cultivation has broken through to the late foundation establishment stage. I can help you. I can be your assistant, I can serve you tea and water. As long as I can be with you. Suyu's heart stirred. Looking at the girl in front of him who was willing to give up her saintly dignity for love, he was deeply moved. But he couldn't agree. Not to mention that the jealous people at home haven't been appeased yet. If I bring another one back, it might really turn into a 5-nation war. More importantly, Ji Rushua has just awakened the mysterious Ian Frost, and it is precisely the time when she needs to go into seclusion to consolidate her power and comprehend the Tao of Heaven. The spiritual environment and profound cultural heritage of Mount Amei are far more suitable for her current spiritual practice than the noisy city. Fool. Suyu flicked her nose and said with a wry smile. You are the holy maiden of Amei, the future leader of the sect. How can you serve me tea and water? Wouldn't Abbess Jingxian chop me up with her sword? I don't care. I'd rather not be the saintess. Ji Rushua said stubbornly. Don't talk nonsense. Suyu's expression turned serious. Rushua, your talent is 1 in a million, and your future achievements are limitless. Right now, you are like a piece of raw jade that has just been born, which needs to be carefully carved and polished to shine with the most dazzling light. Mount Amei has the best cultivation environment, the meticulous guidance of Master Jingxian and the others, and the resources I left for you. This is the most suitable place for you to grow now. If you come with me and spend all your time on worldly affairs, it will only hinder your spiritual practice. In that case, when a real crisis comes, how will you be able to fight alongside me? Suyu's words, which combined reason and emotion, directly struck at Ji Rushua's weak spot. Fighting side by side. Yes, she didn't want to be just a pretty face hiding behind him, she wanted to be the woman who could stand by his side and face the storms with him. I understand. Ji Rushua took a deep breath, and the stubbornness in her eyes gradually turned into determination. I will stay and cultivate diligently. I will become stronger, so strong that I will no longer need you to risk your life for me. That's right. Suyu smiled with satisfaction, took out a jade pendant with communication runes that he had prepared beforehand, and solemnly hung it around her neck. Take this. No matter how far apart we are, whenever you miss me, just channel your spiritual energy into it, and I will be able to sense it. Besides, he pointed to the large pile of bottles and jars on the table next to him. Those were the spirit-gathering pills and some other pills to aid cultivation that he had specially left behind last night. Keep these pills and use them slowly. Let me know if you need more. Don't be stingy, your husband has plenty. Ji Rushua touched the jade pendant on her chest, looked at the pile of priceless pills, and her eyes reddened again. Suyu. She threw herself into Suyu's arms and offered herself to him. It was filled with reluctance and deep affection, as if it contained all the love of a lifetime. A long time. Suyu hardened her heart and released her embrace. I'm leaving. He took one last deep look at Ji Rushua, then turned and strode out of Tingxua Xiaozhu. Suyu. Ji Rushua chased to the door, watching the figure step onto the sky-piercing shuttle and soar into the sky like a streak of light, and shouted loudly. Remember to come back and see me. I'm waiting for you. High in the sky, Suyu didn't turn around, but simply waved to her with his back to her. Must. Chapter 111: The Human Emperor's Ceremony for Suppressing the World, Foundation Building. The sky shuttle sped through the sky, the fierce winds kept at bay by the psionic shield. Suyu sat cross-legged on the back of the shuttle, looking at the mountains and rivers rushing past below. He felt both the melancholy of parting and the pride of facing new challenges. 5 now. He muttered to himself. Next, let's see what the rewards are. Suyu took a deep breath and focused his mind on the system space. There, a brand new civilization prize pool, draw opportunity is radiating an alluring golden light, quietly awaiting its activation. System, draw a prize. Buzz. The familiar giant roulette wheel reappeared and began to spin wildly. This time, Suyu was calmer than ever before, but also more expectant. As his cultivation level increased and he came into contact with higher levels, he increasingly felt the limitations of the human emperor's world-suppressing scripture, Spirit Awakening Chapter. Although the Awakening Chapter is magical, it can help people step into the threshold of cultivation and awaken supernatural powers. But it is only a basic textbook, just like an elementary school textbook, which can only teach you to read and do arithmetic, but cannot teach you calculus. Now, not only him, but also Xiaoqin, Louis Fei and other gifted pioneers have reached the bottleneck of the qi refining stage or even the foundation establishment stage in terms of cultivation. Without further guidance on cultivation techniques, their path will be cut off. It must be a cultivation technique. It must be a follow-up cultivation technique. Su Yu prayed silently in his heart. As if hearing his thoughts, the rapidly spinning pointer gradually slowed down after passing through the areas of technology, supplies, and special. Finally, with a click sound as beautiful as heavenly music, it came to a steady stop in the cultivation technique area that radiated a noble purple gold light. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've been incredibly lucky. You've won a mythical reward. The Human Emperor's Ceremony for Suppressing the World, Foundation Building Chapter. The Human Emperor's Codex, Foundation Building Chapter, Inheriting the Spiritual Awakening, Forging the Foundation of the Tao. This chapter records the supreme methods for cultivating from the foundation building stage to the great perfection of the golden core stage. Includes the method of liquefying spiritual energy, the art of forging the foundation of one's Tao, the secrets of advancing supernatural abilities, and even more profound techniques for utilizing spiritual energy in combat methods. Special note, this cultivation technique is extremely powerful and demands exceptionally high aptitude and physical strength from the practitioner. Only those who have awakened an A level or higher innate divine ability and whose bodies have undergone initial tempering can attempt to cultivate it. Those who force themselves to cultivate it will, at best, have their meridians severed, and at worst, die from their bodies exploding. It's done. Su Yu suddenly opened his eyes flashing with a sharp light. A stream of profound information, several times larger than before, instantly flooded into his mind. Foundation Building Chapter. This is exactly what he needs right now. He devoured the golden ancient seal characters in his mind, feeling the profound meaning of the Tao contained within them. If the Qi-Ling chapter teaches people how to draw Qi into their bodies and use spiritual energy as an external force, the Foundation Building chapter teaches how to completely refine this external force into one's own and forge an indestructible foundation for the great Tao within the body. Spiritual energy liquefaction, compression, purification. Each phrase in the mantra gave him a sense of sudden enlightenment. Many of the confusions and bottlenecks encountered in previous cultivation were easily resolved at this moment. I see. Su Yu couldn't help but burst into laughter. With this foundation establishment chapter, my strength will increase at least tenfold. I might even have a chance to break through to the golden core stage before the apocalypse. Golden core stage. That's the realm that truly earns the title of land immortal. With a lifespan of 500 years, his physical body can withstand nuclear bombs, and in the blink of an eye, he can overturn rivers and seas. If one can reach that level, what is a mere beast tide worth mentioning? But Su Yu frowned slightly as he looked at the last special note. Only those with talent of grade A or above can cultivate? This means that this cultivation method cannot be promoted to the general public like the Qi-Ling chapter for the time being. Currently, in the entire Dragon Kingdom, besides himself, only Xiaoqin A, Bai Qingyan A, Ling Yixue A+, Ji Rushui S, and Louis Fei A meet the criteria. Even He Jiong, Huang Lei, Lu Mei, and others who had awakened B-level divine abilities were blocked outside the door. It seems that this is the dividing line between the elite route and the mass route. Su Yu thought to himself. But it doesn't matter. The purpose of the whole nation cultivating immortality is to improve the overall national strength and fight against the massive number of ordinary mutated creatures. But in the end, we still need to rely on top-level combatants like us to fight against those top demon kings and demon gods. As long as we can charge forward and withstand the strongest pressure, there is hope for humanity. Having figured this out, Su Yu stopped worrying about it. He immediately took out the encrypted communicator. Hello, Sister Qing, it's me. Command post. When Su Yu arrived at the conference room, carrying the weighty gift of the Human Emperor's world-suppressing classic, Foundation Building Chapter, he was exhausted from his journey. All the big shots have arrived. Even Academician Li, who was in seclusion researching the Kunlun Eye engine, was forcibly dragged over. Comrade Su Yu, are you telling the truth? The elderly man at the head of the group looked at Su Yu, and his eyes, which were usually unmoved even by the collapse of Mount Tai, were now filled with barely concealed excitement. The subsequent cultivation techniques, did you really get them? Absolutely true. Su Yu nodded and projected the compiled cultivation technique information onto the large screen via an encrypted connection. This is the Human Emperor's Code of World Suppression, Foundation Building Chapter. It can help us break through existing limitations and enter a completely new level of life. A collective gasp filled the conference room. Although they couldn't understand those profound incantations, the descriptions of lifespan of 500 years, breaking the sound barrier with the physical body, and traveling 1,000 miles on a sword were enough to give these mortals a suffocating shock. Great. Okay. The old man slammed his hand on the table, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to smooth out considerably. With this cultivation technique, we will be even more confident in facing the impending catastrophe. But Suyu timely poured cold water on the situation. Although this technique is powerful, it also has an extremely high threshold. He pointed out the restriction that only those with talent of grade A or above can cultivate. This means that it is destined to be a privilege for only a few and cannot be as widespread as the Awakening chapter. The meeting room fell silent instantly. The bigwigs looked at each other, their faces showing regret and solemnity. Grade A or above. The official in charge of intelligence said with a wry smile, according to our current statistics, the number of awakened individuals in the entire military and civilian population has exceeded 100,000. But those at level A or above, aside from the few around General Su, we haven't found many yet. This odds are even lower than winning the lottery. There's nothing we can do about it. Academician Shen Jingwa sighed. Cultivating immortality is inherently defying the heavens. The higher you go, the narrower the path becomes. This is what is meant by the difference between immortals and mortals. However, the old man's eyes quickly regained their firmness. Since it can't be popularized, let's concentrate our resources. Comrade Suyu, I approve your immediate launch of the top-secret plan codenamed God Creation. Creating a god? Suyu was taken aback. That's right. The old man looked at him intently. Since only a few of you are capable of training, the nation will spare no effort to cultivate you. Chapter 112 Body Tempering Essence. Early Foundation Establishment Stage. Inside the meeting room, the old man's voice resonated powerfully, echoing in everyone's ears. The newly developed ultra-concentrated body tempering essence of the Sheneng project has been completely sealed and will no longer be distributed to any unit other than Dragon Soul. Priority will be given to members of the God-making project. In the Kunlun project, the research and development sequence for individual soldier psionic equipment has been directly upgraded to the highest level. I need you to tailor-make exclusive psionic weapons for these comrades within a month, perfectly suited to their supernatural attributes. And the old man paused, his gaze sweeping over the several bigwigs present. Mobilize all intelligence networks and resources to collect mutated spiritual objects and ancient fragments scattered among the people or deep in the mountains and forests. Anything that is beneficial to cultivation must be brought back at all costs. Yes. The bigwigs responded in unison, their eyes burning with rage. They knew it was a high-stakes gamble. The stakes are the entire nation's resources, and even its future destiny. The targets of the bets were Suyu and the few chosen lucky ones. Comrade Suyu, the old man turned around, his gaze softening. As the chief instructor, you bear a heavy responsibility. The future of the nation is entrusted to you. As for your personal cultivation resources? The old man smiled and waved his hand. Just tell us what you need. Even if it means emptying the national treasury, we won't hesitate. Upon hearing this, Suyu felt a surge of warmth in his heart. It feels so good to have the whole country standing behind you and supporting you without reservation. Don't worry. Suyu saluted, his eyes resolute. I will certainly not let the country down and will lead a true team before the end of the world. However, he changed the subject, revealing his signature lazy smile. Before starting the special training, I need to go into seclusion for a few days. This foundation building manual is profound and extensive, and I need to practice it first before I can teach them better. Ha 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 ha. The old man laughed heartily. Good. Sharpening the axe won't delay the work of chopping wood. You can go into seclusion in peace, and leave the rest to us. After leaving the command center, Suyu did not return to the base, but went directly to a top-secret training room prepared specifically for him on the outskirts of Beijing. Buried 100 meters underground, this place is surrounded by thick layers of lead and special alloys, which not only isolates it from all external interference, but also sets up the highest level of spirit-gathering array. The concentration of spiritual energy in the air was almost liquefied, and with each breath, one could feel a refreshing coolness emanating from their lungs. Phew! This environment is practically a sacred place for cultivating immortality. Suyu sat cross-legged on the cold jade bed in the center of the cultivation room and sighed. He pulled out a bottle of super-concentrated spirit-gathering pills that he had just received from the Shinnon project, and poured them into his mouth like candy. Crunch, crunch. He chewed up and swallowed several top-grade pills that would drive an ordinary cultivator mad. Boom! A massive and terrifyingly pure medicinal power instantly exploded within his body, transforming into a raging river that washed over his meridians. If it were an ordinary person, even someone with Shao Qin's A-level talent, they would have exploded and died long ago if they dared to take so many drugs. But Suyu was different. He is an S-class psychic awakener, and also has the support and enhancement of a system. System, activate auxiliary cultivation mode. Ding! Assisted cultivation mode has been activated. Analyzing the Human Emperor's world-suppressing scripture, foundation building chapter for you. Analysis progress, 10%, 50%, 100%. The optimal cultivation path has been planned, and spiritual energy is being guided. As the system notification sounded, Suyu felt the previously obscure and difficult to understand Golden Ancient Seal script in his mind instantly become clear and understandable, as if he had cultivated it thousands of times. Under the system's guidance, the spiritual energy within the body, like a tamed sheep, obediently began to circulate wildly according to the meridian routes of the foundation building chapter. Refining gas into liquid. This is a sign of the foundation building stage. The originally gaseous spiritual energy is continuously compressed and purified in the meridians, eventually converging in the dantian. Tick-tock. After an unknown amount of time, a crisp sound of water droplets rang out inside Suyu's body. The first drop of liquid spiritual energy was born. It was pale gold, radiating a chilling imperial aura. Then, the second drop, the third drop. Countless streams of spiritual energy surged in, and Suyu's body was like a bottomless pit, greedily devouring all the energy around him. The spirit-gathering array in the cultivation room emitted a humming sound as it struggled under the strain, and the concentration of spiritual energy dropped sharply. The staff outside monitoring the area were terrified and quickly activated the backup spirit stones, continuously feeding the energy in. A day and a night later. Boom! An incomparably powerful aura erupted from Suyu. He suddenly opened his eyes, and two golden beams shot out as if they were real, leaving two deep dents in the alloy wall. Foundation building stage complete. Is this the foundation establishment stage? Suyu clenched his fist, feeling the surging liquid spiritual energy within his body, and a confident smile appeared on his lips. Now, with his physical strength alone, he could blow up a tank with a single punch. If combined with S-rank telekinesis and the Sky Shuttle. A fourth-tier demonic ape? If I encountered it again now, I could slap it to death with one slap. Suyu stretched, and his bones cracked and popped. I've almost finished my cultivation, so it's time to go see my wives and see how their preparations are going. He remembered that the government had already sent a team to pick up those elderly ladies. Meanwhile, at Haicheng University. The campus in the early morning is peaceful and beautiful. Ling Yixue was carrying several books and walking towards the library. Although she was pregnant, she did not want to be treated specially and continued to pursue her studies. Recently, because of Suyu's matter, she has become the focus of attention wherever she goes, which makes her feel a little uncomfortable. Buzz buzz buzz. Just then, a loud engine roar shattered the tranquility of the campus. 3 bulletproof SUVs, all black with no license plates but exuding an aura of keep away, drove straight into the campus like steel beasts and came to a steady stop in front of Ling Yixue. Squeak! The car doors opened in unison. 12 burly men dressed in black suits, wearing sunglasses, and with bulging waists, quickly got out of the car and surrounded Ling Yixue in unison, forming an absolutely safe defensive circle. The surrounding students were stunned by the scene, and they all stopped in their tracks, covering their mouths in horror. Is this a movie shoot? That's someone from the National Security Bureau? Ling Yixue was also startled, and almost dropped the book in her hand. She instinctively took a step back, watching these people warily. Who are you? What do you want? At that moment, the door of the middle car slowly opened. A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit, exuding an air of distinction, stepped down. He strode quickly to Ling Yixue, displaying none of the usual arrogance, on the contrary. He bowed slightly, performing a standard gentleman's bow. Hello, Miss Ling. The man's voice was gentle and respectful. I am the head of the Special Operations Team of the Security Bureau. I have been entrusted by the Beijing command to come and take you to the capital. Chapter 113. I've already picked up my wife. The Beijing command center? To pick me up? Ling Yixue was stunned, her mind a little blank. Why? The middle-aged man smiled slightly, took out a red-headed document with gold lettering from his pocket, and handed it to Ling Yixue with both hands. Because you have awakened an A-level talent, you have been included in the National God-Making Program. Your safety and your future will be the sole responsibility of the state. In addition, he lowered his voice and said in a tone only Ling Yixue could hear, Instructor Suyu is already waiting for you there. Upon hearing the name Suyu, the wariness in Ling Yixue's eyes vanished instantly, replaced by surprise and shyness. So it was him. Looking at the agents around her who treated her with utmost respect, and then at her stunned classmates in the distance, she felt an indescribable sense of pride welling up inside her. Is this what it feels like to be that man or woman? Okay, I'll go with you. Ling Yixue took a deep breath, raised her head, and gracefully got into the bulletproof car amidst countless envious and jealous gazes. Tianhai City, Genesis Group headquarters. Bai Qingyan was sitting in the president's office, listening to several senior executives report on their work with an icy expression. Mr. Bai, raw material prices have been rising recently. Then let's go talk. Do I have to teach you how to handle such a small matter? Bai Qingyan slammed his hand on the table, startling several senior executives who trembled in fear. Since becoming pregnant, her temper seems to have become increasingly irritable. Of course, it's mostly because she misses that bastard. Boom! Just then, a deafening propeller sound suddenly rang out outside the window. Everyone instinctively turned to look. Two armed helicopters painted in camouflage were seen hovering directly outside the windows of the skyscraper. The dark, gaping muzzle of the machine gun gleamed with a chilling light in the sunlight. Ah! The executives screamed in terror and ran away with their heads in their hands. Is this a terrorist attack? Bai Qingyan frowned, but she didn't panic. Instead, she stood up coldly and walked to the French windows. The door of one of the helicopters opened, and several fully armed Special Forces soldiers rappelled down the rope and broke through the window to enter. Splash! The tempered glass shattered all over the floor. After landing, the Special Forces soldiers did not attack anyone, but quickly lined up and saluted Bai Qingyan. Ms. Bai Qingyan, you've been frightened. The team leader shouted. I have been ordered to escort you to a secret base in the capital to carry out a special mission codenamed God Creation. Please come with us immediately. Time is of the essence. Bai Qingyan looked at the group of soldiers who had suddenly appeared out of nowhere, then at the shattered French window, and her lips twitched slightly. Is this how you pick people up? She asked coldly. Report. General Su said that your special identity makes you vulnerable to being targeted by foreign forces, so we must use this unconventional method to ensure absolute safety. The captain answered in a very serious tone. Su Yu. Upon hearing this name, the coldness in Bai Qingyan's eyes melted instantly, replaced by a hint of helplessness and doting affection. That bastard, making such a big fuss, isn't he afraid of scaring the kids? But she glanced back at the executives who were paralyzed with fear, and a strange sense of pleasure welled up inside her. This feeling of being strongly protected and cherished doesn't seem so bad? Let's go. Bai Qingyan straightened her collar, regaining her queen-like arrogance, and boarded the helicopter under the escort of Special Forces soldiers, wearing high heels. A film and television base in Beijing. Louis Fei is currently filming a period drama. She was dressed in an elaborate palace costume and was performing a crying scene. Her tears were so beautiful and pitiful that they moved me to tears. The director was about to yell cut. Suddenly, a commotion broke out outside the film set. Hey! What are you doing? This is a filming location, no unauthorized personnel allowed. Before the stage manager could finish speaking, his voice was drowned out by a series of orderly footsteps. A group of mysterious people dressed in black Zhongshan suits, exuding a powerful aura, pushed aside the staff who were trying to stop them and strode into the film set. The leader walked directly up to the director and showed him a red ID. Security Bureau, on official business. We are taking Miss Louis Fei away. All unauthorized personnel are requested to leave immediately. The director glanced at the ID and his legs went weak with fear. He hurriedly nodded and bowed, yes, yes, yes. Please, go ahead. Louis Fei was also startled by this sudden change, and even forgot to wipe away her tears. She looked at the group of people with a somewhat blank expression. You are looking for me? Miss Lu, please come with us. The mysterious man walked up to her, his tone polite but his attitude leaving no room for doubt. General Su has ordered that your vacation is over. A new mission has begun. Su Yu? Lu Yifei's eyes lit up instantly, and her originally sorrowful expression became vivid and charming. She wiped away her tears, lifted her elaborate skirt, and, disregarding whether it was filming or not, stood up abruptly. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go. Her eagerness left the surrounding actors and staff speechless. Is this still the same aloof and difficult to please top-tier diva? She's clearly a young woman eager to see her lover. Thus, under the efficient operation of the state apparatus, Ling Yixue, by Qing Yan, Lu Yifei, Xiao Qin who was already in the military, and Ji Ruxue who was brought over by a special plane from Mauname. 5 S-class goddesses, each with their own unique charm and equally stunning beauty, were sent to 5 different secret hideouts in the western hills on the outskirts of Beijing. To ensure their safety and focus on their training to prevent the chaotic scene from erupting prematurely. Before Su Yu crossed the border, they were strictly isolated and did not see each other. Each person was placed in a separate, extremely luxurious, and spiritually rich villa. They have dedicated nutritionists, medical teams, and special forces soldiers to take care of their daily lives and safety. This kind of treatment is several levels higher than that of the national treasure, the giant panda. They were all waiting silently. Waiting for that man to arrive. An underground meditation room in the suburbs of Beijing. Buzz. As Su Yu slowly finished his practice, the golden spiritual pressure around him, which was as solid as a substance, gradually receded into his body. He stood up, feeling the power within him that was more than 10 times stronger than before, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. Peak of early foundation establishment stage. They're just one step away from breaking through to the mid-game. This cultivation speed is like riding a rocket. Of course, this is also thanks to the country's resource investment regardless of cost. In just the past few days, the spirit-gathering pill and various rare and precious herbs he consumed are probably worth enough to buy half of Tianhai City. What a waste of money, such a waste of money. Su Yu sighed as he pushed open the door to the cultivation room. Qin Maching had been waiting outside the door for a long time. When she saw Su Yu come out, a hint of amazement flashed in her usually calm eyes. At this moment, although Su Yu's appearance remained unchanged, his temperament underwent a complete transformation. If he was like a sharp sword with its edge fully exposed before, now, he is like a piece of warm, ancient jade, with a restrained brilliance, yet unfathomable depth. Even just standing there quietly, it gives people a sense of imposing pressure, like an unshakable mountain. Is this the foundation establishment stage? Congratulations on your successful completion of the seclusion.